Prologue: The Price of Victory. The Scottish Highlands were ablaze with spring. Wildflowers carpeted the rolling hills surrounding Hogwarts, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the somber mood that had settled over the castle grounds. The scars of battle had long since been repaired, ancient stone mended and charmed back into place, but Harry Potter knew some wounds would never truly heal. 5 years. 5 years since the Battle of Hogwarts. 5 years since Voldemort's fall. Harry stood slightly apart from the gathered crowd, his aura robes catching the May breeze. At 22, his face had lost the roundness of youth, replaced by sharper angles and the shadow of stubble he hadn't bothered to shave that morning. The famous lightning scar had faded to a thin white line, but it still drew curious glances from younger students who had only heard stories of what happened here. Headmistress McGonagall's amplified voice carried across the grounds as she read the names of the fallen. Each name was a hammer blow to Harry's chest. Colin Prevey. Harry's mind flashed to a small boy with a camera, eyes wide with admiration. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks. The image of their bodies lying side by side in the Great Hall, hands almost touching, seared into his memory. Fred Weasley. The Weasley family stood together near the front of the crowd, a sea of red hair and grief-lined faces. George's profile was turned away, his missing ear a reminder of another battle, another loss. Harry's gaze drifted to Jinny, who stood tall beside her mother. Her copper hair was pulled back in a simple knot, her face composed but strained. She hadn't wanted to come today. "We can't keep living in the past, Harry," she had said that morning, her voice gentle but firm. "They wouldn't want us to." She was right, of course. But that didn't make it any easier. The names continued, and with each one, Harry saw not the memorial but the moments of their deaths, playing out in vivid detail as they did in his nightmares. Sirius, falling through the veil, surprise etched on his face. Dumbledore, his body small and broken at the base of the astronomy tower. Snape, pale fingers clutching at his throat as his life bled out onto the floor of the shrieking shack. Fred, laughing at Percy's joke one moment, gone the next. Remus and Tonks, leaving behind an orphaned son. Harry blinked, pulling himself back to the present as Minister Shacklebolt took McGonagall's place at the podium. Chinsley's deep, resonant voice spoke of healing, of moving forward, of honoring the dead by building the world they had fought for. Empty words. They felt empty to Harry, anyway. He had tried. Merlin knew he had tried. He had thrown himself into his work at the Auror office, hunting down the remaining Death Eaters with a dedication that had earned him rapid promotion. Senior Auror Potter, the youngest in a century. His colleagues praised his intuition, his ability to anticipate Dark Wizard's moves, his exceptional defensive spells. None of them understood that it wasn't talent. It was necessity. It was experience paid for in blood. A small hand slipped into his, and Harry looked down to see Teddy Lupin gazing up at him with solemn eyes that had shifted to match Harry's green ones. The boy's hair, however, remained his natural sandy brown today, his tribute to the father he would never know. "Uncle Harry," Teddy whispered, "why do people get sad on the same day every year?" Harry knelt down, bringing himself to Teddy's level. The boy was so like Remus in his thoughtfulness, yet had Tom's heart-shaped face and mischievous smile. It was both beautiful and heartbreaking. "It's how we remember," Harry said softly. "It's important to remember." Teddy's small brow furrowed. "Grandma says Mom and Dad are heroes. But I'd rather have parents than heroes." The simplicity of the statement knocked the breath from Harry's lungs. He pulled Teddy into a hug, as much to hide his own face as to comfort the boy. Over Teddy's shoulder, Harry saw Andromeda Tonks watching them. Her aristocratic black family features were tempered by grief, her once dark hair now streaked with silver. She had lost everything: her husband, her daughter, her son-in-law, yet she raised Teddy with fierce love and dedication. Harry released Teddy, who ran back to his grandmother. Andromeda nodded to Harry, a gesture of shared understanding. The ceremony continued, but Harry's thoughts drifted. The past 5 years had been a study in contradiction. The wizarding world celebrated its freedom while mourning its losses. Harry was hailed as a hero while feeling like a fraud. His friends moved forward, Ron and Hermione engaged, planning their life together. Neville teaching herbology at Hogwarts, Luna traveling the world for her magical creature research. And Jinny wanted marriage, a family, a future unburdened by the ghosts of the past. She deserved that. She deserved better than waking up to his screams in the night, better than his distant stares and sudden withdrawals into memories she couldn't share. As if summoned by his thoughts, Jinny appeared at his side as the ceremony concluded and people began to disperse in small, murmuring groups. "You okay?" she asked, her brown eyes searching his face. "Yeah," Harry said automatically. "Just, you know." Ginny's sigh was barely audible. "I know you think I don't understand, Harry. But I lost a brother. I nearly lost my father. I was possessed by Tom Riddle. I fought in this battle too." "I know that," Harry said, a defensive edge creeping into his voice. "Do you?" Ginny's gaze was steady. "Because sometimes it feels like you're the only one allowed to carry this burden. Like the rest of us are just peripheral to your grief." The words stung because there was truth in them. Harry had always shouldered responsibility alone, had always felt that the weight of the world was his to bear. Even now, with Voldemort gone, he couldn't seem to put down that burden. "I'm trying, Jin," he said finally. Her expression softened. She reached up to touch his cheek, her fingers cool against his skin. "I know you are. I don't want to live in the shadow of the war forever." Before Harry could respond, Ron and Hermione approached, their hands linked. Ron's face was drawn. Fred's absence was a wound that would never fully heal for the Weasley family, but he managed a small smile for Harry. "Bloody depressing, these things," Ron said, with a weak attempt at humor. Hermione gave him a reproachful look before turning to Harry. "Kingsley asked if you'd be up for a small gathering at the Three Broomsticks. Just the Order members who are here today, nothing formal." Harry nodded, though the thought of more reminiscing, more shared grief, made him feel exhausted. "Sure. I just want to. I'll catch up with you." Concern flickered across Hermione's face, but she simply squeezed his arm. "Don't be long." As his friends walked away, Harry turned back toward the memorial. A simple white marble obelisk stood on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, inscribed with the names of all who had fallen in both wizarding wars against Voldemort. Harry approached it slowly, his footsteps heavy on the spring grass. He traced the names with his eyes. Some he had known well. Others were just names, people who had died before he was old enough to remember them. His parents, at the very top of the first column. James Potter. Lily Potter. Everything had begun with their sacrifice. And how many sacrifices had followed? How many lives cut short? How many families torn apart? How many childhoods destroyed? Harry pressed his palm against the cool marble, feeling the engraved names beneath his fingers. It was too high a price, he whispered to the stone, to the dead, to himself. Too many lost. The breeze picked up, rustling the new leaves on the forest's edge. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle stood proud against the blue sky, its towers and turrets rebuilt, its windows gleaming in the spring sunlight. Students would soon return to their dormitories, continue their lessons, live their lives in a world without the shadow of Voldemort. That was what they had fought for. That was what so many had died for. But standing here, with the names of the dead literally at his fingertips, Harry couldn't help but wonder, had there been another way? Could things have been different? The question that had haunted him for 5 years, that kept him awake at night, that drove him to pore over history books and obscure magical theories in the Black Family Library at Grimmauld Place. Could the past be changed? Not with a time turner. Those limited devices could only take a person back hours, not years or decades. But there were whispers, hints in ancient texts, of deeper magic. Magic that might allow someone to truly alter the flow of time. It was a dangerous path even to contemplate. Hermione would call it reckless, irresponsible. Jinny would see it as another way for him to avoid moving forward. Ron would worry for his sanity. They were probably right. But standing before the memorial, with the weight of all those lost lives pressing down on him, Harry couldn't stop the thought that had been growing in his mind for months. "I'll find a way," he whispered to the names on the stone. "I'll find a way to make it right. To save you all." The wind gusted stronger, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry felt as if the stone had grown warm beneath his palm. As if the dead had heard him. "Terry?" He turned to find Neville approaching, his professor's robes marking his new status at Hogwarts. Neville's face had lost its childhood roundness, and the confidence he had found during that final year at Hogwarts had remained, making him stand taller, speak more assuredly. "Everyone's heading to Hogsmeade," Neville said. "You coming?" Harry nodded, taking one last look at the memorial. "Yeah, I'm coming." As they walked together toward the castle gates, Neville spoke of his students, of the greenhouse renovation project, of everyday concerns that seemed so wonderfully normal. Harry made appropriate responses, but his mind remained with the names on the stone, with the promise he had made. He would find a way. No matter what it took, no matter what he had to sacrifice. He would find a way to change the past, to save those who had been lost. To turn back time. Behind them, the white marble gleamed in the sun, names etched in stone, a record of a war that had cost too much. A war that, if Harry had his way, would never happen at all. Chapter 1, The Black Library. The ancient floorboards of number 12, Grimmauld Place creaked under Harry's weight as he paced the length of the library for the 5th time that hour. Outside, London slept beneath a blanket of summer stars, but sleep had become an elusive luxury for Harry Potter. The ornate grandfather clock in the corner, a black family heirloom that chimed with a sound like distant screams, showed 3:30 in the morning. Another night of insomnia stretched before him like an endless road. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair and returned to the massive mahogany desk where dozens of books lay open, their yellowed pages filled with cramped text and disturbing illustrations. 5 weeks had passed since the memorial at Hogwarts, and each night since then had found him here, searching through the vast Black family collection for something. Anything that might offer a clue, a pathway to what he sought. He settled back into the leather armchair that still bore the imprint of generations of Black patriarchs and pulled the nearest tome toward him, Tempus Transitoria, Theoretical Applications of Temporal Magic. The Latin was difficult, and his translation charms sometimes produced nonsensical results, but Harry pressed on, eyes burning from fatigue and strain. "I do believe, Mr. Potter, that normal wizards require sleep." The cold, aristocratic drawl came from the portrait hanging above the fireplace. Phineas Nigellus Black, former Hogwarts headmaster and perhaps the least popular one in the school's history, stared down at Harry with undisguised contempt. "I'm not particularly normal, am I?" Harry replied without looking up. Phineas sniffed. "Indeed not. Though I fail to see how destroying your eyesight over these particular volumes advances whatever your latest heroic endeavor might be." Harry finally raised his gaze to meet the portraits. "These particular volumes? You know what's in them?" A flicker of something, Wariness, perhaps, crossed the painted face. I was once master of this house and its contents, boy. There is nothing in this library unknown to me. Harry set down his quill and turned fully toward the portrait. Over the past month, he had developed a strange rapport with Phineas Nigellus. The portrait was caustic, prejudiced, and frequently infuriating, but also knowledgeable about magic few now remembered. Then perhaps you might save me time, Harry said carefully. I'm looking for information on magic that can affect the flow of time. Not time turners. I know their limitations. Something more fundamental. Phineas arched a painted eyebrow. Playing with time, Potter? How very predictable. The hero, not content with saving his world once, now wishes to meddle with the very fabric of reality. Can you help me or not? Harry snapped, his patience fraying under the weight of exhaustion. The former headmaster studied him for a long moment. You wizards of today think of magic as something to be contained, categorized, understood. In my time, we still remembered that magic is wild at its heart, unknowable, unpredictable. Fascinating lecture, Harry muttered, turning back to his book. The magic you seek, Phineas continued as though Harry hadn't spoken, was not considered theoretical in my grandfather's day. It was considered forbidden. That caught Harry's attention. Forbidden by whom? By those wise enough to understand its consequences. Phineas leaned forward in his painted chair. Time is not a river to be diverted at will, Potter. It is the ocean upon which all existence floats. Attempt to part it, and you may find yourself drowned in the attempt. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. But it is possible. It wasn't a question, but Phineas answered anyway. All things are possible with magic. The question is whether they should be attempted. People died, Harry said, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. Said people. Too many of them. If there's a chance. There is always a chance, Phineas interrupted. And there is always a price. I wonder, are you prepared to pay it? Harry stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the hardwood floor. Just tell me where to look. Phineas sighed, a sound of ancient resignation. The collection you want is not here. My grandfather Cygnus had unusual interests. After his death, certain volumes were deemed too dangerous even for the Black family library. My father created a separate repository for them. Where? Harry demanded. Within these walls, but hidden from casual discovery. Phineas gestured toward the far wall of the library, where floor-to-ceiling bookshelves housed hundreds of leather-bound volumes. Behind the treatises on blood magic, there is a concealed door. It will not respond to simple revealing charms. Harry approached the indicated section, his heart quickening. How do I open it? Blood, of course, Phineas said with a thin smile. The Black family way. Though I imagine as current owner of the house, your blood will suffice. Harry stared at the shelves, thoughts racing. He had lived in this house for years, renovated it room by room, exorcising its darker elements, or so he thought. To discover now that a hidden chamber of forbidden knowledge had remained concealed all this time. Does Creature know about this? He asked. Naturally. But house elves are bound to keep their master's secrets, even from subsequent masters, unless directly questioned. Harry made a mental note to have a long talk with Creature later. He pulled out his wand and carefully levitated the books on blood magic off the shelf, setting them gently on a nearby table. Behind them was a blank wall of dark wood, indistinguishable from the rest of the shelving. Press your palm to the center panel, Phineas instructed. And be warned, Potter, the texts within were hidden for good reason. Harry hesitated only briefly before placing his hand against the wood. He felt a sharp sting as some unseen mechanism drew a drop of blood from his palm. The panel warmed beneath his touch, then silently slid aside, revealing a small, dark chamber beyond. "Lumos," Harry whispered, and the tip of his wand illuminated a space no larger than a modest closet. But while small in dimension, it contained what appeared to be dozens of ancient texts, scrolls, and artifacts, all meticulously arranged on shelves that lined the 3 walls. He stepped inside, feeling the weight of centuries pressing down on him. The air was perfectly preserved, no dust, no decay, maintained by powerful stasis charms that had kept this chamber untouched for what must have been over 100 years. "I would suggest," Phineas called from the library, "that you exercise extreme caution. Some of those texts are not merely books, they are magical objects in their own right." Harry nodded absently, his attention already captured by the titles he could make out. Necromantia Temporalis, the void between moments, rituals of unmaking, each more ominous than the last. But it was a slender manuscript bound in what appeared to be pale leather that drew his eye. Unlike the others, it bore no title on its spine. Carefully, Harry lifted it from the shelf. The moment his fingers touched the binding, he felt a subtle vibration, as though the book itself were alive and awakening to his touch. He carried it back into the main library, where the better light would allow him to examine it properly. "Ah," Phineas said, his tone uncharacteristically grave. "I wondered if that would call to you." Harry placed the manuscript on his desk and gently opened the cover. The first page contained only 5 words, written in a spidery hand: "Vacuous Magicae, the Hollow Ritual." "What is this?" Harry asked, a strange mix of excitement and apprehension coursing through him. "My grandfather's personal research," Phineas replied. Cygnus Black was fascinated by the nature of magical power, how it manifests, how it might be transferred, how it might be removed. Harry turned the page and found detailed notes describing a ritual of terrible purpose, the complete extraction of a witch or wizard's magical abilities, rendering them, effectively, a squib. This is dark magic," Harry said, unable to keep the shock from his voice. Phineas laughed, a harsh, brittle sound. "Did you expect to find sunshine and rainbows in a sealed chamber of the Black family home? But no, Mr. Potter, it is not dark magic, not in the way you mean. It requires no malice to perform, causes no physical harm to the subject. Indeed, Cygnus believed it more humane than execution, which was the Ministry's preferred method of dealing with truly dangerous wizards in those days." Harry continued to scan the pages, his initial revulsion giving way to scholarly interest. The ritual was complex, requiring rare ingredients and precise astronomical conditions, but it wasn't evil in its fundamental nature. It was a tool, one that could be used for justice or for tyranny, depending on the wielder's intent. "Why was this hidden away?" he asked. "Because," Phineas said softly, "Cygnus discovered something unexpected in his research. The magical energy removed from a wizard doesn't simply dissipate. It must go somewhere. And in certain circumstances, with certain modifications to the ritual, that power could be redirected." Harry's pulse quickened. "Redirected how?" "I believe you should read the manuscript in its entirety, Mr. Potter. My grandfather's discoveries were significant and potentially relevant to your current obsession with temporal manipulation." Harry looked up sharply. "What does removing someone's magic have to do with time?" "Magic," Phineas said, his painted eyes gleaming in the lamplight, "is energy. Energy can transform reality. And time, Mr. Potter, is merely one aspect of reality, albeit a particularly stubborn one." Before Harry could press for more information, the sound of the flow activating downstairs interrupted their conversation. He glanced at the clock, nearly 5 in the morning. Who would be calling at this hour? His question was answered moments later when Hermione's voice echoed up the stairwell. "Harry, are you awake?" Harry hastily closed the manuscript and slipped it into a drawer. "In the library," he called back. Hermione appeared in the doorway seconds later, still dressed in her ministry robes, her hair escaping from what had probably been a neat bun hours earlier. Her expression shifted from concern to exasperation as she took in the scene, the piles of books, the cold teacup, Harry's rumpled appearance. "Have you been up all night again?" she demanded, striding into the room. "Good morning to you too," Harry replied with a weak smile. Hermione dropped into a chair across from him. "I just finished an overnight shift at the department. Thought I'd check on you before heading home. When was the last time you actually slept in a bed?" Harry ran a hand over his stubbled jaw. "I get enough sleep." "Clearly," she said dryly. Her gaze swept over the books scattered across the desk, her quick mind undoubtedly cataloging titles and subjects. "Harry, we've talked about this. These obsessive research sessions aren't healthy. I'm fine. You not fine. You haven't been fine for months." She leaned forward, her brown eyes filled with concern. "Everyone's worried about you. Ron, Jinny, Mrs. Weasley." "I don't need people worrying about me," Harry interrupted, more sharply than he'd intended. Hermione didn't flinch. After more than a decade of friendship, she was immune to his occasional flares of temper. "Too bad. That's what happens when people care about you." She picked up one of the books. "Theories of Temporal Displacement." "Harry, please tell me you're not still fixated on this." Harry reclaimed the book from her hands. "It's just research, Hermione." "Research into extremely dangerous magical concepts," she countered. "Time magic beyond the limited scope of time turners hasn't been successfully implemented for a reason. The theoretical consequences. I know the theories." "Then you should know better." Hermione's voice softened. "Harry, I understand why you're doing this. After everything we lost, everything we went through, the temptation to go back and change things is powerful. But it's a fantasy." Harry stood and walked to the window, where the first pale light of dawn was beginning to illuminate the London skyline. What if it isn't? What if there's a way to make things right? "Things are right," Hermione said gently. "Voldemort is gone. The wizarding world is healing. We're building something better from the ashes." "Tell that to Teddy Lupin," Harry said quietly. "Tell that to George, who lost his twin. Tell that to everyone who buried someone they loved." A heavy silence fell between them. Finally, Hermione sighed. "Even if it were possible, and I'm not conceding that it is, the risks would be incalculable. Changing the past doesn't just alter one outcome, it creates an entirely new timeline with unpredictable consequences. You could end up creating a world far worse than the one we fought to save." Harry turned back to face her. "Or one far better." Hermione stood and approached him, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "This isn't like you, Harry. You've always faced reality head-on, no matter how difficult. It's one of the things I've always admired about you." "Maybe I'm tired of reality," Harry said with a bitter smile. "Maybe I've paid my dues to it." Concern deepened in Hermione's eyes. "You need rest. Actual sleep, not just dozing off over ancient texts. And maybe it's time to talk to someone. Professionally, I mean." Harry's jaw tightened. "I don't need a mind healer." "There's no shame in it," Hermione pressed. "After what you went through, what we all went through, it would be strange if you didn't have some lingering trauma." "I'm not traumatized," Harry said, pulling away from her touch. "I'm angry. There's a difference." Hermione steadied him for a long moment. Is there? Because from where I'm standing, this obsession with changing the past looks a lot like you're unable to accept the present. Her words struck too close to home, and Harry felt a surge of defensive irritation. I think you should go, Hermione. You need sleep too. She didn't know. What about Jinny? Have you even spoken to her this week? The question landed like a blow. The truth was, he hadn't. After their tense exchange at the memorial, things had been strained between them. Jinny had reached out several times, but Harry had responded with brief, non-committal messages, too absorbed in his research to engage properly. I've been busy, he said lamely. She loves you, Hermione said. And she's trying to understand. But you're making it impossible. Harry turned away again, unable to meet her gaze. I'll call her today. Promise me. I promise, he said, knowing even as the words left his mouth that he might not keep it. Hermione seemed to sense his insincerity but chose not to press further. I'll come by tomorrow evening. We can have dinner, you, me, Ron, and Jinny. A proper meal, at a reasonable hour, with actual conversation that doesn't involve theoretical tempo mechanics. Harry managed a small smile. That sounds normal. Normal is underrated, Hermione replied, returning his smile. She gathered her bag and headed for the door, pausing on the threshold. Get some sleep, Harry. The mysteries of the universe will still be here after a few hours of rest. After she left, Harry sank back into his chair, the weight of her concern and his own exhaustion pressing down on him. He knew she was right, about his need for sleep, about his strained relationship with Jinny, about the dangerous path his research was taking him down. And yet, he pulled the manuscript from the drawer where he'd hidden it, running his fingers over the pale leather binding. There was something here, some connection between this ritual and the possibility of affecting time in a meaningful way. He could feel it, like an invisible thread pulling him forward. Your friend speaks sense, Phineas commented from his frame. Though I loathe to admit a muggle-born which might possess wisdom. Harry ignored the portrait's casual bigotry. You said this manuscript relates to time manipulation. Tell. Phineas sighed dramatically. Did I not suggest you read it in its entirety? The connection becomes clear in my grandfather's later notes. Harry flipped through the pages, scanning for relevant passages. Most detailed the components and procedures of the ritual itself, but toward the end, the writing became more theoretical, exploring the fundamental nature of magical energy and its relationship to physical reality. One paragraph in particular caught his eye. The extraction of magical essence creates a momentary void in the fabric of reality, a potential space that seeks to be filled. In ordinary circumstances, this void collapses instantly, the universe rushing to seal the breach. But if properly contained, this void might serve as a doorway through which one could step outside the constraints of natural law. Time, space, causality itself, all become malleable in the presence of such a void. Harry's fatigue vanished as the implications crystallized in his mind. This wasn't just a ritual to remove a wizard's powers, it was potentially a key to unlocking the rigid structure of time itself. But there was a moral dimension that couldn't be ignored. Using this ritual would mean stripping someone of their magic, a violation so profound that even the Black family had hidden the knowledge away. Could any goal, no matter how noble, justify such an act? Before he could pursue this troubling line of thought, the sound of the flow activating once again echoed through the house. This time, it was followed by familiar footsteps on the stairs, lighter than Hermione's, but just as determined. Jinny appeared in the doorway, and Harry knew immediately from her expression that he was in trouble. Her brown eyes flashed with a mixture of concern and barely contained frustration. her posture radiating the same intensity she brought to the Quidditch pitch as a professional chaser for the Holyhead Harpies. "Hermione just fire-called me," she said without preamble. "She thinks I should check on you. Apparently, you're turning into a nocturnal creature who subsists on tea and ancient texts." Harry closed the manuscript, trying not to appear guilty. "I was just about to get some sleep, actually." "Were you?" Jinny stepped fully into the room, her gaze sweeping over the evidence of his all-night research session. "Because it looks like you were just diving deeper into whatever obsession has been consuming you for weeks." "It's not an obsession," Harry said defensively. "It's research. Research that's keeping you from sleeping, from eating properly, from spending time with the people who care about you." Ginny's voice was controlled, but Harry could hear the hurt beneath it. "From spending time with me." Harry ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and exhaustion. "I know I've been distracted lately." "Distracted?" Jinny repeated incredulously. "Harry, I haven't had a real conversation with you in weeks. You barely responded to my last 3 messages. I had to hear from Hermione that you were, and I quote, running yourself into the ground." Guilt twisted in Harry's stomach. "I'm sorry. There's just something I need to figure out. Something more important than us." The blunt question hung in the air between them. Harry wanted to deny it, to reassure her that nothing was more important than their relationship. But the truth was more complicated. What he was pursuing wasn't just about personal fulfillment or intellectual curiosity. It was about potentially saving lives, changing the course of history, preventing years of suffering. How could he explain that without sounding delusional? "It's not about importance," he said carefully. "It's about responsibility." Ginny's expression hardened. "Responsibility to whom, exactly?" "Because last I checked, your responsibility to defeat Voldemort was fulfilled 5 years ago. You've done your part, Harry. You've sacrificed enough." "Have I?" The question escaped before he could stop it. "What about everyone who didn't survive to see Voldemort defeated? What about their sacrifices?" Understanding dawned in Ginny's eyes, followed by a deep sadness. "This is about the memorial, isn't it? About what you said at the monument." Harry didn't answer, which was answer enough. Jinny crossed the room and gently took his hands in hers. "Harry, listen to me. You can't bring them back. Not Fred, not Sirius, not Remus or Tonks, not your parents. That's not how the world works, even the magical world." "Maybe it should be," Harry said quietly. "Maybe there's a way to make it work that way." Jinny dropped his hands as though they'd suddenly burned her. "Please tell me you're not researching ways to resurrect the dead." "That's dark magic, Harry. The darkest." "It's not resurrection," Harry assured her quickly. "It's something else." "Then what?" "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're going down a very dangerous path, and I'm scared for you." The genuine fear in her voice made Harry pause. Was he losing perspective? Was his quest to change the past blinding him to what he might be sacrificing in the present? He looked at Jinny, really looked at her for what felt like the first time in weeks. Her copper hair gleamed in the early morning light, her face showing the strain of worry. This was the woman who had fought alongside him, who understood loss as intimately as he did, who had never stopped believing in him even when he hadn't believed in himself. And he was pushing her away. "I'm researching time," he admitted finally. "Not time turners, something more fundamental. A way to change events that have already happened." Ginny's expression shifted from fear to concern. "That's... Harry, even if such magic exists, the consequences could be catastrophic. You could unravel reality itself. Or I could save lives," Harry countered. "Prevent a war, Stop Voldemort before he ever became powerful. And what happens to everything else? To everyone born because of choices made in the timeline you want to change? To relationships formed, lives built? Jinny's voice grew intense. To us? The question struck Harry like a physical blow. He hadn't fully considered that altering the past might mean erasing his relationship with Jinny, with all his friends, perhaps. I don't know, he admitted. That's not good enough. Jinny's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained steady. I've stood by you through everything, Harry. I've accepted that loving you means sharing you with the whole wizarding world sometimes. But I won't stand by and watch you destroy yourself, or risk destroying everything we've built, because you can't accept that the past is past. I'm not trying to destroy anything, Harry protested. I'm trying to make things better. Better for whom? Jinny challenged. For the dead? Or for you, because you can't live with the guilt of surviving when others didn't? Her words cut deep, exposing a truth Harry had been unwilling to face. His research wasn't purely altruistic. It was also driven by his own survivor's guilt, his inability to move forward while carrying the weight of so much loss. I need time to figure this out, he said finally. Jinny stepped back, hurt flashing across her features. Time. That's always what it comes down to with you, isn't it? But while you're obsessing over changing the past, your present is slipping away. She took a deep breath, visibly composing herself. I love you, Harry. I have since I was 10 years old. But I won't wait forever while you try to rewrite history instead of building a future. With that, she turned and walked out, her footsteps fading down the stairs. A moment later, Harry heard the distinctive whoosh of the Flun network activating. He stood in the silent library, the weight of her words settling over him like a shroud. Part of him wanted to go after her, to apologize, to promise he would let go of this quest and focus on their life together. But another part, the part that had stared into the faces of orphan children like Teddy Lupin, that had watched George struggle to function without his twin, that had seen the endless rows of graves at the memorial, refused to surrender the possibility that there might be another way. Harry returned to his desk and opened the manuscript once more. The morning sun now streamed through the library windows, illuminating the ancient text with a golden light that seemed at odds with its ominous contents. She speaks sense, you know, Phineas commented from his frame. The past has teeth, Mr. Potter. It does not surrender its prey willingly. Harry looked up at the portrait. Did your grandfather ever actually perform this ritual? Phineas's painted expression became guarded. Once. The results were not what he anticipated. What happened? That, Mr. Potter, is a story for another time. Perhaps after you've had some sleep, as your friend so sensibly suggested. Harry wanted to press for more information, but his body was finally betraying him. The adrenaline of discovery and the emotional toll of his confrontation with Jinny had drained what little energy remained after his all-night research session. His eyelids felt like lead weights, and the text before him blurred into indistinct shades. Perhaps you're right, he conceded, carefully closing the manuscript and returning it to the drawer. As he made his way up the stairs to his bedroom, Harry's mind continued to race despite his exhaustion. The ritual described in the manuscript offered a tantalizing possibility, a way to create a void in reality itself, a space where the normal rules of time might not apply. But the cost was high. To strip someone of their magic was a violation Harry wasn't sure he could commit, no matter how noble the end goal. Unless... A thought struck him as he collapsed onto his bed, still fully clothed. What if the subject were willing? What if the ritual were performed on someone who deserved to lose their power, someone like Voldemort himself? The possibilities spread before him like a dark tapestry as sleep finally claimed him, his dreams filled with swirling voids and the faces of those he had lost, and those he might yet save. Chapter 2: Strange Occurrence. The urgent tapping of an owl's beak against glass jolted Harry from his fitful sleep. Sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains of his bedroom, bright afternoon sunlight, not the gentle morning glow he'd expected. He fumbled for his glasses on the nightstand, knocking over an empty water glass in the process. Coming, he muttered, crossing to the window where a sleek ministry owl waited impatiently. It thrust out its leg the moment the window opened, revealing a sealed parchment bearing the distinctive purple wax of the Auror office. Harry's mind cleared instantly as he broke the seal. Urgent summons rarely came on his day off unless something serious had occurred. Potter. Incident requiring immediate attention in Nocturne Alley. Unusual magical signature detected at premises of Tenebrosa Antiquities. Local law enforcement patrol officers have secured the scene but are requesting Auror consultation. Report directly to location. R. Savage. Deputy Head, Auror Office. Harry glanced at the clock on his wall. 3:17 p.m. He'd slept for nearly 10 hours, far longer than intended. The events of the early morning came rushing back, his discovery of the hidden chamber in the library, the manuscript on magical extraction, his confrontations with Hermione and Jinny. He pushed those thoughts aside and quickly changed into fresh robes, splashing cold water on his face to banish the last traces of sleep. Within 3 minutes, he was thundering down the stairs, past the startled portrait of Mrs. Black, whose curtains had been permanently charmed open as a final retribution for her years of screaming abuse. She now had to watch silently as blood traders and mudbloods freely walked her ancestral home and into the drawing room. "Creature," he called. The elderly house elf appeared with a soft pop, bowing low. Age had bent him further, but his devotion to Harry had only strengthened since the war's end, especially after Harry had ensured Regulus Black's locket was properly enshrined in a place of honor. "Master calls, Creature." "I'm heading out on Auror business," Harry said, checking his pockets for his wand and identification. "I'm not sure when I'll be back. Could you make sure the library is tidied up?" Creature's bloodshot eyes gleamed with understanding. "Creature will ensure Master's private research remains private." Harry hesitated, then asked, "Creature, did you know about the hidden chamber in the library? Behind the blood magic section?" The house elf's ears drooped slightly. Creature knows of all the secrets of the noble house of Black. It was not Creature's place to speak of such things unless asked directly. "We'll discuss this later," Harry said, not unkindly. "For now, just make sure everything is put away properly." With a nod to the elf, Harry stepped into the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flip powder, and clearly stated, "The leaky cauldron." Green flames engulfed him, and moments later he stumbled slightly as he emerged into the familiar pub. Tom, the aged barkeeper, gave him a respectful nod as Harry strode through, not stopping for the usual pleasantries. Out in the courtyard, he tapped the appropriate bricks and stepped into Diagon Alley. The main wizarding shopping district was bustling with summer activity. Families with school-aged children were already beginning their preparations for the upcoming term at Hogwarts, and the latest racing broom display of quality Quidditch supplies had drawn a small crowd of admirers. Harry moved purposefully through the throng, barely noticed beneath the simple gray hood he'd pulled over his distinctive hair and scar. As he turned into Nocturne Alley, the atmosphere changed immediately. Though no longer the haven for dark wizards it had been during Voldemort's reign, the narrow side street maintained its air of secretive commerce and questionable legality. The crowds thinned, the shops grew narrower and more specialized, and Harry could feel eyes tracking his movement from shadowed doorways. Near the far end of the alley, a small crowd had gathered outside a shop with a weathered sign reading Tenebrosa Antiquities in faded gold lettering. Two wizards in the distinctive dark blue robes of the magical law enforcement patrol were keeping onlookers at bay with a shimmering boundary spell. Harry approached the barrier and held up his aura identification. Senior Aura Potter. I was summoned by Deputy Head Savage. The younger of the two patrol officers, barely out of training, by the look of him, straightened immediately. Sir. Yes, we've been expecting you. Officer Jenkins is inside with the scene intact. And what exactly is the scene? Harry asked as the barrier was modified to allow him through. Hard to describe, sir, the officer replied, lowering his voice. Some kind of magical disturbance. The shop owner contacted us when his protective wards went haywire around noon. Said the whole place started flickering, whatever that means. Harry raised an eyebrow. Flickering? His words, sir. Jenkins can explain better. He was first on scene. Harry nodded and entered the shop, immediately struck by the curious sensation that rippled across his skin, like walking through an invisible curtain of static electricity. The interior was dimly lit, crowded with glass display cases containing artifacts of dubious origin and questionable legality. A heavy scent of dust, old parchment, and something indefinably ancient hung in the air. A stocky wizard with a thick mustache approached him from behind the counter. Aura Potter. Jenkins, Magical Law Enforcement. Thank you for coming so quickly. What happened here? Harry asked, already drawing his wand to perform preliminary detection spells. Jenkins gestured toward the back of the shop. According to Mr. Borgen, who's been taken to St. Mungo's for observation, he was cataloging a new acquisition when the entire shop experienced what he described as a temporal distortion. Objects began appearing and disappearing, or appearing to age rapidly and then revert to their original state. The effect lasted approximately 45 seconds before everything snapped back to normal. Harry frowned. Sounds like a time-turner malfunction, except all time-turners were destroyed in the Department of Mysteries incident, and the Ministry hasn't authorized the creation of new ones, Jenkins finished. Exactly. And whatever happened here wasn't limited to an hour's shift. Borgen swears he saw artifacts revert to states from centuries ago, then fast forward through time. Harry moved deeper into the shop, his wand extended. Tempus Revelio, he murmured, casting a specialized detection charm developed by the Aura Office after the war specifically to identify temporal magic. The air around him shimmered with faint blue light, concentrating most intensely around a small alcove at the very back of the shop. Harry approached carefully, noting the distortion patterns in the magical residue, unlike anything he'd seen before, and he'd made a point of studying temporal magic theories during his training. Has anyone disturbed this area? He asked. Jenkins shook his head. Sealed it off immediately. Standard procedure for unknown magical phenomena. Good. Harry crouched beside the alcove, where a simple wooden table displayed various small artifacts, a tarnished silver pocket watch, a set of crystal vials containing shimmering substances, and a weathered leather-bound book with no visible title. He cast several more detection charms, each revealing increasingly strange readings. According to his diagnostic spells, the magical residue in this corner of the shop was simultaneously hours old and years old, an impossible contradiction that made his detection instruments flash conflicting colors. I've never seen readings like this, Harry muttered, more to himself than to Jenkins. That's why we called for Aura assistance, Jenkins said. This is beyond standard patrol jurisdiction. Harry carefully examined each item on the table without touching them. Nothing appeared overtly suspicious, though the pocket watch had stopped at precisely 12 o'clock, and the untitled book seemed to resist his magical probing. Were there any witnesses? He asked, straightening up. Just Borgen. He claims he was alone in the shop at the time. Harry performed one final detection spell that sent a pulse of revealing magic throughout the room. As the pulse rebounded, it brought back traces of recent magical signatures. Borgens, of course, and Jenkins, but also a third, unfamiliar aura concentrated near the shock's entrance. Someone else was here, Harry said, following the trace to the front of the shock. Recently. Jenkins looked surprised. Borgen insisted he was alone. Either he's lying, or... Harry paused as he reached the doorway. The magical signature was strongest here, but it had a strange quality to it, like viewing a familiar object through rippling water. Distorted. Incomplete. Or whoever was here didn't want to be detected. He stepped outside, scanning the gathering of curious onlookers still being held back by the barrier spell. Most were the usual Nocturne Alley denizens, peddlers of questionable wares, hags offering fortune-telling services, a few respectably dressed wizards pretending they had legitimate business in the area. And then, at the very edge of the crowd, Harry spotted him. An elderly wizard, thin to the point of gauntness, with a long silver beard and penetrating blue eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the scene before him. Unlike the other onlookers, he showed no curiosity, no confusion, only calm, patient observation. When his gaze met Harry's, the old man's lips curved into a slight smile. Something about that smile sent a chill down Harry's spine. It wasn't menacing, exactly, but it contained a degree of knowing that felt impossible, as though this stranger had been privy to Harry's most private thoughts. "Jenkins," Harry said quietly, "do you see that old wizard at the edge of the crowd? Silver beard, blue robes." Jenkins looked in the indicated direction and frowned. "I don't see anyone fitting that description." Harry turned to point more directly, but the spot where the old man had stood was now empty. He scanned the crowd rapidly, catching a glimpse of blue fabric disappearing around a corner. "Secure the scene," he ordered. "I'll be right back." Without waiting for a response, Harry pushed through the barrier and strode quickly toward the side alley where the old man had vanished. The narrow passage was lined with tiny workshops and back entrances to various Nocturne Alley establishments, shadowed even in the bright afternoon sun. Harry moved cautiously, wand ready. "Hello," he called. "Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'd like to ask you some questions." Silence greeted him, broken only by the distant sounds of commerce from the main alley. He advanced deeper into the passage, senses alert for any movement or magical concealment. "I know you're here," he continued. "I just want to talk. And I've been waiting for you to be ready to listen, Harry Potter." The voice came from behind him, impossibly, since Harry had been facing the only entrance to the dead-end alley. He spun around, wand raised defensively, to find the old wizard standing calmly not 3 feet away, hands folded peacefully before him. "How did you?" Harry began, then shook his head. Questions of how could wait. "Who are you? Were you involved in the incident at Borgen's shock?" The old man's smile deepened, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Involved? I suppose that depends on how one defines involvement. I was present, certainly. But incident makes it sound so accidental, doesn't it?" Harry kept his wand steady, though the old man showed no signs of hostility. "You're saying it was deliberate? A demonstration, let us say. A small ripple to draw the attention of someone capable of understanding its significance." The old wizard's eyes twinkled with an intelligence that reminded Harry painfully of Dumbledore. "Someone like you, who has recently developed an interest in the malleability of time." Harry's grip on his wand tightened. "How could you possibly know about that?" "Because, my dear boy, we share an obsession." The old man gestured toward a narrow stone bench against the alley wall. "Perhaps we might sit. My bones are not as forgiving of long standing as they once were." Keeping a cautious distance, Harry remained standing while the old wizard lowered himself onto the bench with a sigh of relief. You haven't answered my question, Harry pressed. So are you? Names. So important to humans, aren't they? The need to categorize, to place each thing in its proper box. The old man stroked his silver beard thoughtfully. You may call me Alpheus. Alpheus Doge. Harry's eyes widened in shock. That's impossible. Alpheus Doge died 2 years ago. I attended his funeral. Did you indeed? The old man, Doge, if that was truly who he claimed to be, looked genuinely amused. How very interesting. I have no memory of such an event, though I confess my recollection is not what it once was. This isn't funny, Harry said coldly. Impersonating a deceased wizard is a serious offense. I assure you, I am not impersonating anyone. I am Alpheus Doge, or rather, an Alpheus Doge. Perhaps not the one you buried. The implication hung in the air between them, so outlandish that Harry almost dismissed it immediately. Yet after weeks of researching theoretical temporal magic, of considering possibilities beyond conventional understanding, he found himself unable to entirely reject the claim. You're suggesting you're from a different timeline? A parallel reality? Doge's eyes gleamed with approval. You see, this is why it had to be you. Anyone else would have arrested me by now, or dismissed me as a delusional old man. But you, Harry Potter, you've always been able to perceive beyond the boundaries others accept as immutable. Harry lowered his wand slightly, not out of trust but out of growing curiosity. Prove it. Tell me something only the real Alpheus Doge would know. A reasonable request. Doge leaned forward slightly. In the summer after your 5th year at Hogwarts, I was part of the advance guard that escorted you from your aunt and uncle's home to the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. I called you an extraordinary likeness of James and mentioned that I had known your grandfather. Later, at Bill and Fleur's wedding, I had an argument with Muriel about Dumbledore's past, which I defended perhaps more vehemently than its truth deserved. The details were correct, including some that hadn't been widely known. Still, Harry maintained his caution. Information can be extracted, memories can be viewed. That doesn't prove you're Alpheus Doge. No, it doesn't, Doge agreed amiably. Just as you cannot prove to me that you've been spending your nights in the hidden chambers of the Black Family Library, studying a particular manuscript on the extraction of magical essence. Yet we both know it to be true. Harry felt as though the ground had shifted beneath his feet. No one knew about his discovery of the hidden chamber. Not even Creature had been told explicitly, though the house elf had likely sensed it. How could you possibly know that? He demanded, his voice barely above a whisper. Because time is not the rigid construct wizards believe it to be, Doge replied, his tone suddenly serious. It can be bent, folded, even broken under the right circumstances. I have spent decades studying its mysteries, just as you have recently begun to do. And I believe, Harry Potter, that you are now ready to hear what I have learned. Harry stared at the old wizard, mind racing with possibilities and dangers. If even half of what this man implied was true, it represented magic more profound and potentially catastrophic than anything he'd encountered. Why me? He asked finally. Why now? Because you seek what I once sought, a way to change what has been, to save those who were lost. Doge's expression softened with something like compassion. I recognize the signs, you see. The isolation, the obsessive research, the growing distance from loved ones. I walked that path myself, long ago. The accuracy of the observation struck uncomfortably close to home. Harry thought of Jinny's hurt expression that morning, of Hermione's concern, of the weeks he'd spent buried in ancient texts while life continued without him. And did you find it? He asked, barely able to articulate the question that had consumed him. A way to change the past? Doge's smile returned, enigmatic and knowing. Not here. Not now. Your colleagues will be looking for you, and this conversation requires privacy beyond what this alley can provide. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, worn card with an address written in faded ink. Tomorrow evening, if you truly wish to learn what I know. Harry hesitated before accepting the card. How do I know this isn't a trap? You don't, Doge said simply. But you will come nonetheless, because the possibility that I speak the truth is too compelling for you to ignore. He rose from the bench with surprising grace for one who had complained of old bones. Until tomorrow, Harry Potter. Before Harry could respond, there was a soft displacement of air, not quite the crack of apparition, but similar, and the old wizard vanished. No warning, no wand movement, just gone. Harry stood alone in the alley, the card clutched in his hand, his mind reeling with implications. Everything about the encounter defied standard magical understanding. Apparition within Diagon Alley and its offshoots was supposed to be impossible due to protective enchantments. Yet Doge, if it was Doge, had disappeared as easily as stepping through a door. Potter. You there? Jenkins' voice echoed from the main alley, pulling Harry back to his immediate responsibilities. He quickly pocketed the card and returned to the shop, where a small team of ministry specialists had arrived to further investigate the anomaly. Did you find anything? Jenkins asked. Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. The encounter had been so strange, so personal, that reporting it officially might raise more questions than he was prepared to answer. No, he said finally. Whoever was there had already gone. What's the status here? Specialists are collecting samples of the temporal residue for analysis. They've never seen anything quite like it. Jenkins lowered his voice. Between us, one of them said it's like someone tore a hole in time itself, then carefully stitched it back together. The description aligned too perfectly with what Harry had been researching and what Doge had implied to be coincidental. This demonstration, as the old wizard had called it, had been specifically designed to catch Harry's attention. And it had worked. Harry spent the next 2 hours overseeing the investigation, ensuring proper protocols were followed and evidence preserved. The pocket watch and mysterious book were carefully collected for further study at the ministry, though Harry had his doubts they would yield any significant insights. Whatever had happened here, the real evidence had walked away in the form of a supposedly dead wizard. By the time Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, evening had settled over London. Creature had prepared a simple dinner, which Harry ate mechanically, his mind still processing the day's events. The untouched prophet on the kitchen table featured a small headline about the Holy Head Harpy's latest victory, with a mention of Jinny's spectacular game-winning goal. Harry realized with a pang that he hadn't kept his promise to call her. He glanced at the clock. Too late now. The teen would be celebrating their win, and his call would seem like an afterthought. Another apology to add to his growing list. After dinner, he returned to the library, where Creature had indeed tidied his research materials into neat stacks. The drawer containing the manuscript on magical extraction remained closed but unlocked. Harry withdrew the card Doge had given him and studied the address, 7 Crowley Lane, Upper Flag Lay. He didn't recognize the specific location, though Upper Flag Lay was a small village in Yorkshire known to have a significant wizarding population. Ah, return to your nocturnal habits, I see, Phineas commented from his portrait. Did your day among the living remind you why you prefer the company of the dead and their secrets? Harry ignored the barb. What do you know about Alpheus Doge? The portrait raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore's devoted friend? Old, not particularly talented, but loyal to a fault. Died recently, as I recall, though news reaches me sporadically in this exile you call rehabilitation. And would there be any reason someone might pretend to be him? Any special knowledge or access he might have had? Phineas studied Harry with sudden interest. Not that I'm aware of. Doge was never more than a footnote in wizarding history, significant only through his association with Dumbledore. The portrait's eyes narrowed. Why do you ask? Harry weighed how much to reveal. I met someone today who claimed to be Doge. Someone who knew things they shouldn't have been able to know. Curious. Phineas stroked his painted beard. Particularly in light of your recent research interests. I don't suppose this alleged Doge mentioned anything about temporal manipulation. He knew about the manuscript, Harry said quietly. About the hidden chamber. Things no one else could possibly know. Indeed. Phineas's expression became unusually grave. Then I would advise extreme caution, Mr. Potter. There are forces in this world that even the most accomplished wizards dare not tamper with. Time is chief among them. Your grandfather tampered with them, Harry pointed out. And paid a price you cannot begin to comprehend, Phineas retorted sharply. Why do you think his research was sealed away? Not from fear of the ministry or public opinion, but from the consequences he witnessed firsthand. Harry leaned forward. What happened? What did he do? Phineas was silent for a long moment, seemingly debating how much to reveal. My grandfather was brilliant, but like many brilliant men, he believed his intellect exempted him from natural law. The ritual you found, vacuous magicy, was only part of his work. The full scope of what he attempted. The portrait shook his head. Let us simply say that the results convinced even him that some doors should remain closed. But he succeeded, Harry pressed. He found a way to affect time. Success is a matter of perspective, Mr. Potter. Phineas's voice grew distant. Is it success to achieve your aim if the cost destroys everything you sought to preserve? My grandfather would not have called it so. The cryptic warning only intensified Harry's determination to learn more. He pulled out the manuscript once again, this time focusing on the later sections he had only skimmed before. Here, Cygnus Black described potential applications beyond the simple removal of a wizard's power, theoretical extensions of the ritual that might, under specific circumstances, create what he called a void in reality. One passage in particular caught Harry's attention. The extraction, when performed during certain celestial alignments and with the addition of powdered tempest fugit crystals to the ritual circle, creates not merely an absence of magic but an absence of temporal constraint. I have observed objects within this void aging centuries and moments, then reverting to states not yet achieved. Most intriguingly, living tissue subjected to the void's influence retained memories of future events, memories that proved accurate when those events later transpired naturally. Harry's pulse quickened. Cygnus had discovered a way to glimpse the future, potentially even alter it. This aligned precisely with what Doge had implied during their strange encounter. He continued reading, poring over diagrams of ritual circles and lists of rare ingredients, many of which hadn't been available for centuries. The complexity was daunting, but Harry's years of Auror training had taught him to break down complicated problems into manageable components. As the night deepened around him, he began making notes, cross-referencing Cygnus's research with what little he knew of temple theory from the Department of Mysteries. By dawn, he had filled several sheets of parchment with observations, questions, and possible approaches. Phineas watched silently from his frame, his disapproval evident but unvoiced. Only when Harry finally set down his quill did the portrait speak again. You intend to meet him, don't you? This man claiming to be Alpheus Doge. Harry nodded, too mentally exhausted to deny it. I have to know if what he suggests is possible. And if it is? Phineas challenged. What then? Will you tear apart the fabric of time itself to assuage your guilt? Will you risk unmaking everything, this world, your friends, yourself, for the chance to save a few lives? Not a few lives, Harry said quietly. All of them. Everyone who died because Voldemort rose to power. Everyone who suffered because one twisted wizard decided to cheat death. Noble intentions, Phineas observed. The road to catastrophe is paved with them. Harry gathered his notes, too tired to continue the philosophical debate. As he headed upstairs for a few hours' rest before his meeting with Doge, Phineas called after him one last time. Mr. Potter. Remember this, if nothing else, time protects itself. It is not merely a dimension but a force, perhaps the most fundamental force in existence. Those who challenge it face not only the consequences of their actions but the resistance of reality itself. Harry paused on the stairs, considering the warning. Maybe reality needs to be challenged, he said finally. Maybe some things are worth any risk. As he climbed the remaining steps to his bedroom, Harry's mind was already racing ahead to his meeting with Doge, and the possibilities it might unlock. The old wizard had said he'd spent decades studying time's mysteries. If he had indeed found a way to travel beyond the limited scope of time-turners, to make fundamental changes to past events, the implications were both terrifying and exhilarating. Harry had long since accepted that his life would never be normal, that destiny had marked him from before his birth. Perhaps this was simply the next chapter in that extraordinary journey. Perhaps time itself was the final enemy he was meant to defeat. Chapter 3, Alpheus Dorridge. Upper Flagley at sunset was the quintessential English village, its cottages bathed in golden light that belied the secrets held within its boundaries. Unlike Godric's Hollow or Ottery's St. Catchpole, this Yorkshire hamlet made no obvious concessions to its mixed magical and muggle population. The wizarding residents here lived in deliberate obscurity, their homes indistinguishable from their non-magical neighbors except to the trained eye. Harry Potter, standing at the village's edge in simple muggle attire, jeans, a dark sweater, and a light jacket despite the summer evening, was very much trained to notice such subtleties. Number 7 Crowley Lane, according to the card still clutched in his hand, should be the small stone cottage at the end of the winding lane before him, partially hidden behind an ancient oak tree. From his vantage point, Harry could detect the telltale shimmer of protective enchantment surrounding the property, not Ministry standard wards, but something older, more organic in its magical signature. Curious, but not necessarily alarming. He had spent the afternoon preparing for this meeting, both mentally and practically. His wand was in an easily accessible sleeve holster. A small vial of Peruvian instant darkness powder was tucked into one pocket, courtesy of George Weasley's shop, while another held a ministry-issue emergency port key disguised as a simple brass button. In his jacket's inner pocket, carefully wrapped in protective cloth, was the manuscript on vacuous magicy. Harry had debated whether to bring the ancient text, ultimately deciding that knowledge was his best protection. If this supposed Alpheus Doge truly understood the manuscript's significance, his reaction would reveal far more than any interrogation could. Taking a deep breath, Harry walked down the lane toward the cottage. The evening was unnaturally quiet, no birds calling, no insects buzzing, as though the very air was holding its breath in anticipation. As he approached the garden gate, he noticed the property appeared significantly larger than it had from a distance, the cottage itself more substantial. Space-bending charms, skillfully applied to avoid muggle notice. Before he could knock on the weathered oak door, it swung open silently. Precisely on time, came the familiar voice of the elderly wizard he'd encountered in Nocturne Alley. A punctuality Albus would have appreciated. "Do come in, Harry Potter." Wand hand ready at his side, Harry stepped over the threshold. The interior of the cottage defied its modest exterior. A spacious sitting room extended before him, its walls lined with bookshelves that reached to the high, beamed ceiling. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across comfortable, if well-worn, furniture. The air smelled of old parchment, tea, and something less identifiable, a hint of ozone, perhaps, like the atmosphere before a lightning strike. Alpheus Doge, or the man claiming to be him, stood by a small round table set with a silver tea service. His appearance was unchanged from their previous encounter, tall and gaunt, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to hold centuries of knowledge beneath their kindly surface. "I've prepared Darjeeling," Doge said, gesturing to a pair of armchairs flanking the table. "Unless you prefer something stronger. I believe I have a bottle of Ogden's Old somewhere." "Tea is fine," Harry replied cautiously, remaining standing. "Though I haven't come for refreshments." Doge's lips quirked in amusement. "No, you've come for answers. But in my experience, difficult conversations are best accompanied by something to warm the spirit." He lowered himself into one of the armchairs with the careful movements of the truly elderly. "Please, sit. I promise the furniture isn't enchanted to trap unwary visitors." After a moment's hesitation, Harry took the opposite chair, positioning himself to maintain clear access to both his wand and the door. "You said you'd explain how you know about my research. About the manuscript." "So direct," Doge murmured, pouring tea into delicate porcelain cups that looked as ancient as their owner. "A quality I've always admired in you, Harry. No patience for diplomatic circling when direct questions will serve." He offered a cup, which Harry accepted but didn't drink from. "Very well. I know about your discovery of Cygnus Black's manuscript because I, too, once found it, though under different circumstances, in what you might call a different lifetime." Harry's eyes narrowed. "You're still claiming to be Alpheus Doge, then? A man I saw buried 2 years ago?" "I am Alpheus Doge," the old wizard confirmed, sipping his tea with evident appreciation. "Though not, perhaps, the Alpheus Doge you knew. The wizard you buried lived a different life than mine, made different choices at critical junctures." "You're suggesting you're from some parallel timeline?" Harry kept his tone neutral, though the concept strained credulity even for someone who had encountered as much magical strangeness as he had. "Not precisely, no." Doge set down his cup with a soft clink. "It would be more accurate to say I am from your future, a future that will now never come to pass because of my presence here." The implications were staggering. "Time travel? Beyond a few hours with a time turner?" "Far beyond." Doge's eyes took on a distant quality. "The Ministry's limited devices are like children's toys compared to true temporal translocation. They create small, contained loops within the flow of time, ripples in a stream that ultimately rejoins its original course. What I speak of is more akin to damming the river itself, forcing it to carve an entirely new path." "That's impossible," Harry said automatically, though the words lacked conviction. After all, hadn't he been searching for precisely this possibility? Impossible by conventional magical understanding, certainly. Doge smiled slightly. "But conventional understanding is rarely the full picture, as I believe you've come to suspect yourself. Otherwise, why spend weeks poring over obscure texts in the Black family library? There was no point denying it. Fine. Let's say I believe you're from some future. Why come back? Why seek me out specifically?" Doge studied him for a long moment, his gaze penetrating in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Dumbledore's most searching looks. "Because in my timeline, you were the one who discovered the method. And because I believe you're now on the same path that led that version of you, to success, and to catastrophe." A chill ran down Harry's spine. "What do you mean, catastrophe?" "All in due time." Doge gestured to Harry's jacket. "But first, you've brought it with you, haven't you? Cygnus Black's manuscript." Harry hesitated, then slowly withdrew the wrapped bundle from his inner pocket. How did you know? Because it's the logical next step in your investigation. The manuscript is not merely a description of a ritual to extract magical essence. It's the foundation of a much larger discovery. Doge leaned forward, his eyes suddenly bright with an almost youthful intensity. May I see it? After a moment's consideration, Harry unwrapped the manuscript and placed it on the table between them, but kept his hand resting on its cover. First, I need more proof. If you're really Alpheus Doge, even a different version of him, you should be able to tell me things only he would know. Things beyond what you shared in Nocturne Alley. A reasonable precaution. Doge settled back in his chair, fingers steepled before him. Let me see. In my 5th year at Hogwarts, Albus and I were caught by Apollyon Pringle, the caretaker at that time, attempting to enchant the suits of armor to dance a waltz during the Yule Ball. Albus took the blame entirely, though it had been my idea, and received 3 weeks' detention scrubbing the hospital wing floor without magic. A faint smile touched his lips. He never resented it, saying it gave him uninterrupted time to work out his theory on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. The story sounded plausible, but wasn't verifiable. Harry waited for more. During the first rise of Voldemort, Doge continued, I served as a courier for the original Order of the Phoenix, carrying messages too sensitive to trust to owls. On one occasion, I delivered a sealed package to your parents in Godric's Hollow. Your father answered the door with you in his arms, barely 3 months old, screaming lustily about something or other. James looked absolutely exhausted but beaming with pride nonetheless. The old wizard's eyes softened. He bounced you gently until you quieted, then told me, I think he's going to be a Quidditch commentator. Alpheus got quite the set of lungs on him. Harry's throat tightened at this glimpse of his father, a memory he'd never been offered before, so mundane yet so precious. It could be invention, of course, but the intimate detail felt genuine. One last thing, Doge said quietly. After Albus's death, I wrote an obituary for the prophet defending his character and achievements. At Bill and Fleur's wedding, I told you I had submitted it despite knowing there were things about Albus's past that I didn't understand. What I didn't tell you, what I never told anyone, was that Albus himself asked me to write that obituary in a letter delivered to me the day after his death. He knew the accusations that would come and wanted at least one voice to speak for the man he had tried to be, rather than the boy he had been. Something in the resigned sadness of Doge's voice convinced Harry where the specific memories had not. This was not an impersonator seeking to manipulate him, or if it was, the deception went beyond anything he'd encountered before. He released his hold on the manuscript. All right. Let's say I believe you're Alpheus Doge, some version of him. That still doesn't explain how you're here when the Doge I knew died 2 years ago, or how you know about my research. The answer to both questions is inextricably linked to this. Doge gently opened the manuscript, handling the ancient pages with the reverence of a scholar. Cygnus Black was brilliant, if morally flexible. He understood something fundamental about magic that most wizards never grasped. Magical energy is neither created nor destroyed, merely transformed. Conservation of energy, Harry murmured. That's a Muggle scientific principle. Doge looked impressed. Indeed, though Cygnus discovered it independently through magical experimentation. The vacuous magic-y ritual doesn't actually destroy a wizard's magical abilities, it transfers them. In its basic form, that transfer is uncontrolled. The energy simply dissipates into the surrounding environment. But Cygnus theorized that with the proper modifications, the energy could be directed, channeled for specific purpose. And one of those purposes is time manipulation, Harry concluded, the pieces beginning to fall into place. Precisely. Doge turned several pages until he reached a complex diagram showing a ritual circle inscribed with runes Harry only partially recognized. This configuration, when combined with certain rare materials and performed under specific astronomical conditions, creates what Cygnus called a temporal void, a space in which the conventional rules of time no longer apply. Harry leaned forward, studying the diagram with newfound interest. The incident in Nocturne Alley, that was a demonstration of this effect? A small-scale version, yes. Created through much simpler means, and thus limited in both scope and duration. Doge's fingers traced the intricate patterns on the page. For true temporal translocation, the ritual must be far more powerful, and requires a much greater source of magical energy. A cold understanding began to dawn on Harry. The extraction ritual. You're saying someone's magic has to be harvested to power this time travel? Not just someone's, Doge said quietly. Someone powerful. The more magical energy available, the further back one can travel, and the more stable the resulting timeline. His blue eyes locked with Harry's. In my timeline, you used the ritual to extract magic from the most powerful dark wizard the world had ever known. Voldemort? Harry whispered, aghast. But he was already dead. Not in the configuration of events I experienced. Doge closed the manuscript carefully. In my timeline, Harry, you did not defeat Voldemort in the Battle of Hogwarts. The war continued for another 15 years, with mounting casualties on both sides. The wizarding world was decimated, driven almost to extinction by a conflict that eventually spilled into the Muggle world as well. Harry struggled to process this revelation. That's not what happened here. No, Doge agreed. And that divergence is precisely why I believe temporal manipulation is not merely possible but has already occurred, multiple times, creating branching realities that sometimes intersect in ways we barely understand. The implications were dizzying. If what Doge suggested was true, then the timeline Harry inhabited might itself be the result of previous temporal interference. His entire reality, everything he'd experienced and fought for, could be just one branch of countless possible worlds. This is... Harry ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of frustration and disbelief. This is beyond anything I considered. Even if I accept that time travel of this magnitude is possible, the moral implications of extracting someone's magic to fuel it are profound, Doge finished for him. Which is why, in my timeline, you chose Voldemort as your subject. A being who had already fractured his soul beyond repair, who had committed atrocities beyond redemption. The ultimate justice, to use his own power to undo the damage he had caused. Put that way, it almost made sense. Harry could imagine a version of himself, desperate after 15 years of devastating war, making such a choice. But it didn't work. You said there was a catastrophe. Doge's expression grew somber. The ritual succeeded in its primary function. You, that version of you, traveled back to 1926, to the orphanage where Tom Riddle was born, intending to prevent his rise to power before it began. What went wrong? Everything and nothing, Doge said cryptically. You succeeded in altering the timeline, but not in the way you intended. The magical backlash from the ritual created ripples in reality itself. Temporal fractures that allowed certain individuals, myself included, to retain awareness across multiple timelines. To exist simultaneously in different versions of our own lives. Harry's mind raced with questions. So you're saying you remember both timelines? The one where Voldemort was defeated in 1998, and this other one where the war continued? And others, Doge admitted. Dozens of iterations, each slightly different, some dramatically so. In one, you never survived Voldemort's attack as an infant. In another, Dumbledore discovered Riddle's Horcruxes decades earlier and destroyed Voldemort before your birth. The variations are endless, yet certain patterns persist across all versions. What patterns? Doge's eyes took on a faraway look. Conflict between light and dark. Sacrifice. Nos. And always, you and Tom Riddle locked in a dance of opposing destinies. He refocused on Harry with sudden intensity. Your souls are connected in ways that transcend normal magical bonds. Even when you've never met in a particular timeline, your paths inevitably cross, with catastrophic consequences. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. The concept resonated with something Dumbledore had once told him about his connection to Voldemort, a connection that should have been severed when the Horcrux within him was destroyed. You said you've come to prevent me from making the same mistake, he said slowly. What mistake, exactly? The mistake of believing that eliminating Tom Riddle is the solution. Doge leaned forward earnestly. In every timeline where you or others have attempted to simply remove him from existence, through death, to preventing his birth, through any means, the result has been a temporal backlash that creates equal or greater suffering in different forms. So what's the alternative? Just accept that thousands had to die. Harry couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. No. Doge's reply was firm. The alternative is transformation rather than elimination. Not to destroy Riddle, but to fundamentally change his path, to redirect the power that would have fueled his darkness toward a different purpose. Harry frowned. You're talking about redemption? For Voldemort? That's not redemption, Doge interrupted. Something more elemental. The ritual you've discovered, vacuous magic, doesn't have to be used only for extraction to fuel temporal travel. It can be used to remove magical ability without destroying the person. His gaze was steady, challenging. Imagine Tom Riddle without magic. Not dead, not erased from existence, but simply ordinary. A muggle, living a muggle life. The concept was so unexpected that Harry could only stare. You think that would work? That without magic, he wouldn't become Voldemort. I know it would, Doge said with quiet certainty. Because in one timeline, that's exactly what happened, and it was the only iteration where the temporal backlash didn't create equal or greater catastrophe. Harry sat back, mind racing. The idea was elegant in its simplicity, not to kill Riddle or prevent his birth, but to simply remove the tool that made his reign of terror possible. Without magic, Tom Riddle would have been just another orphan in post-war London, perhaps still brilliant and ambitious, but limited to ordinary means of advancement. If that's true, Harry said slowly, then why hasn't this solution persisted? Why did that timeline not become the dominant reality? Doge sighed deeply, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. Because the wizard who implemented it didn't go back far enough. He caught Riddle as a young man, after the Chamber of Secrets had already been opened, after the first murder had already been committed. The temporal adjustment was significant but insufficient to fully stabilize. And you think I could do better? Harry asked skeptically. I think you must try, Doge replied with surprising force. Because in every timeline where you don't, the cycle continues. Different variations, different outcomes, but always the same fundamental conflict replaying itself through the generations. He gestured to the manuscript between them. You found this for a reason, Harry. Just as your counterpart in my timeline did, just as others have in realities I've glimpsed. Harry stared at the ancient text, its weathered pages containing knowledge that seemed simultaneously too dangerous to use and too important to ignore. Even if I accept everything you're saying, and I'm not sure I do, how would this work practically? The ritual looks incredibly complex, requiring materials I've never even heard of. Which is why I've spent decades gathering them, Doge said simply. Everything required for both the extraction ritual and the temporal translocation is in my possession. The final component is the willpower and magical strength to execute it, which only you can provide. Why me? Why not Dumbledore, or any other powerful wizard? Because of your unique connection to Riddle. The ritual requires a magical affinity with its target to properly direct the temporal shift. You and he shared a soul fragment for 17 years, Harry. There is no stronger magical connection possible. Doge's voice softened. And because in every timeline where the attempt comes closest to success, it is you who undertakes it. Harry stood abruptly, needing physical distance to process the overwhelming implications. He moved to the window, looking out at the darkened village while his mind raced through possibilities and consequences. I need time to think, he said finally. What you're suggesting, it's beyond anything I imagined. The risks alone are considerable, Doge acknowledged. But weigh them against the risk of inaction. Your research was already leading you toward temporal manipulation. Had I not intervened, you might have discovered an incomplete method, with far more devastating consequences. Harry turned back to face the old wizard. How do I know this isn't some elaborate dissection? That you're not manipulating me towards some other purpose entirely? Doge smiled faintly. You don't. You have only my word, my knowledge of the manuscript, and whatever intuition has served you so well throughout your life. He rose carefully from his chair. Take the time you need. Consider what I've told you. When you're ready to learn more, if you're ready, you know where to find me. As if on cue, the cottage door swung gently open, a clear invitation for Harry to depart. He hesitated, then gathered the manuscript and re-wrapped it in its protective cloth. One more question, he said, pausing at the threshold. In this timeline where Riddle was successfully neutralized, what happened afterward? To the wizard who did it? A shadow passed over Doge's ancient features. He lived a long life, watching over the boy who would have become Voldemort from a distance, ensuring the change remained permanent. A life of quiet vigilance, knowing that his greatest achievement could never be revealed or celebrated. The old wizard's eyes held a profound sadness. A life of isolation, cut off from all he had known and loved in his original time. The implication was clear. If Harry chose this path, there would be no return to his present life, his friends, his relationship with Jinny. It would be a one-way journey. I'll think about what you said, Harry promised, stepping out into the night air. That's all I ask, Doge replied softly. For now. The walk back through Upper Flagley was a blur, Harry's mind too occupied with the staggering revelations to register his surroundings. Only when he reached the designated apparition point at the village boundary did he pause, looking back toward the cottage barely visible in the distance. Multiple timelines. Temporal manipulation on a scale that made time-turners seem like children's toys. The possibility of preventing not just individual deaths but an entire war, at the cost of everything and everyone he currently knew. It was too much to process in one night. Yet even as he prepared to operate back to London, Harry knew his course was already set. The seed Doge had planted would grow, taking root in soil long prepared by Harry's own guilt and grief. The question wasn't whether he would consider the old wizard's proposal. The question was how he could possibly refuse it. With a crack that echoed across the silent Yorkshire fields, Harry disappeared into the night, carrying with him both the ancient manuscript and a burden of knowledge that felt even heavier than before. Chapter 4: Theory of the Impossible. The abandoned gamekeeper's cottage sat half-hidden in a copse of ancient oaks at the far edge of the Forbidden Forest, well beyond the boundaries patrolled by Hogwarts staff. Built centuries ago and abandoned after a particularly vicious Acromantula attack in the 1700s, the stone structure remained remarkably intact, preserved by lingering protective enchantments and the natural magic that permeated the forest. For the past 3 weeks, this forgotten outpost had become Harry's sanctuary and classroom. Every other evening, he would leave his aura duties, make a show of returning to Grimmauld Place, then apparate under a disillusionment charm to the edge of Hogsmeade. From there, a 30-minute trek along overgrown paths brought him to the cottage, where Alpheus Doge waited with ancient texts, strange artifacts, and knowledge that stretched the boundaries of magical understanding. Tonight, as a September storm lashed against the weathered windows, Harry leaned over a table scattered with parchments covered in complex calculations and diagrams. Across from him, illuminated by the soft glow of enchanted lanterns, Doge carefully adjusted a miniature model that resembled a planetarium, though instead of celestial bodies, it tracked what the old wizard called temporal fault lines. The fundamental problem with conventional time manipulation, Doge was explaining, is that it operates within a closed-loop paradigm. Time turners can only move a person a few hours backward precisely because they're designed to maintain temporal consistency, to ensure that what has happened will happen. Harry rubbed his tired eyes. After weeks of these intensive sessions, the theory was beginning to make sense, though it contradicted much of what he'd previously believed about magical limitations. So time turners essentially enforce predestination, he said, tracing a circular path on one of the diagrams. You can go back, but only to fulfill actions that have already occurred in your personal timeline. Precisely. Doge nodded approvingly. There are less tools for changing the past than for experiencing it from a different perspective. Brilliant inventions, but fundamentally limited by their own design constraints. But what we're attempting is to break those constraints entirely. Doge's blue eyes gleamed with scholarly enthusiasm. To step outside the closed loop and into an open temporal field where new choices create genuinely new outcomes. The concept still felt dangerously close to hubris. Isn't there a reason such magic has been considered impossible? The paradox is alone. Our real concerns, Doge acknowledged, but not insurmountable ones. The universe has its own mechanisms for resolving paradoxes. He adjusted one of the miniature spheres in his model, causing ripples of light to spread through the projection. Branch theory suggests that a significant temporal intervention doesn't overwrite the original timeline but creates a divergent path, an alternate reality that exists parallel to the first. Harry had heard this explanation before, but something still troubled him. If that's true, then the timeline I'm trying to save would still exist. Everyone who died would still be dead there. Doge's expression softened. Yes and no. The original causal sequence would persist in some form, but your consciousness, your awareness, would exist only in the new branch. From your perspective, you would have created a world where those deaths never occurred. But objectively, I wouldn't have saved anyone, Harry pressed, voicing the philosophical issue that had been nagging him. I just have abandoned one reality for a more pleasant alternative. Is that truly abandonment if the alternative prevents tremendous suffering? Doge countered gently. This is the moral conundrum at the heart of temporal manipulation, Harry. Not whether we can change the past, but whether we have the right to create a new present that renders another obsolete. Harry had no answer to that. After weeks of theoretical discussions, his certainty had eroded rather than solidified. What had seemed a clear moral imperative, save lives, prevent suffering, had revealed itself as a complex ethical labyrinth. Let's set philosophy aside for tonight, Doge suggested, noting Harry's troubled expression. I believe we're ready for a practical demonstration. From a wooden chest beside his chair, he withdrew a small crystal vial containing what appeared to be liquid silver. A simplified version of the extraction ritual, one that will help you understand the fundamental principle without the full consequences. Harry straightened, interest piqued despite his ethical misgivings. What's the subject? Not who, but what? Doge produced a small cage containing a rather ordinary-looking brown rat. This creature has been magically enhanced, given a simple ability to transform matchsticks into needles, similar to what first-year students learn. The enchantment is temporary, but sufficient for our purposes. With practiced movements, Doge cleared the central table and began inscribing a miniature version of the ritual circle described in Cygnus Black's manuscript. Harry watched intently as the old wizard drew precise runes with a silver-tipped quill, noting modifications from the original design. The standard vacuous magic-y ritual focuses solely on extraction, Doge explained as he worked. But by adding these containment runes, here and here, we create a receptacle for the extracted energy rather than allowing it to dissipate. The completed circle was barely 2 feet in diameter, its intricate pattern glowing faintly with a bluish light. In its center, Doge placed a small silver bowl, into which he carefully measured 3 drops from the crystal vial. Distilled essence of time, he said in response to Harry's questioning look. Exceedingly rare and difficult to procure. This tiny amount would fetch 10,000 galleons from the right buyer, if its existence weren't a carefully guarded secret. Where did you get it? Harry asked, fascinated despite himself. Doge's smile was enigmatic. Let's just say certain Department of Mysteries research projects have yielded byproducts that never made it into official records. Before Harry could press for details, Doge placed the caged rat at the edge of the circle. With a gentle tap of his wand, the cage door opened, and the rat tentatively stepped onto the glowing pattern. Observe carefully, Doge instructed. What you're about to witness is a fundamental principle that underlies our larger goal. He began to chant in a language Harry didn't recognize, not Latin or Greek, but something older, its syllables seeming to resonate with the very air. As the chant continued, the blue glow of the ritual circle intensified, concentrating around the confused rat, which began to squeak in distress. Harry felt a pressure building in the room, a magical tension that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. The rat now glowed with the same blue light as the circle, its outline becoming strangely blurred, as though viewed through rippling water. With a sudden gesture, Doge completed the incantation. There was no flash, no dramatic explosion, only a soft sigh, like air being released from an overfilled balloon. The rat collapsed, apparently unconscious but still breathing, while the silver liquid in the bowl began to glow and swirl of its own accord. It's done, Doge said quietly. The enchantment has been extracted. Harry approached the ritual circle cautiously. The rat is unharmed. Physically, yes. Magically, it has been returned to its natural, non-enchanted state. Doge picked up the silver bowl, its contents now pulsing with an inner light. But the energy of the enchantment wasn't destroyed, it was transferred. Contained. And now, he carried the bowl to a small pedestal in the corner of the room, where an ornate hourglass rested, similar in design to a time turner, but larger and apparently much older. With careful precision, Doge poured the glowing liquid into the upper chamber of the hourglass. The effect was immediate and startling. The room around them seemed to blur, colors shifting and fading like a watercolor painting left in the rain. Harry felt a strange disconnection, as though his body existed in multiple places simultaneously. Objects in the cottage began to change, subtle alterations in position, condition, even existence. A cracked mug on a side table mended itself. A book that hadn't been there before appeared on a shelf. The storm outside intensified, then calmed, then intensified again. As abruptly as it began, the phenomenon ended. The hourglass had emptied, the glowing liquid now dull and inert in its lower chamber. Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. What just happened? A localized temporal shift, Doge explained, his voice tinged with satisfaction. The extracted magical energy, when combined with the time essence and channeled through this modified time turner, created a bubble of temporal instability, allowing us to briefly experience multiple potential states of this room. We saw different timelines? Harry asked, struggling to process what he'd witnessed. Glimpses of them, yes. Possibilities, probabilities. Doge returned to his chair with the careful movements of age. What you just experienced was a fraction, a mere shadow, of what the full ritual can accomplish. Instead of creating a temporary bubble of instability, it opens a genuine pathway through time itself. Harry's mind raced with implications. If this demonstration represented only a fraction of the ritual's potential, then the full application would be beyond anything magical society currently believed possible. The extraction we just performed was from a simple enchantment, he said slowly. But for actual time travel, you're talking about extracting the magical core from a living wizard. Not just any wizard, Doge reminded him. Someone of exceptional power, and in the specific case we're considering, someone whose power has been corrupted beyond redemption. The moral calculus remained troubling, but Harry couldn't deny the allure of the possibility before him. To actually change the past, to prevent thousands of deaths, to give his parents and so many others the chance to live their lives. There's something else you need to see, Doge said, interrupting Harry's thoughts. From a hidden compartment in the floor, he retrieved a cloth-wrapped object about the size of a quaffle. As he unwrapped it, Harry saw a rough-hewn stone sphere, its surface covered in carvings that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. This, Doge said reverently, is a temporal anchor, what the ancients called a stone milestone. One of only 7 known to exist. Harry felt a strange attraction to the stone, as though it exerted a subtle pull on his very being. What does it do? It serves as a fixed point in the flow of time, a beacon that allows precise navigation to a specific temporal destination. Doge's fingers traced the shifting carvings with practiced familiarity. Without an anchor, temporal travel of the magnitude we're discussing would be wildly imprecise. You might aim for 1926 and find yourself in 1426 or 2026. Harry studied the artifact with newfound respect. And this is how the other version of me, managed to travel so far back. This particular anchor, yes. Doge rewrapped the stone carefully. It's calibrated to the early 20th century, specifically the period between 1920 and 1945. Perfect for our purpose. The conversation lulled as Harry processed everything he'd learned. Outside, the storm had abated, leaving only the gentle patter of rain against the cottage roof. In this moment of quiet, a question that had been forming in his mind for weeks finally crystallized. These other timelines you've mentioned, the ones where different versions of me attempted different interventions. What happened to them? To those other Harrys? Doge's expression grew somber. That brings us to the 3 fundamental limitations of this magic that you must understand before proceeding further. He rose and moved to a blackboard mounted on the cottage wall, picking up a piece of chalk with fingers that suddenly seemed steady despite his age. First, he said, writing as he spoke, temporal translocation of this magnitude is a one-way journey. Unlike time turners, there is no return mechanism. When you travel to the past, you remain there, living forward from that point. Harry had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed still sent a pang through him. So I would never see Ron, Hermione, Jinny, anyone from my current life, again. Not as you know them now, Doge confirmed gently. You would encounter younger versions of some, perhaps help shape better lives for them, but the specific relationships you formed would be lost. A heavy price, but one Harry had been preparing himself to consider. And the second limitation? The ritual exhausts the magical core of its caster to such an extent that it cannot be repeated. Doge wrote this on the board with deliberate strokes. Each wizard, each witch, gets one attempt. If you travel to 1943 and discover some crucial miscalculation, there is no second chance, no adjustment possible. You must live with the consequences of your intervention. This was more troubling. Harry had assumed that, with sufficient preparation, the risk of miscalculation would be minimal. But magic, especially magic this powerful and experimental, rarely proceeded exactly as planned. And the third? He asked, already apprehensive. Doge paused, chalk hovering over the blackboard. The risk of paradox. While branch theory suggests that new timelines can form without disrupting the original causal sequence, reality has defenses against certain forms of interference. He wrote paradox in large letters, underlining it twice. Actions that directly negate your own existence or the circumstances that led to your temple journey create instabilities in the fabric of reality itself. Such paradoxes can have catastrophic consequences, not just for you, but for entire sections of the timeline. What kind of consequences? Harry pressed. In one iteration I observed, a temporal traveler prevented his parents from meeting. The resulting paradox created a localized temporal implosion that erased 3 generations of his family from existence, not just going forward, but retroactively. Doge set down the chalk, his expression grave. 57 people simply ceased to be, with no one remembering they had ever existed except the traveler himself, who was left in a world where he was both alive and never born, a contradiction that eventually drove him insane. Harry felt a chill at the description. So I would need to be careful not to interfere with my own parents' lives or my birth. More than that, Doge cautioned. You would need to ensure that whatever changes you make to Tom Riddle's life don't prevent the circumstances that led to your decision to travel back. It's a delicate balance, changing enough to prevent suffering, but not so much that you create a paradoxical loop. Harry ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, a gesture of frustration and concentration. This is far more complicated than I originally imagined. Did you expect saving the world to be simple? Doge asked, with a hint of the gentle humor Harry had come to appreciate during their sessions. I suppose not, Harry admitted. It's just. Every new detail makes this feel more dangerous, more unpredictable. As it should. Doge returned to his chair, his movements once again betraying his age. This magic exists at the very frontier of what's possible, at the boundary between wizardry and forces that transcend human understanding. If it didn't frighten you, I would question your fitness to attempt it. They sat in silence for a time, the gravity of the discussion settling around them like a physical weight. Finally, Harry spoke again, his voice quiet but determined. Tell me about the timeline where it worked. Where Tom Riddle's magic was successfully removed. Doge's expression softened. It was beautiful, in its way. Without magic, Riddle's natural intelligence and ambition found outlets in the Muggle world. He became an academic, a professor of history with a special interest in mythology and ancient religions. His work was respected, if somewhat controversial for challenging established narratives. And there was no residual darkness. No lingering evil without the magic. He was never a particularly kind man, Doge admitted. Distant, arrogant at times, with few close relationships. But neither was he a monster. Just a brilliant, somewhat lonely human who never knew how close he had come to becoming something truly terrible. Harry tried to imagine it, a Tom Riddle who never became Lord Voldemort, never created Horcruxes, never killed Harry's parents or so many others. A world where Cedric Diggory graduated from Hogwarts, where Fred Weasley still joked with his twin, where Teddy Lupin grew up with loving parents. And the wizard who performed the ritual, he asked. The one who went back and changed Riddle's path. A shadow crossed Doge's ancient features. He led, as I told you before, a life of quiet vigilance, watching from a distance to ensure the change remained stable. He became a teacher, I believe, able to guide and protect a generation that, in his original timeline, had been decimated by war. Something about the description nagged at Harry, a detail that seemed just beyond his grasp. Before he could pursue it, Doge continued. But there is one aspect of this timeline I haven't shared with you yet, perhaps the most important one. The old wizard leaned forward, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper. The wizard who successfully implemented this solution had helped. Crucial knowledge passed to him by someone who had witnessed the failures of previous attempts. Understanding dawned. Someone like you. A temporal refugee from another branch. Precisely. Doge nodded. In each iteration, the cycle refines itself. Knowledge accumulates across branches, passed from one temporal variant to another, gradually approaching a stable solution. So you're not just telling me about these other timelines, Harry said slowly. You're actively trying to guide this one toward the outcome you believe will work. I am. Doge made no attempt to deny it. Because I have seen the alternatives, Harry. I have witnessed dozens of variations of this story, and only one ends without catastrophic suffering. I must believe, that we can replicate that outcome. The implication was both reassuring and unsettling. On one hand, Harry wasn't flying blind into uncharted magical territory. He had a guide who had seen this path attempted before. On the other hand, he was effectively surrendering some of his agency to Doge's direction, trusting the old wizard's assessment of which approaches would succeed and which would fail. I need to think about all of this, Harry said finally. There's so much to consider. Of course. Doge gestured toward the storm-darkened windows. It's getting late, and you have responsibilities in your current life that demand attention. Take whatever time you need. When you're ready to continue, you know where to find me. As Harry gathered his notes and prepared to leave, a question that had been forming in his subconscious finally surfaced. Alpheus, you've told me about many timelines where I attempted this ritual. But you haven't mentioned your role in those other branches. Were you always the guide, the advisor? Or were you something else? A brief flicker of emotion, too complex to name, crossed the old wizard's face. Perhaps that's a discussion for another night, he said quietly. When we're both ready for it. The non-answer was itself revealing, but Harry didn't press. He had enough to process without adding yet another layer of complexity to an already overwhelming situation. Outside, the night had cleared following the storm, revealing a canopy of stars above the ancient forest. As Harry walked the path back toward Hogsmeade, his mind churned with everything he had learned, the possibilities, the dangers, the moral implications. 3 weeks ago, his quest had seemed straightforward. Find a way to change the past, save lives, prevent suffering. Now he understood that nothing about temporal manipulation was simple or without consequence. Every potential solution carried risks that extended beyond his own safety to the very fabric of reality itself. Yet despite these complications, or perhaps because of them, Harry found his determination growing rather than diminishing. If this magic was as powerful and as dangerous as Doge suggested, then it demanded a wielder who fully comprehended its potential for both salvation and destruction. Someone who would approach it not with reckless heroism but with careful consideration of every possible outcome. As he reached the apparition point outside Hogsmeade, Harry made a decision. He would continue these sessions with Doge, learn everything the old wizard could teach him about temporal magic and its applications. But he would also conduct his own independent research, verify what he could of Doge's claims, and form his own conclusions about the best approach. If he was to potentially sacrifice his current life and relationships for this cause, he needed to be certain, not just that it was possible, but that it was right. With a sharp crack, Harry disapparated, leaving the Scottish Highlands behind. But the weight of knowledge and possibility traveled with him, a burden he knew would only grow heavier in the days to come. Chapter 5. Between Duty and Desire. The Ministry of Magic's atrium buzzed with its usual morning activity, a stream of witches and wizards emerging from fireplaces, the soft whoosh of interdepartmental memos flying overhead, the distant echo of magical maintenance staff adjusting the day's artificial weather. Harry moved through the familiar chaos with practiced ease, nodding to colleagues while maintaining the slightly detached expression he perfected for navigating public spaces without inviting conversation. "Potter." A voice cut through the ambient noise. "A moment, if you would." Harry turned to see Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office, striding toward him. In his late 50s, Robards carried himself with the wary confidence of someone who had survived both wizarding wars. The thin scar that ran from his right temple to jaw was a souvenir from the first, the permanent limp from the second. "Sir," Harry acknowledged, suppressing a twinge of guilt. His frequent absences over the past month, ostensibly to research the Nocturne Alley Temple anomaly, hadn't gone unnoticed. "My office," Robards said simply, before turning and making his way toward the lifts. Harry followed, ignoring the curious glances from other ministry employees. Once inside the head Auror's office, a Spartan space dominated by a map of Britain covered in moving markers tracking ongoing investigations, Robards settled behind his desk and fixed Harry with an appraising look. "Your report on the Borgin incident," he began without preamble, "was thorough, detailed, and completely uninformative." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Sir." "Cut the act, Potter." Robards leaned forward. "You've been investigating that temporal anomaly for over a month now, longer than any standard follow-up requires. You've requisitioned restricted theoretical texts from the Department of Mysteries. You've been seen entering and leaving the unspeakable archives. As I noted in my report, the magical signature was unlike anything in our standard reference materials," Harry replied carefully. "I've been conducting additional research to ensure we're not missing a potential threat." Robards' eyes narrowed slightly. "Normally, I'd applaud such thoroughness. But your colleagues report you've been distracted, withdrawn, some might say obsessed." He paused, his tone softening almost imperceptibly. "Harry, if this is about the anniversary service at Hogwarts." "It's not," Harry said, perhaps too quickly. "I'm fine, sir. Just dedicated to understanding this case." "Are you?" Robards steadied him for a long moment. "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're neglecting current responsibilities to chase something from the past. Something personal." The assessment hit too close to home, and Harry felt a flicker of genuine anger. "With respect, sir, I've completed all my assigned cases. My closure rate is the highest in the department. I'm not questioning your competence, Potter. I'm questioning your focus." Robards sighed, some of his official demeanor dropping away. "Look, I know what it's like to carry ghosts from the war. We all do. But you can't let them consume you." "Is that all, sir?" Harry asked stiffly. Robards regarded him silently for a beat, then nodded. "For now. But I'm reassigning the Borgin case. Proudfoot will take over the final documentation. You're due for vacation time. I suggest you use it. Reconnect with whatever it is you seem to be missing lately." It was a gentle dismissal, but a dismissal nonetheless. Harry nodded curtly and left, frustration simmering beneath his professional veneer. As he made his way to his own small office, he acknowledged that Robards wasn't entirely wrong. His work performance hadn't suffered drastically, but his passion for current cases had waned in proportion to his growing obsession with temporal magic. The morning passed in a blur of paperwork and routine consultations. By lunch, Harry's irritation had faded, replaced by a bone-deep weariness that seemed to have taken a permanent residence in his body. Between his Auror duties and his secret sessions with Doge, he was operating on minimal sleep and maximum stress, a combination he was familiar with from the war, but hadn't expected to revisit in peacetime. As he contemplated whether to bother with lunch, a silvery otter swam gracefully through his office wall and spoke in Hermione's voice. "Free for lunch? I'm at the Maven's Cafe across from Flourish and Blots. Important to talk." The timing was almost suspiciously convenient, but Harry welcomed the interruption. He penned a quick note to his department secretary and headed for the public fluz. Maven's Cafe was a relatively new establishment that had quickly become popular with the younger ministry crowd, offering a blend of wizarding and muggle cuisine that reflected post-war Britain's more integrated magical culture. Hermione sat at a corner table, a stack of files beside her half-eaten sandwich, her hair pulled back in a practical bun that couldn't quite contain the rebellious curls escaping around her face. "You look terrible," she said by way of greeting as Harry slid into the chair across from her. "Charming as ever," he replied with a tired smile. "I'm serious, Harry." Hermione closed the file she'd been reading. "When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" Harry shrugged, signaling a waitress for coffee. "I've been busy." "With what, exactly?" Hermione's tone was casual, but her eyes were sharp with concern. "Ron says you canceled your last 3 pub nights. Jinny mentioned you've been researching something but won't share details. And now I hear rumors that Robards is concerned about your fixation on some obscure case." "The ministry rumor mill remains efficient as ever," Harry muttered. "It's not the rumor mill when it's your best friends noticing you withdrawing from everyone and everything." Hermione leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Harry, what's going on? Is this about what you were researching in the Black Library?" Harry hesitated. Of all his friends, Hermione was the most likely to understand the theoretical complexities of what he'd been exploring with Doge. But she was also the most likely to recognize the dangers, and to try to stop them. "Partially," he admitted finally. "There was an incident in Nocturne Alley last month, a temporal anomaly. I've been investigating it." "A temporal anomaly?" Hermione's interest visibly sharpened. "What kind?" "The kind that shouldn't be possible." Harry accepted his coffee from the waitress, waiting until she moved away before continuing. "Objects aging centuries and seconds, then reverting. Space temporarily folding in on itself. Theoretical magic made manifest." Hermione frowned. "That sounds like it should be Department of Mysteries territory, not horror business." "Technically, it is now. Robards reassigned the case this morning." Harry took a sip of his coffee, welcoming the bitter warmth. "But I'm still pursuing certain aspects independently." "Terry." Something in Hermione's tone made him look up. Her expression was suddenly very serious. "Please tell me you're not still looking for ways to change the past. Not after everything we learned about the dangers of time manipulation." This was the moment to dissemble, to offer reassurances that would calm her concerns without revealing the truth. But as Harry met her worried gaze, he found himself unwilling to lie, not completely, anyway. What if there were a way, not with time turners, but something more fundamental, to create genuine change? Not just a closed loop, but a new path entirely. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. "You're talking about alternate timeline theory." "Harry, that's purely theoretical magic, and for good reason. The potential for catastrophic unforeseen consequences." "I know the theories," Harry interrupted. "But what if it were possible? What if someone had actually done it?" "Someone like who?" Hermione asked, her analytical mind clearly racing to catch up with the implications. Harry hesitated, knowing he was approaching dangerous territory. "I can't go into details. But I've encountered evidence that suggests time isn't as rigid as we've been taught. That under specific circumstances, with the right approach, the past can be genuinely altered." Hermione was silent for a long moment, studying him with an intensity that reminded him painfully of their school days, when she would dissect a particularly complex magical theory. "Even if, and this is an enormous if, such magic were possible," she said finally, "the ethical questions would be staggering." Who has the right to decide which version of reality should exist? What happens to everyone's free will if someone can simply rewrite their choices, their entire lives, without their knowledge or consent? What about preventing suffering? Harry countered. If you could stop a war before it began, save countless lives. At what cost? Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. Harry, history is interconnected in ways we can barely comprehend. Change one significant event, and you risk unraveling countless others. The child saved from one tragedy might grow up to cause another. The war prevented might be replaced by a different conflict, potentially worse. So we do nothing? Harry felt a familiar frustration rising. Except that thousands had to die because tampering with time is too messy, too complicated. That's not what I'm saying. Hermione reached across the table to touch his hand. I'm saying that looking backward, trying to fix what's already happened, prevents us from moving forward and building something better from where we are now. The observation struck uncomfortably close to what Jinny had been trying to tell him for months. Harry withdrew his hand, suddenly feeling defensive. It's easy to say that when you haven't lost everyone, he said quietly. Your parents are still alive. Obliviated, yes, but alive and recoverable with enough research. Ron's family lost Fred, but they still have each other. But me? I lost everyone, Hermione. My parents. Sirius. Remus and Tonks. And Teddy lost his parents just like I did, continuing the same bloody cycle. Hermione's eyes filled with compassion. I know, Harry. And I can't imagine how painful that is. But you haven't lost everyone. You have Ron and me. You have Jinny, who loves you desperately even while you're pushing her away. You have the entire Weasley family, who consider you one of their own. Harry knew she was right, which only made the guilt worse. He was contemplating abandoning these people who loved him, people who had stood by him through everything, for a chance to save others who had already been lost. What would you do, he asked after a long pause, if you discovered something that could potentially save many lives, but attempting it might mean leaving behind everything and everyone you know? Hermione considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I think I would need to be absolutely certain that the potential good outweighed the guaranteed loss. And I would want to be sure I wasn't simply running away from dealing with my current reality. The subtle challenge in her words wasn't lost on Harry. Was that what he was doing? Using this quest as an escape from the harder work of processing his grief and building a future? Before he could respond, Hermione glanced at her watch and sighed. I have to get back. Meeting with the Goblin Liaison Office in 15 minutes. She gathered her files, then fixed him with another penetrating look. Harry, whatever you're considering, whatever you found, please be careful. And please don't shut out the people who care about you while you figure it out. After she left, Harry remained at the table, coffee cooling forgotten before him. Hermione's concerns echoed his own doubts, doubts he'd been trying to suppress beneath the excitement of discovery and the allure of possibility. Was he being selfish? Was this entire quest more about his own inability to move forward than about genuinely helping others? The question followed him through the remainder of his workday, lingering as he operated back to Grimmauld Place that evening. The ancient house was quiet and dark, save for the soft glow of enchanted lamps that activated upon his arrival. Harry moved through the familiar rooms with a strange sense of detachment, as though he were already becoming a ghost in his own life. In the drawing room, his gaze fell on a framed photograph taken at Bill and Fleur's wedding, himself with Ron and Hermione, laughing at some forgotten joke, blissfully unaware that within hours the ministry would fall and they would be fugitives. Despite everything that had followed, there was a lightness in their young faces, a certainty that they would face whatever came together. Would they understand his choice, if he made it? Or would they see it as the ultimate betrayal, abandoning them for a chance to save people long dead. The fireplace flared green, interrupting his thoughts. Jinny's face appeared in the flames, her expression a complex mix of frustration and concern. "So you are home," she said. "I've been trying to reach you all day." "Sorry," Harry replied, crouching before the fire. "Busy at the ministry, then got caught up with Hermione for lunch." "Are we still on for dinner?" Jinny asked. "Or should I expect another last-minute cancellation?" The undercurrent of hurt in her voice was unmistakable, and Harry felt a fresh wave of guilt. He had, in fact, forgotten their dinner plans entirely. "Of course we're still on," he lied. "I was just about to get ready." Jinny's fiery expression softened slightly. "Good. Because we need to talk, Harry. Really talk. I've given you space, tried to be understanding, but this can't continue." "I know." Harry sighed. "You're right. I'll meet you at the restaurant in an hour." After Jinny's face disappeared from the flames, Harry leaned back against the nearest armchair, a heavy weight settling in his chest. He owed her more than he'd been giving, more honesty, more presence, more of himself. The problem was, he wasn't sure how much of himself remained available to give, with so much of his mental and emotional energy now consumed by his temple research. An hour later, showered and dressed in the dark green robes Jinny had once said brought out his eyes, Harry operated to a quiet side street near the Silver Salamander, an upscale magical restaurant in Diagon Alley. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Jinny waiting outside, her copper hair gleaming in the enchanted lantern light, wearing a simple but elegant black dress that highlighted her athletic figure. For a moment, seeing her from a distance, before she noticed him, before the strain between them reasserted itself, Harry was struck by how beautiful she was, and by a poignant realization of all he stood to lose. "You're on time," she said as he reached her, surprise evident in her voice. "Wonders never cease." "I can manage punctuality occasionally," Harry replied with an attempt at lightness that fell flat. Inside, they were led to a private booth near the back, charmed for quiet conversation, a courtesy the restaurant extended to Harry less because of his fame and more because the owner's son had been part of Dumbledore's army. After ordering, an awkward silence fell between them, so different from their usual easy conversation that it felt like physical proof of how far they drifted. Jinny broke it first, never one to avoid difficult topics. "I spoke with Ron yesterday," she said, tracing the rim of her water glass. "He's worried about you. Says you've been canceling plans, avoiding social gatherings. Hermione mentioned you've been researching something you won't discuss." She looked up, meeting his gaze directly. "And I've barely seen you in weeks, despite supposedly being in a relationship with you." Harry stared at his hands, unsure how to respond. The easy path would be to apologize, to promise to do better, to offer reassurances that things would improve. But those would be empty words if he continued down his current course. "I've been preoccupied," he said finally. "There's something I've been working on, something important." "More important than us?" Jinny asked, the blunt question striking like a physical blow. "It's not about importance," Harry said, echoing his words from their argument weeks earlier. "It's about potential. The potential to change things that went wrong, to save people who were lost." Jinny's expression shifted from hurt to alarm. "Harry, please tell me you're not still fixated on time magic. We talked about this. It's dangerous, unpredictable. It's more complex than I initially understood," he conceded, "but also more possible." Their food arrived, momentarily pausing the conversation. Once they were alone again, Jinny leaned forward, her voice low but intense. "Even if you could change the past, and that's a massive if, what about the present? What about the life you have now?" Her brown eyes searched his face. What about us? The question hung between them, demanding an answer Harry wasn't prepared to give. How could he explain that he was contemplating a choice that would mean never seeing her again? At least, not as the woman sitting across from him now. I don't know, he admitted finally. I'm trying to figure that out. Jinny set down her fork with deliberate care. That's not good enough, Harry. Not anymore. Her voice remained steady, but he could see the hurt beneath her controlled exterior. I've been patient. I've given you space to work through whatever this is. But I can't keep waiting indefinitely for you to decide whether our relationship matters enough to fight for. That's not fair, Harry protested. This isn't about not valuing what we have. Isn't it? Jinny challenged. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks very much like you're choosing an obsession with the past over a future with me. The accusation stung because of the grain of truth it contained. Harry had been so focused on his research, on the possibility of changing history, that he'd allowed his present relationships to wither from neglect. I'm sorry, he said, the words inadequate but sincere. I never meant to make you feel unimportant or unwanted. You're neither of those things. Then what am I, Harry? Jinny asked softly. Because lately, I don't feel like your partner. I feel like someone you remember to include in your life when it's convenient. Harry reached across the table, taking her hand in his. She didn't pull away, but neither did she return the pressure of his fingers. You're one of the best things that's ever happened to me, he said with complete honesty. You always have been. Even during the war, when I couldn't be with you, thinking of you kept me going. But, Jinny prompted, hearing the unspoken qualification. Harry hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't cause more pain than necessary. But I need to see this through. I need to understand whether what I've discovered is real, whether it's possible. And I need to decide what to do with that knowledge. Jinny withdrew her hand, her expression closing like a shuttered window. Then I think you've already made your choice, haven't you? The remainder of the dinner passed in stilted conversation about safer topics, her Quidditch season, mutual friends, recent changes in the wizarding world. But the damage had been done, the fracture between them widened to a chasm neither seemed able to bridge. Outside the restaurant, standing beneath a sky scattered with stars that seemed impossibly distant and cold, Jinny turned to face him one last time. I love you, Harry. I have since I was a child. But I'm not a child anymore, and I won't put my life on hold while you chase ghosts. Her voice was gentle but firm. When you figured out what you truly want, if I'm part of that, you know where to find me. With that, she disapparated, leaving Harry alone on the quiet street, the echo of her words reverberating in the empty space where she had stood. He walked for hours through nighttime London, muggle areas where no one recognized him or cared about his inner turmoil. The city's indifference was strangely comforting, a reminder that most of the world's inhabitants lived their lives completely unaware of the magical conflicts that had shaped his existence. By the time he returned to Grimmauld Place, dawn was approaching, the eastern sky lightening to a pale gray. Sleep eluded him, so he made tea and settled in the library, where Phineas Nigellus's portrait watched with sardonic interest. Another sleepless night, Mr. Potter? One might begin to suspect you're avoiding dreams. Harry ignored the barb, too emotionally exhausted for verbal sparring. Instead, he pulled out his calendar, noting with a start that the date was October 30th. Tomorrow would be Halloween, the anniversary of his parents' deaths, and now also a day of celebration in the wizarding world, marking Voldemort's original defeat. A holiday that had always filled him with conflicting emotions now seemed even more fraught with meaning. If he pursued the path Doge had revealed, he might create a world where October 31st was just another autumn day, where James and Lily Potter lived to raise their son, where countless others survived to build families and futures of their own. But it would mean sacrificing his current reality, including relationships that had sustained him through his darkest moments. It would mean leaving behind people he loved, who loved him in return, without any guarantee that his intervention would create a better world. Morning found him still awake, wrestling with these thoughts as pale sunlight filtered through the library windows. A tapping at the glass drew his attention to a barn owl bearing a small scroll tied with purple ribbon, Andromeda Tonks's preferred stationery. The message was brief but effective in piercing his self-absorption. Teddy has been asking when he'll see his godfather again. It's been nearly 2 months since your last visit. Halloween is difficult for him, as it seems to be for all of us who've lost family to dark magic. Your presence would mean a great deal. Andromeda. Guilt, that now familiar companion, settled heavily on Harry's shoulders. In his obsession with the possibility of saving those already lost, he had been neglecting his responsibilities to the living, particularly to his godson, for whom he had promised to always be present. That afternoon, having managed a few hours of restless sleep, Harry brought to the Tonks residence in the quiet suburbs of London. The modest house showed signs of a child's presence, a toy broomstick leaning against the porch, a garden gnome that appeared to have been transfigured into wearing a miniature Weird Sisters t-shirt. Andromeda answered his knock, her aristocratic black family features softened by a genuine, if reserved, smile. Terry. Thank you for coming. Her keen eyes noted his disheveled appearance, but she made no comment beyond. Teddy's in the back garden, attempting to train our neighbor's cat to fetch. Thus far, the cat remains unimpressed. Harry found his godson exactly as described, crouched beside a fat tabby that watched with feline disdain as the boy tossed a small ball and enthusiastically encouraged its retrieval. You have to bring it back, Sir Whiskers, Teddy was explaining patiently. That's how the game works. I think Sir Whiskers has his own ideas about games, Harry said, smiling as Teddy's head whipped around, his hair instantly changing from its natural sandy brown to a vibrant turquoise, his default pappy color. Uncle Harry. The 5-year-old launched himself across the garden, colliding with Harry's legs in an enthusiastic hug. I didn't know you were coming today. Thought I'd surprise you, Harry replied, lifting the boy into a proper embrace. You've gotten bigger since I saw you last. Gran says I'm growing like a venomous tentacula, Teddy reported proudly. Did you bring your broom? Kimmy Sly. I've been practicing with my training broom and Gran says I'm getting really good. The stream of questions and observations continued as Teddy led Harry around the garden, showing off various projects and treasures. The boy's energy was infectious, his metamorphomagus abilities manifesting in subtle ways as he talked, hair shifting colors with his emotions, nose occasionally becoming more pointed when he was making an important statement. Later, as they sat on the back steps sharing pumpkin juice while Andromeda prepared dinner inside, Teddy's mood shifted to something more contemplative. Uncle Harry, he began, his small face suddenly serious, when you were little like me, did you miss your mom and dad a lot? The question, so innocent yet so piercing, momentarily robbed Harry of speech. He took a careful breath before answering. I did. I still do, sometimes. Teddy nodded as though this confirmed something important. I miss mine too, even though I don't remember them. Is that strange? Not at all, Harry assured him. It's perfectly normal to miss people who should have been in your life, even if you don't have memories of them. Gran shows me pictures, Teddy continued, and tells me stories. My dad was very brave and smart, and my mom could change her hair like me and was really funny. He looked up at Harry, his eyes, currently a warm brown like Remus's, wide with childish earnestness. But sometimes I wish I could just talk to them once, you know? To ask them things. Harry felt something crack inside his chest, a dam holding back emotions he'd been suppressing beneath intellectual justifications and theoretical debates about temporal magic. Here, in the simple longing of a child who would never know his parents, was the human reality behind all his abstract considerations. "What would you ask them?" he managed to say. Teddy thought for a moment. "I'd ask Mom if she could teach me how to change more than just my hair and nose. And I'd ask Dad if he was scared of being a werewolf, because sometimes I worry I might become one too, even though Gran says that's not how it works." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And I'd ask them if they're proud of me." "Teddy," Harry said, his own voice rough with emotion, "they would be so incredibly proud of you." "I know it. Your dad was one of the kindest, bravest men I've ever known, and your mom was brilliant and fearless and full of life. They loved you more than anything in the world." "How do you know?" Teddy asked, the simple question of a child cutting through adult platitudes. "Because I saw how they were with you, even though you were just a baby," Harry answered truthfully. "Your dad carried your picture everywhere. He showed it to everyone, bragging about how perfect you were. And your mom's hair would turn pink whenever she held you, her happiest color." Teddy seemed to absorb this, his own hair shifting to a soft pink in unconscious response. "I wish they didn't have to fight in the war," he said finally. "I wish they could have stayed with me instead." "So do I," Harry whispered, pulling his godson close. "So do I." That night, after dinner and games and Teddy's reluctant bedtime, Harry sat with Andromeda in her living room, a glass of elderflower wine in hand. They developed a quiet understanding over the years, both familiar with loss, both committed to giving Teddy the most normal childhood possible despite the extraordinary circumstances. "He asks about them more frequently now," Andromeda said, breaking a comfortable silence. "At this age, he's beginning to truly understand what it means to not have parents." Harry nodded, remembering his own gradual comprehension as a child, the slow, painful realization that the absence he felt was permanent, not temporary. "He's lucky to have you," he said sincerely. "And you," Andromeda added. "Though you've been rather scarce lately." Her tone held no accusation, only observation. "I've been." Harry paused, searching for words that wouldn't reveal too much without being dishonest. "Working through some things." Andromeda studied him with the penetrating gaze that reminded him of her relation to Sirius. "Nymphadora used to get that same look," she said unexpectedly. "When she was struggling with something important but didn't want to burden others with it." The comparison to Tonks, unexpected and oddly touching, pierced Harry's defenses. "I've discovered something," he admitted. "Something that might change things. But pursuing it would mean leaving behind people I care about." "An interesting dilemma," Andromeda said, sipping her wine. "Though perhaps not as unique as you might think. Many of us face moments where we must choose between different kinds of loyalty, different forms of love. How do you know which choice is right?" Harry asked, the question emerging from a place of genuine uncertainty. Andromeda was silent for a long moment. "I don't believe there's a universal answer to that," she said finally. "When I chose Ted over my family, I lost one community but gained another. Was it the right choice? For me, unquestionably. But it came with consequences I had to accept." She set down her glass, her expression growing more serious. "Whatever you're contemplating, Harry, remember this. Any choice that requires you to sacrifice your connections to those who love you should be examined with the greatest care. Such bonds are not easily replaced, nor their loss easily healed, as I believe you know better than most." It was well past midnight when Harry finally returned to Grimmauld Place, his mind both clearer and more troubled than before. His conversations with Hermione, Jinny, and Andromeda had forced him to confront the personal cost of what he was considering, not just to himself, but to those who cared for him. Yet his time with Teddy had also crystallized the potential meaning of his discovery. If there truly was a way to alter the past without catastrophic consequences, to prevent not just individual deaths but an entire war, didn't he have a responsibility to attempt it? Wasn't creating a world where Teddy grew up with his parents worth almost any personal sacrifice? Halloween dawned clear and cold, the streets of Wizarding London already showing signs of the celebration to come. For most, this day marked triumph, evil defeated, peace restored. For Harry, it had always been a reminder of where it all began, of what had been lost before he was old enough to remember it. He spent the morning in quiet reflection, reviewing his notes from sessions with Doge, examining the theoretical principles they discussed against what he knew of conventional magical limits. The more he studied, the more convinced he became that the old wizard's claims, while extraordinary, were not impossible. By afternoon, he'd made his decision, not impulsively, but with full awareness of what it might cost him. He would continue working with Doge, learning everything possible about the proposed ritual and its potential consequences. He would verify what he could independently, prepare as thoroughly as possible, and if the evidence supported the possibility of success, he would attempt it, knowing it meant leaving behind his current life, his friends, his relationship with Jinny. Not because the past mattered more than the present, but because he had been given a unique opportunity to prevent suffering on a scale few could comprehend. As dusk fell, Harry stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place, watching fireworks bloom across the London sky, magical displays visible only to wizarding eyes, celebrating a victory whose full price had never been fully acknowledged. In the distance, he could hear singing and laughter, the sounds of a community remembering its triumph while forgetting its failures. "I'll find a way to make it right," he whispered, an echo of the promise he'd made at the memorial months earlier. "Whatever it takes." Below, in the ancient house that had witnessed centuries of magical history, his packed traveling bag waited beside the manuscript on magical extraction. Tomorrow, he would return to Upper Flag Lane, to Doge's cottage with its temple artifacts and hidden knowledge. He would commit fully to the path he'd chosen, with all its uncertainty and risk. For tonight, he stood alone between the stars and the celebrating city, a solitary figure carrying the weight of two timelines, the one he had lived, and the one he might yet create. Chapter 6, Preparation for the Journey. 1943, Harry said decisively, placing his finger on the timeline Doge had drawn across a large sheet of parchment spread over the cottage table. Tom Riddle's 6th year at Hogwarts. December had brought snow to the Scottish Highlands, transforming the abandoned gamekeeper's cottage into a scene from a holiday card, albeit one where ancient temple magic and world-altering plans were being discussed inside. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows over walls now covered with charts, diagrams, and notes accumulated over weeks of intensive preparation. Doge nodded, his blue eyes evaluating Harry's choice. Before the creation of the diary Horcrux, but after the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Interesting. Why not earlier? Perhaps before Myrtle Warren's death? I considered that, Harry replied, having spent countless hours weighing different intervention points. But arriving before he's committed his first murder gives me less leverage. In 1943, he's already revealed his darkness, but hasn't yet fractured his soul beyond the first Horcrux. He's still Tom Riddle, not fully Lord Voldemort. A perceptive analysis, Doge murmured, marking the date on their timeline with a small star. And strategically sound. With his first Horcrux created, Riddle will be vulnerable to accusations about the chamber incident should you meet persuasion for the ritual. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort at the implication. I'm not planning to blackmail him. No. Doge's white eyebrows rose slightly. Then how do you propose to convince a 16-year-old Tom Riddle to voluntarily surrender his magical abilities? Deception, Harry admitted after a moment's hesitation. I'll gain his trust first. Position myself as a mentor, someone who recognizes and nurtures his talents. then present the ritual as something else entirely, an advanced magical experiment. Doge studied him with an inscrutable expression. You believe you can manipulate the most naturally gifted legilimens Hogwarts has ever produced? A young man whose ability to charm and deceive was already legendary by his 6th year? I have advantages he won't expect, Harry countered, tapping his forehead where the lightning scar had faded but never completely disappeared. I understand him in ways no one else could. I've seen his thoughts, felt his emotions. For 17 years, I carried a piece of his soul. A connection that no longer exists in its original form, Doge reminded him. But perhaps something of it remains, enough to give you insight, at least. He sighed, his ancient features settling into lines of concern. Just be prepared for complexity beyond what you anticipate. Tom Riddle at 16 was already extraordinarily dangerous, but also profoundly human in ways the Voldemort you encountered never was. Harry nodded, acknowledging the warning. Over the past month, as his commitment to this path had solidified, he'd studied every available record of Tom Riddle's early life, not just the monstrous acts that foreshadowed his transformation into Voldemort, but also the brilliant academic achievements, the charisma that won over teachers and students alike, the orphan's determination to prove himself in a world that had rejected him from birth. In those details, Harry had recognized uncomfortable parallels to his own experience. The outsider thrust into a magical world, seeking belonging, marked by circumstances beyond his control. The primary difference was not in their innate natures, but in the choices they had made when faced with similar wounds. Let us continue with the practicalities, Doge said, interrupting Harry's reflections. He unrolled a detailed diagram of the ritual circle they would need to create. The temporal translocation requires precise astronomical alignment. December 31st provides our optimal window. The transition between years creates a natural liminal space in the temporal fabric. New Year's Eve, Harry murmured. Fitting, I suppose. Indeed. And the location? Doge prompted, though they had discussed this before. Godric's Hollow, Harry replied without hesitation. The ruins of my parents' house. It's a place of powerful magical significance, site of Voldemort's first defeat, a nexus point in the timeline we're attempting to alter. Excellent. The emotional resonance will strengthen the ritual considerably. Doge made another notation on their planning document. Now, to the matter of your identity upon arrival. We cannot risk using your real name. The Potter family is well established in Wizarding Britain, and questions would inevitably arise. Harry had given this considerable thought. Peveril, he said. Harold Peveril. It's a name with genuine connections to my ancestry, but the direct line died out centuries ago. I can claim to be from a distant branch that emigrated to America. Clever, Doge approved. The Peveril connection provides you with a believable claim to certain talents and abilities, while the American background explains any cultural discrepancies in your behavior. Speaking of which, we should discuss your cover story in detail. For the next several hours, they meticulously constructed Harold Peveril's history, his education at the fictional Merlin's Conservatory for Exceptional Magical Talent in New England, his travels studying defensive magic across the Americas and parts of Europe, his reason for returning to Britain during wartime. Remember, Doge cautioned, the Muggle world will be in the midst of World War II. The magical community, while officially neutral, was not unaffected. Grindelwald's forces were active throughout Europe, and security at Wizarding borders was significantly heightened. Which provides a perfect explanation for seeking employment at Hogwarts, Harry noted. Safety, stability, and a position of influence. Yes, though securing such a position will require more than a convincing backstory. Armando Diptet was notoriously cautious about hiring decisions, particularly for the defense against the dark arts position. You'll need impeccable credentials and recommendations. Harry smiled grimly. Fortunately, I'm bringing some with me. He gestured toward a neat stack of parchments on the nearby desk, magically aged documents bearing elaborate letterheads from fabricated American institutions, along with official transcripts and certifications that documented Harold Peveril's impressive academic and professional qualifications. Creating these forgeries had taken weeks of painstaking work, combining Harry's knowledge of authentication spells from his aura training with Doge's expertise in period-appropriate documentation. Your attention to detail is commendable, Doge observed, examining one of the forged recommendation letters. Though I'm not entirely comfortable with your plan to use Dumbledore's name here. The letter in question suggested that Harold Peveril had corresponded with Albus Dumbledore regarding theoretical approaches to transfiguration-based defense, a minor connection that might predispose the future headmaster to accept Harry's presence at Hogwarts. It's a calculated risk, Harry acknowledged. Dumbledore will be suspicious regardless. He always is with new defense teachers. Better to acknowledge a prior connection than have him discover one I've hidden. Besides, the correspondence was academic only, nothing that would prompt detailed questions. Doge seemed unconvinced but didn't press the issue. Instead, he moved to a large trunk in the corner of the cottage, removing various items they had collected over the past weeks. Let us review your material preparations, he said, methodically laying objects on the table. Period-appropriate clothing, including formal and casual wizarding attire from the early 1940s. Currency, galleons from before 1950, plus a selection of Muggle pounds from the same era. Harry nodded, watching as Doge continued the inventory. Books and reference materials consistent with your supposed background. Personal effects with suitable aging. Wand. I'll use my own, Harry interrupted. The Holly and Phoenix Feather. I've tested it extensively with the temporal magic we've been practicing, and it responds better than any alternative. And the Elder Wand? Doge asked carefully. Harry hesitated. The question of whether to bring the Deathly Hallow had troubled him for weeks. He had retrieved it from Dumbledore's tomb shortly after making his decision to pursue this path, not out of desire for its power, but from concern about leaving such a dangerous artifact unattended in a future he wouldn't be part of to protect. I'll bring it, he said finally. But keep it hidden unless absolutely necessary. The risks of it being recognized or sought after are too great otherwise. A wise decision, Doge agreed. Better it remain under your guardianship than fall into unpredictable hands in either timeline. They continued discussing practicalities, which modern magical knowledge would be safe to demonstrate in 1943 without raising suspicion, how to navigate the social and political landscape of wartime wizarding Britain, contingency plans should Harry's cover story be questioned. As evening approached, Doge prepared a simple meal while Harry reviewed their notes once more. The reality of what they were attempting still occasionally struck him with fresh force, not just time travel, but the creation of an entirely new branch of reality, one where the darkest wizard of the age would be neutralized before his reign of terror could truly begin. You're quiet, Doge observed as they ate by the fire. Second thoughts. Not about going, Harry clarified, but about what comes after. If everything works as planned, if I successfully remove Riddle's magic, what then? Do I just live out my life in the 1940s, watching history unfold differently? Doge considered the question, his ancient face thoughtful in the firelight. That is the most likely outcome, yes. You would essentially become an immigrant to the past, building a new life there with the knowledge you carry. It's odd to think about, Harry admitted. I'll be there when my parents are born, when the people I knew as adults are children. I might even encounter myself as an infant someday. A strange prospect indeed, Doge agreed. Though I would advise minimal interference in the lives of those you knew in this timeline, particularly your parents and their contemporaries. The temporal risks increase dramatically with each significant alteration to key figures in your original timeline. So I should focus solely on Riddle, then leave events to unfold naturally otherwise? Within reason, yes. Once Riddle's magic is removed, the primary causal chain leading to Voldemort's rise will be broken. Other events will naturally adjust around that central change. Doge paused, his expression growing more serious. But you should be prepared for differences beyond what you might expect or intend. The elimination of one dark wizard doesn't guarantee a perfect world. I know, Harry said quietly. I'm not expecting perfection, just fewer mass graves and orphan children. The conversation lapsed into silence, broken only by the crackling fire and the distant howl of winter wind through the Scottish hills. After a while, Doge retired to the small bedroom that had become his during their weeks of work, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Outside, snow fell in silent benediction, covering the forest in pristine white. Harry stepped onto the cottage's small porch, breathing in the cold, clean air, gazing up at stars partially obscured by clouds. Somewhere among those distant lights, he imagined, were other timelines, other versions of reality where different choices had led to different outcomes. Soon he would create another branch, another possibility. The responsibility of that act weighed heavily, yet also carried a strange sense of liberation. For once, he would act not merely in response to events thrust upon him, but from deliberate choice, a decision made with full awareness of its costs and potential benefits. The following day brought the final phase of their preparations, the enchantment of Harry's traveling bag with an undetectable extension charm. Unlike the hasty version Hermione had placed on her beaded bag during their Horcrux hunt, this enchantment needed to withstand decades of use and potentially close magical scrutiny. The principle is straightforward, Doge explained as they prepared the spell components, but the execution requires precision. A standard extension charm creates a temporary dimensional pocket. What we need is a permanent fold in space, similar to how wizarding homes like the Burrow function, but miniaturized and stabilized. Harry watched carefully as Doge demonstrated the wand movements, a complex pattern that resembled a three-dimensional knot tied in midair. After several practice attempts, Harry performed the spell on the dragonhide messenger bag they had selected for its durability and period-appropriate styling. The bag glowed briefly with a soft blue light, then returned to normal appearance. When Harry reached inside, however, his arm descended well past what should have been the bottom, into a space large enough to hold all his prepared supplies. Well done, Doge approved, inspecting the charm work. Add the stabilizing enchantments now, while the spatial fold is still malleable. Harry cast the additional spells as instructed, binding the dimensional pocket permanently to the bag and ensuring it would remain undetectable to standard revealing charms. By late afternoon, they had packed everything he would need for his new life: clothing, books, personal items, forged documents, and a carefully calculated amount of wizard and muggle currency that would provide comfortable support without raising questions about his wealth. As the light faded from the winter sky, Harry realized there was one task remaining, perhaps the most difficult of all. I need to write letters, he said quietly. To Ron, Hermione, Jinny, to Teddy. They deserve some explanation, even if I can't tell them everything. Doge nodded solemnly. Of course. I'll give you privacy for that. Alone in the main room of the cottage, Harry sat at the table with parchment, quill, and ink. How did one say goodbye to an entire life? What words could possibly convey both his reasons for leaving and his deep regret at the pain his absence would cause? He started with Ron, his first friend, the brother he had never had by birth but found through chance and choice. Lon. By the time you read this, I'll be gone. Not dead, at least I hope not, but somewhere, or rather someone, I can't return from. I've discovered a way to change things, to prevent the war and save lives that were lost. I can't explain the details, partly for magical security, partly because I know you'd try to stop me if you understood the full cost. I'm sorry for disappearing without a proper goodbye. I'm sorry for all the pub nights I'll miss, for not being there when you and Hermione start your family, for all the moments friends should share that I'm choosing to sacrifice. But I have to believe that what I'm doing will create a better world. One where Fred lives, where Teddy has parents, where your children grow up without the shadow of war and loss that marked our generation. You've been the best friend anyone could ask for. From that first day on the Hogwarts Express when you didn't care that I was Harry Potter and just saw a kid who needed a friend, you stood by me through everything. Even when we fought, even when I was unbearable, you came back. Your loyalty and courage have made me a better person. Take care of Hermione, though she'd hate me putting it that way. You know what I mean. Take care of your family. Lead the happy life you deserve. Your friend always. Terry. Hermione's letter was next, and somehow even harder to write. How could he explain this decision to the friend who had always championed careful research and rational thinking, who had warned him repeatedly about the dangers of time manipulation? Hermione. I can already imagine your face as you read this, that particular mix of worry, disapproval, and reluctant understanding that only you can manage. You were right about what I was researching, of course. You usually are. I found a way to change the past, not just hours or days, but decades. To create a new timeline where Voldemort never rises to power, where the wars never happen, where countless lives are saved. By the time you read this, I'll have already gone, traveling back to a point where I can intervene before things go irreparably wrong. I know what you're thinking. All the warnings you gave me about temporal theory, about unforeseen consequences, about the arrogance of believing one person should decide the fate of an entire timeline. I've considered them all, I promise. This isn't a decision made lightly or in haste. You've been my conscience, my guide, my voice of reason for so long. Without you, I wouldn't have survived our first year at Hogwarts, let alone everything that followed. Your intelligence is matched only by your compassion, and I'm a better person for having known you. Live your brilliant life, Hermione. Change the world in your own way. I know you will. And please try to understand why I had to do this, even if you don't agree. With love and gratitude, Terry. Jinny's letter was the most painful to write. Despite their recent estrangement, despite her recognition that he was already choosing his obsession over their relationship, the finality of this goodbye felt like tearing open a wound that had barely begun to heal. Jinny. I'm sorry. Those words seem woefully inadequate, but they're where I have to start. I'm sorry for pulling away, for not being honest about what I was searching for making you feel like our relationship mattered less than my research. None of that was true, but I can understand why it felt that way. The truth is complicated and would sound fantastical if I tried to explain it fully. I've discovered a way to travel back in time, not hours, but decades, to prevent Voldemort's rise to power. To create a world where your brother lives, where so many others survive, where the darkness that shaped all our lives never takes hold. By the time you read this, I'll be gone, with no way to return. It's a one-way journey, a complete departure from this timeline. I wish I could say I made this choice lightly, or that I didn't understand what I was sacrificing. But you deserve better than comforting lies. You once told me that being with me was like loving the sun, brilliant but sometimes painful to look at directly, always at risk of disappearing behind clouds when needed most. I didn't understand then how accurate that was. You deserved someone fully present, fully committed to building a future with you. I thought I could be that person, wanted to be that person. But this chance, this opportunity to prevent so much suffering, it's a responsibility I can't turn away from, even knowing what it costs. Be happy, Jinny. Find someone who sees your extraordinary strength and spirit and loves you without reservation or distraction. Know that in every timeline, in every possible world, Meeting you remains one of the best things that ever happened to me. Terry. The final letter was to Teddy, his godson, the child he had promised to always be there for, just as Sirius had promised his parents. This betrayal felt particularly acute, abandoning a boy who had already lost so much. Yet if successful, his mission would give Teddy something impossible to provide any other way: parents who lived to raise him. Dear Teddy, when you're old enough to read this, I will have been gone from your life for many years. I hope Andromeda has told you stories about me, as she's told you stories about your parents. I hope you understand that my absence wasn't by choice, or rather, that the choice was made not to abandon you, but to try to create a better world. I've discovered a way to change the past. To go back to a time before the wars that took your parents, my parents, and so many others. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I have to try. For you, for everyone who lost someone they loved to darkness that might have been prevented. If I succeed, you'll never read this letter. Instead, you'll grow up with your mother's laugh and your father's gentle wisdom. You'll never know what it means to be an orphan of war, never have to look at photographs wondering what might have been. That possibility, however uncertain, is worth any personal sacrifice I could make. Remember that you are loved, Teddy. By your grandmother, by the extended Weasley family who I know will keep you in their hearts, by friends who will tell you stories of your parents' courage. And by me, your godfather, who found in you a reminder of why fighting for a better future always matters. With loves, Terry. As he sealed the final letter, Harry was surprised to find his cheeks wet. He had been so focused on the theoretical aspects of his journey, on the practical preparations and potential outcomes, that he had somewhat insulated himself from the emotional reality of what he was leaving behind. These letters made it real, the friendships he would never see evolve, the relationships that would remain forever unresolved, the promises he was breaking even while trying to fulfill deeper ones. It's done. Doge asked quietly, returning to find Harry still at the table, the sealed letters arranged before him. Yes, Harry replied, his voice slightly rough. 4 letters. I'll leave them at Grimmauld Place before we go to Godric's Hollow on the 31st. Doge nodded, his ancient eyes reflecting understanding of the weight such farewells carried. The final component remains to be discussed, he said after a respectful pause. The extraction ritual requires a significant magical focus, something that can channel and direct the energy appropriately. I've been considering that, Harry said, grateful for the return to practical matters. The Elder Wand would be most powerful, but using it directly in the ritual might contaminate the process with its particular magical signature. A wise concern, Doge agreed. What alternative do you propose? Harry withdrew a small cloth-wrapped bundle from his pocket. Carefully unfolding the protective layers, he revealed a familiar object, a simple stone with a peculiar symbol etched into its surface. The Resurrection Stone, Doge breathed, his eyes widening. You still possess it. I returned to the forest after the battle, Harry explained. Found it where I dropped it. Kept it safe all these years, though I've never used it again. He turned the stone over in his palm, feeling its weight, heavier than its size suggested, as though the boundary between worlds it represented added mass. It's designed to create a bridge between life and death, between different states of existence. I think it can be adapted to bridge different timelines. Doge reached out a trembling hand, not quite touching the artifact. A deathly hallow as the focus for a ritual, the magical resonance would be extraordinary. His gaze lifted to Harry's face. You would risk using such a powerful and unpredictable object? It feels right, Harry said simply. The Hallows have been connected to my journey from the beginning. Using the stone to create a new timeline, a second chance for so many who died, there's a symmetry to it. The old wizard nodded slowly. Then our preparations are complete. All that remains is to wait for the appointed date, December 31st, and to perform the ritual as planned. 3 days, Harry murmured, returning the stone to its protective wrapping. 3 days until I leave this life behind. Use them wisely, Doge advised gently. Not to second-guess your decision, but to find whatever closure you can with the present before embarking toward the past. That night, as Doge slept, Harry stepped outside the cottage once more. The snow had stopped, leaving the forest draped in pristine white beneath a clear sky brilliant with stars. In the distance, the lights of Hogsmeade twinkled like earthbound reflections of the constellations above. He thought of his first sight of Hogwarts as an 11-year-old, crossing the lake in those tiny boats, the castle rising before them like something from a dream. He thought of the friends he'd made there, the lessons learned both in classrooms and in corridors, the moments of triumph and despair that had shaped him into the man he now was. Soon he would see the castle again, but as a teacher rather than a student, in a time before his birth, surrounded by people who would know nothing of his true identity or purpose. He would walk familiar halls made strange by temporal distance, interact with younger versions of professors he had known, perhaps even teach students who would later become important figures in the history he remembered. And at the center of it all would be Tom Riddle, brilliant, charming, already damaged but not yet beyond redemption. A young man whose fate Harry intended to irrevocably alter, not through death but through the removal of the power that would enable his darkest acts. I'm coming, he whispered to the night sky, to the distant past, to all those whose lives might be saved by his intervention. I'm coming to change everything. 3 days remained before his journey would begin. 3 days to say silent goodbyes to a world he would never see again. Chapter 7. Point of No Return. Snow fell thick and silent over Godric's Hollow on the last night of the year. The village square, normally filled with revelers on New Year's Eve, lay empty beneath the blanket of white, its handful of lights dim behind curtained windows. The war memorial at the center, to muggle eyes, a simple obelisk, to magical ones, a statue of James and Lily Potter with their infant son, stood as a silent sentinel, its stone figures gradually disappearing beneath an accumulation of snow. Harry approached the square under a disillusionment charm, his footprints appearing momentarily in the fresh powder before being filled by gentle flurries. He paused before the memorial, watching as his parents' stone faces emerged briefly when he drew near, only to vanish again as he passed by. A fitting metaphor, he thought, for what he was about to attempt, to give substance to ghosts, to transform memory into possibility. The cottage at the end of the lane had been preserved in its ruined state as a memorial to that fateful October night, visible only to magical visitors. Harry had visited it twice before, once with Hermione during their Horcrux hunt, and again alone on the first anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. Both times, he had remained outside, unable to bring himself to walk through the blasted doorway. Tonight would be different. Tonight, the ruins of his first home would serve as the gateway to a new beginning. Doge was already there, a cloaked figure barely visible against the dark remnants of the structure. He turned as Harry approached, his breath forming clouds in the freezing air. Right on time, the old wizard said softly. A propitious night for our endeavor, new moon, new year, the veil between what was and what might be at its thinnest. Harry nodded, his throat suddenly tight with emotion. Let's get started. They entered the cottage together, snow crunching beneath their boots as they stepped across the threshold. Inside, the destruction was still evident, walls blasted apart, furniture broken, the ceiling partially collapsed, but someone had cleared a space in what had once been the living room. The floor had been swept clean of debris, and a perfect circle approximately 10 feet in diameter had been marked out with a silvery substance that gleamed faintly in the darkness. Powdered moonstone mixed with essence of time, Doge explained, seeing Harry's questioning glance. The foundation of our ritual circle. I completed it earlier today while you were saying your goodbyes. Harry had spent his final day in the present taking one last walk through Diagon Alley, visiting Hogwarts under the pretense of consulting with Neville about a case, and leaving his sealed letters in the library at Grimmauld Place, where Creature had instructions to deliver them the following morning. He hadn't trusted himself to face his friends directly, not without revealing too much, or worse, allowing himself to be convinced to abandon his mission. "Thank you," he said simply, removing his traveling bag from beneath his cloak and setting it carefully to the side. Around his neck hung a moleskin pouch containing his most precious items, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and a small collection of photographs, his parents, the original Order of the Phoenix, himself with Ron and Hermione in happier times, Teddy on his 5th birthday. Doge nodded and began unpacking various components from his own bag. "We should begin the preparation immediately. The optimal window for the ritual occurs precisely at midnight, the moment of transition between years." For the next hour, they worked in focused silence, constructing the complex ritual apparatus according to the designs they had spent weeks perfecting. At the circle's center, they placed the temporal anchor, the ancient stone sphere covered in shifting runes that Doge had produced from his hidden collection of artifacts. Around it, at precise intervals determined by astronomical calculations, they positioned 7 silver bowls, each containing a different substance: water from the Black Lake at Hogwarts, earth from the grounds of Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton, ash from a phoenix feather freely given, blood from Harry's own veins, powdered bezoar, crystallized basilisk venom, and finally, a single memory strand extracted from Harry's temple, his first encounter with Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest during his first year at Hogwarts. "Each component represents an aspect of the connection between you and Riddle," Doge explained as Harry carefully deposited the silvery memory into the 7th bowl. "The ritual requires this symmetry to create a stable pathway to your chosen destination." As the preparations continued, Doge inscribed complex runes around the perimeter of the circle, his wand moving with surprising steadiness despite his apparent age. Harry, meanwhile, arranged a pattern of 13 white candles outside the circle, positioned to correspond with specific stars that would be directly overhead at midnight. By 11:30, the basic structure was complete. The ritual circle now radiated a soft blue glow, the silvery boundary pulsing gently like a living heartbeat. "The final components," Doge said, opening an ornate wooden box Harry had never seen before. Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a small crystal vial filled with swirling golden liquid. "What is that?" Harry asked, though something in him already sensed the answer. "Liquid time," Doge replied softly. "The distilled essence of passing moments, captured through a process known only to a handful of wizards throughout history. 3 drops will create the initial temporal fracture." With reverential care, Doge extracted the vial and placed it beside the Resurrection Stone, which Harry had removed from his pouch and set on a small silver stand at the edge of the circle. The 2 objects seemed to acknowledge each other's presence, a subtle resonance building between them that made the air shimmer slightly. "And now," Doge continued, "the final preparation, the focusing of your intent." He gestured for Harry to sit at the edge of the circle. "Close your eyes. Visualize your destination with absolute clarity. See the Hogwarts of 1943, the castle as it stood then, the grounds, the people who walked its halls. Hold in your mind the precise moment you wish to arrive." Harry obeyed, calling upon memories drawn from pensive explorations of faculty records Doge had somehow obtained. In his mind's eye, he saw Hogwarts on the first day of the spring term, January 1943. He imagined the great hall decked with winter decorations, students returning from holiday, Tom Riddle among them, tall, handsome, outwardly perfect, the recently minted Slytherin prefect hiding dark secrets behind his charming smile. "Good," Doge murmured, somehow sensing when Harry's visualization had solidified. "Maintain that focus as we proceed with the final preparations." Harry opened his eyes, keeping the mental image intact as they completed the last details of the ritual setup. At 11:45, Doge stepped back to evaluate their work. "It is ready," he announced. "All that remains is to activate the sequence at precisely midnight." Harry moved to stand at the edge of the circle, suddenly hyper-aware of every detail around him. The soft sigh of wine through the ruins of the cottage, the distant chiming of church bells marking the quarter hour, the clean scent of snow mixing with the more exotic aromas of the ritual components. This was his last hour in the present, the final moments of the life he had known. A strange calm settled over him. All the doubts, all the conflicts that had troubled him during the months of preparation seemed to recede, leaving only a crystalline certainty. Whether this choice was right or wrong in some absolute moral sense no longer mattered. It was his choice, made with full awareness of its costs and potential benefits, and he would see it through. "Before we begin," Doge said, drawing Harry's attention, "there is something I must tell you. Something I've withheld until this moment, when your commitment could no longer be shaken by doubt." Harry studied the old wizard's face, noting a subtle shift in his demeanor, a straightening of his posture, a sharpness in his gaze that belied his apparent frailty. "You're not really Alpheus Doge," Harry said, giving voice to a suspicion that had been growing in him for weeks. "At least, not originally." A smile touched the ancient features. "Perceptive as ever, Harry Potter." "No, I was not born Alpheus Doge, though I have lived as him for longer than my original identity existed in this timeline." "Then who are you?" Harry asked, though part of him already suspected the answer. "In my first life," the old wizard replied, "I was a student at Hogwarts during the rise of Lord Voldemort. I fought in the First Wizarding War, lost people I loved, survived when others did not. And like you, I eventually discovered the possibility of temporal intervention, though through a different path than yours." Harry's breath caught. "You're from the future?" "My future?" "Not precisely. From a variant of your past, a timeline where events unfolded differently than in your experience." The wizard who had called himself Doge gazed at the ritual circle, its blue glow reflected in his eyes. "In my original timeline, Voldemort was never defeated in 1981. The war continued, grew worse. By 1994, the magical communities of Britain and much of Europe had been decimated." "What happened?" Harry asked, struggling to imagine a world where Voldemort's first rise had never been interrupted. "You died as an infant in Godric's Hollow, along with your parents. There was no boy who lived, no prophesied chosen one to rally around. The resistance fought on, but without hope, without the symbol you became in this timeline." The old wizard's voice carried the weight of memories too painful to fully articulate. "I was part of the last remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, one of the few survivors after Hogwarts fell." Harry tried to process this revelation. "So you, what? Found a way to travel back and change things?" "Eventually, yes. It took years of research, hidden from Voldemort's forces, working with fragmentary knowledge and desperate hope." A distant pain showed in the old man's eyes. "We discovered the principles of the ritual you're about to perform, but with cruder understanding, less refinement. I volunteered to be the one to go back, to attempt to create a timeline where Voldemort's rise might be prevented or at least contained. And you chose to become Alpheus Doge. Why?" "A calculated decision. The real Doge died in my timeline during the first year of Voldemort's open warfare. He was a peripheral figure, connected to important events but rarely at their center, trusted by Dumbledore but not privy to the Order's deepest secrets. His identity allowed me to observe and occasionally influence key moments without drawing undue attention." Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle he hadn't realized he was solving. "The night we met in Nocturne Alley, you staged the temple disturbance deliberately. You were looking for me specifically." "Yes." The old wizard, whoever he had originally been, nodded. "I've been watching you for years, monitoring your development, waiting for the moment when you might be receptive to this knowledge. When I observed your growing interest in temporal magic after the memorial service, I knew the time had come. But why me? Why not approach Dumbledore when you first arrived? Or prevent Tom Riddle's birth directly? Because those approaches failed in other iterations. For the first time, the old wizard looked truly ancient, burdened by knowledge too vast for one lifetime. I am not the first to attempt this intervention, Harry, nor are you. Across multiple branching timelines, various versions of us, and others, have tried different strategies. Direct prevention of Riddle's birth creates catastrophic temporal backlash. Dumbledore, when given this knowledge too early, invariably attempts solutions that end in greater disaster. Harry stepped closer, fascinated despite the ticking clock. How do you know this? How can you be aware of these other attempts? Because temporal magic, once unleashed at this scale, creates echoes. Resonances that certain individuals can perceive across timelines. I have encountered others like myself, refugees from failed branches of reality, each carrying knowledge of what didn't work in their experience. The old wizard gestured to the ritual circle. This specific approach, your approach, represents our collective best understanding of what might succeed. The church bells chimed 11:50, pulling them both back to the immediate task at hand. There's no more time for explanations, the old wizard said, straightening. We must begin the activation sequence. Harry nodded, though his mind whirled with questions. He took up his position at the north point of the circle, while his companion stood at the south. Between them, the temporal anchor pulsed with growing energy, the runes on its surface shifting more rapidly as midnight approached. Remove the Elder Wand, the old wizard instructed. You will need its power to catalyze the initial reaction. Harry withdrew the deathly hallow from his pouch, feeling the familiar rush of power as his fingers closed around the ancient wand. Despite years of ownership, it had never felt truly his in the way his original Holly and Phoenix Feather wand did, a tool he respected rather than an extension of himself. Following the sequence they had rehearsed, Harry began tracing specific patterns above the ritual circle, the Elder Wand leaving trails of golden light hanging in the air. His companion mirrored these movements from the opposite position, creating complementary designs that interwove with Harry's, forming an increasingly complex three-dimensional matrix above the circle. As the magical framework took shape, the components within the silver bowls began to activate, the water from the Black Lake rippling without any physical disturbance, the earth from Little Hangleton darkening as though absorbing shadow, the phoenix ash glowing with internal fire. Harry's blood rose in a thin crimson spiral, dancing above its container like a living thing. The resonance is building perfectly, the old wizard said with satisfaction. Now for the catalytic elements. With precise timing, he unstoppered the vial of liquid time and allowed exactly 3 drops to fall upon the temporal anchor. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The stone sphere began to rotate on its axis, its shifting runes blurring into continuous bands of light that expanded outward. The blue glow of the ritual circle intensified, now bright enough to illuminate the entire ruined cottage. The resurrection stone, the old wizard prompted. Place it at the convergence point and speak the incantation. Harry lifted the second deathly hallow from its stand. The small black stone felt unnaturally heavy in his palm, pulsing with potential that seemed to respond to the energies building around them. With careful precision, he positioned it at the exact point where the golden patterns created by their wands intersected most densely. The church bells began to toll midnight just as Harry started the incantation, an ancient spell in a language older than Latin, its syllables seeming to resonate with the fundamental structure of reality itself. With each word, the magical energies in the circle intensified, the components in the silver bowls now fully activated and sending streams of their essence toward the center. As Harry's voice pronounced the final phrase, Several things happened simultaneously. The resurrection stone flared with blinding light, the temple anchor's rotation reached an impossible speed, and the entire ritual circle seemed to detach from the physical plane, hovering a few inches above the floor of the ruined cottage. "It's working," the old wizard called over the building magical resonance, his voice strained with effort as he maintained his portion of the spell matrix. "The temporal fracture is forming." Indeed, at the center of the circle, directly above the temporal anchor, a distortion had appeared in the air, a rippling effect like heat rising from sun-baked stone, but vertical and expanding. Within this distortion, vague images flickered, brief, fragmentary glimpses of what might have been Hogwarts in different eras, appearing and disappearing too quickly to fully register. "The final component," the old wizard instructed, his face illuminated by the ritual's growing light. "Your pure intent, Harry. Focus your will completely on your destination. January 1943, Hogwarts, your purpose there. The portal will stabilize around that focal point." Harry closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy on the image he had cultivated, Hogwarts as it stood in the winter of 1943, the precise location on the grounds where he intended to arrive. He visualized Tom Riddle as he had been then, 16 years old, already set on a dark path but not yet irredeemably lost. He focused on his mission, to prevent the rise of Voldemort, to save countless lives, to create a better future even at the cost of his own present. When he opened his eyes again, the distortion had transformed. Where before there had been chaotic, shifting glimpses, now a clear portal had formed, a circular opening approximately 6 feet in diameter, to which Harry could see a snow-covered landscape that was unmistakably the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with Hogwarts Castle visible in the near distance. "It stabilized," the old wizard confirmed, his voice filled with something like awe. "The pathway is open." The magical pressure in the room had become almost unbearable, a physical weight pressing against Harry's skin and lungs. The ritual components were now fully consumed, the silver bowls empty, their contents converted to pure magical energy that sustained the temporal portal. "You must go now," the old wizard urged. "The pathway will remain stable for less than a minute." Harry summoned his traveling bag from the edge of the room, securing it across his body. The Elder Wand he returned to his moleskin pouch, though his Holly Wand remained readily accessible in his sleeve holster. The Resurrection Stone, still positioned at the nexus point of the ritual, would need to remain behind, an anchor for this end of the temporal bridge. He stepped to the edge of the portal, feeling its energy pulling at him like a physical tide. Through the opening, he could see snowflakes falling gently on the Hogwarts grounds, the castle windows glowing with warm light against the night sky. January 1943, a world waiting to be changed. A sudden wave of doubt washed over him. Was he truly ready to leave everything behind? To abandon his friends, his godson, the lives he had built, for a mission with no guarantee of success? Having second thoughts, the old wizard asked, his voice gentler than Harry had ever heard it. "Not about the mission," Harry replied honestly. "But all I'm leaving behind. All I'll never see again." "The hardest sacrifice," the old wizard acknowledged. "One I understand better than you might guess." Harry turned to look at his companion one last time. "Who were you?" he asked. "Before you became Doge. Who were you originally?" The old wizard smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "Someone who, like you, couldn't stand by when there was a chance to make things right. Someone who understood that sometimes the greatest heroism lies not in facing death, but in facing life under impossible conditions." It wasn't really an answer, but Harry sensed it was all he would get. He nodded once, then turned back to the portal, which had begun to fluctuate slightly around its edges, a sign that stability was waning. "Any final advice?" he asked, poised on the threshold between present and past. "Trust your instincts, but be prepared for complexity beyond what you anticipate," the old wizard said. Tom Riddle is not yet Voldemort, remember that. And Harry. His voice softened further. Find moments of joy in your new life. The mission matters, but so does the man who undertakes it. The portal's edges wavered more pronouncedly, the view of 1943 Hogwarts beginning to blur at the periphery. It's time, the old wizard urged. Go now. Harry took a deep breath, fixed his destination firmly in mind once more, and stepped through the portal. The sensation defied description, neither like apparition nor portkey travel, but something far more fundamental. It felt as though every atom of his body was simultaneously disassembled and reconstructed, as though he were being stretched across an impossible distance while remaining perfectly still. Colors and sounds he had no names for washed over and through him, along with fragmentary glimpses of what might have been alternate timelines, fleeting images of lives he had never lived, choices he had never made, worlds that might have been. Through it all, he maintained his focus on a single thought: Hogwarts, 1943, the mission. Like a mantra, the words kept him anchored as reality itself seemed to dissolve and reform around him. Then, with shocking abruptness, solidity returned. Cold air filled his lungs. Snowflakes landed on his face. His feet pressed into real ground covered with several inches of fresh powder. Harry staggered slightly, disoriented by the sudden transition. Behind him, where the portal had been, there was nothing but empty air and gently falling snow. Above, a clear winter sky spread across the heavens, stars arranged in slightly unfamiliar positions. Before him stood the Forbidden Forest, and beyond it, Hogwarts Castle, outwardly identical to the school he had known, yet somehow subtly different in a way he couldn't immediately identify. He drew his holly wand, casting a quick tempest charm to confirm his arrival. Glowing numbers appeared in the air before him. January 5th, 1943, 3:17 a.m. He had done it. He had traveled over 50 years into the past, to a time before his parents were born, before Voldemort's rise, before the wars that had shaped his original existence. The magnitude of what he had accomplished, what he had sacrificed, threatened to overwhelm him. Harry sank to his knees in the snow, breaths coming in ragged gasps as the full emotional impact crashed through the adrenaline of the ritual. Everyone he had known and loved, Ron, Hermione, Jinny, Teddy, the entire Weasley family, existed now only in a future that might never come to pass. He was utterly alone in a time not his own, with only his mission for company. Eventually, the initial shock subsided, replaced by the practical reality of his situation. He was standing in the open, in the middle of winter, in the early hours of morning. He needed shelter, warmth, and time to organize his thoughts before approaching the castle and implementing the next phase of his plan. Rising to his feet, Harry oriented himself using the familiar silhouette of the castle. If the landscape remained essentially unchanged from his time, there should be a gamekeeper's hut not far from his current position. Not Hagrid's, of course, but its predecessor. That would provide temporary shelter until a more appropriate hour to make his presence known. As he made his way carefully through the snow, Harry felt an unexpected sensation beneath the lingering disorientation and grief, a tentative flicker of something like hope. He had succeeded in the supposedly impossible task of traveling decades into the past. Perhaps success in his greater mission was also possible. In the distance, Hogwarts stood silhouetted against the star-filled sky, windows glowing warmly against the winter night. Somewhere within those ancient walls, a 16-year-old Tom Riddle slept, unaware that his destiny had just arrived on the grounds, carrying the weight of a future that would now never come to pass. "I'm here," Harry whispered to the silent forest and the watching stars. And everything changes now. Chapter 8, 1943, A New Identity. Dawn broke over Hogsmeade Village with a pearlescent glow, winter sunlight reflecting off snow-covered rooftops and casting long blue shadows across narrow streets. Harry leaned against the frost-covered window of his rented room at the Three Broomsticks, watching as the hamlet gradually came to life in the early morning hours. Shopkeepers swept snow from their doorsteps, smoke curled from chimneys into the crystalline air, and the occasional witch or wizard hurried along the main thoroughfare, breath clouding before them. It looked remarkably similar to the Hogsmeade he had known, yet subtly different in ways that continually reminded him of his displacement in time. The shop signs were unfamiliar. Zonkos existed, but not Honeydukes. Madame Putafoot's tea shop was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an apothecary with a swinging sign depicting a silver cauldron. Most strikingly, a large banner hung across the main street reading, "Victory requires vigilance. Report suspicious magical activity," a stark reminder that this was 1943, the height of both the Muggle World War II and Grindelwald's reign of terror. 3 days had passed since Harry's arrival through the temporal portal. He had spent the first night in the gamekeeper's hut as planned, finding it empty but well-maintained, its occupant apparently away for the holiday break. By morning, he had oriented himself sufficiently to implement the next phase of his carefully constructed plan. The Three Broomsticks had been his first destination, a strategic choice that allowed him to establish his presence gradually in the wizarding community while gathering crucial information about the current social and political climate. Madame Rosmerta had not yet been born. The establishment was run by a stout, cheerful wizard named Hamish Ogden, whose prodigious mustache and booming laugh made him a natural publican. "Another day in paradise, Mr. Peveril?" Hamish inquired as Harry descended to the pub's main room for breakfast. His Scottish brogue was thicker than Harry had heard in his time, the dialect less diluted by modern standardization. "Beautiful morning," Harry agreed, settling at a corner table that offered a clear view of both the main entrance and the stairs to the guest rooms. Old Auror habits died hard, even, or perhaps especially, when one was technically no longer an Auror. "Porridge this morning, with honey and blackberry compote," Hamish announced, placing a steaming bowl before Harry. "Best thing for a winter's day, especially if you're still planning that hike up to the castle." Harry nodded appreciatively. "I am indeed." Professor Dippet's secretary confirmed our appointment for 10 o'clock. "Good luck to you, then," Hamish said with a wink. Armando Dippet's a fair man, but particular about his teachers. Though I hear the defense position's been hard to fill these past few years, what with everything going on across the channel. The casual reference to Grindelwald's European campaign sent a small shock through Harry, a reminder of historical events that were current news in this timeline. While Voldemort's reign of terror had been Harry's primary focus during his preparations, he had studied this earlier Dark Wizard's activities as well. In January 1943, Grindelwald's forces controlled much of magical Europe, his ideology of wizarding supremacy gaining traction even in Britain, despite the ministry's official opposition. "I've heard similar rumors," Harry replied carefully. "Though Hogwarts has always maintained its standards, regardless of external circumstances." "True enough," Hamish agreed. "Safest place in Britain, they say. Dumbledore's presence alone keeps Grindelwald's lot at bay." The mention of Dumbledore sent another, stronger jolt to Harry's system. In this time, Albus Dumbledore was Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmaster, still a year away from his legendary duel with Grindelwald. He would be in his prime, powerful, respected, but carrying the weight of his complicated history with the Dark Wizard currently terrorizing Europe. And entirely unaware of the time traveler currently eating porridge in Hogsmeade. Harry had spent his 3 days in the village meticulously refining his cover story and preparing for the inevitable scrutiny he would face at Hogwarts. His documentation was flawless. Doge's knowledge of period-appropriate formatting and Harry's experience with authentication spells from his aura training had combined to create credentials that would withstand all but the most invasive magical investigation. Harold Peveril, distant relative of the ancient magical line, educated privately in America at Merlin's Conservatory, with subsequent advanced studies in defensive magic throughout the Western Hemisphere. His specialization in protective enchantments and counter curses was substantiated by several scholarly articles published under his name in respected magical journals, actual publications that Doge had somehow arranged to insert into the historical record before Harry's arrival. The story was designed to be both impressive enough to secure the position at Hogwarts and sufficiently international to explain any cultural discrepancies in Harry's behavior. It also provided a plausible reason for his sudden appearance in Britain. The escalating global wizard war had made his research locations in Europe increasingly dangerous, and Hogwarts represented both a safe haven and an opportunity to contribute to magical education during troubled times. After finishing his breakfast, Harry returned to his room to make final preparations for his meeting with Headmaster Ditpet. His appearance had been carefully considered as part of his new identity. His hair, still unruly as ever, had been grown slightly longer and was now streaked with a few strands of premature gray, magically added to age him slightly from his actual 22 years to a more professorial late 20s. Specialized contact lenses, developed in his time but recreated using techniques available in the 1940s, changed his distinctive green eyes to a more nondescript hazel, while subtly correcting his vision. Most importantly, a combination of magical concealment and muggle theatrical makeup techniques disguised his lightning bolt scar, the most recognizable feature of Harry Potter, and one that would raise uncomfortable questions in any era. The result was a face that resembled Harry's natural appearance, but with enough differences to prevent anyone who might later encounter his younger self from making the connection. Standing before the small mirror in his room, Harry straightened the formal robes he had selected for the interview, deep blue with subtle silver embroidery around the collar and cuffs, conservative by his original timeline standards but appropriately dignified for a 1940s academic. Around his neck hung a simple silver pendant shaped like a triangle containing a circle and a line, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, which in this era would be recognized only as the mark of the Peverell family by those familiar with ancient wizarding genealogy. Harold Peverell, he said to his reflection, testing the identity that must now become as natural as his birth name. Professor Peverell. His reflection nodded back, its expression serious but confident. The green-eyed boy who had once gazed bewildered at his own image in the mirror of Eriste was gone, replaced by a man with purpose and determination etched into every line of his face. At precisely 9:30, Harry left the 3 broomsticks, his documentation, and personal effects secured in a dragonhide briefcase charmed with subtle protection spells. The walk to Hogwarts would take approximately 20 minutes, allowing him ample time to compose his thoughts before the interview. The path to the castle was intimately familiar yet strangely new. Without Honeydukes, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, or the Shrieking Shack, which wouldn't be built for another 30 years, the route felt both right and wrong, like a beloved book with key paragraphs altered. The gates of Hogwarts, when he reached them, were identical to those he remembered, wrought iron bars flanked by winged boars on stone pillars, the metal gleaming dully in the winter sunlight. As Harry approached, the gates recognized the legitimate magical appointment notification he carried and swung open silently. The sensation of crossing the threshold onto Hogwarts grounds sent an unexpected surge of emotion through him, a powerful sense of homecoming mingled with the sharp awareness that this was not truly his Hogwarts, not the school where he had found his first real home. The walk up the long drive gave Harry time to settle these conflicting feelings, to reorient himself to the reality of his situation. By the time the castle proper came fully into view, he had regained his composure, his mental shields firmly in place. As an accomplished declemens, a skill he had mastered during his aura training, he was prepared for the possibility of mental probing, whether from Dumbledore or, more concerningly, from the 16-year-old legilimens currently residing within the school's walls. The great oak doors of the entrance hall stood open despite the winter chill, a testament to the powerful warming charms that maintained a comfortable temperature throughout the castle. Harry paused momentarily on the threshold, allowing himself one brief, indulgent moment of nostalgia before stepping into the entrance hall. Inside, Hogwarts was simultaneously exactly as he remembered and noticeably different. The basic architecture remained unchanged, The sweeping marble staircase, the 4 giant hourglasses showing house points, the towering ceiling disappearing into shadows above. But smaller details revealed the temple displacement. Portraits he didn't recognize hung in familiar locations. The hourglasses contained slightly different gemstones than in his day, and the overall aesthetic featured more ornate Gothic elements that had apparently been simplified in later renovations. "Mr. Peveril, I presume?" The voice came from halfway down the marble staircase, where a tall, thin wizard in formal robes was descending with measured steps. Harry recognized Armando Ditpet from portraits he had studied, a balding man with a fringe of white hair and a neatly trimmed silver beard, his expression one of dignified authority. "Headmaster Ditpet," Harry replied with a respectful nod. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me on such short notice. The defense against the dark arts position requires prompt attention," Ditpet said, reaching the bottom of the stairs. "Professor Merithott's unexpected retirement has left us in something of a predicament, particularly given the current global situation." He extended a hand, which Harry shook firmly. "Please, follow me to my office." As they ascended the familiar path toward what Harry had always known as Dumbledore's office, Ditpet maintained a stream of cordial small talk about the weather, Harry's journey to Scotland, and the logistical challenges of the upcoming term. Harry responded appropriately, demonstrating the polished social grace that had been part of his Auror diplomatic training while carefully observing his surroundings. Students would return from winter holiday the following day, meaning the castle was currently occupied primarily by staff and the few pupils who had remained over the break. Harry was acutely aware that Tom Riddle was among the latter group, having always stayed at Hogwarts rather than return to the Muggle orphanage during school holidays. Somewhere in this castle, the future Lord Voldemort was going about his day, unaware that his destiny had just walked through the front doors. Tippet's office, when they reached it, contained many of the same silver instruments Harry remembered from Dumbledore's tenure, though arranged more formally and with notably fewer books. The circular room felt slightly colder, both in temperature and ambience, lacking the lived-in warmth Dumbledore had later brought to the space. "Please, have a seat," Ditpet said, gesturing to a straight-backed chair before his desk. "I must inform you that Professor Dumbledore, our deputy headmaster, will be joining us shortly. He takes a particular interest in defense against the dark arts appointments, given the subject's importance in these troubled times." "Of course," Harry replied, his pulse quickening despite his preparation for this moment. "I look forward to meeting him. His work on Dragon's Blood is remarkable." "Indeed," Ditpet agreed, settling behind his desk. "While we wait, perhaps you could elaborate on your experience. Your written credentials are impressive, but I find personal conversation more revealing than parchment, no matter how official the seal." For the next 15 minutes, Harry presented his carefully constructed background, weaving together the factual elements of his actual magical knowledge with the fictional details of Harold Peveril's history. He spoke of his research into protective enchantments in Peru, his studies of counter curses in North America, and his collaboration with wizards in Canada developing shielding techniques against the dark arts. Throughout his recitation, he maintained eye contact with Ditpet while keeping his occlumency shield subtly active, not so obviously defensive as to raise suspicion, but sufficient to protect his true memories should the headmaster possess unexpected legilimency skills. "Your focus on practical application rather than purely theoretical study is refreshing," Ditpet observed when Harry finished. "Too many modern magical scholars forget that defense is, ultimately, about surviving real encounters with dark forces." "Theory has its place," Harry acknowledged, "but students need tangible skills, especially in the current climate." "A philosophy I heartily endorse," came a new voice from the doorway. Harry had prepared himself for this moment, had rehearsed his reaction countless times, yet the sight of Albus Dumbledore in his prime still sent a shock of emotion through him that threatened to overwhelm his careful composure. The Dumbledore who entered Ditpet's office bore only a passing resemblance to the ancient headmaster Harry had known. This was a wizard in his 60s rather than his hundreds, tall and straight-backed, his auburn hair and beard only beginning to show traces of silver. He wore robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars, and his blue eyes, while still carrying the characteristic twinkle, held a sharper, more assessing quality. Albus, Ditpet said, rising. May I present Mr. Harold Peveril, our applicant for the defense position. Mr. Peveril, Professor Albus Dumbledore, our deputy headmaster and transfiguration professor. An honor, Professor, Harry said, extending his hand and consciously strengthening his mental shields. Your reputation extends well beyond Britain's shores. You flatter me, Mr. Peveril, Dumbledore replied, clasping Harry's hand briefly. His gaze was penetrating but not obviously invasive, a gentle testing rather than a forceful probe. I understand you've spent considerable time in the Americas. A fascinating magical tradition, quite distinct from my European approach in some respects. Indeed, Harry agreed, maintaining the calm demeanor of Harold Peveril rather than yielding to the tsunami of emotions that threatened his composure. Their integration of indigenous magical practices with traditional European techniques offers unique perspectives on defensive magic in particular. The interview continued with Dumbledore taking a more active role, his questions probing not just Harry's technical knowledge, which was substantial and genuine, but his philosophical approach to teaching defensive magic to young witches and wizards. Throughout, Harry felt the subtle pressure of legitimacy at the edges of his consciousness, not aggressive enough to constitute an invasion but persistent enough to reveal Dumbledore's cautious nature. You mentioned in your correspondence that you've developed a particular curriculum for advanced protective charms, Dumbledore noted, referring to the documents spread before them. I'm curious about your approach to teaching these to 6th and 7th year students. Harry outlined a teaching method that balanced theoretical understanding with practical application, drawing on his actual experience both as a member of Dumbledore's army and as an Auror trainer after the war. He emphasized the importance of adapting defensive techniques to individual magical strengths, rather than forcing all students into a standardized approach. An interesting perspective, Dumbledore commented, his blue eyes thoughtful. Although I wonder if such individualization might leave gaps in foundational knowledge. The foundations must be solid and universal, Harry agreed. But once those are established, allowing students to develop along their natural affinities creates stronger, more confident practitioners. A wizard who excels at shield charms but struggles with offensive countermagic shouldn't be made to feel inferior. Rather, they should be taught to perfect their shielding to such a degree that it becomes their primary defensive strategy. The conversation continued in this vein for nearly an hour, with Harry drawing on his substantial practical experience while being careful not to reference specific events or techniques that wouldn't be developed until later decades. Throughout, he maintained his persona as Harold Peveril, learned by humble, confident but not arrogant, principled without being rigid. Well, Ditpet said finally, setting aside the notes he had been taking, I must say I'm impressed, Mr. Peveril. Your qualifications are excellent. Your teaching philosophy aligns well with Hogwarts traditions while offering fresh perspectives, and your practical experience is precisely what our students need in these uncertain times. I concur, Dumbledore added, though Harry noted a hint of reservation in his tone. Though I would add that teaching at Hogwarts often presents unique challenges beyond the purely academic. Our students come from diverse backgrounds and bring various complexities to the classroom environment. Harry recognized the subtle warning for what it was, Dumbledore's awareness of the exceptional students currently at Hogwarts, Tom Riddle foremost among them. I appreciate that, Professor, Harry replied carefully. In my experience, the most magically gifted students are often those who require the most thoughtful guidance. Raw talent without proper direction can lead to unfortunate outcomes. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, recognition, perhaps, of the unspoken understanding between them. The deputy headmaster nodded slightly, then turned to Ditpet. I believe Mr. Peveril would be an excellent addition to our staff, Armando. Particularly given Professor Marathon's high regard for his published work. Ditpet seemed pleased by this endorsement. Indeed. Well then, Mr. Peveril, I am prepared to offer you the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, effective immediately. The spring term begins tomorrow, which leaves precious little time for preparation, but I suspect you are the sort of wizard who adapts well to circumstances. You honor me, Headmaster, Harry said, inclining his head respectfully. I accept with gratitude and will endeavor to uphold Hogwarts standards of excellence. The practical details followed swiftly: discussion of salary, living quarters, faculty responsibilities, and the schedule of classes. Harry would occupy the traditional defense professor's suite on the 3rd floor, conveniently located near his classroom and office. As the newest faculty member, he would be assigned certain additional duties, including evening patrols and occasional weekend supervision of Hogsmeade visits. Normally we would arrange a proper introduction to the full staff, Ditpet explained, but given the timing, you'll meet most of your colleagues at dinner this evening. Students return tomorrow afternoon, with classes beginning the following day. I'll ensure you receive the current roster and curriculum notes, Dumbledore added. Galatea, Professor Marathon, left reasonably detailed outlines of what each year has covered thus far. That would be most helpful, Harry acknowledged. I'd like to maintain continuity while gradually introducing my own methods. After completing the necessary employment documents, magical contracts that formally bound him to Hogwarts as a professor, Ditpet called for a house elf to escort Harry to his new quarters. The small creature who appeared with a soft pop introduced herself as Mimsy, her large ears quivering with excitement at meeting the new professor. If you'll excuse us, Professor Dumbledore and I have some administrative matters to discuss, Ditpet said, rising to signal the end of the interview. Mimsy will see you settled, and will expect you at dinner in the Great Hall at 7 o'clock. Thank you again for this opportunity, Harry said, gathering his documents and briefcase. I look forward to becoming part of the Hogwarts community. As he followed Mimsy from the office, Harry felt Dumbledore's gaze linger on his back, not hostile, but certainly watchful. He had expected no less. The younger Dumbledore was less trusting than his older counterpart had been, and a new defense professor appearing suddenly during wartime would naturally invite scrutiny. The walk to his new quarters gave Harry the opportunity to reacquaint himself with the castle from a professor's perspective. Mimsy led him along corridors he had once traversed as a student, past classrooms where he had learned magic that had saved his life multiple times, down staircases that still moved with unpredictable timing. This is being Professor Peveril's rooms, Mimsy announced, stopping before an oak door adorned with an intricate carving of a phoenix in flight. The password is currently Sanctuary, but Professor can be changing it if he wishes. Sanctuary is appropriate, Harry replied with a small smile. Thank you, Mimsy. The house elf beamed at him. Mimsy will bring Professor's luggage from Hogsmeade. Is there being anything else Professor needs? Perhaps some tea, if it's not too much trouble, Harry suggested, feeling the emotional weight of the morning's events catching up to him. Otherwise, I believe I can manage. After Mimsy disappeared with another pop, Harry spoke the password and entered what would now be his home. The suite was more spacious than he had expected, a comfortable sitting room with a fireplace and desk, a small private dining area, a modestly sized bedroom with an adjoining bathroom, and a separate study lined with empty bookshelves waiting to be filled. The windows of the sitting room overlooked the Hogwarts grounds, providing a sweeping view of the snow-covered landscape stretching down to the frozen lake. In the distance, Harry could see the Quidditch pitch, its tall stands reaching toward the winter sky like skeletal fingers. For the first time since his arrival in 1943, he allowed himself a moment of true vulnerability. Sinking into an armchair by the window, Harry closed his eyes, feeling the enormity of what he had accomplished and what still lay ahead. He had successfully traveled through time, established his new identity, and secured a position at Hogwarts. The foundation was laid. But the real work, the true purpose of his journey, was just beginning. Somewhere in this castle, Tom Riddle was continuing his path toward becoming Lord Voldemort. The brilliant, damaged boy who had already murdered his father and grandparents, already opened the Chamber of Secrets, already created his first Horcrux, was just a few corridors away. Harry's plan required patience and precision. He couldn't simply confront Riddle or attempt the extraction ritual immediately. First, he needed to establish himself as a respected authority figure, gain Riddle's trust, position himself as a mentor rather than an adversary. Only then could he implement the final phase, the ritual that would remove Riddle's magic and forever prevent the rise of Voldemort. A soft pop announced Mimsey's return, bearing both a tea tray and Harry's luggage from the free broomsticks. As Harry thanked her, another house elf appeared, introducing himself as Tilly and presenting a thick folder of parchments. Professor Dumbledore is asking Tilly to deliver these curriculum materials to Professor Peverell, the elf explained, setting the folder on the desk. And Professor Dumbledore is saying he hopes Professor will find them illuminating. After the elves departed, Harry opened the folder to find not only Merithoth's curriculum notes, but also a separate parchment in Dumbledore's flowing script. Professor Peverell. In addition to the standard class materials, I have taken the liberty of including a brief overview of our current students who demonstrate particular aptitude, or challenges, in defense of magic. You'll find that Hogwarts harbors some truly exceptional young minds, each requiring their own approach. I look forward to our future conversations about educational philosophy. Perhaps you might join me for tea sometime next week, once you've had the opportunity to meet your classes. Albus Dumbledore. Beneath this note lay several pages of student profiles, each containing academic records and brief personal observations. Harry flipped through them quickly, recognizing surnames that would later belong to people he knew: Abbott, Bones, McGonagall, Minerva, currently a 7th-year Gryffindor prefect, and others. And there, midway through the stack, was the profile he most needed and dreaded to see. Riddle, Tom Marvolo. House, Slytherin. Year, 6th. Prefect, recipient of Special Award for Services to the School, 1942. Academic standing, outstanding in all subjects. Personal notes, exceptional magical ability across all disciplines. Particular talent for nonverbal magic and advanced charms. Popular among students and faculty. Orphaned, raised in Muggle institution. Demonstrates remarkable self-sufficiency and maturity. The description was factual and positive, exactly what one would expect for Hogwarts' most brilliant student. Only the absence of personal warmth betrayed Dumbledore's caution regarding his gifted pupil. Harry set the profile aside, his tea cooling forgotten as he contemplated his imminent encounter with the young man who, in another timeline, would become the darkest wizard of the age. Tomorrow, when students returned from holiday, he would come face to face with Tom Riddle, not as Harry Potter, prophesied enemy, but as Professor Peverell, new defense against the dark arts teacher. The irony was not lost on him. As the winter afternoon light began to fade from his windows, Harry rose and began unpacking his belongings, arranging his fabricated life in the spaces that would now be his. Robes in the wardrobe, books on the shelves, personal effects on the mantelpiece, each item carefully selected to support his cover identity while allowing him to function effectively in his role. In the bottom of his trunk, wrapped in protective cloth, lay his holly wand, the Elder Wand, and a small collection of photographs, the only tangible connections to the future he had left behind. These he secured in a hidden compartment he created in the bedroom wall, warded with protection spells that would alert only him to any tampering. By the time 7 o'clock approached, Professor Harold Peverell was ready to make his first appearance in the Great Hall, not as the boy who lived, but as the newest member of the Hogwarts faculty. His path forward was clear, his mission defined, his resolve unshaken by the day's emotional challenges. As he straightened his robes and prepared to meet his new colleagues, Harry allowed himself one small, grim smile. Tom Riddle had spent years hiding his true nature behind a perfect facade. Now Harry would do the same. Chapter 9: Professor Peveril. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had always possessed a certain magic beyond the enchantments woven into its very stones, a living quality that shifted with the moods and events of the school year. Harry had experienced it as a student, from the awestruck wonder of his first welcoming feast to the somber aftermath of battles fought on school grounds. Now, approaching the staff table from the opposite direction, he encountered yet another incarnation of that familiar space. Without students, the hall felt both larger and more intimate, its vastness emphasized by empty house tables while conversation echoed differently against the enchanted ceiling. Tonight, that ceiling reflected a clear winter sky scattered with stars, occasional snowflakes dissolving into nothingness before they reached the diners below. Harry's entrance drew immediate attention from the dozen or so faculty members already gathered. Headmaster Ditpet, seated at the center of the high table, gestured him forward with a cordial wave. "Ah, Professor Peveril. Do join us. Allow me to introduce you to your colleagues." The formality of 1940s Wizarding Society was evident in the introductions that followed, each professor rising slightly as Ditpet presented them. Some names Harry recognized from his own time: Horace Slughorn, already potions master and head of Slytherin, though noticeably younger and somewhat trimmer; Phileas Flitwick, a surprisingly youthful charms professor with fewer lines crinkling around his eyes; Herbert Beery, the herbology professor who would one day be replaced by Pomona Sprout. Others were entirely unfamiliar: Cordelia Selwyn, astronomy professor and head of Ravenclaw; Desmond Kettleburn, care of magical creatures, with noticeably more limbs than Harry recalled from mentions of him; Beatrice Tennyson, ancient runes professor and head of Hufflepuff. At the end of the table sat Dumbledore, who acknowledged Harry with a polite nod but offered no additional comment. "We're a somewhat reduced company tonight," Ditpet explained as Harry took the empty seat beside Slughorn. "Several of our colleagues won't return until tomorrow with the students. But this will give you the opportunity to become acquainted with the heads of houses at least." "Splendid to have fresh blood on the faculty," Slughorn declared, clapping Harry on the shoulder with surprising force. "And such distinguished blood at that. Peveril is one of our oldest families, though I'd thought the direct line had died out centuries ago." "A distant branch, Professor Slughorn," Harry replied with the practiced ease of a cover story rehearsed many times. "My great-grandfather emigrated to America in the 1850s. The family maintained its traditions, if not its prominence." "Fascinating." Slughorn's eyes gleamed with the familiar acquisitive interest Harry remembered. "And now you've returned to the motherland, as it were. You simply must tell me about magical education in the colonies. Such a hodgepodge of traditions, I've always heard, lacking our European refinement but making up for it with innovative approaches." As dinner progressed, a formal affair served in multiple courses by house elves who appeared and disappeared with practiced discretion, Harry navigated the social currents of the 1943 Hogwarts faculty with careful attention. He answered questions about his fictional background with consistent details, expressed appropriate interest in his colleagues' specialties, and demonstrated enough knowledge of current magical theory to establish his credentials without revealing anachronistic information. Throughout, he maintained awareness of Dumbledore's occasional glances from further down the table, not hostile, but certainly assessing. The deputy headmaster said little during the meal, contributing to the general conversation only when directly addressed, yet somehow remaining the gravitational center of the gathering through his mere presence. "You've arrived at quite the interesting moment in our school's history, Professor Peveril," Slughorn remarked as dessert was served. "This year's sixth-year class contains some of the most remarkable magical talent I've seen in my teaching career, and I've been at it for nearly 3 decades. "Indeed?" Harry prompted, knowing exactly where this conversation was heading. Oh yes. Slughorn's enthusiasm was palpable. Young Minerva McGonagall in 7th year is brilliant, of course, already accomplished in human transfiguration beyond any WT level. But our 6th years. Tom Riddle alone would make the class notable. Most extraordinary magical intuition I've ever encountered. And then there's Morphin Knot, Octavius Malfoy, Euphemia Wright, truly a concentration of talent. Harry maintained his pleasant expression through sheer force of will at the mention of names that carried such weight in his original timeline. Knot and Malfoy, likely grandfathers of classmates he had known. And Euphemia Wright, who would later become Euphemia Potter, his own grandmother. I look forward to teaching them, he said carefully. Though I find that sometimes the most naturally gifted students present the greatest educational challenges. How so? Professor Tennyson inquired, her sharp eyes betraying genuine pedagogical interest. Talent without discipline or ethical foundation can lead down problematic paths, Harry explained, conscious of Dumbledore's attention shifting more fully toward him. The most powerful spells require not just magical ability but mature judgment. Part of our responsibility as educators is to develop both simultaneously. Well said, Professor Peveril, Dumbledore commented, breaking his relative's silence. A perspective that aligns well with Hogwarts' educational philosophy, though perhaps not one universally embraced in all magical institutions. The subtle reference to Durmstrang's more pragmatic approach to dark arts education was not lost on Harry. I've observed that technical proficiency divorced from ethical understanding creates wizards who can perform impressive magic without comprehending its deeper implications or consequences, he replied. A dangerous combination, particularly in defensive disciplines. Something like approval flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, though his expression remained neutral. Indeed. A most refreshing perspective from my newest defense professor. As dinner concluded, Harry engaged in brief conversations with each of the heads of houses, establishing the collegial relationships necessary for his role while gathering information about the current dynamics of Hogwarts. By the time he retired to his quarters, he had compiled a mental map of the school's political landscape, which professors held the most influence, which harbored historical tensions, and most importantly, which had taken particular interest in Tom Riddle. Not surprisingly, Slughorn emerged as Riddle's most enthusiastic champion, while Dumbledore maintained a polite but distinct reserve when the boy's name arose. The other professors seemed generally impressed by Riddle's academic performance and behavior, though none showed Slughorn's effusive admiration. It was, Harry reflected, precisely the environment that would allow a cunning, ambitious young wizard to cultivate a facade of perfection while concealing darker pursuits. Back in his quarters, Harry spent several hours reviewing Professor Merithott's curriculum notes and preparing for his first classes. He would meet the 6th-year Slytherins and Gryffindors, Tom Riddle's class, the day after tomorrow, giving him one day to establish his teaching style with other groups first. It was a fortunate scheduling quirk that would allow him to gain some comfort in his role before facing the most critical student in the school. The following day brought controlled chaos as students returned from their holiday break, filling Hogwarts halls with noise, movement, and the tangible energy of youth. Harry observed the arrival from a strategic position on the 3rd-floor landing, where he could watch without being immediately noticed. The students of 1943 differed from those of his era in subtle but noticeable ways. Their uniforms were more formal, with boys wearing proper ties rather than the more casual neckwear of later decades, and girls in longer skirts with precisely regulated hemlines. Hairstyles were more conservative, vocabulary more formal, and the boundary between magical and Muggle cultural influence more distinct. Yet beneath these surface differences, Harry recognized the same patterns he had known: the house rivalries, friend groups, budding romances, and hierarchies that formed the social ecosystem of Hogwarts in any era. First years still looked overwhelmed. 7th years projected practice confidence, and prefects maintained an air of officious authority as they directed younger students through the arrival procedures. And then, descending the dungeon staircase with casual grace, came the figure Harry had been both expecting and dreading. Even without prior knowledge, Tom Riddle would have commanded attention. Tall for his 16 years, with classical features, dark hair styled in the fashion of the era, and an air of contained assurance, he moves through the crowded entrance hall with the unconscious expectation that others would make way, which, Harry noted, they invariably did. His Slytherin prefect badge gleamed on robes that, while not new, were impeccably maintained, a subtle indicator of his pride despite humble circumstances. What struck Harry most forcefully, however, was the absolute normality of the scene. This was not the monstrous Lord Voldemort gliding through the halls, but a handsome teenager returning from holiday, exchanging greetings with classmates, performing prefect duties with efficient courtesy. Had Harry not known what darkness lurked beneath that perfect exterior, what atrocities this young man had already committed and would go on to commit, he might have been as deceived as everyone else. The evening feast welcoming students back was Harry's official introduction to the school at large. Standing at Dippet's request, he endured the curious stares of hundreds of students as the headmaster presented him as Professor Harold Peverell, who joins us from America to take over defense against the dark arts following Professor Marathon's retirement. From his elevated position at the staff table, Harry allowed his gaze to sweep across the 4 house tables, deliberately avoiding lingering on any particular student. Yet he couldn't help but note the varying reactions to his introduction. Polite applause from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, enthusiasm from Gryffindor, where his American background likely suggested more exciting lessons, and measured assessment from Slytherin, where Tom Riddle's expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate academic interest. Harry's first day of teaching began with fourth-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, a deliberate choice to build his confidence with a less intimidating group before facing the advanced classes. By lunchtime, he had taught 3 separate sessions and was beginning to settle into his role, finding that his experience training junior Aurors translated well to classroom management. His approach balanced theory and practice more evenly than many of his own professors had managed, incorporating movement and active participation even in lessons with significant conceptual content. The fourth years had responded with enthusiasm to his interactive demonstration of shield charms, while the second years had been visibly impressed by his practical explanation of distinguishing between harmful and harmless magical creatures. "I hear you've made quite the impression already, Professor Peverell," Dumbledore commented as they happened to arrive simultaneously at the staff entrance to the Great Hall for lunch. "Miss Henderson from Ravenclaw was most effusive about your counter-jinx demonstration while entering Charms class this morning. Students appreciate seeing practical applications of theoretical concepts," Harry replied modestly. "Although I'm sure the novelty of a new teaching style contributes to their enthusiasm." "Novelty has its uses in education," Dumbledore agreed, his blue eyes twinkling. "Though substance must follow if one hopes to maintain their attention beyond the first impression." The subtle assessment was not lost on Harry. Of course. Fortunately, defensive magic offers abundant substance, particularly in our current global climate. Something in his tone must have caught Dumbledore's attention, for the older wizard paused just before they entered the hall. "You speak as one with experience beyond academic study, Professor Peverell." It wasn't quite a question, but the implication was clear. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly, allowing a calculated measure of his genuine experience to show through his carefully maintained facade. "The theoretical understanding of defensive magic is incomplete without practical application," he said quietly. "And yes, I have found myself in situations where such applications were necessary." Dumbledore steadied him for a moment longer. "I suspected as much. Few wizards your age speak of dark forces with such authentic awareness of their reality." With that cryptic observation, he gestured toward the open doorway. "Shall we? The shepherd's pie at Hogwarts is particularly excellent on Tuesdays." The exchange left Harry unsettled, though not entirely surprised. He had anticipated Dumbledore's perceptiveness and had prepared for it. Indeed, a certain degree of genuine connection with the deputy headmaster was essential to his larger plan. But the fine line between revealing enough to establish credibility and revealing too much would require constant vigilance. By Wednesday morning, the day of his first class with the sixth-year Slytherins and Gryffindors, Harry had established a solid reputation among the student body. Word had spread about his practical teaching style, his first-hand knowledge of defensive techniques, and his willingness to demonstrate complex spells rather than merely describing them. The result was a classroom already humming with anticipation when he entered precisely at 9 o'clock. The physical arrangement made an interesting study in house dynamics circa 1943. Slytherins occupied the left side of the room in a formation that subtly emphasized hierarchy, with Tom Riddle positioned centrally among his housemates, not at the very front, which would appear too eager, nor at the back, which might suggest disinterest. Around him sat those Harry presumed were his inner circle, including faces that carried eerie resemblances to Death Eaters he had encountered in his original timeline. The Gryffindors, meanwhile, had claimed the right side with their characteristic lack of subtlety, their seating arrangement more obviously social than strategic. Among them, Harry recognized a red-haired young woman whose features suggested a relation to the Pruitt family, perhaps Molly Weasley's mother or aunt. "Good morning," Harry began, standing before his desk rather than behind it, establishing himself as accessible while maintaining clear authority. "As you're aware, I am Professor Peveril, taking over your defense against the dark arts education following Professor Merrifont's retirement." 24 pairs of eyes focused on him with varying degrees of interest, assessment, and in some cases, barely concealed skepticism. 6 years were a challenging audience, old enough to have developed confidence in their magical abilities, young enough to retain the certainty that they knew better than their instructors. "Before we begin, I'd like to understand where you stand in your defensive education," Harry continued. "Professor Merrifont's notes indicate you've completed work on counter-jinxes, advanced shielding techniques, and basic magical concealment. What areas do you feel most confident in, and where do you believe you need additional focus?" The question, deliberately open-ended, was designed to evaluate not just their technical knowledge but their self-awareness and honesty. Harry observed their reactions carefully, noting which students appeared eager to demonstrate confidence and which seemed reluctant to admit weaknesses. A Gryffindor boy with sandy hair raised his hand first. "Alexander Fraser, sir. I think most of us are fairly solid on direct defensive spells, shields and counter-jinxes and such. But we've had less practice with environmental defenses or responding to unexpected threats." Several students nodded in agreement, though Harry noted the subtle eye-rolling among some Slytherins at the Gryffindors' eagerness to speak first. "An excellent observation, Mr. Fraser. Predictable threats are rarely the most dangerous ones." Harry paced slowly before the class. "Anyone else? Perhaps a perspective from Slytherin?" A calculated silence followed as the Slytherin students exchanged glances, conducting some form of nonverbal negotiation about who would speak for the group. Harry wasn't surprised when, after this brief consultation, it was Tom Riddle who raised his hand with casual confidence. "Tom Riddle, Professor. I believe we might benefit from more practical instruction in recognizing and countering dark magic specifically. Theory is valuable, of course, but given current events in Europe, real-world application seems increasingly relevant." The voice was a shock, educated, pleasant, entirely lacking the high, cold quality it would later acquire. This was Riddle before the decades of immersion in the darkest magic, before the Horcruxes had fragmented his soul and twisted his humanity. Yet the calculated intelligence behind the suggestion was unmistakable, positioning himself as practically minded while subtly criticizing previous instruction as too theoretical. "A valid point, Mr. Riddle," Harry acknowledged, maintaining professional neutrality while experiencing the surreal sensation of addressing his parents' future murderer as a student. The line between academic understanding and practical application is precisely where many defensive failures occur. He turned to address the entire class. Both Mr. Fraser and Mr. Riddle have identified critical gaps in standard defensive education. Controlled environments rarely prepare one for the chaos of genuine magical threats, and theoretical knowledge of dark magic provides limited protection against its actual use. Harry moved to the center of the classroom's open area. Which brings me to today's lesson. We'll begin with a practical demonstration, followed by guided practice. Please clear your desks and move your chairs to the perimeter of the room. The students complied with interest, the scraping of furniture accompanied by the rising murmur of anticipation. When they had arranged themselves around the edges of the cleared space, Harry continued. Defensive magic is not merely about knowing the right counterspell for a specific attack. It's about developing instincts, awareness, and adaptability. He drew his wand, the holly and phoenix feather, not the outer wand, which remained securely hidden in his quarters. I need a volunteer to assist with this demonstration. As expected, several hands rose immediately. Harry's gaze passed deliberately over Tom Riddle, who had not volunteered but was watching with unmistakable interest, before selecting a confident-looking Gryffindor girl. Miss. Right, sir. You see me aright. Harry felt a jolt of recognition that he carefully suppressed. His future grandmother stood before him, a 16-year-old with intelligent eyes and the same determined set to her jaw that he'd seen in photographs of his father. Thank you, Miss Wright. Please draw your wand and prepare to cast any offensive spell you wish. Nothing permanently harmful, of course, but don't hold back otherwise. Your goal is to hit me with your spell. My goal is to demonstrate effective defensive responses. Euphemia looked both excited and slightly nervous at being given such open parameters. She took a position opposite Harry, her wand held in the formal dueling stance taught at Hogwarts in this era. Whenever you're ready, Miss Wright, Harry invited, standing relaxed but alert, his wand at his side rather than raised in traditional defensive position. Euphemia hesitated only briefly before casting with impressive speed, stupefying. The red jet of light shot toward Harry, who deflected it with a casual flick of his wand, not blocking with a shield charm but redirecting the energy into the floor, where it dissipated harmlessly. Before Euphemia could register this response, Harry had taken 2 steps sideways and gestured for her to continue. Encouraged, she cast again, Impedimenta. Petrificus totalis. Locomotor mortis. Each spell was dealt with differently. The first parried with a silent shield charm, the second absorbed and neutralized by a counterspell Harry released as a pulse of blue light, the third simply sidestepped with physical movement. Excellent casting, Miss Wright, Harry commended. Now, I'd like everyone to observe not just what spells I'm using, but how I'm combining magical and physical responses. Defensive success often depends on unpredictability. For the next few minutes, he invited students from both houses to cast increasingly complex offensive spells while he demonstrated various defensive techniques, narrating his strategic choices as he moved. The class watched with growing amazement as their new professor evaded, blocked, redirected, and occasionally absorbed their most creative attacks with apparent ease. Sir, call the Slytherin boy Harry recognized as Nott. Are you using silent casting for all your defensive spells? Yes, Mr. Nott. Nonverbal magic provides significant tactical advantage in defensive scenarios. Your opponent cannot easily anticipate your response if they don't hear the incantation. Harry swept his gaze across the increasingly engaged class. It's a skill you'll begin developing this term. When he judged the demonstration had made its point, Harry ceased his movement and addressed the class more formally. The most important principle in defensive magic is this: you are defending not just against a spell, but against an opponent's intention. Understanding that intention, predicting it, countering it before it fully manifests, elevates defense from mere reaction to strategic advantage. The students' expressions ranged from impressed to calculating, but all were unquestionably engaged. Even those who had initially affected boredom were now watching with undisguised interest. For the remainder of our session, you'll practice combining physical movement with magical defense. Form pairs, one offensive and one defensive. Offensive partners will cast minor jinxes only, tickling jinx, leg locker, that sort of thing. Defensive partners will practice using both shielding spells and physical evasion. Harry smiled slightly. We'll switch roles after 15 minutes, so everyone gets practice in both positions. As the students paired off, predictably along house lines, Harry circulated through the room, offering guidance, corrections, and occasional demonstrations. He was careful to divide his attention equally between Gryffindors and Slytherins, establishing himself as impartial while observing the students' varying abilities. Tom Riddle had paired with Nott, and Harry deliberately saved their group for last in his circuit of the classroom. As he approached, he observed Riddle functioning in the defensive role with an efficiency that bordered on artistry. The young wizard anticipated Nott's attacks with uncanny accuracy, responding with precisely calibrated defensive measures that never expended more energy than necessary. Excellent prediction of attack vectors, Mr. Riddle, Harry commented, stopping to observe more closely. Though I notice you rely primarily on magical counters rather than incorporating physical evasion. Riddle turned toward him, and for the first time, Harry found himself directly meeting the gaze of the 16-year-old who would become Voldemort. The dark eyes that would one day burn red were currently an unremarkable brown, though the intelligence behind them was anything but ordinary. Physical movement seems inefficient when magical defenses are available, Professor, Riddle replied, his tone respectful yet subtly challenging. Why expend physical energy when magical energy can accomplish the same goal? A reasonable question, Harry acknowledged. The answer lies in resource conservation. Magical defense depletes your core energy with each spell cast. Physical movement preserves that energy for when it's most needed. He gestured for Nott to continue his offensive role. Allow me to demonstrate. As Nott cast a series of increasingly rapid jinxes, Harry guided Riddle through a combination of minimal sidesteps and precisely timed shield charms, showing how the integration of physical and magical responses created a more sustainable defensive strategy. You see, by the 10th attack, your magical reserves remain largely intact, whereas with continuous shielding, you begin to experience diminishing returns. Riddle's expression remained neutral, but Harry sensed a calculating assessment behind his polite attention. An interesting approach, Professor. Not standard in most defensive texts. The most effective techniques rarely are, Mr. Riddle, Harry replied with deliberate ambiguity, before moving on to assist other students. By the end of the class period, Harry had established several critical foundations, his practical expertise, his departure from purely theoretical approaches, and his willingness to engage directly with students' questions and abilities. He had also, he hoped, positioned himself as someone worthy of Tom Riddle's intellectual curiosity, a necessary first step in his longer strategy. For next session, he announced as students gathered their belongings, 12 inches on the strategic integration of physical and magical defensive techniques, with specific attention to conservation of magical energy in prolonged encounters. I'm interested in your original thinking, not mere recitation of textbook principles. As the class filed out, Harry noticed Tom Riddle lingering slightly, apparently adjusting the contents of his bag but clearly intending to speak privately. Harry maintained his position at the front of the classroom, organizing notes while discreetly observing the young Slytherin. Professor Peverell. Riddle approached once the last of his classmates had departed. I hope you don't mind, but I had a question about nonverbal defensive magic that extends beyond today's lesson. Not at all, Mr. Riddle, Harry replied, projecting professional interest while maintaining emotional distance. I'm here to facilitate your education, after all. I've been practicing nonverbal casting independently, Riddle explained, his demeanor the perfect model of a dedicated student seeking guidance. I've had reasonable success with standard spells, but protective enchantments seem to require vocalization to achieve full potency. I wondered if you might recommend any specific techniques for overcoming this limitation. The question was sophisticated and entirely reasonable, exactly what one would expect from Hogwarts' most brilliant student. Yet Harry recognized it for what it truly was, a test, designed to evaluate both his knowledge and his willingness to share it. Nonverbal protective enchantments require a different mental approach than standard spells, Harry explained, deliberately using knowledge he had genuinely acquired through his aura training. Rather than visualizing the effect, you must internalize the boundary you wish to establish. Think of it as defining a territory that is fundamentally yours, then extending your magical will across that boundary. Riddle's expression flickered with genuine interest, the first authentic reaction Harry had observed beneath the carefully maintained facade of perfect studenthood. That's not the standard explanation given in advanced texts, Riddle noted. They typically describe it as a matter of concentration and magical strength. Those elements are certainly involved, Harry agreed, but they address the mechanism rather than the conceptual foundation. Magic responds to our understanding as much as to our will or power. Reconceptualizing what a protective enchantment actually does often unlocks nonverbal capability more effectively than simply trying harder with the standard approach. Riddle considered this with visible thoughtfulness. I appreciate the insight, Professor. It's refreshing to encounter a perspective that goes beyond conventional instruction. I'm glad you found it useful, Harry replied, maintaining his professional tone while inwardly noting the significance of this first direct exchange. If you're interested in advanced defensive concepts, I maintain office hours on Thursday evenings. You're welcome to continue this discussion then. I may take you up on that offer, Riddle said with a small, perfect smile that never reached his eyes. Thank you for your time, Professor. As the young Slytherin departed, Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. His first direct encounter with Tom Riddle had gone as well as could be expected, establishing professional rapport without revealing any hint of his true knowledge or purpose. Yet the interaction had affected him more deeply than anticipated. Seeing Riddle in person, not as the snake-faced monster he would become, but as the brilliant, damaged boy he had once been, forced Harry to confront the humanity of his target. This was not simply a dark wizard to be neutralized, but a young man still in the process of becoming, with choices still before him, however narrowed by his experiences and actions thus far. The reminder of their uncomfortable similarities was equally disturbing. Both orphans, both discovering magic as an escape from unloved childhoods, both finding true home at Hogwarts. Both unusually talented, both able to speak Parseltongue, both intimately familiar with the darker aspects of magical potential. Yet where Tom Riddle had chosen to embrace darkness, to pursue power at any cost, Harry had chosen connection, empathy, love, imperfectly, perhaps, with many mistakes along the way, but consistently turning toward light rather than away from it. Their similarities made their differences all the more striking, a reminder that circumstances alone did not determine destiny. As Harry prepared for his next class, he pushed these philosophical considerations aside, focusing instead on practical next steps. He had established his presence at Hogwarts, made his first direct contact with Riddle, and begun positioning himself as a potential mentor figure. The foundation was laid for the months of careful work ahead, gaining Riddle's trust, studying his routines and vulnerabilities, identifying the optimal moment to implement the ritual that would forever prevent Lord Voldemort's rise. Phase 1 of his mission was complete. Phase 2 would require even greater precision, patience, and unwavering commitment to his purpose. Professor Peveril? Dumbledore's voice from the doorway interrupted his thoughts. I hope I'm not intruding, but I happened to observe the end of your lesson with the 6th years. Most impressive demonstration. Harry looked up to find the deputy headmaster watching him with that characteristic expression of benign interest underlaid with piercing assessment. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I believe practical demonstration is often more effective than lengthy explanation." Indeed. Dumbledore entered the classroom fully, his purple robes sweeping the stone floor. "I couldn't help but notice your interaction with young Mr. Riddle as well. He seems to have taken an interest in your teaching methods." The statement was casual, but the attention behind it was anything but. Harry understood immediately that Dumbledore was gauging his reaction to Riddle specifically. "He asks insightful questions," Harry replied neutrally. "As do many students." "Tom has always been exceptionally curious," Dumbledore agreed, studying a nearby model of a dart detector with apparent fascination, particularly about certain branches of magic. His blue eyes flicked to Harry's. "I find myself wondering what impression he made on you, as someone encountering him for the first time." The question was too pointed to evade without raising suspicion, yet too dangerous to answer with complete honesty. Harry opted for a measured response that incorporated genuine observation without revealing his true knowledge. "He strikes me as unusually self-contained for his age," he said carefully. "Remarkable magical control, certainly, but also a certain distance. As though he's observing rather than participating, even when directly engaged." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, not surprise, exactly, but perhaps approval of Harry's perceptiveness. "A most astute observation for someone who has interacted with him only briefly," the deputy headmaster commented. "Tom has always maintained a certain reserve that most find difficult to penetrate." "I've encountered similar patterns before," Harry said, allowing a hint of his authentic understanding to show. "Gifted students who learn early to present what others wish to see rather than what truly lies beneath." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with unmistakable interest. "Have you indeed? And what, in your experience, typically lies beneath such carefully maintained exteriors?" The question hung between them, weighted with implications Harry understood all too well. This was not merely professional curiosity but a testing of waters, Dumbledore trying to determine whether his new colleagues shared his concerns about Riddle's true nature. "In my experience," Harry replied with deliberate care, "what lies beneath is as varied as human nature itself. Sometimes insecurity masked by performance. Sometimes genuine difference seeking connection on alternative terms." He paused, then added, "And sometimes, unfortunately, something more concerning, talents and abilities without the ethical foundation to guide their use." Dumbledore nodded slowly, as though Harry had confirmed something he had already suspected. "A comprehensive assessment, Professor Peverell. And one that suggests you bring more than mere academic knowledge to your teaching position." "We all draw on our personal experiences in education, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied. "Some lessons cannot be found in textbooks." "Indeed not," Dumbledore agreed, moving toward the door. "I look forward to further conversations about your educational philosophy, Professor. Perhaps you might join me for tea next weekend? I find Sunday afternoons particularly conducive to thoughtful discussion." "I would be honored," Harry said sincerely, recognizing both the invitation and the subtle assessment it represented. As Dumbledore departed, Harry returned to organizing his materials for the next class, his mind already analyzing the layers of their exchange. The deputy headmaster was clearly testing him, probing for his perspective on Tom Riddle specifically. That suggested Dumbledore's suspicions about his brilliant student were already well developed, a fact Harry had known historically but now confirmed firsthand. It also meant that Harry's movements regarding Riddle would be observed with greater scrutiny than he had initially anticipated. Dumbledore's interest in their interaction complicated his plans, requiring additional caution in how he approached the young Slytherin. Yet it also presented an opportunity. If he could convince Dumbledore that he shared the deputy headmaster's concerns about Riddle while maintaining the appearance of fair, unbiased treatment, he might gain a powerful ally in his mission, or at least avoid active opposition. As his next class of students began filing into the room, Harry set these strategic considerations aside, focusing on the immediate task of establishing himself as Professor Peverell, Defense against the Dark Arts instructor. The larger game would unfold gradually over the coming months. For now, he had classes to teach, a cover identity to solidify, and a role to inhabit with such conviction that no one, not even Albus Dumbledore, would suspect his true purpose at Hogwarts. Chapter 10: The Enigma of Tom Riddle. January in Scotland brought relentless snow, transforming the Hogwarts grounds into a pristine white landscape that sparkled beneath weak winter sunlight. From his office window, Harry watched students traversing the courtyard below, their black robes stark against the snow, breath clouding in the frigid air as they hurried between classes. 2 weeks into the term, he had settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and disconcertingly foreign, the routines of a professor rather than a student, in a Hogwarts both recognizable and subtly different from the one he had known. His office had taken shape around him, carefully crafted to reflect his fabricated identity while remaining functional for his true purpose. Bookshelves lined with defensive texts from various global traditions. A collection of dart detectors, some genuinely antique, others transfigured to appear period appropriate. Framed certificates documenting Harold Peverell's academic achievements and professional associations. A full glass, positioned strategically to be visible from his desk, its misty surface currently showing only indistinct shadows. On his desk lay a stack of 6th-year essays on defensive integration techniques, Tom Riddle's parchment at the top of the pile, its precise handwriting and comprehensive analysis setting it apart from his classmates' work. Harry had read it 3 times already, analyzing not just the academic content but the insights it offered into its author's mind. The essay was technically flawless, meticulously researched, logically structured, with original observations that demonstrated genuine magical innovation. Yet beneath the brilliance lay something distinctly unsettling, a clinical detachment when discussing defensive vulnerabilities, a focus on efficiency over ethics, and subtle linguistic choices that revealed Riddle's orientation toward power rather than protection. A soft knock interrupted Harry's thoughts. He waved his wand to arrange the essays into a more natural stack, concealing his particular interest in Riddle's work. "Enter," he called, adopting the measured tone he had cultivated for Professor Peverell. The door opened to reveal Minerva McGonagall, 17 years old and already carrying herself with the dignified composure that would characterize her throughout her life. As a 7th-year Gryffindor prefect, she had demonstrated exceptional aptitude in Harry's advanced NEWD class, impressing him with her precise spellwork and analytical mind. "Professor Peverell," she greeted him with a slight Scottish lilt that would become more pronounced in her later years. "I've brought the revised schedule for prefect patrols, as you requested." "Thank you, Miss McGonagall," Harry replied, accepting the parchment she offered. As the newest faculty member, he had been assigned supervision of the prefect patrol schedule, a task that provided valuable intelligence about student movements throughout the castle while reinforcing his official role. "Your efficiency is appreciated as always." McGonagall nodded crisply, the gesture so reminiscent of her future self that Harry felt a momentary disorientation. "We've adjusted the Slytherin and Ravenclaw rotations as you suggested. The coverage of the 3rd-floor corridor should be more consistent now." "Excellent." Harry scanned the document, noting that Tom Riddle was assigned Tuesday and Friday evening patrols, information he filed away for future reference. "Have you encountered any resistance to the new arrangements?" "Nothing significant, sir." "Though." She hesitated briefly, her expression suggesting professional reluctance to voice personal opinions. "Please speak freely, Miss McGonagall," Harry encouraged. "Effective supervision requires honest communication." She straightened almost imperceptibly. It's simply that Tom Riddle requested the astronomy tower route specifically. He was quite insistent about it. I accommodated the request since it didn't conflict with overall coverage, but I found it unusual given that most prefects consider it the least desirable patrol. Harry maintained a neutral expression while mentally noting this interesting detail. The astronomy tower offered both isolation and an excellent vantage point of the grounds, ideal for clandestine activities. Indeed. Did Mr. Riddle offer any explanation for his preference? He mentioned an interest in celestial observation, McGonagall replied, her tone suggesting slight skepticism. Said the quiet helped him think. I see. Harry set the schedule aside. Well, as long as all areas are properly monitored, prefects may certainly have their preferences. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. McGonagall nodded again, apparently satisfied with the response. Will that be all, Professor? Yes, thank you. As she turned to leave, Harry added, Oh, and Miss McGonagall, excellent work in yesterday's class. Your adaptation of the shield charm to repel environmental hazards showed impressive innovation. A faint blush colored her cheeks, though her composed demeanor never faltered. Thank you, Professor. I found your suggestion about visualizing dimensional boundaries particularly helpful. After she departed, Harry returned to the window, his thoughts shifting back to Tom Riddle. The past 2 weeks had provided numerous opportunities to observe the young Slytherin in various contexts: classroom discussions, hallway interactions, mealtimes in the Great Hall. Each observation added another piece to the complex puzzle of the boy who would become Voldemort. In class, Riddle presented the perfect student, attentive, insightful, performing complex magic with effortless precision. He answered questions thoroughly but never dominated discussions, offering others opportunities to contribute while subtly demonstrating his superior knowledge. His practical wand work was flawless, his theoretical understanding sophisticated beyond his years. Outside the classroom, Harry had observed a different dimension of Riddle's careful performance. In the corridors and common areas, the Slytherin prefect moved with quiet authority, surrounded by a core group of admirers who oriented themselves around him like planets around a sun. Not through obvious dominance, but through a more subtle magnetism, offering assistance with difficult assignments, remembering personal details about his fellow students, providing measured advice that invariably proved correct. The teachers, with few exceptions, regarded him with undisguised admiration. Slughorn's favoritism was most pronounced, but even Professor Kettleburn, typically more interested in his magical creatures than his human students, had mentioned young Riddle's remarkable intuition during a recent staff meeting. Only Dumbledore maintained the characteristic reserve, watching Riddle with the same penetrating blue gaze that had once assessed Harry across the headmaster's desk in a future that might now never come to pass. And now, this intriguing detail about the astronomy tower patrols. What might Riddle be doing during those solitary evening hours, high above the sleeping castle? Genuine astronomical studies seemed unlikely given what Harry knew of his future interests. More probably, the location offered privacy for magical experimentation or meetings that Riddle preferred to keep unobserved. A clock chimed softly, reminding Harry of his next class, fifth-year Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, in 10 minutes. He gathered his teaching materials, his mind still turning over the puzzle of Tom Riddle even as he prepared for his official duties. After his final afternoon class, Harry made a deliberately casual pass to the library, ostensibly checking for students meeting assistants with their defense essays. The massive chamber remained largely unchanged from his time: rows of towering bookshelves, secluded study alcoves, the distinctive scent of parchment, ink, and aging leather bindings. Madame Pants had not yet assumed the position of librarian. Instead, a round-faced wizard named Virgil Bonafide presided over the domain with surprising amiability, quite unlike his fearsome successor. As Harry had anticipated, Tom Riddle occupied a table in a back corner, surrounded by books and parchments arranged in meticulous order. What Harry hadn't expected was the group with him, not his usual Slytherin associates, but a mixed gathering that included 2 Ravenclaws, a Hufflepuff, and even a Gryffindor. All were bent over their work, with Riddle occasionally leaning to offer quiet guidance or clarification. Harry browsed a nearby shelf on advanced defensive theory, positioning himself to overhear their conversation without appearing to eavesdrop. Confused about the distinction between a true counter curse and a simple reversing spell, one of the Ravenclaws was saying, a bespectacled girl with dark hair pulled into a severe bun. "It's a question of magical architecture," Riddle replied, his voice pitched low but clear. "A reversing spell attempts to undo existing magic from the outside, while a counter curse integrates with the original spell structure to collapse it from within. That's why counter curses must be specific to their targets, while reversing spells can be more general but less effective." The explanation was technically flawless, and, Harry noted with interest, nearly identical to one he had given in class the previous week. Riddle had not only absorbed the information but was now disseminating it as though it were his own insight. "That makes sense," the Ravenclaw girl murmured appreciatively. "Could you explain how that applies to Hardwick's third principle?" As Riddle launched into a sophisticated analysis connecting counter-curse theory to broader magical laws, Harry observed the dynamics of the study group with growing interest. Though ostensibly collaborative, it functioned more as a tutorial session, with Riddle in the unmistakable position of authority despite his deliberate humility. The others deferred to him automatically, their expressions showing varying degrees of admiration and gratitude for his assistance. It was, Harry realized, a perfect microcosm of Riddle's larger strategy, positioning himself as indispensable, cultivating relationships across house boundaries, establishing intellectual dominance while maintaining the appearance of helpful peer rather than superior. Even more striking was the genuine effectiveness of the approach. The students were clearly learning, their understanding deepening under Riddle's guidance. Evil that presented itself as knowledge, as assistance, as improvement. The most insidious kind. "Ah, Professor Peveril," Riddle's voice interrupted Harry's thoughts. "We were just discussing your lecture on counter-curse architecture." Harry turned to find the entire study group watching him, Riddle's expression one of polite academic interest that didn't quite reach his eyes. "So I gathered, Mr. Riddle," Harry replied with professional cordiality. "Your explanation was admirably thorough." "I simply repeated what you taught us, sir," Riddle demurred with perfect modesty. "Though I've attempted to connect it with Hardwick's principles, which I encountered in some supplementary reading." The casual reference to advanced magical theory beyond the standard curriculum was clearly intended to impress. Harry neither acknowledged the attempt nor dismissed it. Connections between seemingly distinct magical domains often yield the most productive insights, he observed instead. "Though I recommend caution when applying Hardwick's work to practical defense, his theoretical framework sometimes oversimplifies the chaotic nature of combat magic." Something flickered in Riddle's eyes, interest, perhaps, at this subtle challenge to his understanding. "I hadn't considered that limitation, Professor. Would you recommend an alternative theoretical approach?" The question was genuine, Harry sensed, a rare moment when Riddle's scholarly curiosity temporarily overrode his calculated self-presentation. It presented an opportunity he had been waiting for. Several alternatives exist, each with their own strengths and limitations. If you're interested in the subject, Mr. Riddle, you might consider attending the advanced practical session I'm organizing for select 6th and 7th years. Thursday evenings, beginning next week. The invitation, deliberately extended in front of witnesses to appear natural and academic, was a calculated step in Harry's larger strategy. Close observation of Riddle in a controlled setting would provide valuable intelligence, while the format of an advanced study group would allow Harry to position himself as a mentor figure without raising suspicion. "I would be very interested, Professor," Riddle replied, a hint of genuine eagerness breaking through his composed exterior. "Thank you for the opportunity." "Excellent." I'll provide details in class tomorrow. Harry nodded to the group at large. Carry on with your studies. And 5 points to each of your houses for this display of inter-house cooperation. As Harry departed the library, he felt Riddle's gaze following him, assessing, calculating, curious. The connection had been established, the groundwork laid for the next phase of his plan. That evening, during dinner in the Great Hall, Harry observed Riddle from the elevated perspective of the staff table. The young Slytherin held court at his house table, positioned at the center of an arrangement that subtly emphasized his informal authority. His movements were economical, his attention distributed among his companions with practiced precision. A few words to Nod on his left, an attentive nod to something Avery said from across the table, a brief smile at a comment from Lestrange. Quite the little prince, isn't he? Dumbledore's voice came softly from Harry's right as the deputy headmaster took his usual seat. Our Mr. Riddle. Harry maintained his focus on his plate, careful not to react too strongly to the perceptive comment. He certainly commands respect among his peers. Respect, Dumbledore mused, serving himself roast potatoes. Yes, I suppose that's one word for it. Though fear might occasionally be more accurate if one observes closely enough. The observation aligns so perfectly with Harry's own assessment that he nearly betrayed his familiarity with Riddle's true nature. Instead, he offered a measured response. I've noticed he maintains an unusual degree of control over his immediate circle, though he's masterful at presenting it as natural leadership rather than dominance. Dumbledore's blue eyes flickered toward him with heightened interest. Most observers see only the charming, helpful prefect. You've perceived something deeper in less than a month, Professor Peverell. I find that noteworthy. Harry recognized the gentle probe for what it was, Dumbledore testing the extent of his insight into Riddle's character. He needed to demonstrate enough perception to establish common ground with the deputy headmaster without revealing unnaturally detailed understanding. I've encountered similar patterns before, he replied carefully. Individuals who cultivate a perfect exterior precisely because what lies beneath is anything but perfect. The more flawless the presentation, the more one must question what it conceals. A perspective forged by experience rather than mere theory, I think, Dumbledore commented, studying Harry with that familiar penetrating gaze. You speak as one who has witnessed the consequences when such masks slip. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged, neither confirming or denying the implicit question. In any case, I found it useful to remember that exceptional magical talent doesn't necessarily correlate with exceptional character. Dumbledore nodded slowly. A distinction that magical education too often neglects, to our collective detriment. After a thoughtful pause, he changed direction slightly. I understand you're organizing an advanced defense practicum for upper-year students. Word travels quickly at Hogwarts, Harry observed with a small smile. Yes, I thought it might benefit those with particular aptitude for the subject. A more challenging environment than regular classes allow. An excellent initiative, Dumbledore approved. Though I assume you've considered the varying motivations students might bring to such advanced instruction. The question was delicately phrased but unmistakable in its implication. Dumbledore was concerned about providing additional magical training to Tom Riddle specifically. Rest assured, Professor, Harry replied, meeting the older wizard's gaze directly. My curriculum emphasizes defensive ethics as much as technical proficiency. Students who approach the subject with inappropriate intentions often reveal themselves to their questions and priorities. A hint of relief showed in Dumbledore's expression. I'm glad to hear it. Too many talented instructors focus exclusively on the how of magic without sufficient attention to the why and the whether one should. Their conversations shifted to more general topics as dinner continued, but Harry sensed a subtle shift in Dumbledore's assessment of him, a tentative extension of trust, or at least a reduction in wariness. It was progress toward the alliance he would eventually need if his plan encountered complications. Thursday evening arrived with biting cold and swirling snow, the weather reflecting the increasingly harsh winter gripping the Scottish Highlands. Harry had spent the intervening days carefully selecting participants for his advanced defense group, 14 students from 6th and 7th years, representing all 4 houses but chosen specifically for their magical aptitude and, more importantly, their varied relationships with Tom Riddle. Some, like Nott and Avery, were clearly part of his inner circle. Others maintained more distant connections, academic peers, prefect colleagues, Quidditch competitors. A few appeared to have no significant interaction with him at all. Together, they would provide a comprehensive view of Riddle's behavior across different social contexts while making the group appear balanced rather than specifically constructed around him. The Room of Requirement would have been Harry's ideal location for these sessions, but it presented too many risks. Riddle might already be aware of it, and its use could raise questions about how a supposedly new professor had discovered one of Hogwarts' most deeply hidden secrets. Instead, he had arranged to use a spacious classroom on the 4th floor, which he had personally warded with both standard protection spells and more subtle monitoring enchantments. At precisely 7 o'clock, the students began arriving. Harry had deliberately structured the environment to establish both authority and accessibility, arranging the space with a central dueling area surrounded by comfortable seating, providing refreshments at a side table, and displaying advanced defensive artifacts that would stimulate curiosity without revealing too much of his personal knowledge. Tom Riddle arrived exactly 3 minutes before the scheduled start, not first, which might appear overeager, but early enough to demonstrate respect for the opportunity. He entered with practiced confidence, greeting the assembled students with that perfect balance of friendliness and reserve that had already become familiar to Harry. His robes, while not new, were immaculate, his prefect badge polished to a gleam, his dark hair styled in the neat fashion of the era. "Good evening, everyone," Harry began once all 14 students had arrived. "Welcome to what I hope will be a productive extension of your defensive education. Before we begin, I want to clarify the purpose and expectations for these sessions." He paced slowly before them, making brief eye contact with each student to establish individual connection. This is not merely an opportunity to learn more impressive spells or flashier wand work. The advanced defensive arts require intellectual maturity, ethical judgment, and psychological resilience. We will be exploring magic that, misapplied, could cause serious harm. I expect absolute adherence to safety protocols and complete honesty about your capabilities and limitations. The students watched him with varying expressions: excitement, nervousness, determination. Riddle's face remained composed, revealing nothing beyond appropriate academic interest, though Harry noted the subtle intensity in his gaze. "We'll begin with an assessment exercise to establish your current capabilities," Harry continued. "Please form pairs based on the assignments posted on the board." The pairings have been carefully arranged to place Riddle with Minerva McGonagall, a formidable opponent whose forthright Gryffindor approach would force him to reveal more of his true abilities than a more intimidated partner might. The other students were similarly matched to create balanced but revealing combinations. "The exercise is simple but challenging," Harry explained once they had arranged themselves. "One partner will cast offensive spells, nothing permanently harmful, while the other defends. After 3 minutes, you'll switch roles. I'll be observing your technique, decision-making, and magical efficiency." As the pairs spread throughout the room and began the exercise, Harry circulated among them, offering brief corrections and encouragement while paying particular attention to Riddle and McGonagall. Their duel was immediately notable for its intensity and precision. McGonagall, attacking first, cast with impressive speed and creativity, throwing combinations of spells designed to overwhelm conventional shielding approaches. Riddle defended with remarkable efficiency, using the minimum magical energy required for each threat, precisely the approach Harry had emphasized in class, but executed with a level of control that exceeded even his expectations. There was no wasted movement, no superfluous flourish, only perfect calculation in each response. When they switched roles, the contrast became even more revealing. Riddle's offensive casting maintained the same technical perfection but introduced subtle psychological elements, patterns designed to create false expectations, timing variations to disrupt defensive rhythm, spell combinations selected to exploit specific weaknesses he had observed during McGonagall's offensive turn. It was, Harry recognized with a chill, the approach of someone who viewed combat as more than magical exchange, someone who instinctively analyzed opponents for vulnerabilities and adapted his strategy in real time to exploit them. Not the technique of a 16-year-old student, however gifted, but of a natural predator. McGonagall defended admirably against this sophisticated assault, her responses showing both technical skill and impressive adaptability. Yet even she, already demonstrating the formidable abilities that would one day make her a powerful witch, was clearly being tested to her limits. "Excellent work, all of you," Harry announced when the assessment period concluded. "You've demonstrated solid foundational skills that we can build upon. Now, let's discuss what you observed during this exercise." The subsequent discussion revealed much about each student's understanding of defensive magic, and, more importantly for Harry's purposes, about Riddle's self-presentation in this context. The Slytherin prefect offered insightful observations about protective spell architecture and tactical decision-making, but carefully avoided revealing the full sophistication of his understanding. When McGonagall directly commented on his creative spell combinations, he deflected with practiced modesty, attributing his approach to Professor Peveril's excellent instruction on sequence integration. After the theoretical discussion, Harry moved to the next phase of the session, a practical demonstration of advanced shielding techniques rarely taught below Auror level. As he explained the magical principles involved, he deliberately included elements that would appeal to Riddle's known interests, references to magical energy manipulation, spell modification, and the theoretical underpinnings of protective boundaries. The most common error in advanced defense, Harry explained as he demonstrated a particularly complex shield variation, is viewing protective magic as primarily oppositional, a force directly countering an incoming threat. In reality, the most powerful defensive magic works by redirecting energy rather than simply blocking it. He invited the students to attempt a simplified version of the technique, moving among them to provide individual guidance. When he reached Riddle, he found the young Slytherin already achieving partial success, his shield displaying the characteristic prismatic effect that indicated proper energy channeling. "Well done, Mr. Riddle," Harry acknowledged, watching closely for the reaction. "You've grasped the fundamental principle quickly." "Thank you, Professor," Riddle replied with careful politeness. "Though I'm having difficulty maintaining the channeling matrix beyond initial formation. The energy seems to destabilize after a few seconds." The admission of difficulty was calculated, Harry suspected, a deliberate opening to establish mentor-student engagement. He responded accordingly, providing specific technical guidance while maintaining professional distance. "Focus on establishing a consistent magical resonance between your core intent and the shield's outer boundary," he advised, demonstrating the wand work at reduced speed. Many wizards attempt to control the entire shield structure directly, which becomes unsustainable as complexity increases. Instead, establish fundamental parameters and allow your magic to maintain them automatically. Riddle's eyes narrowed slightly in concentration as he adjusted his technique, and Harry observed the moment when genuine understanding occurred, a brief flash of satisfaction quickly concealed behind the student's habitual mask of polite interest. "I see," Riddle said, executing the spell with noticeably improved stability. "It's rather like establishing a self-sustaining enchantment rather than continuously casting a spell." "Precisely," Harry confirmed, noting the insightful parallel that demonstrated Riddle's sophisticated magical understanding. The principle applies to many advanced defensive techniques, creating systems that respond automatically rather than requiring constant conscious control. By the session's end, Harry had achieved his primary objectives, establishing the advanced group as a valuable educational opportunity, positioning himself as a knowledgeable instructor with unique insights to offer, and creating a controlled environment for closer observation of Tom Riddle's abilities and behaviors. As the students departed, Riddle lingered slightly behind the others, arranging his notes with methodical precision until the room had emptied. "Professor Peveril," he began, his tone modulated to convey respectful academic interest. "I wanted to thank you for organizing this group. The standard curriculum rarely addresses the theoretical foundations you've introduced tonight." "I'm glad you found it valuable, Mr. Riddle," Harry replied, maintaining his role as Professor Peveril while carefully observing the young wizard's body language and magical aura. "You showed impressive aptitude for the channeling techniques. Your explanation of resonance stabilization was particularly helpful," Riddle continued. "It connects to some independent reading I've been doing on magical containment theory. I wonder if you're familiar with Godfrey Winthorpe's work on boundary enchantments?" The reference was carefully chosen, Harry recognized, a relatively obscure magical theorist whose work had applications both in defensive magic and in darker arts involving magical containment and soul-based enchantments. Riddle was testing his knowledge while potentially seeking guidance related to his Hogwarts research. "Winthorpe's early work on conservation matrices has some merit," Harry replied with deliberate caution, though his later explorations into soul magic containment strayed into ethically questionable territory. His theoretical models failed to account for the fundamental instability of fragmented magical essences. He watched closely as the implications of his response registered in Riddle's expression, surprise quickly masked, followed by intensified interest. Harry had demonstrated knowledge of an obscure magical domain while simultaneously suggesting limitations in an area directly relevant to Hogwarts' creation. "I wasn't aware his later work addressed soul magic specifically," Riddle said with careful neutrality. "The library's collection seems limited to his earlier publications." "As it should be," Harry replied, injecting a note of firmness into his tone. "Some magical domains are restricted for good reason, Mr. Riddle. The consequences of errors in soul manipulation are catastrophic and irreversible." For a fraction of a second, something dark and cold flickered behind Riddle's pleasant expression, a glimpse of the true nature lurking beneath the perfect student facade. It vanished so quickly that anyone less familiar with Tom Riddle might have doubted they'd seen it at all. "Of course, Professor," he responded smoothly. "I merely find the theoretical principles interesting from an academic perspective. The foundations of different magical branches often share surprising commonalities." "Indeed they do," Harry acknowledged. "Though in distinguishing between theoretical interest and practical application lies the difference between wisdom and mere cleverness." He began gathering his teaching materials, signaling the conversation's end. "A distinction I believe you're capable of appreciating, Mr. Riddle." "I'll certainly reflect on that, sir," Riddle replied with perfect politeness, though Harry detected the carefully controlled reaction to being simultaneously complimented and admonished. "Good night, Professor Peveril." After Riddle's departure, Harry remained in the classroom, reviewing the evening's observations while restoring the space to its original configuration. The session had confirmed much of what he already knew about the young Slytherin: his exceptional magical abilities, his carefully cultivated persona, his strategic approach to relationships and knowledge acquisition. But it had also revealed new dimensions that complicated Harry's understanding. The precision of Riddle's magical control exceeded even his expectations, suggesting that the ritual to remove his magic would need to be executed with absolute perfection to overcome such formidable natural talent. The calculated nature of his social interactions extended beyond his Slytherin circle to include strategic relationships across all houses, creating a network of influence that permeated the entire school. Most significantly, the brief reference to soul magic had confirmed that Riddle was actively pursuing knowledge related to Horcruxes, despite having already created his first one with the murder of his father and grandparents. His interest in Winthorpe's theoretical work suggested he was encountering difficulties or limitations in his current understanding, perhaps related to the long-term stability of the soul fragments or the magical consequences of multiple separations. This presented both challenge and opportunity. Riddle's ongoing research made him potentially more dangerous, but also more receptive to Harry's carefully constructed mentorship. By positioning himself as knowledgeable in areas Riddle was struggling to master, while simultaneously establishing ethical boundaries around that knowledge, Harry could potentially earn the young wizard's trust and respect, prerequisites for the final phase of his plan. As Harry extinguished the classroom lights and made his way through the darkened corridors toward his quarters, he found himself increasingly troubled by the complexity of his mission. The Tom Riddle he was encountering was not the one-dimensional monster his memories of Voldemort had led him to expect. There was monstrous potential within him, certainly, glimpses of the darkness that would eventually consume him entirely, but also brilliant intelligence, disciplined determination, and even occasional moments of genuine scholarly passion. Understanding this younger version of his nemesis meant acknowledging his humanity, incomplete, damaged, and warped though it was. The boy who would become Voldemort was not yet beyond all redemption, not yet fully transformed by the dark magic that would eventually destroy his soul entirely. That realization didn't change Harry's resolve to execute his plan. The ritual to remove Riddle's magic remained the surest way to prevent the horrors of Voldemort's rise and the subsequent wars. But it added a dimension of moral complexity that he hadn't fully anticipated, the weight of intervening in a life that, while already treading a dark path, still contained unrealized possibilities. Back in his quarters, Harry added his observations from the evening to the detailed journal he maintained under powerful concealment charms, a record of his mission that served both as strategic planning document and emotional outlet. The private pages contained his unfiltered thoughts about his displacement in time, his true assessment of the historical figures he now interacted with daily, and the complicated reality of pursuing his mission while maintaining his cover identity. As he wrote about Riddle's performance in the advanced defense session, Harry found himself articulating a troubling truth. In another reality, with different choices and circumstances, Tom Riddle might have become one of the greatest wizards of his age in the positive sense, a magical innovator who advanced the boundaries of what was possible without descending into darkness. The waste of that potential was, in its way, almost as tragic as the horrors that resulted from its corruption. Almost, but not quite, nothing could outweigh the thousands of lives destroyed by Voldemort's reign of terror. That knowledge reinforced Harry's determination, even as it complicated his emotional response to the task before him. Tomorrow would bring another day of classes, another opportunity to observe Riddle in different contexts, another incremental step toward gaining the trust necessary to implement the final phase of his plan. The path forward remained clear, even if the terrain had proven more complex than anticipated. Harry closed his journal, sealed it with protective enchantments, and prepared for sleep, his mind still filled with images of Tom Riddle's perfect wand work and the momentary darkness that had flickered behind his carefully controlled expression. Understanding one's enemy was essential to defeating them, but it also made the victory more complicated, less absolute in its moral clarity. Such was the paradox of his mission, to save a world by fundamentally altering the life of someone he was coming to know as an individual rather than merely a historical monster. To execute justice on behalf of victims who would now, if he succeeded, never become victims at all. To remake history through an act that no ethical framework could fully encompass, because it existed outside the normal boundaries of cause and effect. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry's last conscious thought was a question without a clear answer. Was he saving Tom Riddle from becoming Voldemort, or merely ensuring that his corruption would take a different, less magically devastating form? The answer, like so much in his displaced existence, remains stubbornly, troublingly ambiguous. Chapter 11, Shadows of the Past. February arrived with fierce, howling winds that rattled the ancient windows of Hogwarts and drove snow into towering drifts across the grounds. The castle's massive fireplaces blazed day and night, yet cold drafts still found their way through stone corridors, sending students hurrying between classes with scarves racked high and hands tucked into pockets. Even the Great Hall, with its enchanted ceilings showing swirling snowstorms above, seemed unable to maintain its usual warmth, prompting professors to discreetly cast additional heating charms around their sections of the staff table. For Harry, the bitter weather brought an unexpected blessing, the opportunity to patrol the castle's upper floors without appearing suspicious. With students and faculty alike seeking the relative warmth of lower levels, he could explore the more remote areas where Tom Riddle might be conducting activities away from prying eyes. It was during one such patrol, on a particularly frigid Tuesday evening, that Harry's diligence finally yielded results. He had been systematically tracking Riddle's movements for weeks, noting patterns in his behavior and identifying gaps in his carefully maintained schedule. Tuesday nights showed a consistent 2-hour period when the Slytherin prefect was neither in the library, the common room, nor attending to his official duties. Professor Peveril's concerned attention to students wandering the corridors in such harsh weather provided perfect cover for investigating this discrepancy. The astronomy tower, as Harry had suspected following McGonagall's information about patrol preferences, proved central to the mystery. Though not on official prefect duty, Riddle ascended to the tower shortly after dinner, ostensibly to use the telescope for an astronomy assignment. Yet Harry, discreetly monitoring from a distance, observed something far more interesting than celestial observation. Riddle spent less than 10 minutes at the telescope before performing a complex series of privacy charms around the tower's upper chamber. Had Harry not been specifically watching for magical activity, he might have missed the subtle shimmer that indicated powerful concealment spells being erected. More concerning was his recognition of their specific nature, variants of the same protections Death Eaters would later use to hide their activities during Voldemort's rise to power. Once the wards were established, Riddle removed a small journal from inside his robes, not the infamous diary that would later become a Horcrux, but a different notebook with a weathered brown cover. He consulted it briefly before beginning what appeared to be experimental spellwork, his wand movements precise and deliberate as he manipulated what seemed to be pure magical energy, forming it into complex patterns before reabsorbing it. Harry observed from the shadows of the stairwell, his own disillusionment charm enhanced by years of Auror experience. The magic Riddle was practicing wasn't explicitly dark, but neither was it anything taught in the Hogwarts curriculum. It resembled the fundamental energy manipulation techniques that formed the basis for creating new spells, a branch of magic typically reserved for dedicated magical researchers with decades of experience. After nearly an hour of these exercises, Riddle transitioned to something more troubling. From a hidden pocket in his robes, he produced a small silver box which, when opened, revealed what appeared to be a fragment of bone. With methodical precision, he began casting spells over the object, consulting his notebook between attempts. Though Harry couldn't hear the incantations to the privacy wards, the distinctive violet light that occasionally emanated from the interaction suggested experimental magic related to essence transfer, a theoretical domain with applications ranging from healing to the darkest forms of soul magic. Harry's hand tightened around his wand. Was he witnessing Riddle's research toward creating additional Horcruxes? The timing aligned with historical records. By his 6th year, Riddle had already created his first Horcrux with his father's murder, and was believed to have begun exploring the possibility of multiple soul fragments. The temptation to intervene was powerful, to confront Riddle directly, to halt his dark explorations before they progressed further. But such action would jeopardize Harry's carefully constructed position and potentially alert Riddle to his true purpose at Hogwarts. Instead, he documented the activity in his mental record, adding another piece to the complex puzzle of Tom Riddle's clandestine pursuits. After nearly 2 hours, Riddle concluded his experiments, carefully returning the bone fragment to its container and the notebook to his robes. With the same meticulous attention to detail that characterized all his actions, he dismantled the privacy wards and performed a series of spells that would eliminate any trace of his magical activity. To any conventional detection, the astronomy tower would appear unused save for legitimate astronomical observation. Harry retreated silently as Riddle prepared to descend, positioning himself in a different corridor to maintain the appearance of routine patrol. When their paths crossed several minutes later, he presented the perfect image of a professor surprised to encounter a student in the castle's upper reaches during such inclement weather. "Mr. Riddle," he acknowledged with appropriate authority. "Rather late for astronomy observation, isn't it?" "Professor Peveril," Riddle replied, his composure impeccable despite having just concluded clandestine magical experimentation. "Yes, sir, but Professor Archimedes assigned a lunar phase analysis that required specific timing." The clouds cleared briefly, allowing me to complete my observations. The lie was flawless, delivered with a perfect blend of respectful explanation and subtle academic enthusiasm. Had Harry not witnessed the truth himself, he might have been entirely convinced. "I see. Dedication to your studies is commendable, though perhaps not at the cost of proper rest." Harry maintained his role as concerned professor. "The corridors are particularly cold tonight. Allow me to accompany you toward the main staircase." "Thank you, Professor," Riddle acquiesced with a polite nod. "Though I wouldn't want to interrupt your patrol." "Not at all. Faculty presence serves multiple purposes. Maintaining order is only one of them." As they walked, Harry casually introduced the topic he'd been cultivating over recent interactions. "I noticed your contribution in the advanced defense session last week regarding magical resonance. Have you had the opportunity to explore that concept further?" It was a calculated approach, expressing interest in Riddle's legitimate magical research while establishing stronger mentor-student connection. The strategy had been developing gradually over the past month, with Harry carefully positioning himself as an instructor whose knowledge and approach appealed to Riddle's particular interests. "I have, sir," Riddle replied, a hint of genuine enthusiasm briefly displacing his usual controlled demeanor. "Your explanation of harmonized magical frequencies has applications beyond defensive contexts. I've been experimenting with resonance principles in charm layering, achieving greater stability in complex enchantments." An innovative application, Harry approved, noting the irony of encouraging magical research in the student whose abilities he ultimately intended to remove. Many wizards fail to recognize that magical domains share fundamental principles, even when their applications differ dramatically. "Exactly," Riddle agreed, his dark eyes showing that flash of authentic scholarly passion that occasionally broke through his carefully maintained facade. "The traditional separations between magical disciplines seem increasingly arbitrary the deeper one explores their theoretical foundations." "A perspective I share," Harry confirmed, reinforcing their intellectual alignment. "Though I found that ethical boundaries remain essential even when theoretical ones dissolve. The most profound magical discoveries often present the greatest potential for misapplication." The subtle warning was deliberate, establishing moral guidance without direct accusation. Riddle's expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate academic consideration of the point. "A balance that history suggests is difficult to maintain," he observed neutrally. "Many significant magical advances emerged from research that contemporaries considered ethically questionable." "True," Harry conceded as they reached the main staircase. "Yet the most destructive magical innovations invariably resulted from prioritizing power over wisdom, a pattern worth reflecting upon." He paused, then added with calculated casualness, "If you're interested in exploring magical resonance further, I have several texts in my personal collection that address theoretical applications beyond what's available in the school library. You're welcome to borrow them, should your studies lead you in that direction." The offer, access to restricted knowledge under appropriate supervision, was designed to appeal to Riddle's hunger for magical information while drawing him closer into Harry's sphere of influence. The brief calculation that flickered behind the young Slytherin's eyes suggested the approach was effective. "That's very generous, Professor. I would appreciate the opportunity to consult such resources. Come by my office Thursday afternoon, then. I'll have them ready." With a professional nod, Harry concluded the exchange. "Good night, Mr. Riddle. Do return directly to your dormitory." The hour grows late. Yes, Professor. Good night. As Riddle descended toward the dungeons, Harry continued his patrol, his mind processing the night's revelations. The discovery of Riddle's experimental magic added urgency to his mission while simultaneously providing valuable intelligence. The bone fragment suggested research into physical anchors for soul magic, potentially preparation for creating additional Horcruxes. If historical records were accurate, Riddle would create his second Horcrux before leaving Hogwarts, using the murder of Myrtle Warren to transform his diary into a soul container. Preventing that second fragmentation would be ideal, but Harry's primary mission remained focused on the more fundamental solution, removing Riddle's magical abilities entirely, rendering him incapable of pursuing dark magic regardless of his intentions. The ritual required specific conditions that were still months away, meaning Harry needed to maintain his cover while gathering the necessary components and continuing to build the relationship that would eventually allow him to implement his plan. The following morning brought a development Harry hadn't anticipated. As he reviewed student essays in his office, a house elf appeared with a sealed parchment bearing Dumbledore's distinctive script. Professor Peverell, I hope this finds you well despite the inclement weather. If your schedule permits, I would appreciate your company for tea this afternoon at 4 o'clock in my office. I've recently acquired an interesting text on comparative defensive methodologies that might engage your professional interest. Albus Dumbledore. The invitation was courteous but carried an unmistakable expectation of attendance. Harry had been carefully cultivating his relationship with Dumbledore, balancing professional respect with appropriate boundaries that wouldn't invite too much scrutiny of his background. This meeting presented both opportunity and risk, chance to strengthen a potentially valuable alliance, but also exposure to Dumbledore's penetrating insights. When Harry arrived at the deputy headmaster's office that afternoon, he found Dumbledore seated behind a desk considerably less cluttered than it would become during his headmastership. The room contained early versions of many magical instruments Harry recognized from the future, though arranged with greater formality. A phoenix, unmistakably fox, though with plumage more vibrant than in Harry's time, perched on a stand near the window, observing the visitor with ancient intelligence. "Ah, Professor Peverell," Dumbledore greeted him, rising from his chair. "Thank you for accommodating my rather last-minute invitation. Please, make yourself comfortable." As Harry took the offered seat, he noticed several books displayed on a side table, their titles suggesting they were indeed the promised texts on defensive magic. Yet something in Dumbledore's manner suggested this wasn't merely an academic consultation. "I've taken the liberty of requesting a proper tea," Dumbledore continued, gesturing toward a service that appeared with a soft pot. "The house elves have outdone themselves with the ginger biscuits this week. I highly recommend them." The familiar ritual of tea preparation provided a comfortable opening to their meeting, though Harry remained alert to Dumbledore's subtle observational techniques. This younger version of his future mentor retained the same capacity for disarming conversation that concealed extraordinary perceptiveness. "I understand you've initiated quite a successful advanced defense program," Dumbledore remarked after they had exchanged pleasantries. "Several of my Transfiguration students have commented on the practical benefits they derive from your instruction." "They're an impressive group," Harry replied truthfully, "particularly in their ability to integrate concepts across different magical disciplines." "Indeed." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled over his half-moon spectacles. "I've observed a similar aptitude in my own classes. This particular generation of students seems unusually gifted, or perhaps it's merely that extraordinary circumstances produce extraordinary development." The reference to the global wizarding war was indirect but clear. Harry recognized the opening to a more substantial conversation. "Adversity does tend to accelerate magical maturation," he agreed, "though not always in beneficial directions." A discerning observation. Dumbledore set his teacup down, his expression becoming more direct. "Which brings me to a matter I hope to discuss with you, Professor Peverell. In your interactions with our students, particularly those in your advanced group, have you noticed any concerning patterns of interest or behavior? The question confirmed Harry's suspicion that this meeting had a specific purpose beyond academic exchange. Dumbledore was probing for his observations regarding particular students, almost certainly including Tom Riddle. I assume you're referring to interests that extend beyond the standard curriculum, Harry replied carefully. Into areas that might be considered problematic? Precisely. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with approval at Harry's perception. Hogwarts has always attracted students with exceptional curiosity, but curiosity directed towards certain magical domains requires attentive guidance. This was the moment to define his alignment with Dumbledore regarding Tom Riddle, to establish common ground without revealing unnaturally detailed knowledge. Harry considered his response carefully. I have observed several students with interests that warrant monitoring, he acknowledged. Theoretical exploration is natural at their age, but the boundary between academic fascination and practical experimentation isn't always respected. And have any particular students demonstrated especially concerning interests? Dumbledore prompted, his tone casual despite the significance of the question. Harry met the older wizard's gaze directly. Mr. Riddle possesses extraordinary magical intuition, particularly regarding magical principles that underlie both conventional and more esoteric applications. His questions occasionally suggest exploration beyond what's available in the general library collection. The deliberate understatement, presenting legitimate concerns without revealing the full extent of his knowledge, seemed to satisfy Dumbledore's expectations while reinforcing their shared vigilance. I've made similar observations, Dumbledore confirmed, a flicker of relief suggesting he was gratified to find his concerns independently validated. Tom has always demonstrated remarkable aptitude for uncovering magical knowledge that most students would neither seek nor comprehend. A gift that carries significant responsibility. One might question whether he fully appreciates that responsibility, Harry suggested, testing the boundaries of their shared perspective. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew more somber. I've long observed in Tom a troubling disconnection between magical capability and ethical development. Power without compassion, knowledge without wisdom, a combination that history has repeatedly shown to be problematic. The assessment aligned so perfectly with Harry's own understanding of Riddle's fundamental flaws that he had to guard against revealing too much agreement. His response needed to reflect Professor Peveril's perspective rather than Harry Potter's intimate knowledge of Voldemort's nature. I've encountered similar patterns before, he said carefully. Brilliant students who view magic primarily as a means to power rather than a responsibility to be honored. The challenge lies in redirecting such tendencies before they become established patterns. You believe such redirection is possible, then? Dumbledore asked, studying Harry with evident interest in his philosophy. That paths once begun can be fundamentally altered? The question struck at the heart of Harry's mission, the belief that intervening in Tom Riddle's development could prevent the emergence of Lord Voldemort. Yet the method he had chosen wasn't redirection but removal, not changing Riddle's path but eliminating his ability to follow it altogether. I believe intervention is both possible and necessary, Harry replied, choosing his words with precision. Though the nature of that intervention must be calibrated to the specific situation. Some tendencies can be reshaped through guidance and boundary setting, others may require more decisive measures. Decisive measures, Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully. An intriguing phrase, Professor Peveril. One wonders what forms such measures might take within an educational context. The subtle probe was characteristic of Dumbledore's approach, testing the boundaries of Harry's thinking without direct confrontation. Harry responded with equally measured ambiguity. Education extends beyond classroom instruction, Professor Dumbledore. Sometimes the most valuable lessons involve understanding limitations, magical, ethical, and personal. Helping students recognize those boundaries, particularly those with exceptional abilities, is perhaps our most significant responsibility. Dumbledore nodded slowly, appearing to find Harry's perspective both reasonable and aligned with his own concerns. A responsibility I fear Hogwarts has not always fulfilled adequately. Exceptional students often receive exceptional allowances, sometimes to their ultimate detriment. The conversation shifted then to more general discussion of educational philosophy, though Tom Riddle remained the unspoken example underlying their exchange. By the time Harry departed Dumbledore's office an hour later, he had established an important foundation. The deputy headmaster now viewed him as an ally in monitoring Riddle's activities, someone who shared his concerns without requiring explicit communication about them. This tacit alliance would prove valuable in the months ahead, providing additional latitude for Harry's own observations and interventions while maintaining his cover as a conventional professor. Yet it also added complexity to his mission. Dumbledore would be watching his interactions with Riddle with heightened attention, requiring even greater care in how he managed that relationship. Thursday afternoon brought Tom Riddle to Harry's office as arranged, ostensibly to borrow the promised texts on magical resonance. Harry had selected the materials with strategic purpose, legitimate advanced texts that would appeal to Riddle's scholarly interests while subtly guiding his thinking in directions that might make him more receptive to Harry's ultimate approach. These 3 volumes covered the theoretical foundations, Harry explained, presenting a stack of leather-bound books. Aristide's Principles of Magical Resonance is particularly valuable for understanding the integration of intention and effect in complex spellwork. Riddle accepted the books with appropriate gratitude, his controlled expression failing to completely mask his eagerness to explore their contents. "Thank you, Professor. I've read references to Aristide's work but haven't had access to the primary texts. They're not commonly available," Harry acknowledged. "My research in Peru brought me into contact with several private collections containing rare magical scholarship. The reference to his fictional background served both to explain the unusual resources and to reinforce his credibility as someone with knowledge beyond conventional British wizarding education." As Riddle carefully placed the books in his bag, Harry moved toward the next phase of his approach, creating opportunities for more substantive interaction. "I've noticed your facility with nonverbal casting in our advanced sessions," he observed. "It's unusual to see such consistent success at your age. Have you encountered any specific challenges in applying the technique to different magical categories?" The question was calculated to appeal to Riddle's intellectual vanity while creating space for him to seek guidance, establishing a mentor-student dynamic that Harry would need for his ultimate purpose. "Thank you, sir." Riddle's modesty was perfectly calibrated, acknowledging the praise without appearing either arrogant or falsely humble. "I have found certain categories more resistant to nonverbal approach. Protective enchantments, as we've discussed. Previously, and more recently, spells involving transformation of magical essence rather than physical matter. The specific admission was significant. Transformation of magical essence was directly related to the experiments Harry had observed in the astronomy tower. Riddle was fishing for information relevant to his dark research while maintaining the appearance of legitimate academic inquiry. "An insightful observation," Harry replied, moving toward his bookshelf as though considering additional resources. "Essence transformation requires particular attention to what might be called magical resonance integrity, maintaining consistent vibrational alignment between caster, subject, and intended outcome. Vocalization traditionally helps stabilize that alignment, which is why nonverbal application proves challenging." Riddle's expression revealed genuine interest beneath his controlled exterior. "Is there a methodological approach to overcome that limitation?" "Several, though each carries its own complications." Harry selected a slender volume bound in dark blue leather, considering how much knowledge to share. Providing useful information would strengthen his position as a valued resource, but he needed to avoid facilitating Riddle's darker research. "This monograph addresses alternative stabilization techniques," he said, handing Riddle the additional book. Chapter 4 specifically explores nonverbal approaches to essence manipulation. You'll note that the most effective methods emphasize internal magical coherence rather than external force, precision over power. The guidance was technically accurate while subtly directing Riddle away from the brute force approaches that characterized Voldemort's later magical style. If the young Slytherin absorbed this philosophical orientation, it might make him more receptive to Harry's eventual proposal regarding the vacuous magic key ritual, which required participant cooperation for optimal results. That aligns with my own observations, Riddle acknowledged, his tone suggesting Harry had confirmed theories he'd been independently developing. Much of the standard literature emphasizes magical strength as the primary factor in advanced applications, but my experience suggests finesse yields more consistent results. A perspective that distinguishes truly exceptional practitioners from merely powerful ones, Harry agreed, reinforcing the insight. Magic responds to understanding as much as to will, a principle that becomes increasingly evident at the boundaries of conventional practice. The conversation continued for nearly 30 minutes, ranging across various aspects of advanced magical theory while establishing stronger intellectual rapport. Throughout, Harry maintained the delicate balance required by his role, providing genuine magical insight that would build Riddle's trust while carefully avoiding information that might accelerate his dark pursuits. When Riddle eventually departed, books secured in his bag and the promise of further discussions established, Harry felt both satisfaction at the progress of his strategy and deep unease at its inherent duplicity. He was deliberately cultivating the trust of a young man whose life he intended to irrevocably alter, a necessary dissection for the greater good, but troubling nonetheless. The moral complexity of his position had only increased as he came to know Tom Riddle as an individual rather than an abstract historical figure. The brilliant student with his perfect manners and scholarly passion existed simultaneously with the calculating manipulator conducting secret experiments in dark magic, neither identity more or less real than the other. Recognizing both aspects made Harry's mission more difficult emotionally, even as his conviction regarding its necessity remained unshaken. Later that evening, as Harry updated his concealed journal with observations from his recent interactions, a soft knock at his chamber door interrupted his writing. Securing the journal with a quick charm, he opened the door to find Dumbledore standing in the corridor, his expression grave. "I apologize for the intrusion, Professor Peveril, but I believe we have a situation that requires immediate attention. A student has been discovered unconscious in a fourth-floor corridor under concerning circumstances. As our defense against the dark arts instructor, your expertise may be invaluable." Harry followed Dumbledore through the castle's nighttime corridors, their pace brisk but not panicked. "What exactly happened?" he asked, professional concern masking his internal alarm. "A Ravenclaw prefect found Miss Adelaide Burke collapsed near the library. Her condition appears to result from magical interaction rather than natural causes. Madam Finch is attending to her in the hospital wing, but the nature of her ailment has thus far resisted identification." The name sent a jolt of recognition to Harry. Burke, one of the oldest pureblood families, associated with questionable magical artifacts and eventual Death Eater sympathies. In his original timeline, Caractacus Burke had co-founded Borgin and Burke's, the shop in Nocturne Alley where Tom Riddle would work after leaving Hogwarts. "Has Miss Burke regained consciousness?" he asked as they descended the marble staircase. "Briefly, but her comments were disjointed. She mentioned something about a demonstration, a promise of rare magical knowledge. Then lapsed back into unconsciousness before identifying any specific individual." The implication hung unspoken between them as they approached the hospital wing. Adelaide Burke was a sixth-year Ravenclaw, in the same advanced defense group as Tom Riddle. The timing, following so closely after Harry's observation of Riddle's secret experimentation, suggested a troubling possibility. Was Riddle testing dangerous magic on fellow students? The hospital wing was dimly lit when they entered, a single lamp burning beside a bed where a girl lay unnaturally still. Madam Finch, a severe-looking witch who preceded Madame Pomfrey as Hogwarts healer, stood consulting with Professor Slughorn, whose expertise in potions and their effects had evidently been requested. Albus, Professor Peveril. Slughorn acknowledged their arrival with uncharacteristic sobriety. A most peculiar case. No physical injury, no evidence of conventional hexes or jinxes, yet Miss Burke's magical energy appears significantly depleted, almost as though something has been drawing it from her. Harry approached the bed, studying the unconscious girl with professional attention. Adelaide Burke was a slight figure with dark hair spread across the pillow, her complexion unnaturally pale. More concerning was the barely perceptible magical aura surrounding her, fluctuating weakly in a pattern Harry recognized from his aura training as characteristic of magical extraction damage. "Has anyone checked for essence transfer signatures?" he asked, drawing his wand to perform diagnostic spells he shouldn't technically know in this era, but could plausibly have encountered during his fictional international career. "Essence transfer?" Madame Finch repeated with a frown. "That's extremely advanced dark magic, Professor Peveril. Surely a student couldn't." "Nevertheless, I believe it warrants investigation," Dumbledore interjected smoothly. "Professor Peveril has encountered unusual magical phenomena during his travels that might provide insight here." With Dumbledore's tacit permission, Harry cast a series of specialized detection charms, careful to modify them slightly from their future forms to maintain historical plausibility. The results confirmed his suspicions. Magical energy had been deliberately extracted from the girl, though the process appeared incomplete, as though interrupted before full depletion could occur. "There are traces of a containment ritual," he reported carefully, conscious of revealing just enough expertise to be helpful without raising questions about its source. Miss Burke's magical energy was being systematically transferred into an external receptacle, though the process appears to have terminated prematurely. "Merlin's beard," Slughorn breathed, his jovial demeanor entirely absent. "Who would attempt such a thing? And why Miss Burke specifically?" The question hung in the air as Harry continued his examination, identifying additional magical signatures that pointed toward experimental soul magic similar to what he'd observed Riddle practicing. The evidence wasn't conclusive. He couldn't prove Riddle's direct involvement without revealing knowledge he shouldn't possess, but the patterns aligned too perfectly to be coincidental. Whoever did this was knowledgeable but inexperienced, Harry observed, choosing his words with care. The extraction technique shows sophisticated understanding of magical principles but lacks refinement in execution. That suggests someone experimenting with advanced concepts without proper training or supervision. He met Dumbledore's gaze, a silent communication passing between them. They both recognized the implications, though neither would voice them directly without more substantial evidence. "We should speak with Miss Burke's friends and classmates," Dumbledore suggested. "Perhaps she mentioned meeting someone or expressed interest in unusual magical demonstrations." "A prudent approach," Harry agreed, recognizing the deputy headmaster's strategic direction. "I can also review my recent class interactions for any indications of students exploring essence transfer concepts." As they discussed next steps in the investigation, Harry's mind raced with the implications of this development. If Riddle was indeed experimenting with essence extraction on fellow students, his progression toward creating additional Horcruxes was accelerating more rapidly than historical records suggested. This raised the stakes of Harry's mission significantly. The longer he waited to implement the vacuous magic key ritual, the greater the risk that Riddle would cause irreparable harm. Yet rushing the ritual before establishing the necessary relationship and preparing all components would likely result in failure. Potentially catastrophic failure that would alert Riddle to Harry's true purpose while leaving him in possession of his magical abilities. The delicate balance required precise timing and unwavering patience, even as circumstances grew increasingly urgent. As Harry left the hospital wing later that night, having provided what assistance he could for Adelaide Burke's recovery, he found himself at a critical juncture in his mission. The shadows of Tom Riddle's future were beginning to manifest in the present, creating victims whose suffering was no longer theoretical or historically distant but immediate and real. His responsibility extended beyond his original timeline now, not just to prevent a future Dark Lord's rise, but to protect current students from a darkness already taking form. The weight of this dual obligation settled heavily upon him as he walked the moonlit corridors back to his quarters. He was no longer merely a time traveler pursuing a historical intervention. He was a teacher with living students under his protection. How he would balance these responsibilities in the challenging months ahead remained uncertain. But one thing was clear. The enigma of Tom Riddle was rapidly transforming from academic puzzle into present danger. The time for observation was giving way to the necessity for action, though what form that action could safely take remained the most dangerous question of all. Chapter 12: Lethal Inheritance. The hospital wing remained unnaturally quiet in the days following Adelaide Burke's admission. The Ravenclaw girl had stabilized under Madame Finch's care but remained unconscious, her magical course slowly regenerating from whatever had drained it so severely. Rumors spread through the school like fiendfire, whispers of dark magic, forbidden experimentation, and shadowy figures lurking in abandoned corridors. Professors attempted to maintain normal routines while discreetly increasing their vigilance during patrols. Harry had spent every free moment investigating the incident, carefully balancing his official role in the inquiry with his deeper understanding of what likely occurred. The magical signatures he'd detected around Adelaide matched patterns he'd observed in Riddle's astronomy tower experiments, essence extraction combined with nascent soul magic, yet he lacked definitive proof that would stand up to scrutiny without revealing his anachronistic knowledge. No change in her condition? Harry asked quietly as he entered the hospital wing, where Dumbledore stood beside Adelaide's bed in conversation with Madame Finch. Minor improvements in magical resonance, the healer replied, her expression grim. But consciousness remains elusive. Whatever affected Miss Burke targeted her magical core specifically, quite unlike standard hexes or curses. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's over the unconscious girl. Professor Peveril has experience with unusual magical depletion cases. Perhaps his perspective might offer additional insights. The implicit permission to employ unconventional diagnostic methods was clear. Harry drew his wand, silently casting several detection charms developed decades in the future, but which he could plausibly claim came from his international magical experience. There's an interesting pattern in the depletion signature, he observed, studying the faint magical aura surrounding Adelaide. It suggests a containment failure rather than a completed extraction. Whatever process was used destabilized before completion. Ninon? Madame Finch prompted. Meaning Miss Burke's condition wasn't the intended outcome, Harry clarified. The perpetrator likely sought to extract a specific amount of magical essence without causing this level of damage. The process escaped control. Small comfort to Miss Burke, Dumbledore noted, though potentially significant for understanding what occurred. He guided Harry a few steps away from the bed, lowering his voice. I've spoken with her roommates and close friends. She mentioned receiving a note requesting her presence in the 6th floor east corridor shortly before she was found. The note promised demonstration of an advanced magical technique not taught in the standard curriculum. Did she indicate who sent it? Unfortunately not. She apparently found it intriguing enough to investigate without sharing specifics. Dumbledore's expression revealed careful neutrality. One might speculate that the sender was someone whose academic reputation would make such a claim credible. The implication was clear without Riddle's name being mentioned. Harry nodded slightly, acknowledging the unspoken conclusion while maintaining professional discretion. I've reviewed recent assignments from my advanced defense group, he said. Several students have demonstrated interest in magical transference theories, though all within appropriate academic contexts. Indeed. Dumbledore stroked his auburn beard thoughtfully. Academic interest and practical application often maintain a delicate separation, particularly among our more ambitious students. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor Slughorn, who bustled into the hospital wing with uncharacteristic gravity. The potions master's normally jovial countenance was replaced by genuine concern as he approached Adelaide's bed. "A most disturbing situation," he murmured, examining the pale girl with professional attention. "Most disturbing indeed. I've completed the analysis you requested, Albus. The residual magical signature contains elements consistent with essence extraction rituals described in Morgana's compendium, extremely advanced magic well beyond typical student capabilities. Yet evidently not beyond all student capabilities," Dumbledore observed quietly. Slughorn's expression flickered with momentary discomfort. "Surely you don't suggest," he glanced around, lowering his voice. "Even the most talented sixth year couldn't possibly master such complex magic independently. Unless they had access to resources beyond the standard curriculum," Harry suggested, watching Slughorn's reaction carefully. "Perhaps guidance from historical texts not available in the general library collection." "The restricted section is carefully monitored," Slughorn protested, though a shadow of doubt crossed his features. "And any truly dangerous materials were removed decades ago, after the unfortunate incidents in the 1890s. Official collections, yes," Dumbledore agreed. "But Hogwarts has existed for centuries, Professor Slughorn. Not all knowledge remains where it was originally shelved. The implication that hidden resources might exist throughout the castle, concealed rooms, forgotten caches of forbidden texts, clearly disturbed Slughorn. His gaze darted toward Adelaide, then back to his colleagues. "What do you suggest we do?" he asked, professional concern temporarily overriding his tendency toward political calculation. "If someone is indeed experimenting with such dangerous magic, we continue investigating while maintaining vigilance," Dumbledore replied firmly. "Professor Peveril has kindly offered to review his advanced students' recent work for any indications of inappropriate research directions. Perhaps you might do the same with your NEWT potions group. Many essence manipulation rituals require supporting elixirs." Of course," Slughorn agreed readily. "Though I can assure you, my Slytherins are well aware of appropriate boundaries regarding experimental magic." The defensive undertone in Slughorn's voice confirmed Harry's suspicion. The potions master's favoritism toward Tom Riddle was creating blind spots in his assessment. Like many before and after him, Slughorn saw only the brilliant student, not the dangerous experimentation conducted beyond Professor's supervision. After finalizing their approach to the investigation, increased staff patrols, subtle monitoring of student research activities, and discreet questioning of Adelaide's acquaintances, Harry departed the hospital wing with Dumbledore, leaving Slughorn to consult further with Madame Finch about restorative potions. "You have theories about this incident, I suspect," Dumbledore said quietly as they descended the main staircase. "Beyond what you've shared officially." Harry considered his response carefully. "I believe someone is experimenting with soul-adjacent magic," he replied, adopting the precise terminology that would correctly identify the category without revealing anachronistic knowledge of Horcruxes specifically. "The residual signatures suggest attempts to manipulate the fundamental connection between magical essence and personal identity." Dumbledore's penetrating gaze suggested the assessment aligned with his own suspicions. "A concerning direction for experimentation. Such magic invariably exacts terrible costs from both practitioner and subject." "Indeed," Harry agreed. "History demonstrates repeatedly that fragmenting or transferring magical essence disrupts natural harmonies in ways that often manifest as psychological deterioration. Power gained through such methods comes with significant, if initially subtle, corruption." "You speak as though from direct observation rather than theoretical understanding," Dumbledore noted, studying Harry with heightened interest. "My research has included historical case studies with disturbing outcomes," Harry replied, allowing a calculated measure of authentic experience to show in his expression. Wizards who pursued essence manipulation invariably lost something essential to their humanity, even when they achieved their immediate magical objectives. They paused at the second-floor landing, momentarily alone in the corridor. Dumbledore seemed to be weighing his next words with unusual care. "I have observed," he said finally, "certain tendencies in a particular student that suggest vulnerability to the allure of such magic. Exceptional talent combined with a notable absence of emotional connection. A dangerous combination when exposed to knowledge of power without proportional understanding of its costs." Tom Riddle, Harry stated directly, recognizing the moment for more explicit communication had arrived. Dumbledore's expression revealed momentary surprise at the forthright identification, followed by measured assessment of Harry's directness. "Yes," he acknowledged quietly. "I've harbored concerns about Tom's magical interests for some time. Recent events have only intensified those concerns. I've noticed patterns in his questions and research focus that align with essence manipulation theories," Harry confirmed, careful to frame his knowledge within his established cover identity. "Nothing explicitly forbidden, but the trajectory suggests movement toward increasingly problematic magical domains." The admission created a subtle shift in their relationship, a more explicit alliance regarding Tom Riddle specifically, though still couched in professional concern rather than outright accusation. "We lack concrete evidence linking him to Miss Burke's condition," Dumbledore noted, "but prudence suggests heightened awareness of his activities is warranted. Your advanced defense group provides an appropriate context for such observation." "I'll continue monitoring participants' interests and questions," Harry agreed, "particularly regarding magical transference and essence theories." As they prepared to separate, Dumbledore toward the Transfiguration classroom, Harry toward his defense office, the deputy headmaster added a final observation. "Tom has demonstrated unusual interest in your teaching methods, Professor Peverell. More so than is typical even for his academically motivated nature. I believe he perceives in you knowledge beyond conventional British magical education, perhaps access to traditions or techniques unavailable through standard Hogwarts instruction." "I've noticed his academic attention," Harry acknowledged. "I'm careful to direct it toward constructive applications." "A wise approach," Dumbledore approved. "Though I caution that Tom's ability to present the appearance of appropriate interest while pursuing alternative objectives is remarkably developed for one so young." With that parting insight, they separated, each to their respective responsibilities. Harry continued to his office, mind processing the implications of their conversation. He had achieved an important objective, establishing more explicit communication with Dumbledore regarding Riddle's concerning activities, while maintaining his cover as an observant professor rather than a time traveler with specific knowledge of Riddle's future development. The investigation into Adelaide Burke's condition provided both challenge and opportunity for his larger mission. While requiring careful management to avoid premature exposure, it created legitimate context for monitoring Riddle more closely and potentially interrupting his progression toward creating additional Horcruxes. Underscore 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 underscore. That evening, during his advanced defense session, Harry implemented a subtle strategy to observe Riddle's reaction to the ongoing investigation. He structured the lesson around protective enchantments, shields against various magical intrusions and attacks, while introducing concepts adjacent to essence protection without directly referencing Adelaide's condition. The most sophisticated defensive magic doesn't merely repel external threats, he explained to the assembled students, positioned where he could observe Riddle's reactions without obvious scrutiny. It establishes boundaries that prevent unauthorized access to one's magical core, protecting not just against physical harm but against essence manipulation or extraction. The terminology deliberately echoed the language being used among staff regarding Adelaide's condition. Harry noted the varied reactions among students, concern from most, intellectual interest from several Ravenclaws, and from Riddle, a barely perceptible intensity of focus that suggested particular relevance. Could such protections be bypassed? Asked a seventh-year Gryffindor, expressing the question that clearly occupied many minds following recent events. I mean, hypothetically, if someone wanted to affect another wizard's magical core? An excellent question with concerning implications, Harry acknowledged, his gaze sweeping across the room. Any protective magic can potentially be circumvented with sufficient knowledge and power. However, essence-level protections operate on fundamental magical principles that make unauthorized access exceptionally difficult without cooperation from the subject. Throughout his explanation of cord protection techniques, Harry watched Riddle's reactions. The young Slytherin maintained his usual appearance of appropriate academic interest, taking occasional notes and asking one precisely calibrated question about the relationship between protective boundaries and magical resonance. Yet subtle indicators betrayed deeper engagement, the slight tension in his posture when extraction methods were mentioned, the momentary pause in his note-taking when Harry described signs of attempted essence manipulation. Most revealing was what Riddle didn't ask. He made no inquiry about detecting such intrusions or identifying perpetrators, conspicuous omissions for someone with his normal pattern of comprehensive questioning. The absence suggested concerns about revealing specific knowledge related to Adelaide's condition. After the session concluded, Harry deliberately created an opportunity for private conversation, organizing materials slowly as students filed out. As anticipated, Riddle lingered, apparently reviewing his notes while waiting for the others to depart. An interesting focus for tonight's lesson, Professor, he observed once they were alone, his tone perfectly balanced between academic appreciation and casual conversation. Essence protection isn't covered in standard defensive texts. Recent events suggested the topic might have practical relevance, Harry replied, watching carefully for reaction. Magical security extends beyond conventional shield charms and counter-jinxes. You're referring to what happened to Adelaide Burke, Riddle stated with appropriate concern. There are rumors her condition resulted from some form of magical extraction. The direct reference was a calculated risk on Riddle's part, acknowledging information circulating among students while presenting himself as merely well-informed rather than personally involved. Harry recognized the strategic approach from his own experience with Dumbledore's subtle conversational techniques. The investigation remains ongoing, Harry replied neutrally. Though it does appear Miss Burke encountered magic targeting her core essence rather than merely causing physical effects. A concerning development at Hogwarts, Riddle observed, his expression appropriately grave. I've read historical accounts of essence extraction rituals, primarily from the medieval period. They typically required significant preparation and specific magical conditions. Not the sort of magic one would expect to encounter in a school corridor. The comment contained a subtle probe, testing how much the faculty had determined about the nature of the incident while presenting knowledge that might be expected from a studious sixth year with access to historical texts. Harry recognized the delicate maneuvering for what it was. Indeed. Which raises questions about how such magic found its way into Hogwarts, he noted, studying Riddle's reaction. Advanced magical knowledge carries corresponding responsibility. Not all who seek power consider its implications with appropriate care. Something flickered briefly in Riddle's dark eyes, recognition of the implicit warning, perhaps, or calculation of how to respond. History suggests that distinction often separates truly great wizards from merely powerful ones, he acknowledged, echoing Harry's previous guidance with perfect recall. Though perspectives on appropriate applications have varied considerably across different magical traditions. Ethical relativism becomes dangerous when applied to magic that fundamentally violates another's autonomy, Harry countered, maintaining the philosophical discussion while establishing clear boundaries. core essence manipulation without consent represents one of the few universal prohibitions across magical cultures, precisely because it undermines the foundational integrity of magical existence. Riddle nodded thoughtfully, his expression revealing nothing beyond appropriate intellectual engagement. A perspective worth consideration, he conceded with perfect politeness. The books you let me actually touch on similar principles regarding magical resonance integrity. The author suggests violation of such boundaries creates instability not just for the subject but eventually for the practitioner as well. An insight many discover too late, Harry agreed, recognizing the opportunity to reinforce a crucial understanding that might later prove relevant to the vacuous magic-y ritual. Magic operates through fundamental harmonies that resist certain forms of manipulation. Attempts to circumvent these natural laws often succeed temporarily but invariably extract unforeseen costs. Their conversation concluded shortly thereafter, with Riddle departing with his customary respectful acknowledgement. Harry remained in the classroom, analyzing their exchange with careful attention to nuances that might reveal Riddle's true involvement with Adelaide Burke. The discussion had confirmed several critical points. Riddle possessed knowledge of essence extraction rituals beyond what would be available in standard texts. He was monitoring the investigation closely enough to know specific details, and most tellingly, he had attempted to present his knowledge as theoretical and historical rather than practical and current. Yet Harry had also detected genuine intellectual engagement with the warning about magical consequences, a potentially valuable opening for his longer-term strategy. If Riddle could be brought to understand the inevitable costs of soul manipulation before creating additional Horcruxes, he might become more receptive to alternative approaches to magical power and preservation. Underscore 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 underscore. The following morning brought an unexpected development that shifted the investigation in a new direction. Harry was reviewing lesson plans in his office when a house elf appeared with an urgent summons to the hospital wing. Upon arrival, he found Dumbledore, Slughorn, and Headmaster Ditpet gathered around Adelaide Burke's bed. The girl was awake, pale but conscious, her dark eyes darting nervously between the assembled professors. Miss Burke has regained consciousness and shared some concerning information, Ditpet explained after acknowledging Harry's arrival. I believed your expertise might be valuable in assessing its implications. Harry approached the bed, maintaining a professional demeanor despite his keen interest in what Adelaide might reveal. I'm glad to see you recovering, Miss Burke. How are you feeling? Weak, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Like something essential was pulled from me. Not just magic, but something deeper. The description aligned perfectly with essence extraction effects Harry had encountered during his horror career. He nodded sympathetically. A reasonable perception given what you experienced. Do you recall what happened before you lost consciousness? Adelaide glanced uncertainly at the surrounding professors before continuing. I received a note suggesting a demonstration of rare magic not taught at Hogwarts. It mentioned my family's historical interest in certain magical artifacts as reason for being selected. The reference to the Burke family's connection to unusual magical objects, including, Harry knew, items related to soul magic through their shop in Nocturne Alley, suggested Riddle had targeted her specifically for her potential knowledge or resources. The note was unsigned, she continued, but I assumed it came from another Ravenclaw interested in experimental magic. We have a small study group focused on magical theory beyond the curriculum. And did you meet this anonymous correspondent? Dumbledore prompted gently. Adelaide nodded, then winced at the apparent effort the movement required. On the 6th floor, in the empty classroom near the east staircase. But it wasn't who I expected. She hesitated, her expression troubled. It was Caro and Lestrange. Harry carefully concealed his reaction to the familiar surnames, families that would feature prominently among Voldemort's future Death Eaters. Their involvement suggested Riddle was already developing the practice of using followers to implement his more dangerous plans, providing himself with distance and deniability. Alfred Caro and Rodolphus Lestrange? Slughorn clarified, his expression revealing surprise and dismay. Slytherin 6 years? Adelaide nodded again. They said they had been instructed to prepare me for an advanced magical demonstration. Something about essence resonance cultivation that required preliminary attunement. Her voice grew increasingly uncertain. They cast spells I didn't recognize, nothing like standard charms or transfiguration. The magic felt invasive, like it was reaching into me rather than affecting my exterior. And then, Harry prompted quietly when she paused. Then someone else arrived. I couldn't see clearly who it was. The preliminary spells had created some kind of distortion in my vision. They spoke with Caro and Lestrange briefly, then began another spell. She shuddered visibly. That's when it felt like something was being pulled from my center. My magic, my essence, everything that makes me myself. I tried to resist but couldn't move or speak. The last thing I remember was a sudden disruption, a noise or interruption of some kind, and then darkness. The account confirmed Harry's suspicions. Riddle had attempted an essence extraction ritual using Adelaide as an unwilling subject, likely as part of his research into soul magic and Horcrux creation. The ritual had been interrupted before completion, explaining the partial nature of the extraction Harry had detected in his diagnostic spells. Did you recognize the voice of this third person? Dumbledore asked carefully. Adelaide's hesitation was telling. I'm not entirely certain. The magical distortion affected my hearing as well. But it sounded similar to... She stopped, apparent fear replacing uncertainty. Miss Burke, Headmaster Ditpet said with gentle authority, I understand your reluctance, but complete information is essential to prevent similar incidents. You have my assurance that appropriate measures will be taken regardless of who might be involved. After another moment's hesitation, Adelaide continued in a near whisper. It sounded like Tom Riddle. But I can't be absolutely certain given the circumstances. And it seems unlikely. He's a prefect, respected by everyone. The confirmation created a momentary silence among the professors. Slughorn's expression registered shock and disbelief, while Dumbledore's revealed grim vindication of long-held suspicions. Ditpet maintained professional neutrality, though concern was evident in his features. Thank you for your candor, Miss Burke, the headmaster said finally. Rest assured this matter will be thoroughly investigated. In the meantime, focus on your recovery. Madam Finch will continue monitoring your progress. After assuring Adelaide of continued protection and support, the professors withdrew to Dippet's office for private consultation. The atmosphere grew tense as they considered the implications of her testimony. We must proceed with extreme caution, Ditpet warned once they were seated. Miss Burke's identification was tentative at best, affected by magical distortion and her compromised state. To accuse a student of Mr. Riddle standing without irrefutable evidence would be profoundly problematic. Caro and Lestrange's involvement seems more definitively established, Harry observed. Questioning them might provide clearer understanding of the situation. I find it difficult to believe Tom would be involved in such activities, Slughorn protested, though with less conviction than his normal defenses of his favorite student. He has consistently demonstrated exceptional judgment and ethical awareness in my observations. Perhaps, Dumbledore replied gently, our observations have been selectively permitted. Young people with sufficient intelligence often present what others expect to see rather than what truly exists beneath the surface. The ensuing discussion established a measured approach. Caro and Lestrange would be questioned separately regarding their activities on the night in question. Increased monitoring of specific students, Riddle unnamed but clearly implied, would be implemented without obvious targeting. Evidence would be gathered methodically before any direct confrontation occurred. As the meeting concluded, Harry recognized both opportunity and complication for his mission. Adelaide's testimony provided near confirmation of Riddle's dark experimentation, validating Harry's concerns about accelerated Horcrux research. Yet the institutional response would necessarily be slow and cautious, potentially alerting Riddle to increased scrutiny before sufficient evidence could be compiled. His most effective path forward remained the same: continue building relationship with Riddle through their established academic connection while carefully monitoring his activities and preparing for eventual implementation of the vacuous magic key ritual. The investigation might constrain Riddle's more overt experimentation temporarily, creating valuable time for Harry's preparations. Underscore 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 underscore. Late that evening, after curfew had emptied Hogwarts corridors of students, Harry made his way to the 7th floor under a disillusionment charm. His destination was one he had avoided since arriving in 1943, the Room of Requirement, or as it would later be known among Dumbledore's army, the Room of Hidden Things. Historical records and Dumbledore's later accounts confirmed that Tom Riddle had discovered the room during his Hogwarts years, using it to conceal various items related to his dark magical pursuits. If evidence of his current experiments existed beyond what had been observed in the astronomy tower, the Room of Hidden Things represented the most likely repository. Harry paced 3 times before the blank wall, carefully focusing his intent. I need to see where things are hidden. I need to see where Riddle conceals his secrets. I need to find evidence of his dark magic research. The door materialized as it had so many times in Harry's original timeline, an unremarkable entrance that belied the extraordinary space beyond. He slipped inside, closing it carefully behind him before removing his disillusionment charm. The vast cathedral-like chamber stretched before him, piled high with centuries of hidden objects, broken furniture, forbidden items, lost treasures, and forgotten contraband accumulated over a millennium of students and teachers concealing what they didn't want found. In Harry's time, this room would become Voldemort's hiding place for the Diadem Horcrux. In 1943, it might already contain evidence of Riddle's progression toward becoming the Dark Wizard who would terrorize magical Britain. Harry moved methodically through the towering aisles, using detection spells to identify areas of recent magical activity. After nearly an hour of careful searching, he located a section that showed signs of regular visits, a small clearing among the jumbled items where the dust had been disturbed in patterns suggesting repeated presence. At its center stood a small table that appeared to function as a workstation. Upon it lay several items that confirmed Harry's worst fears: a silver knife with runes etched along its blade, consistent with ritual implements used in blood magic, a notebook different from the one Harry had observed in the astronomy tower, its pages filled with diagrams of solescence frameworks and annotations regarding stability parameters for multiple division, and most disturbingly, a small wooden box containing what appeared to be bone fragments similar to the one Riddle had been experimenting with previously. Harry carefully documented these findings without disturbing the items. Direct interference might alert Riddle to outside discovery of his secret workspace. The evidence confirmed what historical accounts had suggested. By his 6th year, Riddle was actively researching methods to create multiple Horcruxes, seeking to extend the single division he had already achieved with his father's murder and the Gaunt family reign. As Harry prepared to leave, a final item caught his attention: a newspaper clipping yellowed with age, carefully preserved beneath a paperweight shaped like a coiled serpent. He illuminated it with a soft lumos, reading the headline with growing unease. Mysterious Death at Riddle House. Little Hangleton, August 1942. The village of Little Hangleton was shocked yesterday by the discovery of 3 bodies at Riddle House, the local manor home. Thomas Riddle, his wife Mary, and their son Tom were found dead in their drawing room with no signs of violence or struggle. Authorities report expressions of terror on the victims' faces, leaving local police baffled as to cause of death. The article continued with details of the investigation and speculation about possible causes, but Harry had no need to read further. He knew exactly what had happened in that drawing room. Tom Riddle had murdered his Muggle father and grandparents, using their deaths to create his first Horcrux from the Gaunt family ring. The preservation of this article as a souvenir confirmed the darkest aspects of Riddle's psychology, not merely pursuing immortality through Horcruxes, but taking satisfaction in the murders that enabled their creation. This wasn't simply magical experimentation, it was calculation merging with genuine malice. Harry departed the room of requirement with heavy confirmation of what he had known historically but now understood with immediate urgency. Tom Riddle at 16 was already irrevocably committed to his dark path. The murders of his family weren't impulsive acts of teenage rage, but coldly executed steps in a larger plan for magical transformation and power accumulation. The window for potential redemption or rehabilitation, if it had ever truly existed, had closed long before Harry's arrival in 1943. His original mission remained the only viable approach, not to save or redirect Tom Riddle, but to neutralize his magical abilities entirely, preventing the rise of Lord Voldemort to the most fundamental intervention possible. As he made his way back to his quarters under renewed disillusionment, Harry's resolve crystallized into absolute certainty. Whatever doubts or philosophical complexities had troubled him in recent weeks dissolved before the evidence of Riddle's deliberate progression toward darkness. The ritual must proceed as planned, not merely to prevent future atrocities but to address evil already manifesting in the present. Adelaide Burke's condition and the newspaper clipping provided stark reminders that his mission wasn't merely theoretical or historical. Tom Riddle was actively harming others now, expanding his dark knowledge with each passing week. The urgency of intervention had never been clearer, nor the justification more absolute. Harry's preparations for the vacuous Magic-y ritual would accelerate accordingly. The lethal inheritance Tom Riddle had claimed through his father's murder, both the God Ring transformed into a Horcrux and the psychological capacity for calculated violence, confirmed the necessity of Harry's presence in this timeline. Not as observer or educator, but as the instrument of intervention that would forever alter magical. Chapter 13, The Summer Path. March yielded grudgingly to April, winter's grip loosening across the Hogwarts grounds as tentative green shoots emerged through melting snow. The Black Lake's icy surface cracked and thawed under strengthening sunlight, and students shed their heaviest cloaks for lighter garments during weekend Hogsmeade visits. The castle itself seemed to brighten, as though awakening from hibernation alongside the surrounding landscape. For Harry, the changing season brought both progress and complication. The investigation into Adelaide Burke's attack had reached an unsatisfying conclusion. Carrow and Lestrange received detention and loss of privileges after being found responsible for inappropriate spell experimentation, but direct connection to Tom Riddle remained officially unestablished. Headmaster Dip Pett, reluctant to pursue accusations against the school's most accomplished student without irrefutable evidence, had classified the incident as a regrettable case of magical experimentation gone wrong rather than deliberate dark arts practice. Dumbledore and Harry privately maintained their vigilance, however, establishing regular information exchange about Riddle's activities through seemingly casual conversations about student progress. Their unofficial alliance had deepened since Adelaide's testimony, bound by shared concern that transcended the need for explicit communication. Most significantly, Harry's careful cultivation of his relationship with Riddle had progressed according to plan. Their academic interactions had expanded to include occasional private consultations on advanced magical theory, creating space for Harry to subtly guide Riddle's thinking while gathering crucial information about his current pursuits. Each conversation represented a delicate balance, providing valuable knowledge that would maintain Harry's position as a respected mentor while carefully avoiding anything that might accelerate Riddle's dark research. On a mild Thursday evening in mid-April, this precarious equilibrium faced its most direct challenge. Harry was reviewing examination materials in his office when a polite knock announced Tom Riddle's arrival for their scheduled consultation on advanced shielding techniques. "Good evening, Professor," Riddle greeted him with characteristic perfect courtesy. "I hope I'm not interrupting your preparations." "Not at all, Mr. Riddle," Harry replied, gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk. "I was just finalizing the practical components for your year's examinations." Riddle took the offered seat with fluid grace, his appearance immaculate as always, robes precisely arranged, prefect badge gleaming, dark hair styled in the conservative fashion of the era. Only the subtle shadows beneath his eyes suggested anything beyond the perfect student facade, evidence, Harry suspected, of late nights spent on clandestine magical research. "I wanted to discuss the boundary extension principles you mentioned in our last session," Riddle began, removing a small notebook from his bag. "I've been experimenting with the concepts and encountered some interesting variations when applying them to different magical categories." Harry noted with practiced neutrality that Riddle's notebook was neither of the journals he had observed previously, not the one used in the astronomy tower experimentation nor the one discovered in the room of requirement. This third notebook, with its innocuous green cover and academic appearance, likely contained only information he was willing to share with professors. "Which categories have you explored?" Harry asked, genuinely curious about how Riddle compartmentalized his magical research. "Primarily protective charms, as we discussed, but also transfiguration boundaries and some preliminary work with essence-containing spells," Will replied, his phrasing carefully neutral despite the last category's clear connection to his forbidden research. "The principle seems to function differently depending on whether the magic affects physical matter, spatial dimensions, or magical essence itself." The observation was technically accurate and revealed sophisticated magical understanding. Harry responded with appropriate academic engagement while carefully assessing the underlying purpose of Riddle's inquiry. "That aligns with fundamental magical theory," he confirmed. "Different categories of magic interact with reality on distinct planes of influence. Physical transfiguration operates primarily through material resonance, while essence-affecting magic engages with deeper magical substrates." Riddle nodded, his dark eyes revealing genuine intellectual interest beneath his calculated exterior. "I found that boundary extensions and essence-affecting spells require significantly more precise calibration. Even minor misalignments create instabilities that can rebound unpredictably." The comment likely referenced difficulties in his Horcrux research, specifically the challenges of maintaining stability when manipulating soul magic. Harry recognized both the danger and opportunity in this line of discussion. "A perceptive observation," he acknowledged. "Essence magic touches the fundamental cores of magical being. Errors in such domains often manifest as corruption rather than simple failure, affecting the caster as much as the subject." "Corruption," Riddle repeated thoughtfully. "An interesting choice of terminology, Professor. Most texts describe magical rebound or backlash rather than corruption specifically. Most standard texts avoid addressing the deeper implications of essence manipulation," Harry replied carefully. "Historical evidence suggests that wizards who extensively practice such magic experience progressive fragmentation of their original nature, gaining power in specific domains while losing fundamental aspects of their magical wholeness." He watched Riddle's reaction with careful attention, searching for any indication that the young wizard recognized the direct relevance to his Horcrux pursuits. The slight tensing around Riddle's eyes suggested the message had landed as intended. "You seem to have studied this phenomenon specifically, Professor," Riddle observed, his tone conversational despite the implicit question. My research has included historical cases that demonstrated the pattern, Harry confirmed without elaboration. The most powerful dark wizards throughout history often followed similar trajectories. Initial gains in specific magical abilities followed by profound deterioration of their wider magical integration. Power obtained at the cost of fundamental magical harmony. This wasn't merely theoretical guidance, but direct warning about the path Riddle had already begun. Creating Horcruxes would indeed grant him a form of immortality while progressively destroying his humanity and magical wholeness. It was the closest Harry could come to explicit intervention without revealing his anachronistic knowledge. A concerning pattern, Riddle acknowledged with perfect composure, though something flickered behind his eyes. Calculation, perhaps, or deeper consideration of implications he hadn't previously weighed. Though I imagine the benefits might seem worth the cost to those pursuing specific magical objectives. Initially, perhaps, Harry agreed. The corruption progresses gradually enough that many fail to recognize it until irreversible damage has occurred. By then, their perspective has often altered sufficiently that they no longer value what they've lost. Their conversation continued along these lines for nearly an hour, ostensibly discussing theoretical magical principles while engaged in a deeper exchange about choices and consequences. Harry carefully maintained his role as knowledgeable professor sharing academic insights rather than time traveler with specific knowledge of Riddle's future. Throughout, he sensed Riddle's keen assessment, weighing each piece of information against his own research and ambitions. As their session concluded, Riddle shifted to an unexpected topic. "Professor, I understand you'll be remaining at Hogwarts during the summer holiday to conduct research." The statement caught Harry momentarily off guard. While he had indeed arranged to stay at the castle over summer, both to continue his mission preparation and to maintain closer proximity to Riddle, he hadn't announced this publicly. "I will," he confirmed, curious about Riddle's information source and purpose in raising the subject. "Hogwarts offers unique resources for certain aspects of my research. I've applied to remain as well," Riddle explained with the carefully modulated vulnerability he occasionally deployed to create specific impressions. "The orphanage environment is unconducive to magical studies, particularly given current Muggle war conditions." The reference to his orphan status and the ongoing World War II bombings of London was calculated to evoke sympathy while establishing practical reasons for avoiding his standard summer accommodation. Harry recognized the manipulation but also the genuine desire to remain at Hogwarts. Riddle had always considered the school his true home, just as Harry himself once had. "I understand Headmaster Ditpet has approved several such requests given the circumstances," Harry replied neutrally, neither encouraging nor discouraging the implied connection their shared summer presence might create. "He has," Riddle confirmed. "I was hoping I might be permitted to continue our discussions during that period. My independent research would benefit significantly from occasional guidance." The request represented both opportunity and risk for Harry's mission. Summer at Hogwarts would provide greater access to Riddle outside the structured school environment, potentially accelerating the trust building essential to his plan. Yet it would also mean prolonged one-on-one interaction without the buffer of other students and regular classes, more intensive scrutiny from Riddle's perceptive intellect. "I believe that could be arranged," Harry decided after brief consideration. "Though my research will require substantial focus, I'm happy to schedule periodic consultations for serious students remaining over holiday." "Thank you, Professor," Riddle replied, satisfaction briefly visible beneath his polite acknowledgement. "I appreciate your willingness to support extended learning opportunities." After Riddle's departure, Harry added this significant development to his concealed journal. The summer arrangement created new tactical considerations, opportunities to deepen his mentor relationship with Riddle while potentially accessing areas of the castle that would be less accessible during the school year. Most importantly, it provided extended time to gather the remaining components for the vacuous Magic-Key ritual, which would require specific astronomical conditions available only in late summer. His contemplation was interrupted by a soft knock at his office door. Opening it revealed Albus Dumbledore, his expression suggesting matters of importance rather than casual conversation. "I hope I'm not interrupting your evening, Professor Peveril," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "I wondered if you might join me for a brief stroll around the lake. The evening is quite pleasant, and I find fresh air conducive to clear thinking." Harry recognized the invitation for what it was, a request for private conversation away from potential eavesdropping, whether magical or mundane. "Of course, Professor Dumbledore. A walk sounds refreshing after a day of examination preparations." They made their way through the castle in companionable silence, exchanging greetings with students and staff they encountered. Only when they had reached the lake's edge, well away from any possible observers, did Dumbledore address his actual purpose. "I understand Tom Riddle has arranged to remain at Hogwarts this summer," he began without preamble. An unusual request for a student with his disciplinary standing and academic record. "You have concerns about this arrangement?" Harry prompted, sensing Dumbledore's unease behind the casual observation. "Several," Dumbledore acknowledged, his blue eyes scanning the peaceful lake surface. "Summer at Hogwarts offers considerably less oversight than the academic year. With most staff absent and minimal structured activities, students who remain have unprecedented access to areas of the castle normally under careful supervision, including the library's restricted section," Harry noted, understanding immediately, "and potentially other areas containing sensitive magical information." "Precisely." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry directly. "I've observed Tom's growing interest in magical domains that venture beyond standard curriculum, interests that align with some of our recent concerns regarding Miss Burke's unfortunate experience." The indirect reference to Riddle's suspected involvement in Adelaide's condition reflected their careful approach to discussing such matters, never making explicit accusations without irrefutable evidence, yet maintaining clear mutual understanding. "I've noticed similar patterns," Harry confirmed. His questions increasingly explored boundaries between conventional magic and more problematic applications. "Which brings me to my actual purpose in seeking this conversation," Dumbledore continued. "I understand you'll also be remaining at Hogwarts this summer, a fortunate circumstance given the situation. I'd like to request your assistance in maintaining appropriate awareness of student activities during this period." The request was diplomatically phrased but unmistakable. Dumbledore wanted Harry to monitor Tom Riddle specifically during the summer months when other institutional safeguards would be reduced. "I'd be happy to maintain awareness during my residence," Harry agreed, the arrangement aligning perfectly with his own objectives. "Though I should mention that Mr. Riddle has already requested continued academic consultations during that period." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "Has he indeed? Most interesting. Tom rarely seeks direct mentorship, preferring independent study even when facing challenging material. He considered this information thoughtfully. He appears to value your particular knowledge and perspective quite highly. He believes I possess information not available through standard Hogwarts resources," Harry explained, recognizing the opportunity to establish clearer communication with Dumbledore about his strategy. "I've been carefully cultivating the perception to maintain appropriate awareness of his academic interests." The admission represented a calculated risk, revealing more of his intentional approach to Riddle than previously acknowledged, but one that would facilitate greater cooperation with Dumbledore moving forward. A prudent approach, Dumbledore approved, appearing genuinely impressed with Harry's strategic thinking, though one requiring considerable finesse to balance information sharing with appropriate boundaries. "Indeed," Harry agreed. "I've been providing legitimate advanced magical theory while emphasizing the consequences of certain applications, particularly those involving magical essence manipulation." Dumbledore's gaze sharpened with heightened interest. "You've identified that specific direction in his research?" His questions increasingly orbit that domain, Harry confirmed carefully. "Nothing explicitly forbidden, but the trajectory suggests growing fascination with the fundamental structure of magical essence and potential methods for its modification. The concern in Dumbledore's expression deepened. A concerning direction indeed. Historical precedent suggests such interests rarely remain theoretical, particularly when pursued by individuals with certain psychological orientations. My thoughts exactly, Harry agreed, relieved to establish more explicit communication about Riddle's dangerous path. I've been emphasizing the corrupting influence of essence manipulation in our discussions, the inevitable deterioration that follows attempts to violate natural magical harmonies. A valuable perspective that standard curriculum often neglects, Dumbledore observed. Though I wonder whether such warnings penetrate when countered by the allure of immediate power or advantage. A valid concern, Harry acknowledged. Though sometimes understanding the true cost of certain magical paths can influence decisions, particularly when that understanding comes before irreversible steps are taken. Their conversation continued as they circled the lake, establishing clearer parameters for their unofficial alliance regarding Tom Riddle. By the time they returned to the castle, Harry had secured Dumbledore's trust to a degree that would provide essential flexibility for his summer activities. The deputy headmaster clearly valued Harry's insights and approach, viewing him as a valuable ally in addressing Riddle's concerning development. The arrangement served Harry's mission perfectly, official sanction to maintain close observation of Riddle during the critical summer months when he would be gathering final components for the vacuous magic key ritual. While Dumbledore couldn't know Harry's ultimate purpose, their aligned concern about Riddle's trajectory created space for the interventions necessary to implement his plan. As April mellowed into May, Harry balanced his official teaching responsibilities with covert preparation for the ritual that represented his mission's culmination. His research had confirmed that optimal conditions would occur in late August, specifically the night of August 31st, when astronomical alignments and magical tides would create ideal circumstances for the complex working. Each component required careful procurement without raising suspicion. Some were readily available through standard magical suppliers: properly aged silver dust, crystallized moonlight, essence of belladonna. Others demanded more creative acquisition, such as the Thestral heartstring he obtained through careful negotiation with Sylvanus Kettleburn under the pretense of advanced defensive enchantment research. Most challenging were the components that required specific magical conditions. Gathering dew from lilies blooming at the precise moment of the summer solstice would necessitate a carefully timed expedition to a secluded valley in the Forbidden Forest. Harvesting ectoplasmic residue from the precise spot where a ghost crossed from the spirit realm into the physical world demanded extensive research into Hogwarts resident spirits and their manifestation patterns. The ritual's most critical elements, however, would require Tom Riddle's unwitting participation, his presence at a specific location, his engagement in specific magical activities, and ultimately, his consent to a procedure whose true purpose would remain concealed until the final moment. This represented the greatest challenge of Harry's entire mission, maneuvering the most suspicious and calculating student at Hogwarts into position for the ritual without triggering his substantial self-preservation instincts. As Harry worked through these complex preparations, he maintained his outward role as exemplary defense against the dark arts professor with unwavering professionalism. His classes continued to receive enthusiastic response from students. His colleagues regarded him with growing respect, and his position within Hogwarts' social and academic structure strengthened with each passing month. Among those particularly impressed by Professor Peveril's teaching was Euphemia Wright, Harry's future grandmother, though she couldn't possibly know it. The sixth-year Gryffindor had developed notable skill in defensive magic under his guidance, demonstrating particular aptitude for protective enchantments and counter-curse techniques. Professor Peveril. Her voice interrupted Harry's thoughts one afternoon as he organized materials following an advanced practical session. I was hoping I might ask your advice about something. Harry turned to find Euphemia waiting respectfully near the classroom door, her school bag slung over one shoulder and a determined expression on her face that reminded him powerfully of his father in photographs from his youth. Of course, Miss Wright, he replied, careful to maintain appropriate professional distance despite the powerful emotional response her presence inevitably triggered. "How can I help?" "It's about career guidance, sir," she explained, approaching his desk. "Professor Dumbledore suggested I speak with you given my interest in protective magic specifically." Harry gestured for her to take a seat, pushing aside the strange sensation of providing career advice to his own grandmother. "You're considering entering that field professionally after Hogwarts?" "I am," Euphemia confirmed with characteristic directness. "My family has some background in protective enchantment. My great-grandfather developed several standard household wards still in use today. I'm considering either ministry work in the Department of Magical Security or private practice as a protective enchantment specialist." "Both worthy paths," Harry observed, genuinely impressed with her clear thinking. "Your practical aptitude would certainly support either direction. Have you considered the different requirements each would entail?" Their conversation continued for nearly 20 minutes, exploring various career options related to protective magic. Throughout, Harry maintained careful professionalism while providing genuinely useful guidance, drawing on his knowledge of magical security careers from his original timeline without revealing anachronistic specifics. "Thank you, Professor," Euphemia said as their discussion concluded. "This has been tremendously helpful. I particularly appreciate your insight about independent research alongside institutional employment. That's an approach I hadn't considered. Balance often yields the most satisfying results in magical careers," Harry replied, unable to resist adding, "Whatever path you choose, I expect you'll make significant contributions, Miss Wright. You have both technical skill and the wisdom to apply it appropriately, a combination rarer than pure magical talent." The genuine praise brought a pleased smile to Euphemia's face, and Harry experienced a strange temple vertigo, seeing in her expression glimpses of both his father James and himself, genetic echoes traveling backward and forward through time. "That means a great deal coming from you, Professor," she said sincerely. "Your approach to defensive magic has transformed how many of us think about the subject." After she departed, Harry sat quietly at his desk, processing the peculiar emotional complexity of interacting with his own ancestor. The conversation had been meaningful beyond its strange temple context. Euphemia genuinely was an impressive young witch whose magical abilities and ethical approach deserved recognition. That she would later marry Fremont Potter and become his grandmother added layers of significance he couldn't possibly share, yet felt profoundly nonetheless. Such moments, encounters with historical figures who were simply people living their lives, unaware of their future significance, have become increasingly common during his months at 1940s Hogwarts. Minerva McGonagall demonstrating her exceptional transfiguration skills as a 7th-year student. Pomona Sprout, currently a 5th-year Hufflepuff, already showing the herbology expertise that would later make her a celebrated professor. Even Hagrid, now in 3rd year, navigating the painful aftermath of his expulsion following Riddle's Chamber of Secrets manipulation. Each interaction reinforced the weight of Harry's mission, not merely preventing Voldemort's rise, but protecting these lives from the shadow his reign of terror would cast across their futures. The abstract historical understanding he had brought from his original timeline had transformed into immediate, personal conviction through these encounters with the actual people whose lives hung in the balance. As the academic year approached its conclusion, Harry observed Tom Riddle with increasingly focused attention. The young Slytherin maintained his perfect academic performance while continuing his prefect duties with impeccable attention to regulations. His behavior following the Adelaide Burke incident had been calculatedly exemplary, a pattern Harry recognized from his knowledge of Riddle's future methods of deflecting suspicion through periods of conspicuous propriety. Their academic consultations continued on a regular schedule, establishing a relationship that, while never warm, had developed a consistent rhythm of intellectual exchange. Riddle clearly valued Harry's knowledge, particularly regarding magical domains not covered in standard Hogwarts curriculum, while Harry carefully utilized these interactions to gather information about Riddle's current magical pursuits while subtly influencing his thinking in directions that might eventually facilitate the ritual. "I've been considering your observations about essence integrity," Riddle remarked during their final session before examinations began, "particularly regarding fragmentation consequences and long-term magical workings." The comment suggested Harry's warnings about the costs of soul magic had registered at some level, though whether they had actually influenced Riddle's intentions remained uncertain. A significant consideration for any substantial magical undertaking, Harry agreed, watching for nuances in Riddle's reaction. The most devastating magical failures often result not from insufficient power but from disregarding fundamental harmonies. Yet historical accounts suggest certain wizards achieved remarkable results through methods modern authorities consider fundamentally disharmonious, Riddle countered, his tone academic despite the revealing nature of his observation. "Temporary results," Harry corrected carefully. The historical record tends to emphasize initial achievements while overlooking subsequent deterioration. Examination of complete case histories reveals consistent patterns of decline following integrity violations, particularly in essence-related magic. Riddle's expression revealed nothing beyond appropriate intellectual engagement, but Harry had learned to recognize the subtle indicators of genuine interest, the slight sharpening of focus, the momentary stillness that suggested information was being carefully processed rather than merely acknowledged. "You studied specific cases?" Riddle inquired with practiced casualness. "Several," Harry confirmed. "My research in Peru included access to comprehensive documentation of a 17th century wizard who achieved remarkable magical capabilities through systematic essence manipulation. His initial successes were unprecedented: extended lifespan, heightened magical power, resistance to conventional limitations." He paused, noting Riddle's barely perceptible lean forward, a rare tell from someone who typically maintained rigorous physical control. The subsequent decline, however, was equally remarkable, Harry continued. Progressive magical instability, increasing disconnection from fundamental magical currents, and eventually, complete corruption of his original nature. By his 2nd century, he retained extraordinary power in specific domains but had lost core magical functionalities most wizards take for granted: the ability to experience magical joy, to form magical connections with others, even to perceive certain magical frequencies. "A high price," Riddle acknowledged, his tone suggesting intellectual assessment rather than emotional response. "Though some might consider specific capabilities worth such costs." "Perhaps," Harry agreed carefully. "Though I've observed that such calculations often fail to account for how perspective itself changes through the process. What seems worthwhile from an intact magical perspective may appear very different once corruption begins altering fundamental perceptions." Their conversation continued along these theoretical lines, maintaining the careful balance between genuine magical education and subtle warning that had characterized their interactions throughout the term. By session's end, Harry had provided legitimate insights about magical essence theory while emphasizing consequences directly relevant to Horcrux creation, all without revealing specific knowledge that might trigger Riddle's suspicions about his true purpose. As Riddle gathered his materials to depart, Harry implemented the final phase of his pre-summer strategy. "I understand you'll be remaining at Hogwarts through August," he noted casually. "I've been considering conducting field research in specialized magical environments during that period, locations with unique magical properties that affect advanced defensive techniques. Such experiences provide valuable practical context beyond theoretical understanding." "That sounds fascinating, Professor," Riddle replied with what appeared to be genuine interest. "May I ask what specific environments you're considering?" "Several possibilities," Harry explained. "Ancient stone circles where magical currents create unusual defensive properties. Certain forest locations where magical creature populations have altered ambient magical frequencies. Perhaps even controlled visits to areas with historical dark magic saturation, where protective techniques face unique challenges." The possibilities were deliberately selected to appeal to Riddle's known interests while supporting Harry's cover as a defensive magic specialist. The suggestion of access to locations not normally available to students represented precisely the kind of unique opportunity that would maintain Riddle's interest in their mentorship relationship through the summer months. Would such research be strictly independent? Riddle inquired carefully, or might there be opportunities for student observation in appropriate contexts? I see educational value in supervised observation, Harry replied as though considering the question for the first time. For a student with sufficient preparation and maturity, such experiences could provide valuable practical insights beyond standard curriculum. I'd need to discuss specific arrangements with Headmaster Ditpet, of course, but the possibility seems worth exploring. The calculated offer achieved its intended effect. Riddle's expression revealed momentary genuine eagerness before his customary controlled mask returned. I would certainly appreciate being considered for such opportunities, Professor, should they become available. I'll keep that in mind as I finalize my summer research schedule, Harry promised. We can discuss possibilities during our first consultation after term ends. After Riddle's departure, Harry updated his concealed journal with observations from their interaction and reflections on the summer strategy he had initiated. The suggestion of special research expeditions served multiple purposes, maintaining Riddle's interest in their academic relationship, creating opportunities to build the trust necessary for the ritual, and establishing legitimate reasons for unusual activities that might otherwise raise suspicion. Most importantly, it provided a framework for eventually guiding Riddle to the specific location required for the vacuous magic-key ritual under circumstances that would seem natural rather than contrived. If implemented carefully, this approach would position the young Slytherin precisely where Harry needed him on the crucial night of August 31st, without triggering the suspicion that characterized Tom Riddle's nature even before he became Lord Voldemort. As the school term approached its conclusion, Harry felt the complex machinery of his plan aligning toward its ultimate purpose. The months of careful relationship building, strategic information sharing, and meticulous preparation were converging toward the single night when everything would culminate in the ritual that would forever alter magical history. The summer path lay before him, a final stretch of preparation and positioning before the moment when Professor Harold Peverell would attempt what no one in any timeline had yet achieved, neutralizing Tom Riddle's magic before he could become Lord Voldemort, without killing him but by removing the very power that made his reign of terror possible. As students focused on examinations and professors prepared for term's end, Harry's attention remained fixed on August 31st and the ritual that represented both the culmination of his mission and his greatest challenge yet, convincing the most suspicious and self-protective wizard of the age to participate willingly in a procedure that would forever end his magical ambitions. Chapter 14, Final Components. Hogwarts in summer presented a face few students ever witnessed. Corridors bathed in golden light streaming through uncurtained windows, classrooms standing empty and expectant, the great hall's enchanted ceiling reflecting perfect blue skies rather than accommodating hundreds of chattering voices. Without the constant movement of students between lessons, the ancient castle seemed to exhale, settling into a peaceful rhythm that revealed subtle magic typically obscured by academic bustle. Harry found this transformed Hogwarts both strange and oddly familiar, reminiscent of his first weeks as headmaster and his original timeline, a brief, chaotic period before Voldemort's takeover of the Ministry forced him to flee. Now, as Professor Peverell, he walked these same sun-warmed corridors with different purpose, his attention focused on the final stages of a mission decades in preparation yet now measured in weeks. Only 14 students remained in residence for the summer holiday, a higher number than usual, Ditpet had explained, due to the continued Muggle war that made returning to London particularly undesirable. They occupied a single corridor in Ravenclaw Tower regardless of house affiliation, creating a temporary inter-house community overseen by Professor Marathon, who had delayed her retirement to provide summer supervision. Tom Riddle was among them, of course. His orphanage in London had been partially damaged in recent air raids, providing perfect justification for his request to remain at school, though Harry suspected Riddle would have manufactured a reason regardless. given his lifelong desire to consider Hogwarts his true home. Several of his Slytherin associates had also remained, including Nott and Lestrange, creating a small nucleus of his inner circle within the summer resident group. In contrast to the regular school year, summer at Hogwarts featured minimal structure. Breakfast served until mid-morning, dinner in early evening, with intervening hours left largely to individual discretion. Students could access most common areas of the castle and grounds, though certain restrictions remained in place. The Forbidden Forest was still forbidden. The library's restricted section maintained its protective enchantments, and curfew, while extended to midnight, was still enforced. For Harry, this relaxed environment presented both opportunities and challenges. The reduced population made tracking Riddle's movements simpler, while the looser scheduling created natural opportunities for the mentorship interactions essential to his plan. Yet the freedom also meant Riddle had more time for his own unsupervised activities, continued dark research that might accelerate his path toward creating additional Horcruxes if left unchecked. Their academic consultations had continued as arranged, now held in a small study room near the library rather than Harry's official office. These sessions maintained the established pattern of legitimate magical instruction interwoven with subtle guidance and observation, though their content had shifted toward more specialized topics that supported Harry's summer research pretext. The fundamental principle underlying site-specific defensive magic, Harry explained during their first July session, involves recognizing how ambient magical energy interacts with intentional spellwork. Locations with distinct magical histories create resonance patterns that can either amplify or interfere with standard protective enchantments. Riddle, seated across the table with his ever-present notebook open before him, nodded with genuine intellectual engagement. Similar to how certain potions' ingredients create unpredictable reactions when combined, despite each being stable independently. An apt comparison, Harry acknowledged. In both cases, the interaction creates effects beyond what examining individual components would suggest. This becomes particularly relevant when attempting advanced protective magic in locations with significant magical residue. The conversation continued along these technical lines, establishing theoretical foundation for the field expeditions Harry had proposed. Throughout, he observed Riddle's reactions carefully, noting which concepts triggered particular interest and which provoked subtle skepticism or calculation. "I've received approval from Headmaster Ditpet for the first research expedition," Harry mentioned as their session concluded. A visit to the Stone Circle at Callanish in the Outer Hebrides, scheduled for next Thursday. The site demonstrates unusual magical resonance patterns that affect shield charm stability in ways directly relevant to our discussions. Riddle's expression revealed carefully modulated interest, enough to demonstrate appropriate academic enthusiasm without appearing overeager. "Will student observation be permitted, Professor?" "Yes, for this particular location," Harry confirmed as though the matter had been settled only recently. "The headmaster has approved accompanied visits for advanced students with appropriate preparation. Given our ongoing consultations, you'd be welcome to join the expedition if you're interested." "I would appreciate that opportunity," Riddle replied with perfect politeness, masking obvious satisfaction at being singled out for this privilege. The practical application of theory often reveals nuances that academic discussion alone cannot provide. The exchange concluded their session, with arrangements made for the upcoming expedition. As Riddle departed, Harry updated his mental assessment of their relationship's current state. The young Slytherin clearly valued the unique knowledge and opportunities Harry provided, while maintaining appropriate caution about revealing too much of his own thoughts or intentions. It was precisely the balance Harry had been cultivating, sufficient trust to enable the ritual's final stage without triggering Riddle's formidable self-protective instincts. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. The Callanish expedition represented the first of several carefully planned excursions designed to serve multiple purposes within Harry's overall strategy. Each location had been selected for legitimate magical educational value, ensuring Riddle would find genuine benefit in participating. Yet each also provided opportunity for Harry to gather specific ritual components while maintaining his cover as a defensive magic researcher. Thursday morning found them departing Hogwarts shortly after dawn, traveling via approved Ministry port key to the remote site in the Outer Hebrides. They materialized on a windswept hillside overlooking the Atlantic, where ancient standing stones stood in solemn formation against the backdrop of steel-gray water and dramatic sky. The Callanish stones, Harry explained as they approached the prehistoric monument. Established approximately 5,000 years ago, though the magical enhancements were added during the early Pictish period, around 600 CE. One of Britain's most significant loci of naturally occurring magical resonance. Riddle surveyed the site with practiced assessment, his dark eyes cataloging details that would escape ordinary observation. The central stone appears to function as a primary anchor point, he noted, demonstrating his advanced magical perception. I can sense distinct energy patterns radiating outward in specific alignments. Precisely, Harry confirmed, genuinely impressed despite his foreknowledge of Riddle's abilities. That perception will serve you well during our observations. The stone circle creates what magical theorists call a resonance matrix, a self-sustaining field of magical energy that interacts with intentional spellwork in measurable ways. They spent the morning conducting various magical experiments, casting standard protective enchantments at different positions within and around the stone formation, measuring variations in efficacy and stability using specialized detection instruments Harry had brought from Hogwarts. Riddle participated with evident engagement, demonstrating both technical proficiency and insightful analysis of the results. While the educational components proceeded exactly as described, Harry simultaneously implemented the covert purpose of their visit. At specific moments, when Riddle was occupied with particular measurements, Harry collected minute scrapings of lichen from the central standing stone, a key component for the vacuous magic-y ritual that required harvesting from an ancient magical site during waxing moon phase. The resonance effects appear significantly stronger along the north-south axis, Riddle observed as they compared results near midday. Shield charms cast at these positions demonstrate 37% greater stability compared to the east-west alignments. An astute observation, Harry acknowledged. This directional variation provides insight into how ambient magical fields can be leveraged to enhance protective magic specifically. Similar principles apply to other magical categories, though with different optimal alignments depending on the fundamental nature of the spellwork involved. Their discussion continued through the afternoon, exploring increasingly advanced magical concepts while Harry completed his clandestine collection activities. By the time they activated their return port key as evening approached, he had secured the first critical ritual component while significantly advancing his mentorship relationship with Riddle. The young Slytherin had demonstrated not only magical aptitude but genuine intellectual curiosity throughout the expedition, moments when the calculating mask slipped slightly to reveal authentic scholarly passion. These glimpses of what might have been under different circumstances, the brilliant wizard Tom Riddle could have become without his descent into darkness, added troubling complexity to Harry's mission that he worked to compartmentalize beneath his unwavering resolve. Underscore 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 underscore. July unfolded to a similar pattern of carefully structured interactions. Regular academic consultations provided framework for their relationship, while periodic field expeditions served Harry's dual purposes of ritual preparation and trust building. Each expedition followed the same format, legitimate magical research combined with covert component gathering, though the specific locations and academic content varied to maintain Riddle's interest while addressing Harry's actual needs. The second expedition took them to a remote valley in the Scottish Highlands where unusually high concentrations of magical creatures had created distinct modifications to the ambient magical field. While demonstrating how such conditions affected concealment charms and defensive boundaries, Harry gathered dewdrops from midnight blooming hyacinth flowers growing in soil saturated with unicorn traces, another essential ritual component. Their third journey ventured into carefully selected portions of the Forbidden Forest under special dispensation from Headmaster Ditpet. Here they studied how concentrated magical habitation altered defensive requirements, while Harry secured strands of Thestral mane voluntarily given during the precise moment of moonrise, perhaps the most challenging component to obtain without raising suspicion, requiring elaborate misdirection regarding their exact timing and position within the forest. Between these expeditions, Harry maintained careful observation of Riddle's independent activities through both direct surveillance and strategic conversations with the limited staff remaining at the castle. Dumbledore had departed for an extended research trip shortly after term's end, but not before establishing discreet monitoring arrangements with Harry and requesting regular updates via secure owl communication. Most concerning was evidence that Riddle continued his clandestine experimentation despite the Adelaide Burke incident. Harry's periodic checks of the Room of Requirement revealed ongoing activity in Riddle's hidden workspace, new notations in journals, adjusted experimental apparatus, and most alarmingly, additional bone fragments similar to those observed previously. Whether these represented continued Horcrux research or exploration of other dangerous magical domains remained unclear, but their presence confirmed the urgency of Harry's intervention. By early August, Harry had secured most of the necessary ritual components and significantly deepened his academic relationship with Riddle. Their interactions had evolved from formal professor-student exchanges to something approaching colleague-level discussions, with Riddle gradually revealing more of his genuine magical interests and perspectives as Harry demonstrated both exceptional knowledge and apparent willingness to discuss advanced concepts beyond standard educational boundaries. It was during their consultation on the first Tuesday of August that the most significant breakthrough occurred, an exchange that crystallized Harry's understanding of Riddle's current thinking while creating the precise opening he would need for the ritual's final stage. "I've been reflecting on our observations at Callanish," Riddle began after they had concluded discussion of Dementor-resistant defensive barriers, particularly regarding how ancient magical sites maintain self-sustaining energy fields without apparent external power sources. An intriguing aspect of magical theory, Harry acknowledged, recognizing the direction of Riddle's interest. The persistence of intentional magic over millennia suggests mechanisms beyond conventional spellwork. It seems to indicate possibilities for magical workings that transcend individual lifespan, Riddle continued, his phrasing careful despite the revealing nature of the observation. Magic that continues functioning despite the originator's absence or even death. The comment exposed the underlying motivation driving much of Riddle's research, his fundamental fear of death and desire for magical permanence beyond normal human limitations. It represented perhaps the most direct reference to his actual objectives that the young Slytherin had yet revealed, offering Harry precisely the opening he had been cultivating. "You've identified a fascination that has driven magical research throughout history," Harry responded with deliberate thoughtfulness. "The desire to create enduring magical effects that survive their creator." He paused, weighing his next words carefully. Most conventional approaches prove fundamentally unstable over extended time frames, however. Even the most powerful preservation charms eventually degrade without renewal. Yet the stone circles maintain their magic after thousands of years, Riddle countered, revealing genuine engagement with the problem. As do certain ancient Egyptian tombs and Mesopotamian structures. "They do," Harry agreed. "But through mechanisms very different from standard magical persistence methods. Their endurance derives from integration with natural magical currents rather than isolation from them, working with fundamental magical harmonies rather than attempting to override natural limitations." Riddle's expression revealed careful consideration of this perspective, a subtle shift from his usual calculating assessment to something approaching authentic intellectual engagement. You're suggesting that attempts to force permanence through magical strength alone inevitably fail, while approaches that align with existing magical principles achieve greater longevity. Precisely, Harry confirmed, recognizing the critical moment to introduce concepts directly relevant to the vacuous magic-y ritual. The most profound magical workings don't impose will against natural currents, but rather redirect those currents to a precise understanding of their fundamental nature. Alignment rather than domination. The distinction struck at the heart of Riddle's approach to magic, his pursuit of power through dominance rather than harmony, control rather than integration. It represented not just theoretical disagreement, but fundamental philosophical divergence regarding how magic should be approached and utilized. An interesting perspective, Riddle acknowledged after a moment's consideration. Though history suggests extraordinary magical achievement often requires transcending conventional limitations rather than accepting them. Transcending through understanding rather than mere opposition, Harry clarified. The distinction proves critical in magical workings involving essence manipulation specifically, precisely because essence represents the deepest layer of magical reality. Riddle's subtle shift in posture revealed heightened interest at the direct reference to his primary research domain. You've mentioned essence-level magic in several contexts, Professor. Your knowledge of the subject seems to extend beyond theoretical understanding. The implicit question offered the perfect opening for Harry's next strategic move. I've had opportunity to study several historical cases involving essence manipulation, he replied with measured openness, including some remarkable approaches that achieved extraordinary results without the corruption issues we've previously discussed. Indeed. Riddle leaned forward slightly, his carefully maintained mask of casual interest slipping to reveal genuine curiosity. I wasn't aware such methods had been documented. Most weren't, in conventional magical literature, Harry explained. My research in South America provided access to preserved knowledge from magical traditions that approached essence manipulation through fundamentally different frameworks than European methods. This calculated revelation, suggesting Harry possessed rare knowledge directly relevant to Riddle's most secret research interests, achieved its intended effect. The young Slytherin's expression revealed momentary genuine eagerness before his customary control reasserted itself. Such alternative approaches would certainly be academically significant, he observed with studied casualness that barely concealed his actual interest. Perhaps worthy of inclusion in your summer research program. As it happens, Harry replied as though the thought were just occurring to him, my final planned expedition relates to this specific domain. I've arranged access to a remarkable magical convergence point in the north of Scotland, a location where natural essence currents become temporarily accessible during specific astronomical alignments. That sounds extraordinarily valuable from a research perspective, Riddle commented, his tone carefully modulated despite the clear intensity of his interest. When would this expedition take place? August 31st, Harry answered, naming the date he had been working towards since his arrival in 1943. The alignment occurs only once annually, coinciding with specific lunar and stellar positions. This year's convergence is particularly powerful due to rare planetary aspects that won't recur for decades. The date had been selected with precise calculation, not only for the genuine astronomical alignments necessary for the vacuous magic-y ritual, but also for its proximity to the Hogwarts term's beginning. Should anything go wrong, the castle would still be relatively empty, minimizing potential collateral impacts while providing access to necessary magical infrastructure. Would observation opportunities be available for this expedition as well? Riddle inquired with perfect politeness masking obvious eagerness. I would be particularly interested in essence-level magical phenomena. I believe that could be arranged, Harry replied as though considering the request for the first time. The phenomena involved are certainly relevant to our ongoing discussions. Though I should note that essence-level observation requires certain preparatory measures to ensure both effective perception and personal protection. Of course, Riddle agreed readily. I would be happy to undertake any necessary preparation. Excellent, Harry concluded with carefully calibrated enthusiasm. We can use our remaining sessions this month to cover the theoretical foundation and preparatory techniques. The experience should provide remarkable insight into essence magic's fundamental principles, perspectives rarely available through conventional magical education. Their conversation continued briefly regarding logistical details before concluding with arrangements for their next consultation. As Riddle departed, Harry felt both satisfaction at the successful implementation of this critical phase and the weighty significance of what he had set in motion. The young wizard had accepted the invitation exactly as intended, driven by genuine intellectual curiosity combined with his deeper hunger for knowledge that might serve his immortality pursuits. The trap, for that was what it ultimately was, despite the legitimate educational content that accompanied it, had been set. Tom Riddle would accompany him to the ritual site on August 31st, believing he was participating in rare magical observation when in fact he would be the subject of the most consequential magical working Harry had ever attempted. Underscore 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 underscore. The remaining weeks of August passed with increasing intensity as Harry finalized preparation for the vacuous magic-key ritual while maintaining his cover as a defensive magic researcher. Each consultation with Riddle now focused specifically on concepts relevant to essence perception and interaction, legitimate magical knowledge that would seem perfectly aligned with their planned expedition while actually preparing the young Slytherin to participate in the ritual that would remove his magical abilities. Essence perception requires a specific form of magical attention, Harry explained during one such session. Neither entirely visual nor entirely intuitive, but a distinct perceptual mode that engages with the substrate of magical reality directly. Riddle practiced the techniques with characteristic precision, quickly demonstrating aptitude beyond what would be expected even for his advanced abilities. Harry observed with professional assessment masking deeper purpose. Each successful step in Riddle's preparation represented progress toward the ritual's eventual implementation. Between these sessions, Harry completed his own final preparations with methodical attention to detail. The gathered components were stored in his quarters under powerful concealment charms, arranged according to the precise requirements detailed in Cygnus Black's manuscript. The ritual circle's design had been memorized through countless repetitions, its complex patterns engraved in Harry's mind with perfect clarity. The incantations, ancient words and languages dead for millennia, had been practiced until they flowed without conscious thought. Most critically, Harry had perfected the multifaceted dissection necessary for the ritual's final phase. Tom Riddle would need to participate willingly for the magic to function optimally, which required presenting the procedure as something other than what it truly was. Harry had constructed an elaborate framework of half-truths, describing a process for essence attunement that would allegedly enhance magical perception while actually implementing the initial stages of the vacuous magic key working. The moral complexity of this dissection troubled Harry during quiet moments of reflection. He was deliberately manipulating a young man's trust he had spent months carefully cultivating, to implement a magical procedure that would fundamentally alter that young man's life without true informed consent. That the young man was Tom Riddle, already a murderer and well on his way to becoming Lord Voldemort, didn't eliminate the ethical burden entirely. Yet when such doubts arose, Harry reminded himself of the stakes involved, thousands of lives that would be lost if Voldemort rose to power, including those of his own parents and countless others whose faces and names he knew personally. The scales of moral calculation remained decisively tilted toward intervention, however troubling its specific implementation might be. A week before the planned ritual, Harry received unexpected correspondence that momentarily threatened his carefully constructed timeline. Albus Dumbledore's elegant script arrived via secure owl post, informing him that the deputy headmaster would be returning to Hogwarts earlier than planned, specifically on August 30th, the day before Harry's critical expedition with Riddle. The timing created potential complications. While Dumbledore supported Harry's ongoing observation of Riddle, he would certainly question a major expedition with the young Slytherin without prior consultation, particularly given their established information sharing regarding Riddle's activities. Yet postponing the ritual wasn't a viable option. The necessary astronomical alignments were immutable, and term would begin shortly thereafter, eliminating the relative privacy essential for the working. After careful consideration, Harry composed a response that acknowledged Dumbledore's early return while preemptively addressing potential concerns about the planned expedition. He provided legitimate academic justification for the outing, emphasized its educational value regarding essence-level defensive magic, and referenced their previous discussions about maintaining appropriate awareness of Riddle's interests as context for including him specifically. The explanation was technically truthful while omitting the expedition's actual purpose, a careful balance between maintaining Dumbledore's trust and protecting the mission's integrity. Harry calculated that the deputy headmaster would likely be occupied with preterm preparations upon his return, making direct intervention unlikely even if questions remained about the timing and nature of the outing. With this potential obstacle addressed, Harry continued his final preparations with heightened focus. During their penultimate consultation, he provided Riddle with specific instructions regarding the expedition: what to bring, what preparatory meditations to perform, what expectations to maintain regarding the experience. The young Slytherin absorbed these directions with characteristic attention to detail, asking precise questions that revealed both genuine interest and careful analysis of potential implications. The convergence point experiences highly variable magical conditions, Harry explained as they concluded their session. Proper preparation is essential not just for successful observation but for personal magical stability. The techniques we've practiced provide necessary foundation for both aspects. I've been working through the perceptual exercises nightly, Riddle confirmed. The distinction between standard magical sensing and essence-level awareness has become increasingly clear through repeated practice. Excellent, Harry approved, noting the irony that Riddle's diligent preparation was actually enhancing the very magical sensitivity that would be permanently removed if the ritual succeeded. Our final consultation tomorrow will address any remaining questions before Tuesday's expedition. As Riddle departed, Harry experienced a moment of profound awareness regarding what was about to unfold, the culmination of a mission that had brought him across decades of time, the intervention that would fundamentally alter magical history if successful. After months of careful preparation and positioning, the moment of truth approached with inexorable certainty. That evening, alone in his quarters, Harry performed a final review of the vacuous Magic-y ritual components. Each item was checked against Cygnus Black's manuscript specifications, each measurement verified with obsessive precision. The small collection represented extraordinary effort and strategic planning, components gathered from specific locations under specific conditions, many requiring elaborate cover stories to obtain without raising suspicion. The central element, the Resurrection Stone, rested in a specially prepared container lined with materials that would contain its unique magical signature until the moment of use. Harry had decided against bringing the Elder Wand to the ritual, determining after extensive consideration that its unpredictable nature introduced unnecessary variables to an already complex working. His Holly and Phoenix Feather Wand, with its deep personal connection and proven reliability, represented the safer choice for channeling the ritual's substantial magical energies. With all components confirmed and preparations complete, Harry turned to a final task, one he had postponed until this moment to maintain total security. Using specialized parchment charmed for absolute privacy, he composed a letter to Albus Dumbledore, explaining his true identity, mission, and actions in detail. This document, spelled to deliver itself to the Deputy Headmaster's office 24 hours after the ritual concluded, would provide necessary context regardless of the outcome. If the ritual succeeded, Dumbledore would understand what had happened and why, allowing him to manage the aftermath appropriately. If it failed, the information might prove crucial in addressing whatever consequences emerged. The letter complete, Harry sealed it with specialized charms before turning his attention to final mental preparation. Tomorrow's consultation with Riddle would represent the last interaction before the ritual itself, a critical opportunity to reinforce the young Slytherin's trust and expectations while addressing any lingering questions that might otherwise create complications during the working. As he settled into meditative preparation, focusing his intention and magical energy for the task ahead, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him to this moment. From the orphan boy who discovered he was a wizard, to the reluctant hero who faced Voldemort repeatedly, to the time traveler implementing history's most consequential magical intervention, his life had followed an extraordinary trajectory guided by forces beyond his comprehension or control. Yet this final act represented something different, not fate or prophecy driving his actions, but deliberate choice and acceptance of responsibility. Whatever the outcome of the approaching ritual, Harry had committed himself fully to this path, accepting both its necessity and its moral complexity with clear-eyed understanding of what was at stake. Tomorrow would bring the final consultation, the last piece of preparation before Tuesday's expedition to the ritual site. And then, under the specific astronomical alignments required by the ancient working, he would attempt what no wizard in recorded history had achieved, the complete extraction of magical ability from the young man who would otherwise become the most terrible dark wizard of the age. The consequences of success would reshape magical history in ways impossible to fully predict. The consequences of failure might prove equally momentous, though in far darker directions. Either way, the moment of truth approached with the inevitability of cosmic forces far greater than any single wizard's will or intention. Under the waning summer moon, Harry Potter, Professor Harold Peverell to this timeline, continued his preparations for the most consequential magical working of his extraordinary life. Chapter 15, Vacuous Magicae. Dawn broke over Hogwarts on August 31st with uncharacteristic clarity, the Scottish sky pristine blue instead of its usual cloud-mottled gray. Harry stood at his chamber window watching the sun illuminate the castle grounds, casting long shadows across dew-probed grass and transforming the black lake into a mirror of molten gold. The perfect weather seemed almost mocking, nature's serenity contrasting sharply with the momentous intervention he would attempt before this day ended. Sleep had proven elusive during the night, his mind cycling through ritual components, incantation sequences, and contingency plans with relentless precision. The vacuous magicae working left minimal room for error under ideal circumstances. Performing it under the necessary dissection introduced additional variables that defied complete preparation. Yet Harry had done everything humanly possible to ensure success. Months of careful relationship building, weeks of component gathering, days of final preparations all converging toward this single moment in magical history. He moved methodically through his morning routine, actions automated by muscle memory while his mind focused on the day's critical timeline. Their departure was scheduled for late afternoon, time to reach the ritual site shortly before sunset. The actual working would begin at precisely 10:17 p.m., when astronomical alignments reached optimal configuration according to Cygnus Black's calculations. Every element between now and then had been precisely choreographed to position Tom Riddle exactly where Harry needed him when the critical moment arrived. The components had been packed with obsessive care the previous evening, each item precisely wrapped and arranged in his dragonhide satchel according to magical resonance patterns, preventing unwanted interactions while maintaining accessibility in the required sequence. Additional materials ostensibly for research documentation provided cover for the ritual implements while supporting Harry's academic expedition narrative. Their final consultation the previous day had concluded without complication. Riddle had demonstrated both technical preparedness and genuine eagerness for the expedition, his questions focusing primarily on the specific essence perception techniques they had practiced rather than broader aspects of the outing. Harry had provided final instructions regarding mental preparation and appropriate protective measures, all presented as necessary precautions for essence-level observation while actually preparing Riddle optimally for the ritual. Most crucially, Harry had performed a series of subtle magical assessments throughout their consultation, confirming Riddle's current magical signature and core configuration. These measurements would prove essential during the ritual's calibration phase, ensuring the extraction process targeted his specific magical essence rather than general ambient energy. A soft knock at his door interrupted Harry's contemplation. Opening it revealed Albus Dumbledore, recently returned from his summer travels and apparently making early morning rounds through the castle. "Good morning, Professor Peverell," Dumbledore greeted him with characteristic geniality. "I hope I'm not disturbing your preparations." "Headmaster Ditpet mentioned your planned expedition today." "Not at all, Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied, concealing his internal tension beneath practiced composure. "I was just reviewing my checklist for today's outing." "Welcome back to Hogwarts. I trust your research proceeded successfully." "As successfully as such explorations ever do," Dumbledore answered with a small smile. Each answer revealing 3 new questions, as is the nature of magical inquiry. His keen blue eyes studied Harry with subtle assessment. "Speaking of inquiry, I understand young Mr. Riddle will be accompanying you today. An interesting choice of companion." The unspoken question hung between them, reflecting their established understanding regarding Tom Riddle's concerning trajectory. Harry had anticipated this conversation following Dumbledore's return and prepared his response accordingly. "Yes, he's demonstrated particular aptitude for essence-level magical theory during our summer consultations," Harry explained, maintaining the careful balance between transparency and discretion they had established. "Today's observation opportunities align with concepts we've been exploring theoretically. The practical demonstration should provide valuable educational context." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged, his expression revealing neither acceptance nor rejection of this explanation. "Practical experience often illuminates theoretical understanding in unexpected ways. I'm curious, though, the location you selected is quite remote, and essence-level phenomena can be unpredictable at best. Have you considered the potential complexities of such an expedition?" The deliberately vague phrasing contained clear concern about both magical safety and Harry's decision to take Riddle beyond Hogwarts supervision. Harry responded with calculated openness, providing legitimate reassurance while protecting his actual purpose. "I've implemented appropriate precautions," he confirmed. "The observation point remains at safe distance from the essence convergence itself, with multiple protective boundaries established in advance. And while essence phenomena can indeed be unpredictable, my previous experience with similar manifestations provides reasonable preparation for managing potential variations." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his penetrating gaze suggesting he sensed more beneath Harry's explanation but wouldn't press further without specific cause. "Very wise. Experience often provides our best guidance when venturing into magical domains beyond conventional understanding." He paused briefly before adding, "I would be most interested in hearing about your observations upon your return. Perhaps you might join me for tea tomorrow?" Essence convergence phenomena are fascinating from both theoretical and historical perspectives. "I'd be delighted," Harry agreed, recognizing both the genuine academic interest and the subtle request for debriefing regarding Riddle's involvement. "I expect the experience will generate insights worth discussing." Their conversation concluded with courteous exchanges about the approaching school term before Dumbledore continued his morning rounds. As Harry closed his door, he released a carefully controlled breath, acknowledging the additional complexity Dumbledore's early return introduced to his plans. The deputy headmaster's innate perceptiveness and specific concern regarding Tom Riddle created another variable to manage, though one Harry had anticipated and prepared for through his preemptive communication. If all proceeded as intended, tomorrow's tea with Dumbledore would involve explaining the successful implementation of the vacuous magic key ritual and its consequences for Tom Riddle's future. The sealed letter Harry had prepared would provide necessary context for that conversation, revealing his true identity and mission should the deputy headmaster's cooperation be required in managing the aftermath. If the ritual failed, however, Dumbledore might represent Harry's only potential ally in addressing whatever followed. The weight of these considerations accompanied Harry through the remaining morning hours as he finalized preparations for the day's momentous undertaking. By early afternoon, everything was in readiness, components checked and rechecked, contingencies reviewed, mental focus honed through meditative techniques learned during aura training. All that remained was the journey itself and the ritual it would culminate in. Underscore 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 underscore. The convergence site lies on a ley line intersection in the northernmost highlands, Harry explained as he and Riddle traversed Hogwarts grounds toward the approved apparition point beyond the main gates. A location where natural essence currents become temporarily perceptible during specific astronomical alignments. Riddle walked beside him with characteristic composed alertness, his attention fully engaged despite his carefully maintained exterior of academic interest. And these currents remain normally imperceptible due to their fundamental nature rather than simple magical obscurity? Precisely, Harry confirmed, finding genuine appreciation for Riddle's perceptiveness despite everything else the moment represented. Essence currents exist at a level of magical reality that standard perception cannot access without specific preparation and conditions. It's akin to how Muggles cannot perceive standard magic without special circumstances overriding their natural limitations. Their conversation continued in this academic vein as they reached the apparition point, where Harry explained the multi-stage journey their expedition required. We'll apparate first to Inverness, then take a specialized port key to the remote staging area I established during preliminary research. From there, we'll walk approximately 2 miles to the observation point, which provides optimal viewing angle without disrupting the essence phenomena. The journey proceeded exactly as described, the transition between magical transportation methods providing perfect cover for the specialized protective enchantments Harry subtly implemented around them both during each phase. These protective measures were presented as standard precautions for essence-adjacent activities while actually preparing the magical space for the ritual's initial containment phases. By late afternoon, they were hiking across the spectacular highland landscape toward their destination. Riddle maintained the steady pace without complaint, his physical condition matching his magical aptitude, a detail Harry had factored into his planning. The remote location served multiple purposes: minimal chance of outside interference, natural magical amplification to the ley line intersection, and sufficient distance from Hogwarts to contain any potential magical backlash from the ritual. The site appears to generate its own microclimate, Harry noted as they approached a distinctive outcropping of dark stone rising from the heather-covered terrain. You'll notice temperature and atmospheric pressure shifts as we get closer, physical manifestations of the essence boundary we're approaching. Riddle nodded, his expression revealing genuine interest as he registered the subtle environmental changes. The ambient magic feels different here, more fundamental somehow. Less structured than castle magic, but more coherent than wild magic typically encountered in magical creature habitats. The observation demonstrated both Riddle's exceptional magical sensitivity and the effectiveness of Harry's preparatory instruction. Their summer consultations had deliberately developed the young Slytherin's essence perception capabilities, skills that would make him more receptive to the ritual's initial phases while supporting the academic cover narrative. As they neared the final approach to the ritual site, Harry initiated the next phase of his carefully orchestrated plan. Before we reach the primary observation point, we need to implement the perceptual preparations we've discussed. The essence phenomena require specific magical attunement to perceive clearly. He guided Riddle to a flat stone surface ideal for the preparation procedure, actually the outer boundary of the ritual area he had established during previous visits. Here, Harry implemented what appeared to be standard magical attunement techniques, but were actually preliminary components of the vacuous magic key ritual, establishing initial connections to Riddle's magical core that would facilitate the later extraction process. Focus on the permeable boundary between intention and manifestation, Harry instructed as he guided Riddle through meditative techniques that aligned perfectly with both their ostensible purpose and his actual objective. Essence perception occurs at precisely this junction, the moment potential transforms into reality through magical will. Riddle followed the instructions with characteristic precision, his exceptional magical control making him an ideal subject for these preliminary stages. Harry observed with clinical detachment masking deeper purpose, noting how the young wizard's magical aura responded to each attunement process, valuable data for calibrating the ritual's primary sequences. As twilight approached, they completed these preparations and continued to the central observation point, actually the precise location where the ritual circle would be established. Here, a natural amphitheater of stone created perfect conditions for both magical working and unobstructed viewing of the spectacular northern landscape stretching before them. "We'll establish our observation position here," Harry explained, gesturing to the natural stone formation. "The essence convergence will manifest approximately 2 hours after sunset, reaching maximum intensity at precisely 10:17 p.m. according to astronomical calculations." "And what form will this manifestation take?" Riddle inquired, surveying the location with careful attention. "The convergence creates what magical theorists call a visible essence threshold, a brief period when the normally imperceptible currents that underlie all magic become directly observable," Harry explained, maintaining his educational narrative while preparing for the ritual's next phase. Initial manifestation resembles aurora-like patterns in the magical field, gradually intensifying until the actual essence streams become discernible. As darkness fell across the highlands, Harry implemented the next stage of his plan under the guise of standard experimental preparation. He established what appeared to be a basic measurement array, instruments positioned to document the approaching phenomena, while actually configuring the foundational elements of the ritual circle. Each component was placed with precise calculation, their apparently random arrangement actually forming the exact pattern required by the vacuous magic key working. Riddle observed with scholarly interest, occasionally asking insightful questions about specific instruments or their positioning. Harry provided detailed explanations that were technically accurate while concealing their true purpose, a delicate balance between maintaining the educational pretense and advancing his actual objective. By full darkness, with stars emerging across the vast highland sky, Harry had completed the ritual circle's foundational structure without Riddle recognizing its true nature. The young Slytherin remained focused on the approaching essence convergence, his attention directed outward toward the expected phenomena rather than toward the increasing magical complexity developing around their position. "We should begin seeing initial manifestations within the next 30 minutes, Harry noted, checking his pocket watch against the astronomical chart he brought. "The preparatory attunement we performed earlier will allow perception of the preliminary essence waves before the primary convergence occurs." As if on cue, subtle luminescence began appearing across the northern horizon, actual aurora borealis that would provide perfect cover for the ritual's initial visible effects. Harry silently thanked whatever cosmic forces had arranged this natural camouflage, though he had selected the date partly based on historical aurora activity patterns in the region. "Remarkable," Riddle murmured, his usual composure momentarily displaced by genuine wonder as the celestial display intensified. "Are those actual essence manifestations, or merely standard auroras serving as precursor indicators?" "The boundary between physical and magical phenomena becomes increasingly permeable as we approach the convergence point," Harry explained, using the natural display to initiate the ritual's next phase. "What begins as standard aurora gradually incorporates actual essence streams as the alignment progresses. The distinction becomes discernible through the perceptual techniques we've practiced." Under cover of this explanation, Harry began subtly activating the ritual circle's initial components, elements that would establish the preliminary connection to Riddle's magical core while remaining disguised as standard observation preparations. Each activation required precise magical focus combined with specific wand movements, all performed while maintaining natural conversation about the approaching phenomena. Riddle remained engaged in the academic experience, his attention alternating between the spectacular aurora display and Harry's explanations of its magical significance. His questions revealed both genuine intellectual curiosity and the strategic information gathering that characterized his approach to all magical knowledge, seeking understanding that might serve his larger ambitions. As the evening progressed toward the critical moment, Harry continued implementing ritual elements under various pretexts, adjusting measurement instruments, enhancing perceptual clarity through specialized charms, documenting preliminary observations. Each action advanced the ritual's preparation while maintaining the educational expedition narrative. At 9:45 p.m., with the full ritual structure now established invisibly around them, Harry initiated the final preparatory phase. We're approaching the primary convergence window. The optimal perception position requires specific magical alignment with the emerging essence patterns. He guided Riddle to the precise center of the now complete ritual circle, positioned as the ideal observation point while actually representing the focal position for the vacuous magic key working. Here, Harry implemented what appeared to be enhanced perception charms but were actually the preliminary binding elements that would facilitate the extraction process. These enhancement techniques connect directly to your magical core, allowing essence perception beyond standard limitations, Harry explained as he performed the delicate spellwork. The sensation may feel unusual initially, a temporary recalibration of your magical perception that stabilizes as the connection strengthens. Riddle nodded in understanding, experiencing exactly the sensations Harry had prepared him to expect through their previous consultations. The young Slytherin's magical sensitivity made him ideally receptive to these techniques, his exceptional control allowing him to integrate the new perceptual mode without resistance. What Riddle couldn't know was that these enhancements were actually establishing the preliminary connections that would later enable complete extraction of his magical abilities. Each charm penetrated deeper into his magical core, creating pathways that would facilitate the vacuous magic key ritual's primary function once fully activated. As 10 p.m. approached, Harry checked his instruments with apparent academic thoroughness while actually confirming the ritual circle's readiness. Every component had been positioned with perfect precision, each preliminary spell sequence implemented flawlessly. All that remained was the final activation during the approaching astronomical alignment. The convergence will reach optimal intensity at precisely 10:17, Harry reminded Riddle, who stood at the circle center with expectant attention directed toward the increasingly spectacular aurora display. The essence streams should become fully perceptible approximately 3 minutes before peak alignment, with maximum clarity during the convergence itself. I'm already perceiving unusual patterns within the standard aurora, Riddle reported, his dark eyes reflecting the dancing celestial lights. Currents moving independently of the physical phenomena, with distinct magical signatures unlike anything in standard magical practice. Harry nodded in acknowledgement, impressed despite everything by Riddle's exceptional perception. That's precisely what the preliminary manifestations should present. As we approach peak convergence, those independent currents will intensify until the actual essence streams become fully discernible. At 10:10 p.m., 7 minutes before the critical moment, Harry implemented the ritual's final preparatory phase. Under the pretense of enhancing their perception capabilities for the approaching peak, he activated specialized components that would establish the complete ritual framework once the astronomical alignment reached its apex. The final phase requires synchronized magical resonance, he explained as he performed the complex wand work that would prepare both the ritual circle and Riddle himself for the approaching working. A temporary alignment between your personal magical signature and the emerging essence patterns. Riddle complied with the instructions, focusing his considerable magical talent on maintaining the resonance pattern Harry established. The young Slytherin remained unaware that this synchronized resonance was actually the final preparatory stage for the vacuous magic-key ritual, creating the precise magical configuration necessary for essence extraction once fully activated. At precisely 10:15 p.m., 2 minutes before the critical alignment, Harry moved to the ritual's edge under the pretense of final instrument adjustments. From this position, he could initiate the complete activation sequence while maintaining sufficient distance from Riddle to manage potential reactions when the young wizard realized what was actually occurring. The convergence approaches maximum intensity, Harry noted, his voice steady despite the momentous nature of what was about to unfold. Maintain the resonance pattern we've established while allowing your perception to expand into the essence currents as they manifest. The aurora above them had intensified dramatically, sheets of green and purple light dancing across the northern sky in spectacular display. Within this natural phenomenon, actual magical manifestations had begun appearing, subtle variance patterns discernible only to wizards with the specific perceptual attunement Harry and Riddle had established. At exactly 10:17 p.m., the astronomical alignment reached its perfect configuration, the precise moment Cygnus Black's manuscript had identified as optimal for the vacuous magic-key ritual. Harry drew his holy wand with deliberate movement, no longer concealing his true purpose as he initiated the activation sequence with precisely calibrated intent. Aprio Circula Magici, he intoned, channeling his magic into the previously invisible ritual structure. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The complete ritual circle flared into visibility, complex runic patterns illuminating the stone surface around Riddle in brilliant blue light. Concentric rings of magical energy expanded outward from the central position where the young Slytherin stood, ancient symbols pulsing with power as the full structure revealed itself. Riddle's expression transformed from scholarly concentration to shocked comprehension as he recognized the true nature of what surrounded him. "This isn't an observation platform," he stated, his voice deadly calm despite the clear tension in his posture. "It's a ritual circle. One I don't recognize." "It's called vacuous magic-key," Harry confirmed, maintaining precise control of the energies now building around them. An ancient working largely forgotten by modern magical practice. Understanding dawned in Riddle's dark eyes as he processed both the situation and its implications with characteristic swift intelligence. An extraction ritual, he concluded, magical theory connecting instantly with physical evidence. Designed to remove something from the subject at its center. His gaze sharpened with dangerous intensity. "Which would be me?" "Yes," Harry acknowledged, continuing the ritual's activation sequence with unwavering focus. The time for deception had ended, now only direct confrontation remained. A specific form of extraction targeting magical ability itself. Fury and disbelief flashed across Riddle's normally composed features as he comprehended the full implications. "You intend to take my magic?" The question emerged as barely controlled rage, his voice dropping to the cold register that foreshadowed his future identity. "To reduce me to a muggle? To prevent you from becoming something far worse," Harry replied evenly, completing the secondary activation sequence that would prevent conventional magical interference with the ritual once initiated. "To stop Lord Voldemort before he exists." Shock momentarily displaced Riddle's anger at the unfamiliar name, a title he had contemplated but not yet adopted publicly. "You know nothing about me," he hissed, recovering quickly as his hand moved toward his wand. "I know everything about you, Tom Marvolo Riddle," Harry countered, the ritual circle's energy intensifying around them both. "I know about the Chamber of Secrets. About your father and grandparents in Little Hangleton. About the ring you've already transformed into a Horcrux through murder." The precision of these revelations froze Riddle momentarily, genuine fear flickering beneath his anger as impossible knowledge confronted him. "Who are you?" he demanded, wand now drawn though visibly uncertain about how to counter the unfamiliar magic surrounding him. "Someone who's seen what you become," Harry answered simply, channeling more power into the ritual circle as it approached full activation. Someone who's witnessed the suffering you cause, the lives you destroy, the war you create in your pursuit of immortality. Understanding crystallized in Riddle's expression, not full comprehension, but enough to recognize the extraordinary nature of the confrontation. "You're not from here," he concluded, brilliant intellect piecing together the impossible truth from limited evidence. "Not from this time." Rather than respond directly, Harry continued the ritual's activation, channeling his magic into the ancient patterns while reciting the critical incantation: Separo Ascension Magici, Extraporo Potentia, Vacuus Nucleo Integrato. The ritual circle flared with blinding intensity, ancient runes pulsing with power as the extraction process initiated. Magical energy began visibly flowing from Riddle toward the ritual's containment structures, tendrils of luminescent force drawn from his core through the pathways Harry had established during their perceptual attunement preparations. Riddle's reaction was immediate and desperate. He cast a powerful shield charm with characteristic precision, attempting to block the extraction process through conventional magical defense. When this proved ineffective against the ritual's specialized design, he shifted immediately to offensive magic, sending a vicious cutting curse toward Harry with deadly intent. The curse dissipated harmlessly against the ritual's protective boundaries, exactly as Harry had anticipated. The vacuous magic working included specific safeguards against magical interference once properly initiated, preventing the subject from disrupting the process through conventional spellcraft. Recognizing the futility of standard magical approaches, Riddle adapted with the brilliant tactical thinking that made him such a formidable opponent. He attempted to physically leave the ritual circle, only to discover invisible barriers preventing his exit, another safeguard Harry had implemented during the preparation phase. "You can't escape the circle once the ritual begins," Harry explained, maintaining the complex magical focus required to sustain the extraction process. "The working must complete its function or collapse entirely. There is no intermediate state possible." Fury transformed Riddle's handsome features as he confronted this impossible situation. "You'll regret this," he promised with cold certainty, his voice carrying the same deadly quality that would later terrify the wizarding world. "Whatever you think you know about me, whatever future you believe you're preventing, you have no concept of what I'm capable of." "I have a more complete understanding than anyone alive," Harry countered, increasing power to the extraction sequences as the ritual approached its critical phase. The process had begun successfully, tendrils of Riddle's magical essence flowing into the containment structures exactly as Cygnus Black's manuscript had described. Riddle's next move demonstrated both his exceptional magical knowledge and his fundamental ruthlessness. Recognizing conventional magic wouldn't penetrate the ritual's protections, he turned his wand on himself, preparing to implement what Harry immediately recognized as an emergency magical core separation, the dangerous technique that would potentially allow him to abandon part of his magic to preserve the rest. Harry had anticipated this possibility from his knowledge of Voldemort's extensive magical research. Before Riddle could complete the desperate technique, Harry activated the ritual's secondary binding sequences, elements specifically designed to prevent such core manipulation during the extraction process. "Integro vinculo magici," he intoned, directing focused intent toward Riddle's magical core. The additional binding took effect immediately, magical constraints materializing around Riddle's core structures and preventing the separation he had attempted. The young Slytherin's expression revealed genuine fear for the first time, the realization that his extraordinary magical knowledge and ability might prove insufficient against this ancient working implemented by someone who apparently knew his capabilities in advance. "This isn't possible," Riddle insisted, though uncertainty had crept into his voice as he felt his magic continuing to flow outward despite his best efforts to retain it. "No ritual can extract fully integrated magical essence without the subject's cooperation." "Under normal circumstances, you'd be correct," Harry acknowledged, the ritual's energy pattern stabilizing as they entered the primary extraction phase. But the vacuous magic key includes specific provisions for uncooperative subjects when implemented under precise astronomical conditions, which is why I selected tonight specifically. As the ritual progressed, visible changes manifested in both Riddle and the surrounding magical structures. The luminescent tendrils drawing his magic into the containment field grew thicker and more substantial, the extraction process accelerating as initial pathways expanded to accommodate greater magical flow. Riddle himself appeared increasingly strained, his normally perfect composure fracturing as he physically experienced his magic being systematically removed. "Why?" he demanded, the single word containing complex layers of rage, fear, and desperate curiosity. "If you know what I become, why not simply kill me? Why this specifically?" The question was legitimate despite its source, the same ethical dilemma Harry had wrestled with throughout his mission. His answer came from the certainty he had reached through that moral struggle. "Because death isn't justice for crimes not yet committed," he replied honestly. "And because even Tom Riddle deserves the chance to live a life without becoming Voldemort. Without magic, you'll never create Horcruxes, never gather followers, never start the war that destroys countless lives. But you'll still exist, still have the opportunity to make different choices with whatever remains when your magic is gone." Riddle's face contorted with contempt and disbelief. "You think existence without magic is mercy? It's worse than death. You're condemning me to live as something less than I am, less than I was born to be. I'm preventing you from becoming something far worse than you currently are," Harry corrected, maintaining the ritual's integrity as it approached the critical threshold. "The path you've already started down leads to corruption beyond anything you can currently imagine, fragmentation of your very soul until barely anything human remains." As they spoke, the extraction continued inexorably. Nearly half of Riddle's magical essence had now been transferred to the containment structures, the process working exactly as designed. The young Slytherin's attempts at resistance had grown increasingly desperate but progressively weaker as his available magic diminished, each failed counter-strategy depleting resources he couldn't replenish. In a final, desperate attempt to disrupt the ritual, Riddle resorted to wandless magic, channeling his remaining power through pure will rather than conventional spellcraft. Raw magical force erupted from his core, striking against the ritual's boundaries with impressive intensity given his already diminished state. Harry countered with immediate adjustment to the containment parameters, strengthening the specific barriers against this form of resistance. The conflict of magical wills created momentary instability in the ritual structure, energy patterns fluctuating dangerously as Riddle's desperate effort encountered Harry's controlled response. For several tense seconds, the outcome hung in precarious balance. Then Harry's deeper preparation and greater remaining power prevailed, the ritual stabilizing once more as Riddle's wandless assault depleted his dwindling reserves without disrupting the extraction process. "It's futile, Tom," Harry said quietly as the ritual entered its final phase. "The working is too far progressed to stop now. Fighting only makes the transition more difficult for you." Riddle's response came through labored breathing, his normally immaculate appearance now disheveled from magical exertion. "You speak as though you know me," he observed with surprising clarity despite his deteriorating condition. "Yet that's impossible unless—" His eyes widened with sudden realization. "You're from a future where I succeed. Where this Lord Voldemort achieves what you're trying to prevent." Harry neither confirmed nor denied the deduction, focusing instead on maintaining the ritual's integrity during its most critical phase. Over 70% of Riddle's magic had now transferred to the containment structures, the extraction accelerating as remaining core defenses weakened. The young Slytherin's physical strength was visibly diminishing alongside his magic, his exceptional will continuing to fight despite the increasingly inevitable outcome. As the ritual approached completion, strange beauty emerged within its complex energy patterns, luminescent structures of extraordinary intricacy representing Riddle's extracted magical essence held in perfect suspension. The containment field pulsed with power that would have been visible to anyone with magical sensitivity for miles around had they not been in such remote location. "What happens when it's gone?" Riddle asked, his voice barely audible as the extraction neared completion. The question contained genuine vulnerability beneath its superficial demand, fear of the unknown state approaching with inexorable certainty. "You'll still be yourself," Harry answered truthfully. "Your intelligence, your memories, your personality all remain intact. Only the ability to perform magic will be gone." He paused before adding, "What you become afterward is your choice. The first truly free choice you'll make without magic's influence on your perception." Riddle's response was lost as the ritual entered its culmination phase. The final extraction sequence initiated with spectacular magical manifestation, concentric waves of energy flowing outward from Riddle's position as the remaining connections to his magical core dissolved completely. The contained essence in the surrounding structures pulsed with increasing intensity, preparing for the final transformation that would permanently separate it from its original host. Harry channeled his full magical focus into the ritual's completion, reciting the final incantation with perfect precision: Dividel Perpetuum, Separo Aeternum, Vacuus Magici Completum. A blinding flash of magical energy erupted from the ritual circle, temporarily obscuring both Harry and Riddle within pure magical light. When visibility returned seconds later, the complex runic structures had disappeared, leaving only a perfectly ordinary stone outcropping beneath the spectacular aurora still dancing across the highland sky. In the circle's center, Tom Riddle lay unconscious but breathing steadily, his appearance unchanged save for the complete absence of the magical aura that had surrounded him throughout his life. Nearby, a crystalline sphere approximately the size of a quaffle glowed with contained power, Riddle's extracted magical essence, transformed into stable physical form exactly as Cygnus Black's manuscript had described. Harry approached cautiously, confirming Riddle's stable condition before securing the essence sphere in a specially prepared container. The extraction had succeeded perfectly. Tom Riddle still lived, but his magic was gone, permanently removed through the ancient working implemented exactly as designed. The ritual had performed its function without fragmentation or instability, representing perhaps the most complex and consequential magical working Harry had ever attempted or witnessed. As he stabilized the unconscious young man with carefully prepared supportive charms, Harry experienced the full weight of what had just occurred. He had fundamentally altered a human being's nature through magical intervention of extraordinary complexity. That the intervention was necessary, that it would prevent immeasurable suffering and save countless lives, didn't eliminate the profound ethical significance of the act itself. Tom Riddle would never become Lord Voldemort now. The wars that had defined Harry's original timeline would never occur. His parents would live, Sirius would never be imprisoned, Remus and Tonks would raise their son, Fred Weasley would grow old alongside his twin. Countless lives would unfold without the shadow of Voldemort's reign of terror. Yet the young man before him faced an entirely different challenge, adapting to existence without the extraordinary magical talent that had defined his identity since childhood. Whether Tom Riddle would find constructive purpose without magic or descend into bitter resentment remained an unanswered question that only time would reveal. For now, Harry's immediate responsibility was managing the aftermath. He had prepared thoroughly for this moment, establishing a comprehensive plan for Riddle's transition back to Hogwarts and subsequent integration into non-magical life. Dumbledore would be essential to implementing these arrangements, a complexity Harry had anticipated in his preparations. As the Northern Lights continued their celestial dance above the Highland landscape, Harry gathered their belongings and prepared for the journey back to civilization. The extraordinary ritual was complete, its immediate objective achieved with perfect precision. What remained was the challenge of reintegration, helping Tom Riddle navigate his new reality while ensuring the extracted magic remained permanently contained. The most dangerous dark wizard of the age would never rise to power now. History had been fundamentally altered through Harry's intervention, creating a new timeline where Voldemort would exist only as potentiality rather than tragic reality. Yet as Harry prepared to transport the unconscious Riddle back to Hogwarts, he recognized that his mission wasn't truly complete. The ritual represented not ending but beginning, the start of a new historical trajectory that would unfold in ways impossible to fully predict. His responsibility extended beyond the extraction itself to ensuring its consequences aligned with the better world he had sacrificed everything to create. Dawn would bring new challenges requiring careful navigation. But for this moment, beneath the aurora-painted sky with physical evidence of his successful intervention before him, Harry allowed himself to acknowledge what he had accomplished, the most significant temple intervention in magical history, implemented with precision that honored the immense responsibility he had accepted in traveling to this time. Tom Riddle's magic was gone. Lord Voldemort would never exist. History itself had been turned back from its darkest path toward hope-filled possibility. It was enough for now. Tomorrow would bring its own complexity. Chapter 16, Aftermath. The journey back to Hogwarts presented challenges Harry had anticipated, but whose full complexity became apparent only in execution. Tom Riddle, unconscious but physically stable, needed to be transported from the remote Highland ritual site without raising questions that might complicate the carefully prepared narrative Harry had developed to explain his condition. After securing the extracted magical essence in specialized containment, a crystal sphere wrapped in protective layers within his undetectable extension satchel, Harry faced the immediate challenge of managing Riddle's unconscious form. Standard magical transportation methods were potentially dangerous for someone experiencing profound magical shock. Apparition or portkey travel might destabilize Riddle's already traumatized system. Harry had prepared for this contingency through meticulous planning. From his satchel, he withdrew a small object that expanded into a specialized stretcher with built-in stabilization charms when activated. These enchantments would maintain Riddle's physical condition without attempting to interact with a magical core that no longer existed, a critical distinction that had required careful charm modification during preparation. Once Riddle was secured on the stretcher, Harry activated the physical transportation sequence he had arranged, a Muggle Land Rover waiting at a predetermined location half a mile from the ritual site, driven by a confounded local resident who would remember only taking a solitary midnight drive through the Highlands, noticing nothing unusual about his passengers. Through this careful blend of magical and non-magical methods, they reached Inverness shortly before dawn, where Harry implemented the next phase of his return plan. At a small wizard-owned inn on the outskirts of the city, Harry had prearranged a private flood connection to Hogsmeade under the pretext of potential research complications requiring rapid return. The innkeeper, generously compensated for both discretion and early morning availability, asked no questions about the unconscious young man on the stretcher or the professor's obvious exhaustion. "Academic research does take unexpected turns," was his only comment as he activated the flood connection precisely at the arranged time. Harry emerged in the free broomstick's private receiving room minutes later, Riddle's stretcher floating behind him through the magical flames. Hamish Ogden, the proprietor, had been briefed to expect their return potentially under complicated research circumstances, and had arranged for a Thestral-drawn carriage to await them behind the establishment, away from potential observation. "Everything all right, Professor?" Hamish inquired, his expression suggesting he recognized the seriousness of the situation without understanding its specifics. "A slight miscalculation in magical exposure levels," Harry explained with the precise blend of professional concern and reassuring confidence he had rehearsed. "Nothing permanent, but requiring prompt medical attention. I'd appreciate your discretion regarding our return until Madam Finch has had opportunity to assess the situation." "Of course, Professor. Complicated research, unpredictable outcomes. Perfectly understandable." Not a word to anyone. Hamish's ready acceptance reflected both Harry's careful groundwork establishing academic credibility and the innate respect for privacy that characterized the best publicans across any timeline. The carriage journey to Hogwarts proceeded without incident, the castle gradually materializing in the pre-dawn light as they approached its ancient gates. Harry had timed their arrival deliberately, early enough to minimize potential witnesses, but late enough that their absence wouldn't have triggered active concern. As the Thestrals pulled them through the main gates, he activated the final phase of his immediate plan. A messenger Patronus sent ahead to the hospital wing, requesting Madame Finch's presence for a medical situation without providing specific details that might prematurely reach Dumbledore. His timing proved impeccable. As the carriage reached the castle entrance, Madame Finch emerged from the great doors, her expression shifting from professional readiness to sharp concern as she observed Riddle's unconscious form. "What happened, Professor Peveril?" she demanded, immediately casting diagnostic charms as Harry levitated the stretcher from the carriage. "Exposure to concentrated essence phenomena during our observation expedition," Harry explained, implementing the medical narrative he had constructed with scientific precision. The convergence occurred with unexpected intensity. Mr. Riddle experienced direct essence contact despite protective boundaries. Madame Finch's diagnostic spells produced results that clearly confused her, complex patterns that would indicate magical shock without revealing the complete absence of a magical core. Her frown deepened as she repeated the diagnostics with greater specificity. "This is most unusual," she murmured as they proceeded quickly toward the hospital wing. "His reading suggests severe magical depletion, yet the pattern doesn't align with standard magical exhaustion profiles. Has he regained consciousness at any point since exposure?" "Briefly during initial stabilization," Harry replied, the careful mix of truth and constructed narrative essential for subsequent credibility. He appeared disoriented but recognized his surroundings and situation. "I administered preliminary supportive measures according to standard protocols for magical exposure incidents." The hospital wing stood empty of other patients as they entered, morning sunlight streaming through high windows onto pristine beds. Madame Finch directed Harry to place Riddle on the bed furthest from the entrance, immediately establishing privacy screens before conducting more comprehensive diagnostic procedures. Harry observed with professional attention, noting exactly which tests she performed and their expected results based on Riddle's new condition. The healer's growing confusion manifested in increasingly specialized diagnostic spells, each revealing aspects of the unprecedented situation without providing complete understanding. "I've never seen anything like this," she admitted finally, her normally composed demeanor showing genuine concern. "His magical core appears to be absent. Not depleted or damaged, but simply not present, as though he were a muggle," Harry completed when she hesitated. "Precisely, though that should be impossible. No magical phenomenon can simply remove a wizard's core entirely without leaving evidence of catastrophic magical damage." She studied Harry with sharp assessment. "What exactly were you observing, Professor?" Before Harry could implement the next phase of his explanation, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Albus Dumbledore, his expression grave as he approached their position with purposeful stride. The deputy headmaster's unexpected appearance accelerated Harry's timeline, though he had prepared for this contingency as well. "Madame Finch." "Professor Peveril." Dumbledore's greeting was courteous but carried unmistakable authority. "I was informed of your return under concerning circumstances. Perhaps you might brief me on the situation?" Harry recognized the critical juncture this represented. His prepared narrative would satisfy Madame Finch's medical perspective, but Dumbledore's penetrating insight required more substantial truths, carefully calibrated to establish necessary understanding without revealing his complete identity and mission prematurely. "Perhaps we might discuss the specifics privately, Professor Dumbledore," Harry suggested with appropriate deference. "The underlying magical principles involved are rather specialized and potentially sensitive." Dumbledore's keen blue eyes assessed him momentarily before the older wizard nodded. "A prudent suggestion. My office would provide suitable privacy once Madame Finch has completed her immediate treatment protocols." "The difficulty," Madame Finch interjected with professional directness, "is that I'm not entirely certain what treatment is appropriate." Mr. Riddle's condition appears unprecedented in my experience. Is he in immediate danger? Dumbledore inquired. Not physically, no. His vital signs are stable, and there's no evidence of systemic damage beyond the magical anomaly itself. He appears to be in a restorative sleep pattern rather than true unconsciousness now. Her expression revealed professional frustration. But I cannot begin appropriate magical treatment without better understanding what we're addressing. Then perhaps that understanding should be our first priority, Dumbledore suggested, turning to Harry. Shall we, Professor Peveril? The walk to Dumbledore's office provided Harry precious minutes to organize his approach. The carefully sealed letter he had prepared remained in his quarters, unavailable for this initial explanation. He would need to provide sufficient truth to secure Dumbledore's cooperation while maintaining appropriate boundaries around his complete identity and temporal origin until more private conditions allowed full disclosure. Dumbledore's office appeared much as it had during their previous interactions, organized yet comfortably cluttered with magical instruments and scholarly materials. The deputy headmaster gestured Harry toward a chair before seating himself behind his desk, a tea service appearing between them with a subtle wandless charm. I find difficult conversations proceed more smoothly with appropriate refreshment, Dumbledore observed, pouring for them both with calm precision that belied the obvious seriousness of the situation. Now, perhaps you might explain what has happened to young Mr. Riddle that could produce such extraordinary medical readings. Harry accepted the tea with a nod of thanks, taking a deliberate moment to organize his response. Tom Riddle has lost his magical abilities, he stated directly, recognizing that circumlocution would only diminish Dumbledore's essential trust. Not temporarily. Permanently. He is, effectively, a muggle now. If Dumbledore was shocked by this pronouncement, his only visible reaction was a momentary stillness, his teacup suspended briefly before being returned to its saucer with perfect control. That should be impossible through any known magical means, the deputy headmaster observed after a measured silence. Through any commonly known means, yes, Harry agreed. But not through all magical means. Specifically, not through an ancient ritual called vacuous magicy. Recognition flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, not of the specific ritual, Harry suspected, but of the broader magical domain it represented. Essence extraction magic, he said quietly. Theorized but believed largely mythological and modern magical understanding. Not mythological, Harry corrected carefully. Simply obscure through deliberate suppression by those who recognized its profound ethical implications. The ritual exists, documented in sources I've had opportunity to study during my research career. And you implemented this ritual upon Mr. Riddle? Dumbledore's question contained neither accusation nor endorsement, merely precise clarification. I did, Harry confirmed, meeting the older wizard's gaze directly. May I ask why? Again, Dumbledore's tone remained neutral, though Harry detected the layered complexity beneath the simple query, ethical, practical, and personal dimensions all requiring address. Because Tom Riddle was progressing rapidly toward becoming a dark wizard of unprecedented destructive potential, Harry replied with calculated openness. He has already created a Horcrux through the murder of his father and grandparents. He was actively researching methods to create additional soul fragments through further killings. His magical experiments on fellow students, including Adelaide Burke earlier this year, demonstrated both extraordinary ability and complete moral disregard. Dumbledore's expression revealed subtle confirmation rather than surprise. These suspicions aligned with his own observations, though perhaps exceeding the specific evidence he had gathered personally. You seem remarkably certain of these assessments, Professor Peveril, he noted. Particularly regarding matters Mr. Riddle has taken extraordinary precautions to conceal. Harry recognized the implicit question about his information sources. I have access to knowledge about Tom Riddle that extends beyond conventional observation, he acknowledged carefully. Knowledge I'm prepared to explain more completely once we've addressed the immediate situation. Dumbledore studied him silently for several moments, his penetrating gaze seeming to assess layers beneath Harry's careful statement. "You believe your intervention was necessary to prevent greater harm," he observed finally. "Not a theoretical possibility, but a certainty you consider adequately established to justify this extraordinary measure." "Yes," Harry confirmed simply. "And the ritual itself, conducted under the guise of an academic expedition, I presume?" The question addressed methodology rather than justification, a cognitive organizing principle rather than moral judgment. "Correct. The specific astronomical conditions required for the ritual align with the essence convergence narrative I established through our summer consultations. The expedition provided necessary cover for both the location and the initial ritual preparations." A flicker of something like reluctant admiration crossed Dumbledore's features, recognition of the careful planning this approach had required without endorsing its ethical foundation. Most wizards would have considered simpler solutions to addressing perceived dark magical threat, he observed neutrally. Most solutions would have been less effective in preventing the specific harm while maintaining fundamental ethical boundaries, Harry replied. Tom Riddle deserved neither execution for crimes not yet committed nor unrestricted opportunity to commit them. Removing his magical ability prevents the latter without resorting to the former. Dumbledore nodded slowly, the gesture acknowledging the reasoning without necessarily accepting its complete validity. "And what happens now?" he asked, the practical question revealing his primary concern in the immediate aftermath. A Hogwarts student suddenly rendered non-magical presents unprecedented challenges. "I've prepared a comprehensive transition plan," Harry explained, shifting to the pragmatic concerns he had meticulously addressed during his mission preparation. "With your assistance, we can implement arrangements that address both Riddle's immediate needs and the broader implications for the school and magical community." The subsequent conversation detailed Harry's proposed approach, a carefully constructed explanation involving rare magical accident resulting in permanent core collapse, specialized medical arrangements to manage Riddle's transition to non-magical status, and discreet coordination with ministry departments to address the unprecedented administrative aspects of a wizard becoming a muggle. Throughout, Dumbledore listened with focused attention, occasionally asking penetrating questions that tested the plan's completeness without directly challenging its fundamental premise. By their discussion's conclusion, a functional framework had emerged, one that would accommodate Riddle's new reality while maintaining appropriate discretion regarding the true cause of his transformation. A remarkably thorough proposal, Professor Peverell, Dumbledore acknowledged as they finalized the immediate action steps. One might almost suspect it was developed well before last night's expedition. The observation, delivered with characteristic gentle precision, acknowledged the obvious pre-planning without demanding explicit confirmation. Harry responded with appropriate professional focus, neither confirming nor denying the implied long-term strategy. Implementation should begin immediately, he noted instead. Riddle will likely regain consciousness within the next few hours, at which point the initial explanation will prove critical to establishing appropriate expectations for his transition. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, rising from his desk in clear preparation for action. "I shall speak with Headmaster Ditpat immediately regarding the administrative aspects, while you consult further with Madame Finch on the medical narrative. We should reconvene once Mr. Riddle has awakened and received initial briefing on his condition." As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore paused, studying Harry with renewed intensity. "There remains the matter of how you obtained such specific knowledge regarding Mr. Riddle's activities and apparent trajectory," he observed. "A conversation I believe we must continue under appropriate circumstances." "Tonight, after we've addressed the immediate situation," Harry agreed. "There are aspects of my understanding that require more comprehensive explanation than our current timeline permits." With this arrangement established, they separated to implement their respective responsibilities. Harry returned to the hospital wing, where he provided Madame Finch with the medical explanation they had developed. a rare form of magical core collapse resulting from direct essence exposure, documented in obscure historical cases but virtually unknown in modern magical medicine. The healer's professional skepticism was evident but ultimately deferred to Harry's apparent expertise in essence-level magical phenomena, supported by Dumbledore's implicit endorsement. She focused her considerable skills on addressing Riddle's physical stability while accepting the framework for explaining his condition once consciousness returned. By mid-morning, the initial arrangements were complete. Headmaster Ditpat had been briefed by Dumbledore regarding the unprecedented situation, emergency communication established with relevant ministry departments, and the hospital wing secured against unauthorized visitors who might complicate the sensitive transition period. Harry maintained constant presence near Riddle's bed, monitoring both his physical condition and magical surroundings for any unexpected developments. The extracted essence, secured within its specialized container, remained in his quarters beneath powerful protective enchantments, a temporary arrangement until more permanent disposition could be implemented. Shortly before noon, Tom Riddle began showing signs of returning consciousness, subtle changes in breathing pattern, increased muscle tension, shifting eye movement beneath closed lids. Harry alerted Madame Finch, who performed final diagnostic checks before positioning herself discreetly nearby, allowing Harry to manage the initial interaction based on his apparent expertise with the condition. When Riddle's eyes finally opened, Harry observed the moment with clinical attention, noting the precise sequence of awareness, confusion, and dawning memory that flickered across features normally controlled with perfect precision. The young man's initial disorientation quickly gave way to sharp focus as he registered his surroundings and Harry's presence at his bedside. "Professor Peveril," he said, his voice hoarse but steady. The simple identification carried complex emotional freight, recognition, anger, calculation, all carefully measured beneath surface composure. "Mr. Riddle," Harry acknowledged with professional neutrality. "You're in Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Do you remember what happened during our expedition?" The question was deliberately open-ended, allowing Riddle's response to guide the subsequent conversation. A micro-expression of intense calculation crossed the young man's features before he answered with careful precision. "There was a ritual circle," he replied, studying Harry's reaction closely. "You called it vacuous magic-y. It was designed to remove magical ability." The direct acknowledgement, spoken at precisely modulated volume that wouldn't reach Madame Finch's position, confirmed Riddle's characteristic intelligence and strategic thinking remained intact despite his profound magical transformation. He was testing boundaries, assessing what narrative Harry intended to establish publicly versus their private understanding. "Yes," Harry confirmed quietly. "The ritual succeeded. Your magical core has been completely extracted. The condition is permanent." Riddle's expression revealed nothing beyond focused attention, though the tight control of his features suggested powerful emotion beneath the surface. "I can feel it," he said after a measured pause. "The absence. Like losing a limb but more fundamental. A space that should contain something vital but now holds nothing." The description was surprisingly poetic from someone Harry had always perceived as coldly pragmatic, a reminder that Tom Riddle at 16 remained more complex than the monster he would have eventually become. The observation carried neither self-pity nor histrionic distress, merely precise articulation of unprecedented personal experience. "The sensation will remain noticeable initially," Harry explained, maintaining the careful balance between medical authority and acknowledgement of their shared reality. "Over time, your system will adapt to its new configuration. The physical discomfort will diminish, though awareness of the difference will likely persist." "And what happens now?" Riddle asked, the question's simplicity belying its profound implications. "What becomes of a wizard without magic?" The query contained multiple layers, practical concerns about his immediate future alongside deeper existential dimensions that would shape whatever life remained possible after such fundamental transformation. Harry responded to both aspects with deliberate care. "Practically speaking, arrangements are being made for your transition. As you can no longer participate in magical education, alternative provisions must be established. Headmaster Diptet and Professor Dumbledore are consulting with relevant authorities regarding appropriate accommodations. Riddle's expression revealed nothing, though Harry detected the subtle calculation behind his carefully neutral demeanor. "And the public explanation?" he inquired, demonstrating characteristic attention to how others would perceive the situation. "I assume you haven't revealed the actual circumstances." The official account describes a rare magical accident during authorized research observation, Harry confirmed. "A case of essence exposure resulting in catastrophic magical core collapse, unprecedented but documented in obscure historical cases." A flicker of something like reluctant appreciation crossed Riddle's features, recognition of the narrative's effectiveness without accepting its legitimacy. "Convenient," he observed neutrally, "and presumably sufficiently complex that few will question the specific mechanism." Medical details regarding core collapse are specialized knowledge beyond most magical practitioners' expertise, Harry agreed, acknowledging the strategic construction without apology. "The focus will remain on managing your transition rather than investigating causation." Riddle studied him with the penetrating intensity that had characterized his magical persona, though Harry noted subtle differences in his presence now, the intimidating aura that had accompanied his magical power notably absent, leaving purely intellectual acuity rather than the combined force that had previously made him so compelling. "You believe you've won," Riddle stated finally, the observation delivered with clinical detachment rather than emotional defensiveness. "That you've prevented whatever future you claim to have witnessed." "I've prevented one specific path," Harry corrected carefully. "What happens now depends on choices yet to be made, yours primarily." "Choices without magic," Riddle clarified, the words carrying soft bitterness despite his controlled expression. "A severely constrained set compared to previous possibilities." "Different, certainly," Harry acknowledged. "But not without significance or potential impact. Many of history's most influential figures accomplished extraordinary things without magical ability." Riddle's response was interrupted by Madame Finch's approach, her professional demeanor masking obvious curiosity about their conversation's content. "You're awake, Mr. Riddle. How are you feeling?" The young man's transition was remarkable to observe, his expression shifting seamlessly from intense private exchange to appropriate patient demeanor, vulnerability, and confusion replacing the calculated assessment of moments before. "Disoriented, Madame Finch," he replied, his voice modulated to convey appropriate concern without excessive distress. "There's an unusual emptiness that's difficult to describe. Professor Peveril was explaining that my magical core appears to have been affected by the research expedition. The performance was flawless, precisely calibrated to establish himself as victim of unfortunate circumstance rather than subject of deliberate intervention." Harry recognized the approach as consistent with Riddle's lifelong pattern of managing authority figures' perceptions to maximum personal advantage. "Indeed," the healer confirmed, performing additional diagnostic charms that revealed exactly what she expected based on Harry's explanation. "You've experienced an extremely rare condition known as magical core collapse. Professor Peveril has consulted with experts in essence-related magical phenomena regarding your treatment options." Riddle received this information with perfect composure, asking appropriately specific questions about his condition while maintaining the appearance of someone processing unprecedented personal tragedy with remarkable dignity. His performance was so convincing that even Harry, who knew the complete truth, found himself momentarily impressed by the young man's adaptive capability. As the medical discussion proceeded, Harry observed with clinical attention, noting both Riddle's exceptional social intelligence and the subtle indicators of genuine processing beneath his controlled exterior. Whatever else might have been permanently altered by the ritual, Tom Riddle's formidable intellect and strategic thinking remained fully intact, a reality that would shape whatever future emerged from this intervention. The remainder of the day proceeded through carefully managed stages. Dumbledore returned with Headmaster Dippet to provide official perspective on Riddle's situation, explaining the unprecedented administrative challenges and outlining preliminary plans for his transition. The Ministry's Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had been discreetly consulted, with specialized representatives scheduled to arrive the following day to address the unique circumstances. Throughout these discussions, Riddle maintained impeccable composure, presenting himself as cooperative and reasonable despite his traumatic situation. Only Harry, with his unique knowledge of both past and potential future, recognized the calculating assessment beneath this performance. Riddle methodically evaluating options, identifying potential advocates, and establishing position for whatever path might maximize remaining possibilities. By evening, the immediate crisis management had established functional structure. Riddle would remain in the hospital wing for continued observation while transition arrangements proceeded. His condition would be explained to the school upon students' return using the medical narrative they had established. Specialized counselors from Street Mungos would provide support for adapting to non-magical status, while ministry representatives would address the unprecedented administrative aspects of a wizard becoming effectively muggle. As these arrangements solidified, Harry maintained careful observation while implementing his own next steps. The extracted magical essence required permanent containment and security beyond what temporary measures could provide. The complete explanation he owed Dumbledore needed proper context and supporting evidence. And his own position following successful mission completion required careful consideration. What role Professor Harold Peverell should play in the new timeline his intervention had created. Shortly after dinner, with Riddle stabilized under Madame Finch's supervision and initial arrangements firmly established, Harry returned briefly to his quarters. Here, he retrieved both the secured essence container and the sealed letter he had prepared for Dumbledore, each representing critical aspects of the mission's completion phase. Their scheduled meeting in Dumbledore's office that evening would address the larger truth behind his presence at Hogwarts and his intervention with Tom Riddle. The deputy headmaster's exceptional magical and intellectual capacity made him the ideal, perhaps the only, potential ally in managing the complex aftermath of such profound temple intervention. As Harry prepared for this pivotal conversation, he found himself reflecting on the day's extraordinary developments. The mission's primary objective had been achieved with remarkable precision. Tom Riddle's magic removed permanently through successful implementation of the vacuous magic key ritual. Lord Voldemort would never rise to power now, never create Horcruxes beyond the single one already established, never instigate the wars that had defined Harry's original timeline. Yet the consequences of this intervention were only beginning to manifest. Riddle himself, while permanently stripped of magical ability, remained a formidable intellect with profound knowledge of the magical world and deep-seated ambitions that might find alternative expression even without magical means. The ripple effects of his transformed trajectory would influence countless lives in ways impossible to fully predict or control. Most immediately, Harry faced the challenge of explaining his true identity and purpose to Albus Dumbledore, revealing himself as time traveler and deliberate historical interventionist while providing sufficient evidence to establish credibility without creating unnecessary complications. This conversation would shape whatever role he might maintain in the new timeline, determining whether Professor Peverell would continue at Hogwarts or transition to some other position in the magically altered future he had created. As darkness fell across the Scottish Highlands, Harry gathered the materials for his meeting with Dumbledore and prepared to complete this final phase of his original mission. The most dangerous dark wizard of the age had been neutralized through unprecedented magical intervention. History itself had been fundamentally altered through his actions. What remained was establishing appropriate structure for the new timeline to unfold along its altered path, a responsibility that extended beyond his original mission parameters into the uncertain future his intervention had created. Chapter 17, Revelations. Night had fallen over Hogwarts as Harry made his way to Dumbledore's office, the ancient corridors illuminated by flickering torchlight that cast long shadows across worn stone floors. The castle felt unnaturally quiet with most students still away for summer holiday, its vast spaces holding only whispered echoes of the bustling academic life that would resume in mere days. In one hand, Harry carried his dragonhide satchel containing the sealed essence container, Tom Riddle's extracted magical core, transformed into stable physical form through the vacuous magic-key ritual. In the other, he held the carefully prepared letter explaining his true identity and purpose. Together, they represented the culmination of his mission and the foundation for whatever future might emerge from his unprecedented intervention. Dumbledore's office door stood slightly ajar when Harry arrived, warm light spilling into the corridor as though in silent welcome. A soft "enter" responded to his knock, revealing the deputy headmaster seated behind his desk, various documents related to Riddle's situation arranged in precise order before him. "Good evening, Professor Peverell," Dumbledore greeted him, gesturing toward the chair opposite his desk. "I trust Mr. Riddle's condition remains stable?" "Yes," Harry confirmed, taking the offered seat while keeping his satchel close. "Madam Finch reports his physical adaptation is proceeding normally. His psychological adjustment will naturally require more time, though his external composure remains remarkable given the circumstances." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed, his expression thoughtful. "Tom has always demonstrated exceptional self-control, particularly in situations that might overwhelm others. A capacity that served him well throughout his Hogwarts career." The observation was delivered with characteristic mildness, yet Harry detected the subtle assessment beneath, acknowledgement of Riddle's remarkable adaptive capabilities alongside recognition of the calculated performance those capabilities enabled. "Before we address the immediate administrative matters," Dumbledore continued, "I believe you mentioned having a more complete explanation regarding your knowledge of Tom's activities and potential trajectory. Given the extraordinary steps you've taken, I confess considerable interest in understanding your information sources." Harry nodded, recognizing the moment that would transform their professional relationship irreversibly. "What I'm about to share will challenge fundamental assumptions about magical possibility," he began carefully. "I ask only that you allow me to present the complete explanation, with supporting evidence, before forming conclusions." "A reasonable request," Dumbledore agreed, his expression revealing nothing beyond professional attention. Harry withdrew the sealed letter from his robes, placing it on the desk between them. "I prepared this in advance, should circumstances require explanation without my direct presence. It contains information I've shared with no one in this timeline, regarding both my identity and my purpose at Hogwarts." "This timeline," Dumbledore repeated softly, the phrase's significance clearly registering despite his measured response. Rather than immediately addressing the implication, Harry continued with deliberate control. "I believe direct demonstration will provide necessary foundation for the explanation." He drew his holly wand, focusing briefly before producing a Patronus of exceptional clarity and strength, the silver stag that had been his magical signature since mastering the charm in his original timeline. Dumbledore observed the magnificent creature with apparent appreciation, though Harry knew his actual assessment extended far deeper than aesthetic admiration. The deputy headmaster would recognize both the spell's exceptional execution and its deeply personal nature, the form revealing fundamental aspects of the caster's identity. "A remarkable Patronus," Dumbledore acknowledged, "though I confess uncertainty regarding its significance to our current discussion." "Its form is significant," Harry explained, "as is this." With careful movements, he brushed back his hair to reveal the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, normally concealed through specialized cosmetic charms during his tenure as Professor Peverell. The distinctive mark had faded considerably from its original appearance but remained clearly visible once the concealment was removed. "A curious scar," Dumbledore observed, studying the marking with increased interest. "One might almost see a lightning bolt in its configuration." "It was given to me as an infant," Harry replied, "when a powerful dark wizard attempted to kill me with the killing curse, only to have the spell rebound upon himself due to ancient protective magic. Magic invoked by my mother's sacrificial death." Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly, the first indication that Harry's revelations were beginning to challenge his fundamental understanding rather than merely piquing academic curiosity. That would represent unprecedented magical protection, he noted carefully. The killing curse is not known to be blockable through any conventional means. There was nothing conventional about the circumstances, Harry agreed, maintaining steady eye contact as he delivered the central revelation. My name is not Harold Peveril. It's Harry Potter. I was born on July 31st, 1980, to James Potter and Lily Evans Potter. I'm a time traveler from a future where Tom Riddle became the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort, responsible for 2 wizarding wars that claimed thousands of lives, including those of my parents when I was 15 months old. The statement hung in the air between them, its extraordinary claims challenging the boundaries of magical possibility even for a wizard of Dumbledore's exceptional knowledge and experience. The deputy headmaster's expression revealed nothing beyond focused attention, though Harry detected subtle shifts in his magical presence that suggested profound reassessment rather than outright skepticism. You claim to have traveled not hours or days into the past, but decades, Dumbledore summarized after a measured silence. Well beyond what time turners or any known temporal magic can achieve. Yes, Harry confirmed. Through a specialized ritual combining temporal magic with essence extraction principles similar to those used in the vacuous magic working. The theoretical foundation exists in Cygnus Black's research, though implementation required specific knowledge from multiple magical disciplines. Dumbledore's gaze shifted briefly to the letter on his desk, then back to Harry's face. And your purpose in undertaking such extraordinary temporal displacement? To prevent the rise of Voldemort, Harry answered directly. To save thousands of lives that would otherwise be lost to his reign of terror, including those of my parents, my godfather, and countless others whose faces and names I knew personally. To removing Tom Riddle's magic rather than more permanent intervention, Dumbledore observed, the careful phrasing acknowledging the ethical complexity without explicit judgment. Yes. Death seemed unjustifiable for crimes not yet committed, even with my certain knowledge of what he would become. Removing his magical ability prevents those crimes without denying his fundamental right to existence. Harry paused briefly before adding, it was the most balanced approach among deeply imperfect options. Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression revealing thoughtful consideration rather than immediate acceptance or rejection. You present an extraordinary claim requiring extraordinary evidence, he noted. While your sincerity appears genuine and your magical signature reveals remarkable depth, time travel of this magnitude contradicts fundamental magical understanding. I anticipated skepticism, Harry acknowledged. The letter contains detailed information that should establish credibility beyond reasonable doubt, specific knowledge of events you've experienced that aren't publicly documented, insights regarding your personal history that remain private in this era, and predictions about imminent developments that will allow verification through upcoming events. He opened his satchel then, carefully withdrawing the secure container holding Riddle's extracted essence. The crystal sphere within glowed with barely contained magical power, luminescent patterns swirling across its surface in hypnotic configurations. This represents the physical evidence of both rituals, he explained, placing the container on Dumbledore's desk with careful precision. Tom Riddle's complete magical essence, extracted through vacuous magic and transformed into stable physical form. The same fundamental process, though with different application, that made my temporal journey possible. Dumbledore studied the sphere with extraordinary focus, his magical perception clearly registering the unprecedented nature of what it contained. After several moments of silent examination, he looked up at Harry with an expression that had shifted from measured assessment to profound seriousness. If what you claim is true, and I neither accept nor reject the possibility at this juncture, you have implemented the most significant temporal intervention in recorded magical history, he observed quietly. The implications extend beyond Tom Riddle's individual fate to fundamental questions of causality, free will, and the very fabric of magical reality. I'm aware of the philosophical magnitude, Harry agreed soberly. My decision wasn't made lightly or without extensive consideration of its implications. But the concrete suffering I witnessed, the lives destroyed, families shattered, entire communities decimated, outweighed abstract concerns about temporal interference. A perspective shaped by direct experience rather than theoretical consideration, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though one that raises profound questions about determinism versus individual choice. If you succeeded in preventing Tom Riddle from becoming Lord Voldemort, does the timeline you experienced cease to exist? Or does it continue parallel to this new branch you've created? The question echoed Harry's own philosophical struggles during mission preparation, the fundamental uncertainty about whether he was truly saving his loved ones or merely creating an alternate reality where different versions of them might live. I don't know, he admitted honestly. The theoretical models suggest branching timelines rather than overridden history, but practical evidence is inherently limited by the observer's perspective. From my experience, I've created the possibility for a different future than the one I witnessed. Whether that represents universal alteration or parallel divergence remains philosophically unresolvable. Dumbledore nodded slowly, appreciation for Harry's candor evident despite his continued careful assessment. I propose a measured approach to establishing the validity of your extraordinary claims, he suggested after brief consideration. I shall review the information contained in your letter, examining both its internal consistency and its alignment with my personal knowledge. Concurrently, I would ask your permission to examine your memories of key events, not to invade private experience, but to verify the authenticity of your temporal origin. I anticipated that request, Harry confirmed. I'm prepared to provide specific memories that establish my identity and timeline without revealing unnecessary future details that might complicate current decisions. The methodology they established was both comprehensive and carefully constrained. Harry would submit selected memories to pensive examination, sufficient to verify his identity as Harry Potter from a future timeline without exposing excessive details that might unduly influence current choices or create anxiety about potential futures now likely altered. Dumbledore would review these memories alongside the letter's contents, comparing disclosed information against his own knowledge of currently private matters. What followed was among the most extraordinary verification procedures in magical history, though only 2 wizards would ever know its complete contents. Harry extracted carefully selected memories, his parents' sacrifice as witness to Voldemort's recovered memory, his first meeting with Dumbledore's future self, key moments from their shared experiences combating Voldemort's return, and finally, his discovery of Dumbledore's connection to Grindelwald through posthumously revealed correspondence. This last memory represented the most sensitive disclosure, involving aspects of Dumbledore's past that remained deeply private in 1943. Harry included it specifically because its deeply personal nature would provide irrefutable evidence of his claims, information impossible to fabricate or acquire through conventional means in the current era. As Dumbledore emerged from the pensive examination, his expression revealed the profound impact of what he had witnessed. The customary twinkle in his blue eyes had been replaced by solemn gravity, his magical presence radiating controlled but unmistakable disturbance at confronting such direct evidence of potential futures and private histories. You are indeed Harry Potter, he acknowledged quietly. Son of James Potter, who has not yet been born, and Lily Evans, similarly of a future generation. Your knowledge of matters known only to me confirms temporal displacement beyond any reasonable alternative explanation. The admission represented extraordinary acceptance of what conventional magical understanding considered impossible, yet the evidence had proven too substantial for even Dumbledore's careful skepticism to reject. Harry felt momentary relief at having his identity confirmed, though the deeper implications remained to be addressed. The timeline you present is troubling in its specifics, Dumbledore continued, choosing words with evident care. Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort, the war's devastating scope, my own, complicated involvement in events both seen and unseen. He paused briefly before adding, and your central role in eventually defeating him at tremendous personal cost. A role I never sought, Harry clarified, the old frustration briefly surfacing despite years of acceptance. One thrust upon me by prophecy and circumstance rather than choice. Yet one you ultimately fulfilled, Dumbledore observed with quiet appreciation. Before choosing to undertake an even more profound intervention through temporal displacement. A remarkable journey by any measure, Harry Potter. The use of his true name after months as Professor Peverell created an unexpected emotional response, a sense of reclaimed identity Harry hadn't fully realized he'd been missing. Yet practical concerns remained foremost in their extraordinary conversation. With my identity and purpose established, Harry said, redirecting focus to immediate challenges, we must address several critical matters requiring resolution before term begins. Dumbledore nodded agreement, his practical focus reasserting itself despite the philosophical magnitude of their discussion. Indeed. Tom Riddle's transition represents our most immediate concern, though securing his extracted essence requires equal attention given its extraordinary nature. Their subsequent conversation addressed these practicalities with methodical thoroughness. Riddle's situation required comprehensive planning, not merely administrative arrangements for departing Hogwarts but fundamental decisions about his integration into non-magical society after 16 years in the wizarding world. He possesses extensive magical knowledge without capability to implement it, Harry noted, creating both practical challenges and potential security concerns depending on his adaptation to non-magical status. A unique circumstance requiring specialized support, Dumbledore agreed. The standard protocols for managing magical exposure among muggles presume ignorance rather than comprehensive understanding combined with inability. They developed a framework that balanced compassionate transition support with necessary security precautions. Riddle would receive specialized counseling for adapting to non-magical life, educational assessment for integration into Muggle academic structures, and financial support from a ministry fund established for magical catastrophe victims. Simultaneously, discreet monitoring would ensure his extraordinary magical knowledge didn't create complications in Muggle contexts or potential exploitation by unscrupulous wizarding elements. He will likely excel in non-magical contexts just as he did at Hogwarts, Harry observed. His intelligence, strategic thinking, and exceptional self-discipline remain intact despite losing magical capability. Indeed, Dumbledore concurred. Tom's formidable intellect was never dependent on magical ability, merely enhanced by it. I suspect he will forge a significant path even within the constraints of Muggle existence, though the direction remains unpredictable. This assessment aligned with Harry's own expectations. Tom Riddle without magic remained dangerous in certain respects, his manipulative capacity, ruthless determination, and profound ambition undimmed by the ritual's effects. Yet without magical power to implement his darkest impulses or extend his influence beyond normal human limitations, any harm he might cause would be constrained to conventional scale rather than the magical devastation Lord Voldemort had inflicted. Their discussion then turned to the extracted essence, the physical manifestation of Riddle's complete magical core, currently contained in the specialized receptacle on Dumbledore's desk. Its extraordinary nature presented unprecedented challenges for permanent security and ethical management. It cannot simply be destroyed, Dumbledore noted after examining the container's complex enchantments. Magical essence at this concentration represents fundamental energy that would release catastrophically if containment failed without proper dispersion protocols. And it cannot remain accessible, Harry added. The theoretical possibility of restoration, however remote, presents unacceptable risk given what we know of Riddle's potential trajectory. After considering various options, they developed a solution that addressed both security and ethical concerns. The contained essence would be secured in the Department of Mysteries under specialized protocols developed for managing dangerous magical artifacts, its true nature known only to a select few with appropriate clearance and ethical foundation. Simultaneously, Research would proceed regarding safe dispersion methods that might eventually allow proper dissolution without dangerous energy release. With these immediate concerns addressed, their conversation shifted to perhaps the most personal aspect of Harry's unprecedented situation, his own place in the altered timeline he had created. "You've accomplished your primary mission," Dumbledore observed. "Tom Riddle will never become Lord Voldemort now. The future you experienced has been fundamentally altered to your intervention. What becomes of Harry Potter in this new branch of history?" The question articulated the existential challenge Harry had been contemplating since the ritual's successful completion. His original planning had focused almost exclusively on implementing the vacuous magic key ritual, with minimal attention to his subsequent role once that objective was achieved. Now, with Riddle's magic permanently removed and history irrevocably altered, he faced fundamental questions about his continued existence in a timeline where his birth lay decades in the future. "I've been considering that question myself," Harry acknowledged. "My presence here creates theoretical temporal complications, especially as the timeline approaches what would have been my birth year. Whether I would simply cease to exist when my parents conceive their child, continue as a separate entity from that child, or experience some other temporal resolution remains uncertain." A profound philosophical and magical complexity, Dumbledore agreed, though perhaps one that need not be resolved immediately. "Your current identity as Professor Peveril has been well established within the wizarding community. It could provide stable foundation while longer-term considerations evolve." The suggestion aligned with Harry's preliminary thinking. Continuing as defense against the dark arts professor would maintain his position within magical society while providing opportunity to subtly influence positive developments in the new timeline. His unique knowledge and experience represented valuable resources for preventing other potential dark trajectories beyond Riddle's specific threat. "I believe that would be appropriate, at least for the immediate future," Harry agreed, though with certain adjustments to my approach now that the primary mission has been completed. They discussed these adjustments in detail, how Harry might balance his teaching responsibilities with discrete positive influence, where intervention might be appropriate versus allowing events to unfold naturally, what specific knowledge from the original timeline might prove beneficial in preventing other potential harms. Throughout this extraordinary conversation, Harry found himself increasingly appreciative of Dumbledore's remarkable adaptability. The deputy headmaster had absorbed world-changing revelations about time travel, future wars, and his own complicated destiny with the same thoughtful consideration he might give to a particularly challenging transfiguration problem. His capacity to integrate unprecedented information while maintaining practical focus on immediate concerns demonstrated precisely why he would eventually become the greatest wizard of his age in any timeline. As their discussion approached conclusion near midnight, Dumbledore posed one final question that revealed his deepest concern regarding Harry's intervention. Having altered one critical junction in magical history, he asked quietly, "Do you intend further temporal adjustments? Your knowledge of future events, even in a timeline now partially divergent, represents extraordinary power to influence historical development." The question addressed the fundamental ethical boundary at the heart of temporal intervention, whether one alteration justified others, and where such adjustments should reasonably end. Harry had contemplated this extensively during his mission preparation, recognizing the dangerous potential for continuous improvements to timeline events based on future knowledge. "No," he answered firmly. Preventing Voldemort's rise represented specific intervention addressing extraordinary harm I personally witnessed. It doesn't justify broader historical engineering based on my limited perspective of what constitutes improvement." He paused briefly before adding, "The burden of knowing one potential future is sufficient without assuming responsibility for actively constructing another." Dumbledore nodded, evident approval in his expression. A wise perspective that acknowledges appropriate limitations even within extraordinary capability. The temptation to continuously perfect history based on foreknowledge would represent its own form of tyranny, however benevolent the intention. This philosophical alignment established crucial understanding between them, a shared recognition of both the responsibility and restraint required when handling temporal knowledge. Harry would not actively manipulate timeline development beyond his completed intervention with Riddle, though his presence would inevitably influence events through natural interaction rather than deliberate adjustment. As their meeting concluded, practical arrangements were finalized for managing both Riddle's transition and the secured essence container. Dumbledore would coordinate with ministry departments regarding administrative aspects while Harry maintained primary responsibility for Riddle's immediate support during the challenging adaptation period. "We should meet regularly as this situation evolves," Dumbledore suggested as Harry prepared to depart. "Your unique perspective combined with my established position provides complementary resources for addressing whatever developments emerge." "Agreed," Harry confirmed, gathering his materials while leaving the letter in Dumbledore's possession for continued reference. "Though I believe we should maintain appropriate discretion regarding my true identity and temporal origin. The implications extend beyond what most magical practitioners could reasonably process." "Indeed," Dumbledore concurred. "To the wizarding world, you shall remain Professor Harold Peverell, our exceptional defense against the dark arts instructor with unconventional background and remarkable insight. Only between ourselves need we acknowledge the extraordinary truth beneath that identity." As Harry departed Dumbledore's office shortly after midnight, he experienced complex emotional response to their unprecedented conversation. Relief at finally sharing his true identity after months of careful concealment. Satisfaction at finding genuine understanding of his mission's necessity despite its extraordinary nature. Cautious optimism regarding collaborative management of the complex aftermath his intervention had created. Yet beneath these immediate reactions lay deeper awareness of what his successful mission represented. Not conclusion but transformation, not ending but beginning. Tom Riddle's magic was gone, permanently extracted through the vacuous magic key ritual. The darkest wizard of the age would never rise to power now. But the consequences of this profound historical alteration were only beginning to manifest, creating ripple effects that would transform countless lives in ways impossible to fully predict or control. Harry Potter, Professor Harold Peverell to the wizarding world, had accomplished what no other temporal intervention in magical history had achieved: deliberate, successful alteration of a critical historical junction with potentially global implications. What emerged from this alteration remained to be seen, unfolding day by day through choices made by individuals now freed from the shadow of Voldemort's rise without knowing what darkness they had escaped. As he returned to his quarters in the quiet pre-dawn hours, Harry realized that his greatest challenge lay not behind but ahead, living within the new timeline he had created, watching history unfold along its altered path, and eventually witnessing the birth of a child named Harry Potter who would grow up with parents, godfather, and extended family intact, never knowing the sacrifices made by his temporal counterpart to ensure that precious ordinary life. It was enough, he decided as sleep finally claimed him. More than enough to justify everything the mission had required. Whatever complexity the altered timeline might present, whatever philosophical questions remained unresolved, the simple truth remained: countless lives had been saved through his intervention. His parents would live. Sirius would never be imprisoned. Remus and Tonks would raise their child together. Fred Weasley would grow old alongside his twin. History had been turned back from its darkest path. The rest would unfold as it would, day by day, choice by choice, in the new timeline Harry had created through the most extraordinary magical intervention ever attempted or achieved. Chapter 18, New Beginnings. The Hogwarts Express arrived on September 1st with its customary punctuality, billowing steam across Hogsmeade Station as hundreds of students disembarked into the crisp Scottish evening. Festal drawn carriages waited to transport returning students while Hagrid's familiar call, "Furs years. Furs years over here," guided nervous 11-year-olds toward the traditional boat journey across the Black Lake. Harry watched from a castle window as the procession of carriages wound its way up the sloping path toward Hogwarts. The scene was hauntingly familiar yet subtly different from his memories as a student. tiny variations in tradition that distinguished this era from the one he had originally known. The returning students were blissfully unaware of the momentous change that had occurred during their summer absence, alteration to the timeline that would transform countless lives in ways they would never recognize or understand. In the hospital wing behind him, final arrangements were being implemented for Tom Riddle's departure. The young man who would never become Lord Voldemort sat on the edge of his bed, his trunk packed, his Slytherin robes replaced by nondescript muggle clothing provided by the Ministry's Transition Support Department. His expression revealed nothing of his internal state. The perfect composure that had characterized his magical persona maintained despite his transformed circumstances. The Ministry representatives will arrive shortly after the welcoming feast concludes, Dumbledore was explaining, his manner combining appropriate authority with compassionate awareness of the unprecedented situation. They've arranged temporary accommodation while your longer-term placement is finalized. The transition counselor will accompany you for the initial adjustment period. Riddle nodded, his response calibrated to project reasonable cooperation despite obvious reluctance. And my academic records? Will they be adapted for Muggle educational institutions, or am I expected to begin entirely anew? The question reflected Riddle's characteristic focus on practical advancement even in dramatically altered circumstances. Harry observed with clinical interest, noting how the young man's fundamental nature, ambitious, strategic, focused on maximizing available advantage, remained unchanged despite the absence of his magical abilities. Modified transcripts have been prepared, Dumbledore assured him. Your exceptional academic performance will be appropriately represented in formats recognizable to Muggle educational authorities, with magical subjects translated to their nearest non-magical equivalents. Your intellectual accomplishments remain valid, even as their specific context changes. This information appeared to provide Riddle genuine relief, though he concealed the reaction beneath practiced neutrality. His academic achievements had always represented more than mere accomplishment. They were foundational to his self-concept, evidence of his exceptional nature even within the magical community. Professor Peveril will escort you to Hogsmeade Station through a private exit, Dumbledore continued, using Harry's professional identity in accordance with their agreement to maintain appropriate discretion. This timing should avoid unnecessary interaction with returning students, simplifying the transition for all concerned. Riddle's gaze shifted to Harry, his dark eyes revealing the calculating assessment that had survived intact despite his magical transformation. How considerate, he observed with subtle emphasis that conveyed multiple layers of meaning. Sparing everyone the uncomfortable explanations. Practical rather than merely considerate, Harry replied evenly. Your situation is unprecedented and complex. Public navigation would create unnecessary complications for both you and the returning students during an already challenging transition period. Their exchange maintained the careful boundaries established since Riddle had regained consciousness, professional interaction without pretense of warmth, acknowledgement of the reality without explicitly referencing Harry's deliberate intervention. Both recognized the actual power dynamics beneath the superficial narrative of unfortunate magical accident, yet both maintained the constructed framework that facilitated practical progress. As Dumbledore departed to prepare for the welcoming feast, Harry and Riddle were left in momentary privacy, the first extended direct interaction since the ritual's completion. The hospital wing's silence emphasized the weight of everything unspoken between them, questions unanswered and accusations unvoiced beneath the veneer of procedural cooperation. You've never told me how you knew, Riddle said finally, breaking the silence with unexpected directness. About what I would become. About what I had already done. Things no one could possibly have known. The question revealed authentic curiosity beneath the controlled exterior, the intellectual hunger for understanding that had always characterized Tom Riddle at his core. Harry considered his response carefully, weighing how much truth might be shared without creating unnecessary complications for the timeline he had already altered so profoundly. I know because I've seen it, he replied with measured openness. Not through divination or prophecy, but through direct experience of what Tom Riddle becomes when he continues down the path you had already begun. The murders. The Horcruxes. The systematic destruction of everything that makes magic worthy of its gifts. Riddle's expression revealed nothing, though Harry detected the subtle tension that suggested internal recalculation based on new information. You speak as though you've witnessed future events directly. As though you've encountered this Lord Voldemort personally. I have, Harry confirmed simply. More directly than anyone should ever have to. Something shifted in Riddle's assessment, a new calculation based on impossible implications. Time travel, he concluded with characteristic acuity. Not hours or days, but years. Decades. His eyes narrowed slightly. That should be impossible according to all known magical theory. Many things thought impossible prove merely improbable under specific circumstances, Harry replied, deliberately echoing terminology from their previous academic discussions. Just as magical extraction was considered theoretical until you experienced it directly. Riddle absorbed this revelation with remarkable composure, his brilliant mind clearly processing implications beyond what most wizards could comprehend even with explicit explanation. You came back specifically to stop me, he observed, the statement neither question nor accusation but clinical analysis. To prevent this future you claim to have witnessed. Yes, Harry acknowledged. To prevent thousands of deaths, including those of my own parents. To stop 2 wizarding wars that devastated magical Britain. To save countless lives that would otherwise be destroyed by Lord Voldemort's reign of terror. The directness of this statement created momentary genuine emotion in Riddle's typically controlled expression. A flicker of something between disbelief and reluctant recognition of how seriously the stranger from another time had perceived his potential trajectory. You truly believe I would have caused such destruction, he said finally, his tone suggesting intellectual consideration rather than emotional response. I don't merely believe it. I witnessed it, Harry corrected. I fought against it. I saw what remains of a wizard who splits his soul 7 times in pursuit of immortality. Something less than human, corrupted beyond recognition, powerful but fundamentally broken in ways even he couldn't comprehend. Riddle's gaze dropped briefly to his hands that could no longer channel the exceptional magical power that had defined his identity since discovering his wizarding heritage. When he looked up again, his expression had resumed its perfect composure, though something had shifted subtly in the calculation behind his eyes. And now, he asked with precise neutrality. Having removed my magic and prevented this apocalyptic future, what becomes of Tom Riddle and your grand design? What purpose remains for the would-be Dark Lord rendered ordinary? The question contained multiple dimensions, practical inquiry about his immediate future alongside deeper existential challenges about identity and purpose and a fundamentally altered life trajectory. Harry responded to both aspects with careful honesty. Your immediate future includes structured transition support, educational placement, financial assistance, practical guidance for navigating non-magical society effectively. Beyond that, he paused, considering how to articulate the fundamental truth. Beyond that, your path becomes your own again. Without magic, you'll never become Voldemort, never create Horcruxes, never instigate the wars I witnessed. But what you do become depends entirely on choices you make within your new parameters. Riddle's expression revealed nothing, though Harry sensed the intense calculation occurring beneath the controlled exterior. How disappointingly open-ended, he observed with precise irony. Having traveled through time to prevent one specific future, you seem remarkably uncommitted regarding what alternatives should replace it. Because that's not my decision to make, Harry replied firmly. Preventing catastrophic harm doesn't entitle me to dictate your entire life trajectory. You retain the same fundamental choice every human faces, to build or destroy, to contribute or exploit, to find meaning through connection or isolation. The only difference is that the consequences of those choices will now unfold on human scale rather than magical magnitude. Something flickered briefly across Riddle's features. Frustration, perhaps, or reluctant recognition of the boundary Harry had established. Before he could respond, Madame Finch returned to announce the Ministry representative's imminent arrival, ending their private conversation at its most significant juncture. What followed was carefully choreographed procedure, final medical assessment, formal transfer of responsibility to Ministry transition specialists, and discreet transportation arrangements implemented while returning students made their way toward the Great Hall. Harry accompanied Riddle and the Ministry representatives through hidden corridors and a rarely used side exit, maintaining professional composure throughout the process despite the extraordinary circumstances. At Hogsmeade Station, as Riddle prepared to depart for his new life beyond Hogwarts, he turned to Harry with one final observation. "You've changed everything," he said quietly, his tone revealing neither gratitude nor resentment but clinical acknowledgement of reality. "Yet you have no idea what you've actually created in place of the future you destroyed." "No one ever does," Harry replied simply. "That's how time works, with or without intentional intervention. We make choices, those choices have consequences, and the future emerges from their aggregate effect rather than any single design." Riddle's slight smile contained the first genuine emotion Harry had observed since the ritual, a complex mixture of reluctant respect and lingering calculation. "How philosophically convenient," he observed. "Absolving yourself of responsibility for whatever emerges from your unprecedented interference." "Not absolution," Harry corrected. "Realistic assessment of limited perspective, even with knowledge of one potential timeline. The future remains unwritten, including yours." Their exchange concluded without resolution, Riddle departing with the Ministry contingent while Harry returned to the castle and his role as Professor Peveril. The young man who would never become Lord Voldemort disappeared into the gathering darkness beyond Hogsmeade Station, beginning his journey into a life fundamentally different from anything he had imagined during his years at Hogwarts. Harry rejoined the faculty just as students were filing into the Great Hall for the welcoming feast, slipping into his assigned seat at the staff table with practiced discretion. Professor Marathon, seated to his right, leaned closer with obvious curiosity. "I understand young Mr. Riddle has departed following his unfortunate accident," she commented quietly. "Such a tragedy for someone of his exceptional talent. The headmaster mentioned you were instrumental in managing the situation." "I provided what assistance I could," Harry replied with appropriate modesty. Though his condition represents unprecedented magical circumstances requiring specialized support beyond what Hogwarts could provide. Marisot nodded sympathetically. "Magical core collapse, extraordinary and deeply unfortunate. In all my years teaching defense, I've only encountered theoretical references to such conditions. To witness it in a student of Riddle's caliber seems particularly cruel twist of fate." Harry maintained his professional expression while noting the irony of discussing cruel fate regarding someone who would have inflicted far greater cruelty had intervention not occurred. "Mr. Riddle's intellectual capabilities remain intact," he observed neutrally. "His path will be different, but not without potential significance." Further discussion was forestalled by Headmaster Ditpet rising to welcome returning students and initiate the sorting ceremony for nervously assembled first years. The familiar ritual proceeded with timeless predictability, the sorting hat song, anxious 11-year-olds approaching the stool one by one, triumphant house tables welcoming their newest members with enthusiastic applause. Throughout these proceedings, Harry observed ripples of confusion spreading among the Slytherin table as returning students noticed Riddle's absence. The young wizard's perfect prefect image and carefully cultivated influence had created a power structure within his house that now faced unexpected reconfiguration. Whispered questions passed between students, confused glances exchanged, while Slughorn's expression revealed genuine distress at his favorite student's unexplained absence. Headmaster Ditpet addressed the matter directly in his welcoming remarks, implementing the narrative Harry and Dumbledore had carefully constructed. Before we enjoy our excellent feast, I must share unfortunate news regarding one of our students, he announced with appropriate gravity. Tom Riddle of Slytherin House experienced a serious magical accident during authorized summer research observation. The incident resulted in an extremely rare condition known as magical core collapse, requiring his withdrawal from Hogwarts for specialized treatment and adaptation assistance. Shocked murmurs spread throughout the hall, Riddle's reputation for magical brilliance making this development particularly stunning to the student body. Dip-Pet allowed the reaction before continuing with well-rehearsed explanation. While this condition is unprecedented in Hogwarts' recent history, Professor Peveril's expertise in essence-level magical phenomena has proven invaluable in establishing appropriate support structures. Mr. Riddle's academic achievements remain recognized despite this unfortunate development, and the entire Hogwarts community extends best wishes for his adaptation to these challenging circumstances. The explanation, while technically accurate in describing Riddle's current condition, revealed nothing about its actual cause or Harry's deliberate role in creating it. To the student body and most faculty, the narrative presented tragic magical accident rather than intentional intervention to prevent catastrophic future harm. As the feast proceeded following this announcement, Harry observed the varying reactions among students and staff with clinical interest. Slughorn appeared genuinely devastated, the loss of his most promising student representing significant personal and professional disappointment. The Slytherin table displayed complex recalibration, older students who had been part of Riddle's inner circle exchanging significant glances while others appeared confused or curious rather than personally affected. At the Gryffindor table, Minerva McGonagall's expression revealed thoughtful assessment rather than mere shock, her exceptional perceptiveness perhaps detecting something beyond the official narrative. Nearby, Euphemia Wright, Harry's future grandmother, though she couldn't possibly know it, seemed more concerned with comforting visibly distressed first-years than processing Riddle's situation specifically. These observations reinforced Harry's awareness of how profoundly he had altered history through his intervention. Tom Riddle's absence would create subtle but significant shifts throughout Hogwarts' social and academic ecosystem, ripple effects extending far beyond the prevention of his dark trajectory. Power dynamics would recalibrate, different student leaders would emerge, relationships would form that might never have existed in the original timeline. And beyond Hogwarts, the long-term implications extended further still. Without Voldemort's rise, the political landscape of magical Britain would develop along entirely different lines. Families that would have been decimated in the original timeline would remain intact, their descendants contributing to wizarding society in ways impossible to predict. Even Muggle history might shift subtly through the absence of mysterious tragedies that had actually represented Death Eater activities in the original timeline. As the welcoming feast concluded and students departed for their dormitories, Dumbledore appeared at Harry's side with characteristic perfect timing. The initial transition appears to have proceeded smoothly, he observed quietly. Though I suspect we'll observe interesting adjustments in the coming weeks as students process Mr. Riddle's unexpected departure. Particularly within Slytherin House, Harry agreed. His influence extended beyond mere academic excellence into carefully maintained power structures that will require significant reconfiguration. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes reflected thoughtful assessment as he surveyed the departing students. One wonders how different social dynamics might develop without his particular influence shaping peer relationships. A natural experiment in alternative social evolution, one might say. The observation captured precisely what Harry had been contemplating, how his intervention would create not merely absence of specific harm but presence of entirely different developmental trajectories throughout the school and beyond. Every student who had been influenced by Riddle, positively or negatively, would now experience different formative interactions shaping their emerging identities and future choices. The most profound changes often emerge from altered relationships rather than dramatic events, Harry noted. Connections formed or broken, mentorship present or absent, influence directed toward construction rather than exploitation. A perspective refined through temporal comparison, I imagine, Dumbledore replied with subtle acknowledgement of Harry's unique position. Few have opportunity to observe how such seemingly minor variations create fundamentally different outcomes over extended time frames. Their conversation continued as they walked from the Great Hall toward their respective quarters, discussing practical arrangements for the coming academic term while privately considering the deeper implications of the altered timeline they now inhabited. For most around them, life would proceed with apparent normalcy, unaware of the catastrophic future that had been averted through Harry's unprecedented intervention. The following days established new patterns as Hogwarts settled into its academic rhythm with one significant absence. Harry's teaching responsibilities resumed with familiar structure, though subtle differences emerged in student dynamics without Riddle's presence. Classes that would have featured his perfectly calculated contributions now developed different discussion patterns. Students who might have remained silent in his shadow demonstrated greater participation. The overall academic environment shifted in ways small but meaningful, like an ecosystem adjusting after removal of a dominant species. Within Slytherin House, the reconfiguration proved most pronounced. Riddle's carefully constructed influence network faced fundamental restructuring, creating both conflict and opportunity among his former associates. Some attempted to claim his abandoned position, others formed new alliances based on shared interests rather than deference to established hierarchy. Slughorn watched with visible distress as his carefully cultivated Slug Club realigned without its most promising member. Harry observed these developments with professional attention while maintaining appropriate boundaries around his role. As defense against the dark arts professor, his responsibility remained providing quality magical education rather than actively shaping the social recalibration occurring around him. Yet his awareness of the original timeline created unique perspective on how these adjustments represented improvement rather than mere change, developing more authentic relationships without Riddle's manipulative influence distorting natural social evolution. 1 week into the term, Harry received his first official update regarding Tom Riddle's transition. The ministry report, delivered through secure owl post directly to his quarters, provided clinical assessment of initial adaptation progress without revealing specific location or detailed placement information, security protocols Harry himself had recommended during transition planning. The report confirmed what he had anticipated based on his understanding of Riddle's fundamental nature. The young man had demonstrated exceptional adaptive capacity despite profound circumstantial change, quickly mastering basic Muggle interaction protocols while displaying advanced academic capability during preliminary educational assessment. His intellectual performance had impressed transition specialists sufficiently to recommend accelerated placement in elite Muggle academic institutions rather than standard integration programs. Most notably, Riddle had maintained perfect behavioral compliance while revealing minimal emotional response to his transformed circumstances. The psychological assessment noted this as both strength and potential concern, adaptive in preventing counterproductive emotional reactions but potentially indicating suppressed trauma that might manifest in problematic ways if not properly addressed through ongoing support services. Harry studied the report with careful attention, seeking indications of Riddle's potential trajectory beyond these initial adjustments. Without magic, his capacity for large-scale harm had been permanently restricted, yet his exceptional intelligence, manipulative capability, and profound ambition remained intact. What these characteristics might produce in non-magical contexts remained unpredictable, though Harry believed the constraints of Muggle existence would naturally limit potential negative outcomes to conventional human scale rather than magical magnitude. The following evening brought Harry's previously arranged tea with Dumbledore, their first extended private conversation since the dramatic revelations regarding his temporal origin. The Deputy Headmaster's office provided comfortable privacy for discussing matters too sensitive for general faculty awareness, their shared knowledge of Harry's true identity creating unique foundation for addressing the altered timeline's ongoing development. Our young colleague appears to be adapting well to his transformed circumstances, Dumbledore observed after they had exchanged initial pleasantries. The Ministry report suggests remarkable resilience despite unprecedented transition challenges. Tom Riddle's adaptive capability was always exceptional, Harry noted, accepting the offered teacup with appreciation for the momentary normalcy it represented. His survival from earliest childhood depended on quickly assessing changing circumstances and maximizing available advantages within whatever parameters existed. A capacity that served him well throughout his Hogwarts career, Dumbledore agreed, his expression thoughtful. One wonders how it will manifest in non-magical contexts, without extraordinary power to implement his considerable ambitions. That represents the essential experiment, Harry acknowledged. Whether exceptional intellect and ambition without magical capacity produces contribution or exploitation depends on fundamental character elements that remain uncertain even with my knowledge of one potential timeline. Their conversation expanded to broader considerations regarding the altered historical trajectory Harry's intervention had created. Dumbledore, with characteristic perception, had identified several probable divergence points where absence of Voldemort's future influence would likely create significant historical variations. The pureblood supremacist movement will undoubtedly persist given its deep historical roots, he observed, but without Tom Riddle's exceptional leadership and strategic vision, it may never coalesce into the organized terrorist force your original timeline experienced. More likely it continues as unpleasant but relatively contained political faction rather than revolutionary movement. Similar to Grindelwald's defeat altering continental European magical politics, Harry agreed, noting the parallel without explicitly referencing Dumbledore's personal connection to that particular historical junction. Ideologies persist but require exceptional leadership to transform from theoretical perspective to active revolutionary movement. They explored other probable variations, how different ministry policies might develop without anticipation of Voldemort's rise, how international magical relations would evolve without British wizarding wars creating global instability, how individual families would flourish without the decimation Harry had witnessed in his original timeline. Most poignantly, they discussed the lives saved through Harry's intervention, not merely future generations protected from war, but specific individuals Harry had known personally who would now experience completely different life trajectories. Your parents will grow up without war shadowing their adolescence, Dumbledore noted gently, recognizing the emotional significance beneath Harry's careful composure. Your godfather will never experience Azkaban's horrors. The friends he mentioned, the Weasley family, Remus Lupin and his wife, so many others, will live without the losses that defined their experiences in your original timeline. While never knowing what alternative fate they escaped, Harry added, the observation containing complex emotional freight. Living ordinary lives without recognizing how extraordinary that ordinary existence actually represents compared to what might have been. The greatest gift, perhaps, Dumbledore suggested. Ordinary happiness untroubled by awareness of narrowly avoided catastrophe. The freedom to develop without shadow of predestined conflicts shaping one's fundamental identity. This observation struck profound chord with Harry, articulating something he had felt but not fully processed about his own transformed role in this altered timeline. Unlike his original existence, defined from infancy by prophesied conflict with Voldemort, his current identity as Professor Peverell existed outside predetermined destiny. For the first time since learning of his wizarding heritage, his choices served no greater cosmic purpose, fulfilled no prophecy, aligned with no predetermined pattern beyond his own authentic values. It's strange, he acknowledged quietly. After a lifetime defined by external expectations and predetermined conflicts, to exist without specific destiny. To make choices without their significance extending beyond ordinary consequence. Yet perhaps the most authentic existence possible, Dumbledore suggested. Choices made for their inherent value rather than their alignment with predetermined narrative. Identity developed through genuine self-discovery rather than assigned role fulfillment. The observation offered perspective Harry hadn't fully considered, that his current existence, despite its temporal displacement and constructed identity, might represent more authentic self-expression than his original timeline had permitted. As merely Professor Harold Peveril rather than the boy who lived or the chosen one, his actions carried purely personal significance rather than prophetic weight or symbolic meaning for an entire magical community. Their conversation continued through various practical matters: academic planning for the current term, logistics for monitoring Riddle's ongoing transition, arrangements for securing the extracted essence container at the Department of Mysteries. Yet beneath these functional considerations lay deeper shared understanding of how profoundly Harry's intervention had transformed magical history through removal of its darkest figure before his full emergence. As Harry departed Dumbledore's office that evening, he paused briefly by a window overlooking the Hogwarts grounds. Students moved across the lawns enjoying the last warmth of early autumn sunshine. Their ordinary activities, studying under trees, practicing simple charms, engaging in animated conversations about classwork and Quidditch, representing precisely the normal existence his intervention had been designed to protect. Among them walked Minerva McGonagall and several seventh-year Gryffindors, their academic discussion punctuated by occasional laughter. Nearby, Euphemia Wright demonstrated a complex wand movement to younger students, her natural teaching ability evident even from a distance. By the lake's edge, Hagrid, still a third-year student following his unjust expulsion engineered by Riddle, worked with Professor Kettleburn caring for magical creatures with the gentle enthusiasm that characterized him across timelines. These ordinary moments, unremarkable to their participants, represented extraordinary achievement to Harry's temporal perspective. Each student moving freely across the grounds would develop along natural trajectory without war or terror shaping their formative experiences. Each relationship would evolve according to authentic connection rather than crisis-forged necessity. Each family would remain intact rather than suffering losses that had defined Harry's original timeline. Worth it, he murmured to himself, the simple articulation containing complex emotional recognition of what his intervention had accomplished despite its philosophical complexity and personal cost. Whatever challenges the altered timeline might present, maintaining his constructed identity, managing Riddle's ongoing transition, navigating the theoretical temporal anomalies of his continued existence, the fundamental worth of preventing Voldemort's rise remained absolute. The lives saved, suffering prevented, and communities preserved justified everything the mission had required, creating foundation for whatever future might emerge from his unprecedented intervention. As evening's shadows lengthened across the Hogwarts grounds, Harry returned to his quarters to prepare for tomorrow's classes. Professor Harold Peveril had defense against the dark arts lessons to plan, student essays to evaluate, and practical demonstrations to arrange, ordinary responsibilities that represented extraordinary privilege after the conflict-defined existence he had known in his original timeline. For now, it was enough. More than enough to justify everything the extraordinary journey through time had required. The darkest wizard of the age would never rise to power now. History had been turned toward hope rather than horror. The rest would unfold as it would, choice by choice, day by day, in the new beginning Harry had created through the most consequential magical intervention ever accomplished. Chapter 19, Divergent Paths. Spring arrived at Hogwarts in a riot of vivid green, transforming the grounds from winter's austere beauty to vibrant renewal. The ancient castle seemed to exhale after months of Scottish winter, its stone walls warmed by strengthening sunlight while students shed heavy cloaks for lighter garments during outdoor lessons and weekend Hogsmeade visits. Harry stood at his office window watching sixth-years practicing defensive shield variations on the lawn below, their movements precise after months of consistent instruction, their magical coordination reflecting significant improvements since September. Professor Harold Peveril's teaching methods had proven remarkably effective throughout his first academic year, earning respect from colleagues and students alike despite initial skepticism regarding his unconventional background. 7 months had passed since the vacuous magic key ritual had permanently altered magical history. 7 months since Tom Riddle departed Hogwarts without his magic, beginning an entirely different life trajectory than the one Harry had witnessed in his original timeline. 7 months of observing subtle but significant variations in how events unfolded without Voldemort's shadow lurking in potential futures. A tap at his door interrupted Harry's contemplation. "Enter," he called, turning from the window to find Albus Dumbledore standing in the doorway, a sealed parchment in hand and thoughtful expression on his face. "I've received the quarterly update," Dumbledore explained without preamble, understanding that no clarification was needed between them regarding the subject. Their shared knowledge of Harry's true identity and mission had created unique foundation for direct communication about matters requiring discretion from the wider wizarding community. Harry gestured toward comfortable chairs near the fireplace, the same location where he had once conducted academic consultations with Tom Riddle during their careful dance of mentor and subject. "Anything significant to report?" Dumbledore settled into one chair while Harry took the other, the familiar arrangement having hosted numerous private discussions regarding the altered timeline's development. The deputy headmaster unsealed the parchment with practiced movement, scanning its contents briefly before summarizing. "Our former student continues demonstrating exceptional adaptation to his circumstances," he noted, using careful terminology that would reveal nothing to potential eavesdroppers. "He's been placed at Winchester College following comprehensive assessment, a prestigious Muggle academic institution where his intellectual capabilities can develop appropriately." Academic placement was always the least concerning aspect, Harry observed, accepting the parchment to study its specific details. His exceptional intelligence remains intact despite the transformation. The ministry report contained comprehensive updates regarding Tom Riddle's integration into non-magical society following his departure from Hogwarts. After initial transition support and educational assessment, he had been placed at one of Britain's most elite Muggle schools under carefully constructed background narrative explaining his unusual educational history. The institution provided both academic rigor matching his intellectual capacity and structured environment ensuring appropriate supervision during critical adaptation phases. "His performance exceeds all academic expectations," Harry noted, scanning the detailed assessment. "Top of his form in mathematics, sciences, classical languages." Teachers describe him as brilliantly focused and destined for Oxford or Cambridge. Unsurprising given his fundamental capabilities, Dumbledore acknowledged. Yet the psychological evaluation presents more complex assessment. Harry nodded, finding the section detailing Riddle's emotional and social adaptation. While outwardly demonstrating perfect composure and appropriate behavioral integration, psychological specialists reported concerning emotional patterns beneath the controlled exterior, profound detachment, absence of genuine connection, and calculated rather than authentic social engagement. "He's functioning rather than flourishing," Harry summarized, recognizing familiar patterns from his knowledge of Riddle's fundamental nature. "Adapting with extraordinary efficiency while maintaining internal isolation that preceded his magical loss." Indeed. Dumbledore's expression revealed thoughtful concern without surprise. The question becomes whether non-magical environment might eventually foster genuine connection where magical education did not, or whether his fundamental character structure remains fixed regardless of circumstantial transformation. Harry considered this question carefully, drawing on both his knowledge of the original timeline and his direct observations during their final interactions. Tom Riddle's capacity for authentic connection was compromised long before he discovered magic, he noted. The orphanage environment, early childhood abandonment, and innate psychological predisposition created patterns unlikely to change merely through altered circumstances. Yet without magic as implementing mechanism, those patterns manifest differently, Dumbledore observed. The report indicates no behavioral concerns beyond appropriate adolescent boundary testing. His relationships, while clearly strategic rather than emotionally invested, remain within normal parameters for his peer group. This assessment aligned with Harry's expectations for Riddle's non-magical trajectory. Without magical ability to implement his darkest impulses or extend his influence beyond ordinary human limitations, his fundamental nature expressed itself through conventional channels rather than extraordinary malevolence. His ambition, cunning, and exceptional intelligence now served academic advancement and social positioning rather than pursuit of magical dominance and immortality. The monitoring protocols appear adequate, Harry concluded after reviewing the comprehensive security arrangements embedded within Riddle's transition structure. Regular assessment without obvious surveillance, appropriate placement providing both opportunity and boundaries, contingency measures should concerning patterns emerge. Though such measures remain largely precautionary rather than actively necessary, Dumbledore noted. Without magical ability, even worst-case scenarios present conventional rather than extraordinary threat profiles. This fundamental reality represented the core success of Harry's intervention. Tom Riddle without magic might still harbor dark impulses, might still manipulate those around him, might still pursue power within available parameters, but he would never become Lord Voldemort, never create Horcruxes, never instigate wizarding wars. His potential harm had been permanently constrained to individual human scale rather than magical magnitude. Their conversations shifted to broader developments within the altered timeline, subtle variations emerging across wizarding society as Riddle's accents created space for different relationship patterns and leadership structures. Within Hogwarts itself, Slytherin House had gradually recalibrated its internal hierarchies, new student leaders emerging where Riddle's carefully constructed influence network had once dominated. Orion Black appears to have assumed primary leadership among the Slytherin's sixth years, Dumbledore observed. Though without Riddle's particular magnetism or manipulative capability. A more conventional pure-blood heir approach rather than transformative presence. Creating space for different relationship patterns across house boundaries, Harry added, noting positive developments he had observed during recent months. Students who might have been drawn into dark trajectories through Riddle's influence are forming healthier connections without that specific pressure point. This represented perhaps the most meaningful secondary effect of Harry's intervention, not merely removing Voldemort himself but preventing the corruption of an entire generation that would have formed his initial power base. Young wizards and witches who would have become the first Death Eaters in the original timeline now developed along different paths, their natural capabilities directed toward construction rather than destruction. After concluding their review of the Ministry report, Dumbledore and Harry discussed upcoming end-of-year arrangements for the current academic term. Harry had accepted Dippet's invitation to return as defense professor for the following year, establishing continuity that would further strengthen his position within the altered timeline. This decision reflected both practical considerations regarding his temporal displacement and genuine satisfaction with the meaningful role teaching provided in this new reality. As their meeting concluded, Dumbledore raised one final matter with characteristic perceptiveness. "You received correspondence from America recently," he observed casually. "A personal connection from your time there, perhaps?" Harry smiled slightly at the subtle probe, Dumbledore's way of expressing interest in his adjustment beyond professional responsibilities. "Not personal in the conventional sense," he clarified. "I've established communication with certain magical researchers whose work aligns with areas I studied before coming to Hogwarts. Maintaining academic connections supports my professional development while providing intellectual engagement beyond teaching responsibilities." The explanation was technically accurate while concealing deeper purpose. The magical researchers were actually specialized temporal theorists Harry had carefully identified through extensive library research, their work representing the most advanced understanding of potential temporal anomalies in this era. Their correspondence, conducted through elaborately secured channels, provided critical perspective on questions regarding his continued existence within the altered timeline, particularly as history approached what would have been his birth year. A wise approach to professional development, Dumbledore approved, respecting the boundaries Harry had established around this particular aspect of his temporal situation. "Though I trust these connections don't presage consideration of alternative employment opportunities. Hogwarts would be diminished by your departure." "No current plans to leave," Harry assured him truthfully. "My work here remains both meaningful and necessary. These connections simply provide additional perspective that complements rather than replaces my Hogwarts responsibilities." With this matter addressed, they separated to their respective duties, Dumbledore to advance transfiguration instruction, Harry to final preparation for his afternoon defense practical with fourth-year Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Their unique alliance continued providing essential foundation for managing the altered timeline's development. Dumbledore's established position complementing Harry's temporal knowledge to address challenges neither could handle alone. Underscore 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 underscore. 2 weeks later, Harry found himself in London on rare weekend away from Hogwarts, ostensibly visiting specialized magical archives for research supporting his defense curriculum. While this purpose was genuine, it served secondary function as cover for direct observation activity he had carefully planned since receiving the Ministry's update regarding Tom Riddle's placement. Winchester College sat distinguished by centuries of tradition, its medieval buildings housing Britain's intellectual elite within structured environment balancing academic rigor with appropriate adolescent development. Harry observed from discreet distance, his appearance modified through subtle muggle-passing transfiguration rather than obvious magical disguise. His aura training provided exceptional observation techniques requiring minimal magic, allowing him to assess Riddle's adaptation through direct visual confirmation rather than merely official reports. The Sunday afternoon provided perfect opportunity for such assessment, students enjoying regulated free time within the college grounds and adjacent cathedral precincts. Harry's patience was rewarded when Tom Riddle emerged from one of the historic buildings, a leather satchel over one shoulder, an expression of perfect composure masking whatever thoughts occupied his brilliant mind. Even from a distance, the transformation was evident. Riddle had adapted his appearance to match his new environment with characteristic precision, Muggle school uniform worn with the same immaculate attention to detail that had characterized his Hogwarts presentation. His physical bearing retained the confident grace that had always distinguished him, though Harry noted subtle difference in how he carried himself without magical power providing underlying foundation for his presence. Most interesting was the small group that joined Riddle on the ancient quadrangle. 3 other students whose deferential positioning suggested the same careful cultivation of followers he had implemented at Hogwarts. Even without magic, his exceptional intelligence and strategic interpersonal skills had apparently recreated familiar social patterns, gathering those who recognized his capabilities while providing benefits he deemed useful in return. Harry observed this interaction with clinical interest, noting both parallels and differences compared to Riddle's Hogwarts relationships. The dynamic appeared less overtly hierarchical than his Slytherin associations had been, suggesting adaptation to Muggle social expectations rather than magical pureblood traditions. Yet the fundamental pattern remained, Riddle at the center, others oriented around his presence in carefully managed positions serving his underlying objectives. As the group moved toward the cathedral grounds, Harry maintained discreet distance while considering what this observation revealed about Riddle's non-magical trajectory. The fundamental architecture of his approach to relationships remained intact, strategic rather than emotional connection, cultivation of useful associates rather than authentic friendship, positioning for maximum advantage within whatever environment existed. Yet without magic to implement his darkest impulses or elevate his ambitions beyond conventional boundaries, these patterns expressed themselves through ordinary achievement rather than extraordinary malevolence. Harry's assessment confirmed what the Ministry reports had suggested. Tom Riddle was adapting with exceptional efficiency to his non-magical circumstances, redirecting his formidable intellect and ambition toward achievement within conventional parameters while maintaining the fundamental character structure that had defined him across timelines. He would likely attain significant success within Muggle contexts, academic brilliance leading to prestigious university placement, professional achievement in whatever field he selected, potential influence through conventional channels rather than magical domination. Yet this ordinary success, however impressive by conventional standards, represented profound victory for Harry's intervention. Tom Riddle might become exceptional lawyer, doctor, professor, or businessman, might manipulate those around him through non-magical means, might even achieve positions of genuine influence within Muggle society. But he would never become Lord Voldemort, never fracture his soul through murder and Horcrux creation, never instigate the wizarding wars that had defined Harry's original timeline. As Harry completed his observation and prepared to return to Wizarding London, he experienced complex emotional response to witnessing this transformed trajectory. No triumph or vindication, merely sober recognition of necessary intervention successfully implemented. Tom Riddle would live a life neither Harry nor anyone else had specifically designed for him. His choices constrained by absence of magic, but still fundamentally his own within those new parameters. Underscore 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 underscore. Spring advanced towards summer as Hogwarts completed its academic year, exams administered, achievements celebrated, and students prepared for holiday departures. Harry found himself increasingly comfortable in his role as Professor Peverell, the initial strangeness of temporal displacement gradually replaced by genuine integration into this alternative timeline. His teaching methods had proven remarkably effective, combining practical experience from his Auror career with theoretical knowledge from his own defensive education. Students demonstrated significant improvement across all year groups, their practical capabilities matching or exceeding curriculum standards while developing genuine appreciation for defensive magic's ethical dimensions alongside its technical elements. Beyond professional accomplishments, Harry had established measured personal connections appropriate for his position and constructed identity. Regular discussions with Dumbledore provided intellectual engagement alongside practical collaboration managing timeline alterations. Professional friendships with certain faculty members offered social interaction without compromising his necessary boundaries around temporal origin and mission details. Most significantly, Harry had developed growing appreciation for the ordinary existence his intervention had created, not merely for others whose lives would unfold without Voldemort's shadow, but for himself as Professor Harold Peverell rather than the boy who lived or the chosen one. Without prophecy or predetermined destinies shaping his choices, his actions carried personal rather than cosmic significance, creating freedom he had never experienced in his original timeline. This perspective crystallized during the leaving feast as Harry observed students celebrating terms end with ordinary enthusiasm. Quidditch Cup and House Cup awarded, 7th years commemorating their completion, younger students anticipating summer freedom before next year's return. The Great Hall radiated simple joy untroubled by darker currents that had characterized similar gatherings in his student experience. No looming threat, no underlying tension, no sense that these moments represented brief respite before inevitable conflict. "They have no idea what they've been spared," Dumbledore commented quietly from his position beside Harry at the staff table. "The ordinary happiness they take for granted represents extraordinary achievement from your temporal perspective." "That's precisely what makes it valuable," Harry replied, watching Minerva McGonagall celebrate with fellow 7th years completing their Hogwarts education. Ordinary life untroubled by awareness of narrowly avoided catastrophe. The freedom to develop natural trajectory without shadow of predetermined conflict. His gaze moved across the hall, noting students whose lives would unfold entirely differently than in his original timeline. Minerva would pursue transfiguration mastery without wizarding war interrupting her studies or forcing premature responsibilities upon her brilliant mind. Hagrid, though still unjustly expelled through Riddle's earlier machinations, would develop his magical creature expertise without Death Eaters targeting him for his loyalty to Dumbledore. Countless others would build families, careers, and communities without Voldemort's terror decimating entire generations. "Your adjustment appears increasingly successful," Dumbledore observed with characteristic perceptiveness. "Professor Peverell seems less constructed identity and more authentic integration as time progresses. The boundaries between who I was and who I am have become less distinct," Harry acknowledged. Teaching provides purpose aligned with my fundamental values while maintaining appropriate discretion around temple complications. It feels increasingly natural. Perhaps because it represents continuation rather than departure from your essential character, Dumbledore suggested. Different context but similar core, protecting others through knowledge rather than direct intervention, guiding development rather than controlling outcomes. This observation captured something Harry had been gradually recognizing about his adapted life in the altered timeline. While circumstances and identity had changed dramatically, his fundamental approach remained consistent with the values that had defined him in his original existence: protecting the vulnerable, opposing darkness without becoming it, finding meaning through contribution rather than control. As the feast concluded and students departed for summer holidays, Harry completed his term's administrative responsibilities with efficient attention to detail. Final grades submitted, classroom materials properly stored, professional development plans articulated for the coming academic year. Each ordinary task represented extraordinary privilege after the conflict-defined existence he had known previously, the luxury of planning future lessons without wondering whether he would survive to teach them. Before departing Hogwarts for his own modest summer arrangements, Harry held one final meeting with Dumbledore to address ongoing monitoring of the altered timeline's development. The deputy headmaster had agreed to maintain discreet observation of certain critical variation points while Harry conducted specialized research regarding his own temporal situation. The ministry will continue quarterly assessment of our former students' adaptation, Dumbledore confirmed as they reviewed summer protocols. Though all indications suggest increasingly routine integration rather than emerging concerns. Expected but nonetheless reassuring, Harry acknowledged. Though monitoring should continue through critical developmental junctures regardless of apparent stability. Their discussion expanded to broader considerations regarding Harry's temple research plans for the summer months. While maintaining appropriate discretion around specific details, he explained his intention to consult specialized resources regarding certain theoretical questions his situation presented. As the timeline approaches what would have been my parents' adolescence, certain temporal questions become increasingly relevant, he noted. Whether my continued existence might create complications as history approaches my original entry point, how potential paradox scenarios might manifest regarding my birth and childhood, whether temporal resolution might occur naturally or require specific preparation. Profound theoretical considerations without conventional precedent, Dumbledore observed. Though perhaps less urgent than immediate practical concerns given the significant time frame before such junctures would manifest. Preparation remains prudent nonetheless, Harry replied. Understanding potential scenarios allows appropriate contingencies regardless of which theoretical model proves accurate. With summer arrangements confirmed, they parted with mutual respect that had deepened through months of collaborative timeline management. Harry would maintain periodic correspondence regarding significant developments, while Dumbledore would provide updates on Wizarding Britain's evolution without Tom Riddle's dark influence shaping its trajectory. As Harry departed Hogwarts the following morning, traveling by conventional magical means rather than the extraordinary temporal displacement that had originally brought him to this era, he experienced complex emotional response to completing his first academic year in the altered timeline. Satisfaction at genuine professional accomplishment alongside continued vigilance regarding potential temporal complications. Appreciation for ordinary existence alongside awareness of its extraordinary origin. Connection to his constructed identity alongside memories of the life he had left behind. His summer itinerary had been carefully planned to balance multiple objectives, maintaining his established identity as Professor Peverell through appropriate professional activities while pursuing specialized temple research in locations offering relevant resources. This research represented not anxiety about his continued existence, but prudent exploration of theoretical questions his unprecedented situation presented. The American correspondence Dumbledore had noted provided foundation for Harry's primary summer destination, the Massachusetts Institute of Magical Theory, where cutting-edge temple research offered potential insights unavailable in British magical institutions. His constructed academic background provided perfect cover for visiting such facilities. Professor Peveril's specialized defensive expertise creating natural exchange opportunity with American magical researchers. As magical Britain receded beneath him during international port key transit, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment. From orphaned infant marked by prophecy to time-traveling interventionist permanently altering magical history, a trajectory no one could have predicted when Hagrid first told him he was a wizard all those years ago and timeline shifts away. Yet within that extraordinary journey, he had ultimately found something surprisingly ordinary, meaningful work aligned with his values, connection with those who shared his fundamental perspective, and freedom to make choices based on authentic preference rather than predetermined destiny. Tom Riddle would never become Lord Voldemort now. History had been turned from its darkest path toward hopeful alternative development. And Harry Potter, living as Professor Harold Peveril, had found unexpected peace in the altered timeline his unprecedented intervention had created. Underscore 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 underscore. Cambridge University Library presented imposing facade of academic tradition as Tom Riddle approached its entrance. Summer sunlight illuminating centuries-old architecture housing one of the world's great repositories of knowledge. His school term had concluded with predictable accolades, highest marks across all subjects, faculty commendations suggesting extraordinary potential, conditional acceptance to Oxford pending final examination results the following year. These achievements represented merely foundational steps in his recalibrated trajectory, necessary advancement toward objectives adapted to his transformed circumstances. Without magic to implement his original ambitions, Tom had methodically assessed available paths within his new parameters, identifying academic excellence as optimal initial approach toward whatever influence remained possible in his constrained existence. The library visit had been carefully arranged to his history master at Winchester, who had connections with Cambridge faculty impressed by Tom's exceptional academic performance. This introduction provided access normally restricted to university students and established researchers, early advantage in his strategic positioning for university placement and subsequent opportunities. As he entered the historical collection section with its rare volumes and specialized research materials, Tom experienced familiar sensation of calculated awareness, subtle prickling at his consciousness suggesting observation beyond ordinary attention. Since his departure from Hogwarts, he had noticed such moments occasionally during his adaptation to non-magical existence. Never obvious surveillance, merely brief impressions of focused attention from unidentified observers assessing his integration from discrete distance. He neither acknowledged nor overtly reacted to these observations, maintaining perfect external composure while internally cataloging each instance with characteristic precision. If wizards were monitoring his adaptation, and logic suggested they would implement such precautions given his abrupt transition, revealing awareness would provide no strategic advantage. Better to maintain apparent ignorance while adapting his planning accordingly. The library's specialized historical collection provided materials unavailable at Winchester, including rare volumes on ancient civilizations and historical power structures relevant to his current research focus. While magic had been permanently removed from his capabilities, knowledge remained accessible tool, particularly knowledge regarding how exceptional individuals throughout history had achieved significant influence through non-magical means. As he reviewed materials meticulously curated for his visit, Tom reflected on the extraordinary transformation that had reshaped his existence. 7 months had passed since Professor Peveril had implemented the ritual that permanently extracted his magical core, altering his life trajectory more profoundly than any prior experience. 7 months of methodical adaptation to reality without the power that had defined his identity since discovering his wizarding heritage. The initial adjustment had presented significant challenges beneath his carefully maintained exterior composure. physical disorientation as his body adapted to absence of magical core that had previously integrated with every system. Cognitive recalibration as his brilliant mind processed complete transformation of his fundamental capabilities. Strategic reassessment as all previous plans became instantly obsolete, requiring comprehensive reconstruction of his approach to existence itself. Yet adaptation had always been his exceptional strength. Survival from earliest childhood dependent on quickly assessing changed circumstances and maximizing available advantages within whatever parameters existed. While magic's absence represented unprecedented parameter shift, his fundamental adaptive capacity remained intact, allowing methodical reconstruction of viable trajectory within his new limitations. The months at Winchester had provided structured environment for this adaptation, its academic rigor matching his intellectual capabilities while its established traditions offered framework for understanding non-magical status hierarchies and influence mechanisms. He had quickly identified optimal positioning within this new ecosystem. Academic excellence providing foundation while strategic relationship development created necessary support structure for his reconstructed ambitions. What those ambitions might ultimately manifest remained under continuous assessment as Tom explored available paths within his constrained existence. Without magic to implement his original objectives, immortality through Horcruxes, dominance through exceptional magical power, transformation of wizarding society through controlled revolution, he required entirely new strategic framework for his fundamental drives. Ordinary success by Muggle standards presented insufficient substitution. Becoming merely successful doctor, lawyer, politician, or businessman would represent insulting diminishment rather than acceptable adaptation. Yet his research suggested potential alternatives worthy of his exceptional capabilities, historical examples of non-magical individuals who achieved extraordinary influence through systematic application of intelligence, strategic vision, and fundamental understanding of human nature. Alexander constructing empire through military strategy and psychological mastery of diverse populations. Caesar transforming republic through political manipulation and strategic alliance formation. Napoleon rebuilding society through systematic application of rational principles to governmental structures. Different methodologies but similar outcomes. Exceptional individuals achieving extraordinary influence through non-magical means, their impact extending far beyond ordinary human limitations despite absence of wizarding capabilities. As Tom carefully documented relevant information from Cambridge's historical collection, his brilliant mind continuously processed implications for his own adapted trajectory. Without magic to implement his darkest impulses or extend his existence beyond normal human limitations, different approaches would be required, more subtle, more patient, more strategically calibrated to non-magical parameters. Oxford would provide next advancement platform, its exceptional resources and connection networks offering expanded opportunities beyond Winchester's admittedly excellent but ultimately preparatory environment. From there, carefully selected professional path would establish foundational positioning for whatever ultimate direction proved optimal following comprehensive assessment of available influence channels in non-magical contexts. Though magic had been permanently removed from his capabilities, Tom Riddle's fundamental nature remained intact. Exceptional intelligence, profound ambition, perfect self-discipline, and underlying drive for power that transcended specific implementing mechanisms. Professor Peveril's intervention had eliminated one particular expression of these characteristics, but could not alter the essential architecture of his being. The professor himself presented continuing analytical puzzle in Tom's assessment of his transformed circumstances. The extraordinary knowledge Peveril had demonstrated about Tom's activities, about his created Horcrux, about his potential future development, defied conventional explanation. The reference to time travel during their final conversation suggested impossible magical capability beyond anything wizarding theory considered achievable. Yet the evidence supported this extraordinary claim. Peveril's knowledge of events no one could possibly know, his tactical precision in implementing the ritual at exactly appropriate moment, his calm certainty regarding alternative futures Tom might have created had intervention not occurred. If genuine temporal displacement explained these anomalies, It represented perhaps the most extraordinary magical achievement Tom had encountered. More impressive than Hogwarts' creation, more significant than any conventional magical advancement. The implication that Tom himself would have achieved something sufficiently catastrophic to justify such unprecedented intervention carried complex significance in his recalibrated self-assessment. Not triumph or vindication, merely clinical recognition that his potential had apparently extended far beyond what even his own exceptional ambition had consciously articulated. That some future version of himself, this Lord Voldemort identity Peveril had referenced, had achieved sufficient magical impact to warrant time travel specifically targeting his development. As closing time approached and Tom completed his research documentation, he maintained perfect external composure, masking the calculating assessment that never ceased beneath his control facade. Without magic, he would never become whatever specific dark wizard Peveril had traveled through time to prevent. But adaptation had always been his fundamental strength, and alternative paths toward extraordinary influence remained available even within his constrained parameters. The world that had taken magic from Tom Riddle had yet to discover what might emerge in its place. Chapter 20, a decade hence. Summer sunlight streamed through the windows of Harry's office at Hogwarts, illuminating a space that had evolved over 10 years to reflect its occupant's established identity. Academic texts lined carefully organized bookshelves. Magical instruments of both practical and theoretical significance adorned various surfaces, and framed photographs documented a decade of teaching. Students who had passed through his defense against the dark arts classroom, colleagues at professional conferences, moments captured from a life that had once seemed merely temporary cover but had gradually become authentic existence. 10 years had passed since the vacuous magic-y ritual permanently altered magical history. 10 years since Harry Potter, living as Professor Harold Peveril, had implemented the most significant temporal intervention ever attempted. 10 years of observing how profoundly one critical change could transform countless lives across magical Britain and beyond. At 42, or 32, depending on which timeline's counting method one applied, Harry had settled into his role with comfortable familiarity. The initial strangeness of temporal displacement had gradually faded beneath daily reality, constructing a life that had become increasingly his own rather than merely strategic position supporting his mission. Professor Peveril was no longer cover identity but genuine self-expression, different from Harry Potter in certain respects but authentic integration rather than mere performance. A knock at his door interrupted Harry's reflection. "Come in," he called, recognizing the familiar pattern that signaled his oldest ally in this timeline. Albus Dumbledore entered with the quiet grace that characterized him even as headmaster, a position he had assumed 5 years earlier following Armando Dippet's retirement. Though approaching 70, the wizard displayed remarkable vitality, his auburn hair only lightly streaked with silver, his magical presence as formidable as ever despite advancing years. "I hope I'm not interrupting summer preparations," Dumbledore said, settling into the chair opposite Harry with comfortable familiarity. "But the ministry report arrived this morning, and I thought you'd want to review it promptly." Harry accepted the sealed parchment with appreciation for this continued collaboration, their shared knowledge of his temporal origin creating unique foundation for monitoring the altered timeline's development. Though quarterly updates had become increasingly routine over the years, they maintained vigilant attention to potential divergence points as history progressed along its altered course. "Thank you, Albus," Harry replied, the first-name basis reflecting their evolved relationship over the decade of shared vigilance. "Anything noteworthy in your initial review?" "Evolution rather than revolution," Dumbledore observed thoughtfully. "Though perhaps significant inflection point regarding professional trajectory." Harry broke the ministry's seal and scanned the contents with practiced efficiency. After 10 years, these reports had established standard format documenting Tom Riddle's continuing adaptation to non-magical existence, each update providing comprehensive assessment while revealing ongoing developmental trajectory distinctly different from the Dark Wizard who had dominated Harry's original timeline. "Oxford faculty appointment," Harry noted, identifying the significant development Dumbledore had referenced. Department of History with specialization in ancient civilizations and power structures. Youngest lecturer appointed in the department's modern history. Academic achievement entirely consistent with his established pattern, Dumbledore observed, though perhaps noteworthy for its relationship to his original temporal trajectory. Harry nodded, recognizing the parallel Dumbledore had identified. In his original timeline, Tom Riddle had worked briefly at Borgin and Burke's after leaving Hogwarts before disappearing to pursue dark magic internationally. He would have been approximately the same age now, 27, that he had been when beginning that journey toward becoming Lord Voldemort. The divergence could hardly be more pronounced. Instead of pursuing Horcruxes and assembling early Death Eaters, this version of Tom Riddle had methodically advanced through elite Muggle education, Winchester College followed by Oxford University, where he had obtained both undergraduate and graduate degrees with exceptional distinction. His academic focus on how ancient cultures developed and maintained power structures revealed continuing interest in dominant systems, yet expressed through scholarly analysis rather than practical implementation. His psychological assessment remains consistent, Harry noted, reviewing the specialized section included in each report. Outwardly appropriate social functioning with underlying patterns suggesting strategic rather than authentic connection. No concerning behaviors beyond ordinary academic politics, though notable absence of genuine emotional engagement beyond intellectual stimulation. A life built on adaptation rather than transformation, Dumbledore summarized thoughtfully. The fundamental architecture unchanged but expressed through entirely different medium. This assessment captured what Harry had observed through periodic direct monitoring over the decades since Riddle's departure from the wizarding world. The young man's exceptional intelligence, profound ambition, and strategic interpersonal capacity had remained intact despite losing magical ability. Yet without magic to implement his darkest impulses or extend his influence beyond ordinary human limitations, these characteristics had channeled into conventional achievement rather than extraordinary malevolence. The monitoring protocols appear increasingly perfunctory, Harry observed, noting the gradually reduced security measures implemented as years passed without concerning developments. 10 years of consistent integration suggests fundamental stability within his adapted parameters. Perhaps the most significant success indicator, Dumbledore agreed. Ordinary achievement, however exceptional by Muggle standards, rather than extraordinary threat requiring active intervention. Their conversation expanded to broader considerations regarding the altered timeline's development, patterns that had emerged over the decade as Voldemort's absence created space for entirely different social and political trajectories throughout Wizarding Britain and beyond. Without Tom Riddle's transformation into Voldemort, the pureblood supremacist movement had continued as unpleasant but relatively contained political faction rather than revolutionary terrorist organization. Certain families that would have formed his power base, Malfoys, Blacks, Lestranges, Knox, maintained traditional political influence without descending into violent extremism. Others whose moderate positions would have made them targets in the original timeline, Bones, Abbott, Macmillan, flourished within magical government without assassination or intimidation constraining their contributions. Minister Jenkins' proposed Muggle-born integration initiative appears likely to pass the Wizarding next month, Dumbledore noted, referencing political developments that would have been unthinkable under the growing shadow of Voldemort's influence. Expanded educational support beginning before Hogwarts, dedicated liaison offices in major magical communities, comprehensive cultural orientation programs for families. Creating foundation for genuine integration rather than perpetual outsider status, Harry observed, appreciating how this specific development addressed structural problems he had experienced personally in his original timeline. Reducing vulnerability to extremist exploitation on both sides of the divide. Such positive developments represented direct consequences of Harry's intervention, not merely preventing specific atrocities Voldemort would have committed but creating space for constructive evolution that would have been impossible under his shadow. Each year that passed without a rising dark wizard radicalizing pureblood sentiments allowed moderate voices greater influence in shaping wizarding society's development, addressing genuine concerns to political processes rather than violent revolution. Yet perhaps most meaningful to Harry personally were the individual lives flourishing without war or terror constraining their development. His periodic observations of certain critical individuals, conducted with careful discretion to avoid temporal complications, revealed profoundly different trajectories than their counterparts in his original timeline. Minerva McGonagall had become respected transfiguration researcher and educational consultant rather than being forced into premature teaching responsibilities by wizarding war-depleting available specialists. The Black family's internal dynamics had evolved differently without Voldemort's influence pulling certain members toward extremism while others fought against it, Alfred maintaining his moderate position without complete ostracism, while Berga's reactionary tendencies contained by family structures rather than amplified by revolutionary movement. Most poignantly, families that would have been decimated in the original timeline remained intact, the Bones siblings pursuing varied professional paths without assassination claiming their brightest members, the Pruitt brothers continuing their Auror careers without dying in Death Eater ambush, the McKinnon family contributing to magical healing advances without being wiped out for refusing to support blood supremacy. I observed an interesting development last week that might interest you, Dumbledore mentioned, his tone casual despite the statement's significant implications. The Potter family welcomed their first child, a healthy boy named Fleamont after his paternal grandfather. Euphemia was radiant despite the delivery's apparent difficulty. Harry nodded, maintaining composed exterior despite the emotional complexity this news triggered. Fleamont Potter, his paternal grandfather, born exactly as historical records had indicated despite the timeline's substantial alteration in other respects. Certain fundamental patterns appear consistent despite divergent developments elsewhere, he observed, the careful phrasing acknowledging temporal implications without directly referencing his personal connection. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed with characteristic perceptiveness. Though perhaps significant that familial foundations remain intact despite broader societal variations. One might consider it temporal reassurance regarding certain future convergence possibilities. This oblique reference addressed one of Harry's ongoing theoretical concerns, whether fundamental alterations to wizarding society might eventually prevent his parents' meeting and his own birth decades in the future. While temporal theory suggested certain core patterns might persist despite significant divergence elsewhere, no precedent existed for intervention on the scale Harry had implemented. Their discussion continued through various practical matters, upcoming academic term preparations, Harry's summer research regarding specialized defensive techniques, coordination regarding ministry intelligence sharing about potential emerging threats unrelated to Riddle's specific trajectory. Throughout, their comfortable collaboration reflected a decade of shared responsibility monitoring the altered timeline while supporting its positive development. As Dumbledore prepared to depart, he raised one final matter with characteristic combination of delicacy and directness. Your correspondence with the American researcher continues, I understand. Professor Caldwell at the Massachusetts Institute of Magical Theory? Harry nodded, appreciating Dumbledore's discreet approach to this sensitive topic. Ongoing theoretical exchange regarding specialized temporal questions. Her recent publication on consciousness transfer across divergent timeline manifestations provides interesting perspective regarding certain possibilities we've discussed previously. This carefully phrased explanation referenced Harry's continuing research into his own unique temporal situation. Specifically the theoretical question of what might occur as the timeline approached what would have been his birth year. Whether temporal paradox might manifest through existence of two Harry Potters, whether reality might implement some form of resolution between temporal variants, or whether parallel existence might continue indefinitely remained uncertain given the unprecedented nature of his intervention. A prudent area of inquiry given approaching temporal junctures, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though perhaps less pressing than once anticipated given developmental patterns observed thus far. Preparation without preoccupation, Harry agreed, the phrase capturing their shared approach to managing these extraordinary temporal considerations alongside ordinary life within the altered timeline. After Dumbledore's departure, Harry returned to reviewing the Ministry report regarding Tom Riddle's continuing adaptation, considering its implications alongside his own periodic observations conducted during carefully planned monitoring activities over the years. The Oxford appointment represented consistent advancement along trajectory established through Riddle's non-magical academic excellence, exceptional achievement within conventional parameters rather than extraordinary deviation requiring intervention. Without magic to implement his darkest impulses or extend his influence beyond ordinary human limitations, Riddle had constructed life that expressed his fundamental nature through channels available within his constrained existence. His exceptional intelligence, strategic thinking, and profound ambition now served academic advancement and intellectual influence rather than pursuit of magical dominance and immortality. Yet beneath conventional success remained the same fundamental character architecture that had created Lord Voldemort and Harry's original timeline: calculating assessment rather than emotional connection, strategic relationship development rather than authentic attachment, pursuit of control within whatever parameters existed. These characteristics had simply found different expression without magic providing implementing mechanism for their darkest manifestations. Harry's most recent direct observation, conducted 6 months earlier during academic conference in London where Riddle had presented research on ancient power transition mechanisms, had confirmed this assessment. From discreet distance, he had observed the young historian's presentation, brilliant analysis delivered with the same charismatic precision that had once captivated Hogwarts professors, carefully calibrated to impress academic gatekeepers while establishing intellectual authority within his field. Questions from senior faculty had revealed Riddle's exceptional adaptive capacity, his responses demonstrating perfect balance between appropriate deference to established authorities and subtle display of superior understanding. The performance had been flawless, yet underlying calculation remained evident to Harry's experienced observation. Every interaction assessed for strategic value, every relationship cultivated for specific purpose, every achievement positioned as advancement toward larger objectives. What those ultimate objectives might be remained uncertain even after a decade of observation. Without magic providing pathway toward immortality and extraordinary power, Riddle's ambitions had necessarily recalibrated to available parameters. Academic prestige represented logical foundation given his intellectual capabilities, but whether it would satisfy his fundamental drives long-term remained questionable given the nature Harry had observed across timelines. Yet this uncertainty represented acceptable outcome from Harry's intervention perspective. Tom Riddle would never become Lord Voldemort now. Whatever he might achieve within non-magical parameters, distinguished academic career, potential political influence, even manipulation of those around him through conventional means, the harm would remain constrained to ordinary human scale rather than magical magnitude. No Horcruxes splitting his soul beyond recognition. No Death Eaters implementing reign of terror across magical Britain. No wizarding wars decimating entire generations and communities. The darkest wizard of the age would never rise to power now, his potential for extraordinary harm permanently removed through the vacuous magic-y ritual Harry had implemented a decade earlier. As evening approached, Harry completed his administrative responsibilities before departing his office for summer holiday. The term's documentation finalized, classroom materials properly secured, correspondence with international colleagues regarding research projects appropriately organized. Each ordinary task represented extraordinary privilege after the conflict-defined existence he had known in his original timeline, the luxury of planning future lessons without wondering whether he would survive to teach them. His summer itinerary had been carefully arranged to balance multiple objectives: professional development advancing his established expertise as defense against the dark arts specialist, personal interests cultivated over his decade in the altered timeline, and continuing research regarding certain temporal questions his unprecedented situation presented. This year's plans included specialized training with Japanese magical defense practitioners, historical research in Egyptian magical archives, and discreet consultation with temporal theorists in America regarding approaching chronological convergence points. As Harry passed through Hogwarts' main gates toward Hogsmeade's apparition point, he paused briefly to appreciate the castle silhouetted against summer sunset, Ancient stones bathed in golden light, towers reaching toward crimson sky, protective enchantments shimmering faintly in the evening air. After a decade teaching within its walls, Hogwarts had once again become home, though in profoundly different context than his original experience as students seeking refuge from deadly neglect. Professor Harold Peverell had established meaningful existence within the altered timeline, respected academic position, professional reputation extending internationally within specialized magical defense circles, measured personal connections appropriate for his constructed identity. While maintaining necessary boundaries around his temporal origin and mission details, he had gradually developed life that transcended mere cover for his intervention to become authentic self-expression within his new reality. Most significantly, Harry had found unexpected peace in ordinary existence untroubled by prophecy or predetermined destiny. Without cosmic significance attached to his every action, his choices served his values rather than external expectations, protecting others through knowledge rather than direct combat, guiding development rather than fighting darkness, contributing through consistent presence rather than heroic sacrifice. The boy who lived and the chosen one remained in a timeline that would never manifest now, replaced by Professor Peverell with his specialized defensive expertise and steadying influence on generations of Hogwarts students. The change represented neither loss nor diminishment but transformation, different context but similar core, altered circumstances but consistent values. As Harry disappeared with practiced apparition, leaving Hogwarts temporarily for summer activities, he carried with him decades' perspective on what his intervention had accomplished. Not merely preventing specific atrocities, but creating space for entirely different developmental trajectories throughout magical society. Not just removing darkness, but allowing light to flourish without shadow constraining its natural growth. Tom Riddle's magic was gone, permanently extracted through successful implementation of the vacuous magic key ritual. The darkest wizard of the age would never rise to power now. And Harry Potter, living as Professor Harold Peverell, had found meaning beyond mission in the altered timeline his unprecedented intervention had created. Underscore 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 underscore. Oxford's ancient spires reached toward gathering twilight as Tom Riddle completed final revisions to his upcoming monograph, the manuscript representing culmination of his doctoral research into transition mechanisms between ancient power structures. His college rooms reflected measured success, academic accomplishment translated into appropriate professional accommodations within university's hierarchical ecosystem. At 27, Dr. Thomas Riddle had achieved position few reached before middle age, respected academic appointment with publication record establishing credible foundation for advancement within specialized historical field. His trajectory since departure from Wizarding World had proceeded with characteristic methodical precision, Winchester College providing secondary education matching his intellectual capabilities, Oxford undergraduate studies completed with highest honors, doctoral program accelerated through exceptional research productivity and strategic relationship cultivation with influential faculty members. The recent appointment as history department lecturer represented logical next advancement within his recalibrated parameters, foundation for building influence within academic structures while developing specialized expertise valuable to targeted institutions beyond university contexts. His research focus on how ancient civilizations managed power transitions during periods of significant social transformation provided perfect intellectual framework for his adapted ambitions, scholarly analysis of dominant systems supporting his fundamental interest in control mechanisms across human societies. As Riddle carefully organized reference material surrounding his manuscript, categorizing each source with perfect precision while mentally calculating respective strategic value of upcoming academic conference presentations, he maintained the same composed exterior that had served him throughout his adaptation to non-magical existence. 10 years had passed since Professor Peverell had implemented the ritual permanently extracting his magical core, 10 years of methodical reconstruction creating viable trajectory within his constrained parameters. The transition had presented unprecedented challenge to his exceptional adaptive capacity. Physical adaptation as his body adjusted to absence of magical core that had previously integrated with every system. Cognitive recalibration as his brilliant mind processed fundamental transformation of his capabilities. Strategic reassessment as all previous plans became instantly obsolete, requiring comprehensive reconceptualization of his approach to existence itself. Yet adaptation had always been his fundamental strength, survival from earliest childhood dependent on quickly assessing changed circumstances and maximizing available advantages within whatever parameters existed. While magic's absence represented extraordinary parameter shift, his essential nature remained intact. Exceptional intelligence, profound ambition, perfect self-discipline, and underlying drive toward power that transcended specific implementing mechanisms. The decades since his departure from Wizarding World had provided opportunity to methodically reconstruct viable trajectory within his new limitations. Winchester College had offered structured environment for initial adaptation, its academic rigor matching his intellectual capabilities while its established traditions provided framework for understanding non-magical status hierarchies. Oxford had expanded these opportunities, elite university environment combining academic advancement possibilities with access to influential networks extending beyond educational contexts. Throughout this adaptation process, Riddle had maintained perfect external compliance with transition requirements established following his magical extraction. The initial ministry supervision, discreetly implemented through specialized agents presenting as educational counselors and medical professionals, had gradually reduced as years passed without concerning behavioral manifestations. The quarterly assessments had become increasingly perfunctory, his consistent integration pattern establishing apparent stability within non-magical parameters. This compliance reflected strategic calculation rather than genuine acceptance, perfect behavioral adaptation serving his reconstructed ambitions while internal assessment continued regarding potential alternative approaches to his fundamental objectives. Without magic providing pathway toward immortality and extraordinary power, different methods were required, more subtle, more patient, more comprehensively integrated with available non-magical systems. A light knock interrupted Riddle's precise organization. "Enter," he called, his voice maintaining the same controlled modulation that had once captivated Hogwarts professors and fellow students alike. The door opened to reveal James Weatherby, graduate student whose exceptional research capabilities and strategic usefulness had earned position within Riddle's carefully cultivated inner circle. "The library materials you requested have arrived, Dr. Riddle," he reported with evident eagerness to deliver valuable information. "Including the restricted Sumerian translations you've been pursuing." "Excellent," Riddle replied with precisely calibrated appreciation. "Please bring them in." As Weatherby arranged the ancient text translations on his desk with careful attention to proper handling protocols, Riddle observed the young man's deferential positioning with clinical interest. Even without magic, his ability to identify useful individuals and cultivate their loyalty through calculated exchange relationships remained intact. Different context but similar pattern to his Hogwarts associations, adapted to academic environment rather than wizarding hierarchy. "Your assistance with these materials is valuable," Riddle noted once the arrangement was complete. "Particularly given their relevance to the theoretical framework we discussed during yesterday's seminar." Weatherby's expression revealed obvious pleasure at this acknowledgement from the brilliant young lecturer whose sponsorship provided significant advantage within competitive academic ecosystem. "Happy to help, Dr. Riddle. Your approach to power transition analysis has completely transformed my understanding of historical causality patterns." The exchange represented perfect example of Riddle's adapted influence methodology, identifying individuals with useful capabilities, providing carefully measured recognition satisfying psychological needs, establishing exchange relationships serving his objectives while offering sufficient benefits maintaining their motivated participation. Though implemented without magical enhancement, the approach achieved similar results within available parameters, people oriented around his objectives through calculated relationship management rather than genuine connection. After Weatherby's departure, Riddle turned attention to the Sumerian texts, rare translations of ancient power transition documents containing specialized information regarding how early civilizations managed succession between leadership systems during periods of fundamental social transformation. The material held particular interest for his current research focus, providing historical examples supporting theoretical framework he was developing regarding control mechanisms during periods of significant structural change. As he analyzed the ancient texts with characteristic precision, Riddle's brilliant mind simultaneously processed broader strategic considerations regarding his adapted trajectory. The Oxford position provided appropriate foundation for current developmental phase, academic credibility establishing intellectual authority within specialized field while access to elite institutional networks created pathways toward expanded influence opportunities. Yet academic advancement represented means rather than end in his recalibrated ambitions. Without magic providing implementation mechanism for his original objectives, immortality through Horcruxes, dominance through exceptional magical power, transformation of wizarding society through controlled revolution, different approaches were required for addressing his fundamental drives. His historical research had identified numerous examples of exceptional individuals achieving extraordinary influence through non-magical means, strategic application of intelligence, psychological mastery of social systems, systematic exploitation of institutional vulnerabilities. Different methodologies but similar outcomes. Profound impact extending far beyond ordinary human limitations despite absence of supernatural capabilities. Several potential pathways had emerged from this analysis, each offering viable approach toward his reconstructed objectives. Academic influence transitioning into specialized consulting positions within power centers managing societal transformation periods. Historical expertise establishing foundation for political advisory roles during institutional restructuring initiatives. Intellectual authority creating access to developmental programs implementing systemic change across traditional boundaries. Each pathway required perfect calibration to available parameters, more subtle than magical dominance, more patient than revolutionary transformation, more strategic than direct power acquisition. Yet each offered viable approach toward fundamental objective that remained constant despite his transformed circumstances. Maximum control within whatever system existed, implemented through whatever mechanisms remained available. As evening deepened outside his Oxford windows, Riddle continued analyzing the ancient texts with perfect concentration, his brilliant mind extracting valuable insights regarding how power transitions functioned across civilizational development patterns. The material provided useful historical perspective supporting his emerging theoretical framework while offering practical examples applicable to contemporary systems undergoing fundamental transformation. Professor Peveril's intervention had permanently removed magic from his capabilities, preventing whatever specific dark wizard trajectory the time traveler had apparently witnessed in some alternative future. Yet the fundamental architecture of Tom Riddle's nature remained intact: exceptional intelligence, profound ambition, perfect self-discipline, and underlying drive toward power that transcended specific implementing mechanisms. The world that had taken magic from Tom Riddle had yet to discover what might emerge in its place. But he would not be ordinary, not by any meaningful measure, not by any reasonable standard, not by any comparative assessment against normal human limitations. Without magic, he would never become Lord Voldemort, never create Horcruxes, never implement wizarding wars decimating magical Britain. But Tom Riddle would not be contained by the absence of supernatural capability. His exceptional nature would find expression through whatever channels existed within his constrained parameters. His fundamental drives would identify implementation mechanisms appropriate to non-magical context. His brilliance would construct pathway toward extraordinary influence despite unprecedented limitation imposed through temporal intervention. Different methods, different timescale, different implementation mechanisms, but the same essential being adapting to altered circumstances with the exceptional capacity that had defined him across all possible timelines. Magic had been removed from his capabilities, but ambition remained, intelligence persisted, and the underlying architecture continued calculating its methodical progression toward whatever maximum control might be achieved within his transformed existence. As midnight approached in his Oxford rooms, Tom Riddle completed his analytical session with characteristic precision, organizing his observations according to their strategic utility while mentally calibrating their integration into his developing theoretical framework. The ancient texts had provided valuable historical perspective supporting his emerging understanding of how power transitions functioned across civilizational development patterns. Without magic, he would never become whatever specific dark wizard Peveril had traveled through time to prevent. But adaptation had always been his fundamental strength, and alternative pathways toward extraordinary influence remained available even within his constrained parameters. The world had not yet discovered what Tom Riddle might become without magic. But he was calculating that future with the same methodical precision that had characterized his existence across all possible timelines. Turning back time. Epilogue, The Circle Unbroken. September 1st, 1991. Platform 9 and 3/4 bustled with activity as families bid farewell to students boarding the Hogwarts Express. Amid the chaos of trucks, owls, and emotional goodbyes, Harry Potter stood with his parents, experiencing the strange dual awareness that had become increasingly familiar over the past month. "Remember, if you meet anything at all, your father and I are just an owl away," Lily said, straightening his already neat collar. "And we'll see you at school tomorrow evening after the feast." "I know, Mum," Harry replied, torn between the normal embarrassment of an 11-year-old and a profound appreciation for her presence that seemed to come from somewhere deeper. James ruffled his hair affectionately. "Make sure you enjoy the train ride. Some of my best memories started on that journey." As Harry hugged his parents goodbye, his hand accidentally brushed against a tall man in professor's robes who was helping a first-year student with her trunk. The contact lasted only a second, but the effect was immediate and overwhelming. A blinding flash of light visible only to Harry and the stranger enveloped them both. Harry felt as though he were simultaneously falling and rising, his mind exploding with memories, experiences, and emotions that were both foreign and intimately familiar. Images cascaded to his consciousness: a cupboard under stairs, a giant telling him he was a wizard, a mirror showing lost family, a stone that nearly cost his life, and countless other moments from a life he had never lived yet somehow remembered perfectly. When the sensation subsided seconds later, Harry remained outwardly unchanged, but inwardly, everything had transformed. The fragmented awareness he'd been experiencing since his birthday had suddenly crystallized into complete integration. He was still 11-year-old Harry Potter who had grown up loved by his parents, but he was simultaneously Professor Harold Peveril, the time traveler who had saved the wizarding world from Voldemort's reign of terror. "Terry? Are you all right?" Lily asked, noticing his momentary disorientation. Harry blinked, taking a moment to orient himself within his newly unified consciousness. "I'm fine," he answered, his voice steady despite the extraordinary transformation that had just occurred. "Just excited about the journey." As he glanced around, he noticed the tall professor had disappeared into the crowd, but Harry knew exactly who he had been, his other self, the physical manifestation from which his consciousness had just transferred completely. The process that had begun on his birthday was now complete, the soul convergence theory proven correct in the most direct way possible. With this integration came full understanding of what he had accomplished through his temporal intervention, along with awareness of the potential threats that still existed. Most critically, he now possessed knowledge of Tom Riddle's continued existence and adaptation over the past 40 years. "You'd better board," James said, checking his watch. "The train leaves in 5 minutes." Harry nodded, hugging his parents once more with deeper appreciation than they could possibly understand. "I love you both," he said, the words carrying weight from 2 lifetimes, one where they had been tragically lost, and one where they had been present throughout his childhood. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express, Harry's integrated consciousness processed the extraordinary situation. To everyone around him, he was simply an excited first year starting his magical education. But within, he carried decades of knowledge, experience, and magical training that had once belonged to Professor Peverell. Finding an empty compartment, Harry sat by the window and watched as the platform filled with last-minute goodbyes. His mind was calculating possibilities with the strategic thinking he had developed during his years as an Auror and later as a defense professor. The train had just begun to move when the compartment door slid open. A young boy with red hair poked his head in. "Mind if I join you? Everywhere else is full." Harry experienced a surge of emotion as he recognized Ron Weasley, his best friend in another timeline, now a stranger in this one. "Not at all," he said, carefully maintaining the demeanor of a typical 11-year-old despite the complex emotions swirling within. As Ron settled in, introducing himself with the same straightforward manner Harry remembered, the integrated consciousness that was now Harry Potter contemplated the extraordinary path ahead. He would need to navigate Hogwarts as a first-year student while possessing knowledge that far exceeded many of the professors. He would need to build authentic relationships with people who had been dear friends in another life. And most crucially, he would need to remain vigilant against threats that others couldn't possibly anticipate. Underscore 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 underscore. Miles away, in the ancient tower room of Oxford's Magdalen College, Tom Riddle carefully documented the strange magical disturbance he had detected during that morning's continuation of his essence reconnection ritual. Something significant had occurred within Britain's magical field, a convergence or transfer that registered as momentary ripple in the delicate connections he was establishing with his extracted magical core. His notes were precise and methodical, analyzing the disturbance's potential implications for his ongoing restoration process. After 40 years of patient research and adaptation, he had finally achieved the initial breakthrough a month ago, establishing tenuous connection with his magical essence stored in the Ministry's high-security vault. Each subsequent ritual session had strengthened this connection, gradually restoring magical sensitivity and awareness that had been absent since Professor Peverell's intervention. Today's session had progressed as planned until the unexpected disruption, which had temporarily accelerated certain aspects of the reconnection while destabilizing others. The phenomenon suggested extraordinary magical event occurring elsewhere, something powerful enough to affect the subtle essence threads he was methodically reweaving. As he completed his analytical documentation, Riddle experienced momentary flash of magical perception, brief but distinct awareness of familiar presence he hadn't sensed in 40 years. Not Peverell exactly, but something carrying similar magical signature, as though the time traveler's essence had transformed rather than disappeared. The sensation confirmed theories he had developed through decades studying temporal displacement documentation in restricted magical archives. If Peverell had indeed been time traveler from future where Tom had become Lord Voldemort, then his continued existence in altered timeline would eventually require resolution once original entry point approached. Today's disturbance suggested such resolution had occurred, creating potential complications for Riddle's methodical restoration process. If Peverell's consciousness had integrated with its temporal counterpart rather than simply dissipating, the combined awareness might eventually detect the essence reconnection Riddle was implementing. The possibility demanded recalibration of his approach, accelerating certain phases while implementing additional protective measures around the restoration methodology. With magical sensitivity partially re-established, Riddle could now incorporate subtle detection wards into his ritual configuration, providing early warnings should anyone attempt to investigate his activities. His outward demeanor remained perfectly composed as he made these adjustments, but beneath the surface, a calculating assessment was already reformulating plans based on new variables. The methodical patience that had sustained him through 40 years of adaptation would continue guiding his approach, even as preparation for potential complications became necessary. As evening approached, Riddle carefully stored his ritual components in specially designed containers that masked their magical signatures. Oxford's Michaelmas term would begin soon, bringing undergraduate students and faculty colleagues back to the college with their ordinary concerns and academic ambitions. Distinguished Professor Thomas Riddle would resume his lectures on ancient power structures, mentor selected graduate students, and present his acclaimed research at scholarly conferences. All while systematically continuing the essence reconnection process that would eventually restore capabilities Professor Peveril had removed 4 decades earlier. The world that had taken magic from Tom Riddle was about to discover what emerged through its return, not immediately, not dramatically, but with the methodical precision that characterized everything he had accomplished since his adaptation began. Underscore 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 underscore. The Hogwarts Express curved through the Scottish countryside as sunset approached, taking Harry Potter toward a school he knew intimately yet would experience completely differently in this timeline. In his compartment, he had been carefully maintaining the persona of an excited first year, getting reacquainted with Ron and meeting other students who had been part of his original journey. Yet beneath this convincing performance, his integrated consciousness was processing extraordinary implications of his completed soul convergence. He now possessed complete knowledge of both timelines, the original where Voldemort had destroyed countless lives, and the altered one he had created through his unprecedented temple intervention. Most significantly, he carried awareness of Tom Riddle's continued adaptation over the past 40 years, including the disquieting realization that the brilliant wizard might have been researching potential methods to reconnect with his extracted magical essence. The strange magical disturbance Harry had sensed during his soul convergence suggested something significant was already underway. As the train approached Hogsmeade Station, Harry gazed out at the darkening landscape, contemplating the extraordinary journey ahead. In this timeline, he was simply beginning his magical education as a first-year student with loving parents and no dark prophecy hanging over his head. Yet he simultaneously carried decades of magical knowledge and experience, along with responsibility that came from understanding threats others couldn't possibly anticipate. "We'll be arriving soon," said Hermione Granger, who had joined their compartment earlier. "We should change into our robes." Harry nodded, the ordinary concern feeling strangely significant through his dual perspective. Whatever challenges lay ahead, including potential threat of Tom Riddle eventually regaining his magical abilities, would unfold against backdrop of everyday life at Hogwarts, with its classes, friendships, and normal developmental milestones. As the train slowed approaching Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt quiet determination settling within his integrated consciousness. The extraordinary temporal intervention he had implemented had succeeded in preventing Voldemort's rise and saving countless lives. If additional challenges emerged from that intervention's long-term consequences, he would face them with both the loved ones surrounding him in this timeline and the knowledge he carried from the original. The future remained unwritten, shaped through continuing interaction between forces temporarily separated yet fundamentally connected through the extraordinary magical working that had turned back time without truly breaking its circular nature. And Harry Potter, carrying memories and experiences from 2 distinct timelines, would be ready for whatever came next.